Tai Xuan Sect, Yaochi Sheng Nu. Do you comprehend the purpose behind my teachings, my dear disciples? The first wasteful senior brother of Tai Xuan Sect maintained a stern expression as he addressed the line of kneeling junior brothers and sisters. To combat the calamity of the demon clan? To safeguard the sect's tranquility? Incorrect. The sole purposes of your cultivation are twofold. First, to ensure the name of Li Chang'an resonates through the ages. Second, to protect me, allowing me to live on and perpetuate my legacy. Chapter 1. The Wasteful Senior Brother. Tai Xuan Sect stands as one of the foremost cultivation sects in the northern continent, established a millennium ago by the venerable Tai Xuan, and after enduring through several generations, it ascended to become the sanctum of the north a century prior, drawing the admiration of all. Today marks the decennial recruitment of newcomers to Tai Xuan Sect. At the Jinchi Pool upon the slopes of Xinxiang Peak, a multitude of pilgrims has gathered, including disciples from various sects and members of prominent families, all hoping to join Tai Xuan and become disciples of the sect rumored to hold the secrets to ascension. Some display fervor, others exhibit reverence, yet a few harbor doubts and envy. Tai Xuan Sect was once merely a second-rate sect. It wouldn't even rank on the cultivation continent, let alone in the northern continent. Yet now, it has risen to the pinnacle of the northern continent. One individual lamented, "Indeed, for it is the only sect in the northern continent to have produced ascendants in the past millennium," replied another. "Since the Holy War 1,000 years ago, no ascendant has emerged in the northern continent for a full millennium. Yet a century ago, Tai Xuan Sect saw someone ascend to the heavens. Isn't that infuriating? Their rise to sanctity is an unstoppable trend." Absolutely. A group of individuals whispered among themselves, their gazes fixed upon the myriad of lights wafting down from Xinxiang Peak, settling upon the 9 spirit platforms atop the peak. Among these platforms, the last one representing the 9th peak stood out, occupied solely by a languid young man, distinctly contrasting with the others. The young man appeared to be around 20, his countenance as refined as jade, exuding an ordinary and unpretentious demeanor, with minimal aura circulating through him compared to those around. However, the onlookers gazing at him were filled with an unbridled fervor. Is that not Li Chang'an, the senior disciple of the 9th peak, the sole apprentice of Tai Xuan Sect's ascendant? One remarked. Indeed, before ascending, the esteemed Zhang Heng entrusted the entire 9th peak to Li Chang'an. Thus, despite being merely the senior disciple of the 9th peak, he holds a status akin to that of the peak master. Ah, could it be that you were smitten with the 9th peak? Another teased, casting a sidelong glance. Of course, who among us isn't yearning to join the 9th peak? Another pointed towards the throng surrounding the Jinchi Pool, grinning. Look at the noteworthy figures here. Xiao Qian, the senior disciple of Qingyun Mountain Qin Xiaofeng, the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty Lu Yang, the young master of the Lu family in Huai'an. Each is a renowned talent, and their goal this time is undoubtedly the 9th peak. As for us, the individual fell silent, momentarily stunned. At the edge of the Jinchi Pool, in a corner crowded by onlookers, a diminutive girl with a slender frame fixated her gaze upon the spirit platform representing the 9th peak, her eyes brimming with curiosity. As if drawn by her gaze, the senior brother atop the spirit platform turned to glance at her, offering a nod and a smile. "Look," the senior brother smiled at me. "I told you this pilgrimage might just offer a chance for me, Wang Wu." "Nonsense." The senior brother was clearly looking at me. "It has nothing to do with you. Scram. How dare you compete with me? Do you believe I won't pluck your eyes out?" A slight commotion erupted at the edge of the Jinchi Pool. "Pray tell, why is it that the 9th peak, which has always been sparsely populated, is now so sought after, especially when Li Chang'an is said to be a cultivation waste?" Someone inquired. The bystanders immediately rolled their eyes. "Are you foolish? The 9th peak is the only place in the northern continent with an ascendant's legacy. Who wouldn't want to achieve enlightenment and ascend? Though the 9th peak has few disciples, including Li Chang'an, there are merely 8 brothers and sisters, yet each one is renowned across the realm. Though senior brother Li Chang'an is rumored to be incapable of cultivation and possesses a wasteful physique, his junior brothers and sisters are remarkable. Second brother Xing Tian is a well-known cultivation fanatic, undefeated among his peers across the northern continent. Third sister Jiang Xian, known as the 9 Heavens Fairy, possesses unparalleled innate talent. Fourth brother Ho Yi is the foremost guardian of Canglan, having vanquished numerous Canglan demons. Not to mention the other junior brothers and sisters. Simply speaking of the 7th brother's son Xiaokong, it is said that he once wielded an iron rod and ascended to the northern sky gate, toppling several formidable cultivators, causing a tremendous upheaval in the cultivation world. The speaker's voice brimmed with admiration. Whoever becomes a disciple of the ninth peak, who can guarantee they won't become such a transcendent figure in the future? The Northern Sky Gate, after all, is a sect even more powerful than Tai Xuan. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. This proclamation ignited the fervor among the pilgrims, their eyes alight with ambition as they fixated on the young man atop the ninth peak spirit platform, dreaming of being accepted as his disciple. Yet, they were acutely aware of the minuscule likelihood of such an event, for during the decennial recruitment ceremony, senior brother Li Chang'an had only accepted one disciple, if any at all. In the century following his master Zhang Heng's ascension, he had taken in merely 7 junior brothers and sisters. Upon the spirit platform, Li Chang'an reclined against a jade stone chair, a wry smile upon his lips. He had never anticipated that a century ago, he would arrive in this world as the senior disciple of the ninth peak, nor did he foresee being regarded as the sect's ancien millennium wasteful talent. Indeed, the rumors circulating were accurate throughout the past century. The most exceptional disciples of Tai Xuan Sect had already ascended to the God realm, while he remained stuck in the Qi refining stage, and even at the early stage of Qi refining, no less. This reality weighed heavily upon him. Yet, fortunate for him, the predetermined perks of being a transmigrator endowed him with an extraordinary golden finger. Star map. A vast and ethereal star map floated within the depths of his consciousness, encircled by 9 principal stars. However, ever since the star map manifested, it remained shrouded in darkness. After numerous attempts, he discovered that this star map required the fortuitous essence of others to ignite its brilliance. Zhang Heng had been the one to help Li Chang'an ignite the first dark star, and it was with the aid of this star map that Zhang Heng managed to ascend, becoming the first in a millennium from Tai Xuan Sect. But what brought Li Chang'an to the brink of tears was the realization that despite possessing this mysterious star map, he remained a cultivation waste. Zhang Heng had utilized his formidable cultivation at the tribulation stage to help Li Chang'an clear his meridians, yet it had only allowed him to reach the early Qi refining stage, nearly causing Li Chang'an to spit blood, while Zhang Heng had genuinely been infuriated to the point of bloodshed. There was no alternative after Zhang Heng's ascension. Li Chang'an had no choice but to seek another individual capable of igniting the dark stars of the star map, not solely to uncover the map's potential, but also to cultivate a powerful ally. After all, for a cultivation waste in the Qi refining stage, this world remained perilously treacherous. Alas, who would believe that I have nurtured 7 great cultivators within a century? Li Chang'an gazed at the bustling scenes unfolding upon the other spirit platforms, then cast a glance at his solitary self, letting out a heartfelt sigh. He had nurtured 7 junior brothers and sisters, yet in the end, each one had ventured out for training, leaving none by his side, inciting his growing frustration. One more, just one. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and declared, "This time, I absolutely cannot allow them to embark on training trips, leaving me alone at Shaoqiong Peak. No, that cannot happen." Just as Li Chang'an muttered to himself, a radiant aura cascaded from the 9 spirit platforms, resembling a celestial cascade. All present felt a tremor coursing through them. The time had come for Tai Xuan Sect to select its disciples. Chapter 2. Would you join me at the 9th peak at one of the 9 spiritual platforms, representing the foremost peak of Tai Xuan? A middle-aged man with a solemn expression cleared his throat. Our Tai Xuan Sect has stood for a millennium, firmly establishing its roots in the northern continent as one of the 5 sacred lands. Over the past 1,000 years, we have seen more than a dozen practitioners reach the divine realm, and hundreds who have attained the heart-illuminating realm, while those who have returned to the foundational level are countless. However, most importantly, the middle-aged man paused, building suspense. Most importantly, our Tai Xuan Sect is the only sect in the entire northern continent to have ascended practitioners. Many below gazed with fervent eyes. These pilgrims gathered from across the northern continent included noble families, sect disciples, and even some ordinary folk hoping to test their luck. Yet, their shared aspiration was to join the Tai Xuan Sect. To become a part of it, regardless of which peak, represented an entry into the first echelon of cultivation, ensuring a future of soaring success. Nevertheless, while it is true that our Tai Xuan Sect's ascended master, Zhang Heng, is from the 9th peak, the 9 peaks are interconnected by blood, each with its own strengths. Today marks the decennial recruitment day of Tai Xuan, and you must all make your choices. Selecting the peak that best suits you among the remaining 8 may indeed prove to be a better option. The speaker was Zhou Yuan, a disciple of the Tai Xuan Peak's master, renowned among the 2nd generation of disciples for his formidable prowess. Let the selection begin. The individuals upon the 9 spiritual platforms were representatives of their respective peaks, each possessing at least the strength to enter the divine realm, capable of discerning the merits and flaws of those below. Yet, the Tai Xuan Sect has always adhered to a philosophy of mutual consent. These newcomers have the right to choose their peak, which will then decide whether to accept them. I am Lu Yang, son of the Lu family from Huaiyan. At 17, I have reached the pinnacle of Qi training and wish to cultivate at the 9th peak. I hope for the senior brother's approval. A young man in splendid attire stepped forward, cupping his fists. I am Qin Xiaofeng, the second prince of the great Qin dynasty. I am also 17, in the early stages of foundation establishment, and wish to cultivate at the 9th peak. I hope for the senior brother's approval. I am Xiao Qian, a disciple of Qingyun Peak. At 16, I am in the early stages of foundation establishment and wish to cultivate at the 9th peak. I hope for the senior brother's approval. Silence suddenly enveloped the area by the sword-washing pool. The representatives from the various Tai Xuan peaks were momentarily stunned, their expressions awkward. Damn it, not again. It always happens this way. Ever since the 9th peak gained notoriety, during several recruitment events, nearly half of the candidates would directly choose the 9th peak. This straightforward selection left the other peaks feeling overshadowed. Zhou Yuan had anticipated such an occurrence and had tried to steer the discussion. But now it seemed ineffective. Zhou Yuan's gaze swept over the 3 leading candidates below. In terms of qualifications, they were indeed impressive, especially considering that at 16 or 17, achieving foundation establishment was rare even within the Tai Xuan Sect. Yet, these remarkable youths blatantly disregarded his advice, evidently intent on the 9th peak. Chang'an, what do you think? Zhou Yuan asked, a look of distress on his face. Li Chang'an, lounging against a white jade chair atop the 9th platform, cast a glance downward. 16 and only at the pinnacle of Qi training? Pathetic, I refuse. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched, while Lu Yang below turned pale with disappointment. 17. In the early stages of foundation establishment? Rubbish, I refuse. 16. In the early stages of foundation establishment? And a mere 3-turn innate Dao body? Useless, I refuse. Useless, I refuse. Trash, I refuse. The atmosphere around the sword-washing pool was charged, with almost everyone, except for Li Chang'an, unable to maintain a calm demeanor. These confident young talents, who had come to participate in the Tai Xuan Sect's recruitment selection, were all quite gifted. With varying degrees of resources at their disposal, they had already achieved commendable levels of cultivation at such a young age. Yet, in the eyes of Li Chang'an, they were either trash or worthless. Zhou Yuan couldn't comprehend how a person who had practiced for over 100 years, remaining stagnant at the Qi training stage, could dare to scorn others. Chang'an, you are being rather excessive, remarked Shan Qingyi, representing the water-cold peak, her brows furrowed in disapproval. Indeed, junior brother Li, the candidates this time possess commendable talents, and since you are not interested, I shall not hesitate, chimed in Zhong Xing, representing the 5th peak, Wuxiang Peak, with a chuckle. Xiao Qian, would you care to join my Wuxiang Peak? While we may lack ascended practitioners, in terms of foundation and heritage, we are no less than the Xiaoqiang Peak. The 9th peak was, indeed, Xiaoqiang Peak, and Xiao Qian was the prodigious youth with a 3-turn Dao body, viewed as the most promising candidate by all. Below the sword-washing pool, Xiao Qian's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger and frustration glimmering in his eyes. His 3-turn Dao body was recognized as a prodigious physique throughout Qingyun Peak. Not only did he believe so, but nearly everyone at Qingyun Peak felt that he alone was destined to join the 9th peak. However, Li Chang'an's evaluation had branded him as trash. He felt this was a deliberate insult from Li Chang'an. Senior brother Li, I, Xiao Qian, am 16 and at the foundation establishment stage with a 3-turn innate Dao body. I believe that even within the Tai Xuan Sect, individuals with such talents are rare. By calling me trash, are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Xiao Qian disregarded Zhong Xing from Wuxiang Peak and directly addressed Li Chang'an. His tone bordered on disrespect, but the crowd understood. Li Chang'an's harsh words had severely undermined the young man's confidence. Li Chang'an felt somewhat helpless. His assessment of Xiao Qian as trash was not entirely unfounded, as he genuinely believed that a 3-turn Dao body was not particularly impressive. His own Xiaoqiang Peak boasted Jiang Xian, who possessed the exceedingly rare 9-turn heavenly Dao body, a true prodigious physique. However, he was disinclined to explain. This young brat could think whatever he wished. It was none of his concern. Senior brother Li, among those present, is there anyone who truly possesses the chance to join your 9th peak? Let me, Xiao Qian, see who among them is more talented than I. Xiao Qian pressed, his assertiveness unyielding. Qingyun Peak was already a formidable sect within the northern continent, and the pampered Xiao Qian was not one to shy away from a challenge. Li Chang'an nodded in response. Very well. Everyone tensed? Their curiosity piqued as they fixed their gaze upon the white-clad youth atop the spiritual platform. Even Zhou Yuan and others held their breath. They had discreetly observed the gathering, and indeed, they had not spotted anyone with greater talent than Xiao Qian. Could it be that their discerning eyes, honed in the divine realm, were outmatched by a mere Qi training stage's trash? Li Chang'an slowly rose, surveying the crowd, ultimately locking his gaze on a corner where a diminutive, disheveled girl stood. Though her form was frail and her eyes shone with determination, she was undeniably dirty and thin. Little girl, what is your name? Would you care to join my Shaoqiong peak? Chapter 3. You shall be named Neza in an instant. Nearly every gaze fell upon the girl, no more than 12 or 13 years of age. Junior brotherly, are you making a mistake? Zhou Yuan could not help but inquire. He had previously observed this girl. At 12 or 13, she possessed no cultivation, and her innate bone structure was average, far from any innate Dao body. Among this assembly of pilgrims, she was undoubtedly the most ordinary. Xiao Qian, Qin Xiaofeng, and the others looked on in confusion. How could this frail, seemingly malnourished girl be superior to them? It seemed impossible. Li Chang'an ignored their disbelief, smiling at the little girl. Would you like to join my 9th peak and become my little junior sister? The girl hesitated for a moment, as if deep in thought, before kneeling down. My name is Xiaoya, and I wish to join the 9th peak. The wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Disciples from Qingyun Mountain, the great Qin prince, the young master from the Huayan family, along with hundreds of other gathered young talents, stared incredulously at this girl who resembled a refugee. A single thought echoed in their minds. Is this too easy? Has this been decided so quickly? Someone murmured in confusion. What is her identity? Could she truly possess some innate prodigious physique? Nonsense. No matter how talented she is, can she surpass the likes of Xiao Qian or Qin Xiaofeng? The chatter swirled into a cacophony, and Xiao Qian's face turned a shade darker than an eggplant. Junior brotherly, while you are known for your unconventional thinking, this selection process is crucial to the legacy of the 9 peaks. Are you being rash? The other disciples, also Li Chang'an's senior brothers and sisters, mirrored his bewilderment. Li Chang'an chuckled, suddenly tilting his head to the sky, gazing toward the mist-shrouded Tai Xuan peak in the distance. Master, may I borrow some of Tai Xuan's essence? After a brief moment of stillness in the air, a voice resonated from the void. Certainly. In an instant, the clouds and mist surged, enveloping the area. From the vast array of formations miles away, a stream of mysterious yellow energy descended like a celestial column, crashing into the little girl's forehead. Ripples of energy radiated from the girl, and with it emerged a profound and ethereal resonance. Purifying the marrow, Zhou Yuan and the others' expressions shifted, rendered speechless by the spectacle. The essence of Tai Xuan. Goodness, how much has the Tai Xuan Sect accumulated over a millennium to bestow such a gift upon this girl? Isn't this an utter waste? Indeed. What on earth is Master Zhang thinking to have agreed to such an outrageous demand from Li Chang'an? After a while, the ethereal energy dissipated, and the young girl gracefully descended from the air. Her once pallid complexion had become much more radiant, and the frail figure slowly began to emanate a splendid aura of 7 colors, eventually forming a magnificent rainbow lotus behind her. A rainbow lotus. What kind of constitution is this? Suddenly, a startled exclamation emerged from a certain spirit platform. It is said that at the dawn of the ancient Great Path, there were 36 divine bodies of the Zhou Tian, one of which was the 9 transformations glazed golden lotus. Could it be? Impossible. The divine body of the 9 transformations glazed golden lotus is purely golden, while this is evidently colorful, which cannot possibly be one of the 36 divine bodies of Zhou Tian. Furthermore, the 9th peak already has a 9 transformations heavenly mysterious body. If another 9 transformations golden lotus divine body were to appear, it would be utterly extraordinary. However, it seems that this rainbow lotus divine body is undeniably formidable. Even if it is not one of the Zhou Tian divine bodies, it is certainly not an ordinary constitution. At the very least, it is not weaker than Xiao Qian's 3 transformations Dao body. Damn it, that scoundrel Li Chang'an. Why does he always stumble upon such fortuitous encounters, picking up yet another extraordinary genius? I'm at a loss here. Li Chang'an chuckled heartily as he listened to the lamentations of his fellow disciples. The name little girl doesn't quite suit her. Since she has the rainbow lotus divine body, from now on, you shall be called Neza. The recruitment at the 9th peak of Tai Xuan Sect concluded in such a hasty manner. Among the pilgrims, a wandering little girl was lost, and the 9th peak gained a talented junior sister endowed with the divine body of a rainbow lotus. Neza, like the names of her senior brothers and sisters, such as Xingtian and Hou, Neza was also named by Li Chang'an. Though others might not comprehend the profound significance behind it, Many believe that this little girl would soon become a brilliant new star in the realm of cultivation, much like her other senior brothers and sisters. Well then, Xiaoqian, would you be willing to join my Tai Xuan peak and become my disciple? Taking the opportunity, Zhou Yuan hurriedly inquired. The representative from the fifth peak, Wuxiang Peak, gritted his teeth, realizing that Zhou Yuan had seized the initiative and could only shift his gaze towards the side to Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng, do you wish to join my Wuxiang Peak and become my disciple? Although Xiao Qian and Qin Xiaofeng felt considerable reluctance, they did not dare express too much negativity and could only nod, I am willing, master. As the other peaks watched Tai Xuan and Wuxiang vying for disciples, they quickly prepared to join the fray, their eyes ablaze with determination, as the recruitment that occurs once every decade is the most crucial means for Tai Xuan Sect to absorb new blood. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another 10 years. On the 9th spirit platform, Li Chang'an waved his hand, and a stream of clear energy enveloped Neza, lifting her to the spirit platform, where they sat side by side, observing the selection competition by the sword-washing pool as if it were an amusing spectacle. Neza, does this scene not resemble a market vendor selecting cabbages? Neza glanced around and nodded. Indeed it does. After a pause, she continued, Xiao Qian and Qin Xiaofeng are both formidable, master. Why do you not choose them for the 9th peak? Li Chang'an laughed heartily. Do you think they are formidable? No, they are merely larger cabbages, and no matter how big they are, they remain cabbages. The youth's expression turned slightly cold, tinged with pride and confidence. But I hope you are not. Even if you were in the past. From this day forth, you shall no longer be. Neza looked somewhat puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. Li Chang'an cleared his throat. He certainly could not disclose to this girl that it was the 9th hidden star in the star map that had reacted to her presence, leading to his choice. Nevertheless, the outcome did not disappoint him. Under the cleansing of the Tai Xuan energy, the girl's uniqueness was ultimately revealed. Neza, this place is rather dull. Let me take you back to our little Qiong Peak. The stream of clear energy whirled, as Li Chang'an led Neza flying out of the spirit platform, heading directly towards the modest Qiong Peak, stopping halfway up the mountain. Noticing Neza's puzzled expression, Li Chang'an chuckled. Isn't it remarkable? Everywhere outside, they claim I am merely a worthless beginner in the Qi refinement stage, struggling to progress after 100 years of cultivation. Yet look at me. Even the foundational stage's flight technique, which I could not perform before, now comes effortlessly to me. Isn't that impressive? Neza remained expressionless, giving a soft hum in acknowledgement. Li Chang'an rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat awkward. Come, let us head up the mountain. Little Qiong Peak is, in fact, a modest hill, lacking the grandeur of Tai Xuan Peak or the peril of Wuxiang Peak, appearing rather unremarkable among the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan. However, due to Zhang Hengji's ascension and Li Chang'an's century-long endeavor of taking disciples, Little Qiong Peak has become the most unique location in the entire Tai Xuan Sect. There isn't much on the mountain, apart from the green stone path leading up to the summit and the bamboo groves flanking either side. Only a few small courtyards remain at the top. Yet, remarkably, every practitioner from the northern region aspires to it. There are also very few individuals on Little Qiong Peak. Li Chang'an, by nature, prefers solitude, so there are no outer disciples attending to him, nor any servants. Yet, ironically, very few dare to intrude here. For Li Chang'an is present. Li Chang'an is regarded as the most incompetent second-generation disciple of Tai Xuan Sect in a century, yet for the entire Tai Xuan Sect and the northern continent, he is far more terrifying than an ordinary great cultivator. For he possesses 8 powerful connections, one of which is a successfully ascended immortal. Our mountain is quite simple. These few small courtyards were originally inhabited by your senior brothers and sisters, but they haven't returned in many years. Feel free to choose any courtyard to reside in. Li Chang'an pointed towards the small courtyards hidden within the bamboo forest. Take some time to familiarize yourself with this place, and then I will introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. They are the greatest asset of our Little Qiong Peak and the family you can rely on in the future. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment and solemnly reiterated, Your family? Family? The little girl appeared slightly bewildered. Li Chang'an nodded. He has always taught the disciples of the 9th peak under the concept of family, not only because he constantly feels the loneliness in this world and desires a sense of belonging, but also because he must remind these junior brothers and sisters that their eldest brother needs protection and care. He could not possibly cultivate a group of talented practitioners and then disregard them. It is somewhat of a moral coercion, Li Chang'an thought shamelessly. Follow me. Li Chang'an led the way with Neza following behind, as they navigated through the scattered courtyards, entering a slightly grander pavilion hidden among the bamboo groves. Inside the pavilion, 9 lamps were lit. The one at the top had already extinguished, while the other 8 burned brightly. This represents the life lamps of your master and your senior brothers and sisters, symbolizing a practitioner's vitality and fortune, Li Chang'an explained. The master has already ascended, severing ties with our world. Thus his life lamp has gone out. Bow to your master. Neza obediently knelt, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows, paying her respects to her master. The remaining lamps belong to your senior brothers and sisters. But the one with the smallest flame is mine. Neza curiously gazed at the second life lamp. Indeed, while the wick was thick and the oil ample, it curiously emitted little light, whereas the other life lamps burned ever more brightly. Your second senior brother is named Xing Tian, the god of war of Tai Xuan, who practices the path of slaughter with his physical body. Recently, he mentioned challenging the little Yama of the underworld. I wonder if he succeeded. Your third senior sister is named Jiang Xian, possessing the innate 9 transformations heavenly mysterious body, known as the 9 heavens mystical maiden, revered as a sage. Your fourth senior brother is named Ho Yi, a supreme guardian with an unyielding iron wall, who aims to uphold the great virtue of humanity. Canglan is not far from Tai Xuan Sect, so opportunities to meet are plentiful. Your fifth senior brother is named Luya, skilled in nurturing shamanistic practices and manipulating curses, well-versed in the esoteric paths of the 3,000 Great Tao. Your sixth senior sister is named Chang'an, bearing the innate aspect of the moon goddess. It is said she is currently the Holy Maiden of the Yao Pool in Central Continent, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Your seventh senior brother is named Sun Shaokong, a spirit of the luminous stone monkey who has only recently transformed into human form, yet fights with ferocity. Not long ago, he stirred up trouble at the northern heavenly gate, killing dozens of experts from the Tianfu, which has led to significant enmity with our Tai Xuan Sect, very difficult to discipline. Li Chang'an recounted almost half of the tale in one breath, his expression filled with nostalgia. After 100 years of guiding these few junior brothers and sisters, not a single one is dependable, and every time he thinks of this task, he feels somewhat pained. Neza remained stunned for a long while. She had heard of the mystery and strength of the 9th peak, but she had not anticipated that her senior brothers and sisters would each be so extraordinary. She had heard of the Northern Heavenly Gate, recognized as one of the most powerful sects in the northern region. Standing behind it is the formidable Tianfu that towers at the pinnacle of this world. Moreover, eldest brother, the 7th senior brother. Isa demon? Li Chang'an chuckled. He is your senior brother. The 7th was originally just a spiritual ape from the back mountain of our little Cheong Peak, yet he often came to the front mountain to play with your senior brothers. I felt he had a connection with our little Cheong Peak, so I took him in as the 7th. If we are to speak of demons, Li Chang'an suddenly smiled. Old 8th, are you not coming out to meet your little junior sister? As soon as Li Chang'an's words fell, a cool cry suddenly echoed from the summit of Shao Cheong Peak, and the sky darkened abruptly. A pair of wings, vast enough to obscure the sun, descended from the back mountain, landing atop Shao Cheong Peak. A chicken? Neza gaped at the bird that transformed upon landing. Master brother, this should be a? Li Chang'an paused, removing the character ba, declaring it simply a chicken. The shadows outside the door shifted, ultimately morphing into a handsome young man. The youth, flushed and visibly agitated, glared at Neza. What did you say, little junior sister? I am a peacock. A peacock. Neza blinked in surprise and replied. I still think it looks more like a chicken. Li Chang'an shook his head. It still resembles a bird more. The youth wore a face of grievance. Master brother, stop joking. Li Chang'an laughed heartily, turning to Neza. If we speak of monsters, your 8th senior brother Kong Xian is the true great demon, his true form being the Ming Wang peacock, having come from Canglan, residing at the 9th peak. Oh, not be fooled by his youthful appearance. He is actually several hundred years old. Neza's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized him, seeming skeptical that a chicken could live for hundreds of years. Kong Xian also examined Neza, grinning. Little junior sister, you have finally arrived. Now, I am no longer the youngest and won't be bossed around by master brother. During their first meeting, Kong Xian had not prepared any welcoming gifts, feeling quite embarrassed. Rubbing his hands together, an ethereal glow swirled in the air, slowly forming a slender ribbon of colors. This is the fire phoenix grass I brought from Canglan. Consider it a headband. The ribbon lengthened with the wind, wrapping around Neza's hair and hiding beneath it. Remember, master brother, I am the Ming Wang peacock, not a chicken. Kong Xian said, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he turned to Li Chang'an. Master brother, now that little junior sister is here, can I venture out like the other senior brothers and sisters? Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. Over the past century, from the 2nd to the 8th, he had taken in 7 disciples, yet each had left one after another. If he had not forcibly kept Kong Xian at the 9th peak, he might have been left alone. Before Neza's arrival, Kong Xian had been restless and overly excited, and now, after just meeting Neza, he was eager to leave, which made Li Chang'an both amused and exasperated. Go on, Go on. I have no desire to linger with a bird. Kong Xian chuckled widely, grinning from ear to ear. But you should know. While our ninth peak may accommodate you, this world has little place for you. As long as the Canglan War rages on, the practitioners of this realm will remain wary of you. So act with discretion and avoid causing trouble. Understood, understood, Kong Xian nodded vigorously. Also, you may roam this vast world, but the west is best avoided, Li Chang'an said with a serious expression. Remember that. Kong Xian paused, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He understood well that although Master Brother's cultivation was weak and his talent not high, he possessed wisdom that rivaled that of saints in certain respects. If he advised against going west, it likely meant that a great calamity awaited him there. One last thing. Li Chang'an waved his hand. If you stir up trouble outside, absolutely refrain from invoking the name of the ninth peak. If it implicates me, I'll summon your senior brothers and sisters to come and thrash you. Kong Xian chuckled, retreating repeatedly as he reached the door. He suddenly turned and knelt down, solemnly bowing thrice. Little junior sister, I leave Master Brother in your care. Cultivate well and protect him. Although Neza did not fully comprehend, she nodded earnestly. She suddenly felt an odd notion that the greatest mission of the ninth peak disciples might not be anything else, but rather, to protect a certain most important person. Watching Kong Xian depart, Li Chang'an felt inexplicably melancholic. Oh, little Neza, the headband your eighth brother gifted you shall be named the Hunyuan Ling, Li Chang'an added abruptly. Chapter 5. A bet. Neza, please lay out the mat for me. Neza, prepare a cup of tea, the Maojian from the fourth room. Neza, I'm hungry, bring over some snacks from the sixth. A few minutes later, Neza set a box of pastries on the small wooden table before Li Chang'an, wiping the sweat from her brow. Master Brother, I finally understand why the other senior brothers and sisters are reluctant to stay at our Shaoqiong Peak. Li Chang'an turned back in confusion. Why is that? The little girl gazed outside the mountain, thinking to herself that Master Brother was too lazy. Aside from the necessities of nature, he required assistance even for the slightest tasks. Staying here would either wear one out or drive one mad. Yet, after some contemplation, she decided it best not to voice her thoughts, for after all, he was Master Brother and she was merely a novice junior sister. Hey, do you think I'm too lazy? The little girl paused before nodding. Li Chang'an immediately grew displeased. Little junior sister, I must speak to you. As the ancients say, those who aspire to great achievements must first endure hardship and toil. While serving tea and water may lack technical skill, it is the best way to temper one's character. This is my heartfelt intention. The little girl slightly pouted. Master Brother, I want to cultivate. Cultivate? Imicham. Neza nodded earnestly. Li Chang'an regarded her with a profound gaze, asking, what do you believe cultivation is? Neza furrowed her brow. Chi training, foundation building, returning to essence, heart illumination, 3 hammers and 9 refinements, ascending step by step, that is cultivation. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. That's too simplistic. What do you mean too simplistic? Neza frowned. Your perspective is too narrow. Li Chang'an shook his head, declaring, cultivation is not merely about skills. It also involves the cultivation of the heart. While attaining a high level of cultivation is indeed vital, without a true heart of self, what significance does high cultivation hold? Look at me. I never pursue the heights of cultivation. Instead, I have spent a century in seclusion at Shaoqiong Peak, seeking to cultivate my heart and understand the Tao. Do not be deceived by my apparent idleness. I too am engaged in cultivation. Thus, you must broaden your perspective, understand? Neza's expression was somewhat peculiar as she opened her mouth, seeming to summon her courage. Master Brother, has anyone ever told you that you are quite pretentious? Li Chang'an's hand trembled, nearly sending the teacup flying. And Master Brother, you have remained at Shaoqiong Peak for a century without venturing out. Is it not because you fear being ridiculed for still being in the Qi training stage? Li Chang'an's lips curled into a smirk, suddenly realizing that this little girl was not charming in the least. In fact, she was rather annoying. He rolled over and turned his back, preparing to ignore this troublesome girl. Just then, a ripple surged in the air atop Shaoqiong Peak, akin to the surface of water, revealing the scene below the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, led by Shao Qian, Qin Shaofeng and Lu Yang followed closely behind, standing at the end of the stone steps, gazing toward the summit of Shaoqiong Peak. These little rascals, what are they doing here instead of focusing on their cultivation? Li Chang'an muttered in annoyance. Down below, Shao Qian's expression was grim, a flicker of defiance in his eyes as he shouted toward the mountain. Li Shishu, I am Shao Qian, the third-generation disciple of Tai Xian's first peak, accompanied by Qin Shaofeng and Lu Yang, also third-generation disciples, here to pay my respects. Previously, at the recruitment ceremony, Shao Qian and Qin Shaofeng, along with over a dozen exceptionally talented individuals, had been taken in as disciples by the second-generation disciples of Tai Xuan's 8 peaks, naturally becoming third-generation disciples. The remainder, nearly 100 individuals, became fourth-generation disciples. Yet, Neza alone had been placed among the second-generation disciples, which left Xiao Qian feeling quite vexed, as he could have addressed Li Chang'an as master brother, but was instead forced to lower himself. After a prolonged silence, a languid voice drifted down from above. "Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, be gone." Xiao Qian's expression stiffened. Originally, he had come to pay his respects on his master's orders, but seeing that Li Chang'an had not even lifted the protective array, it was clear he had no intention of allowing them to ascend on my master's orders. "I have come to pay my respects to Master Brother Chang'an, and I hope you will lift the protective array." "Pay respects?" The large visage of Li Chang'an's ethereal head materialized in the air, his eyes wide with surprise. "If you are here to pay respects, have you brought gifts?" Xiao Qian's eyelids twitched. After a moment of hesitation, he took a small fruit basket from the hands of one of his companions. In the sect, visits did not require excessive formality, and a simple gesture of goodwill sufficed. A fruit basket seemed quite appropriate, especially since these were no ordinary fruits, but spiritual fruits from Tai Xuan Peak. However, Li Chang'an was clearly unsatisfied, wearing a look of disdain. "Brother Zhou Yuan has grown increasingly stingy. Leave the fruits and be gone." With that, Li Chang'an's ethereal visage vanished, and Xiao Qian Peak returned to tranquility. Xiao Qian's face turned crimson, shaking with rage. After all, he was a third-generation disciple of Tai Xuan Peak, one of the few prodigies within the sect, yet he was met with repeated disdain. Lowering himself to pay respects, they were not even allowed to step through the door. "Li Shishu, I wish to make a bet with you." Xiao Qian gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted. Xiao Qian Peak fell silent, with not a single sound. The companions trailing behind Xiao Qian exchanged astonished glances. Having not discussed a bet beforehand, what would they wager? "You previously belittled and humiliated me, calling me a waste. I refuse to accept that. I do not believe my aptitude for cultivation is weaker than that of the Neza you chose. If you have the skill, let us wager on the speed of my and Neza's cultivation. With a year as the term, should my progress in cultivation fail to surpass that of Neza, from henceforth, upon encountering individuals from the 9th peak, I shall circumvent them by 100 meters. Conversely, if my cultivation advances more swiftly than that of Neza." Xiao Qian gritted his teeth. "You shall owe me an apology." At the summit of Xiao Qian Peak, Li Chang'an disdainfully curled his lip, feeling utterly bored. Turning to catch a glimpse of the eager Neza, he couldn't help but chuckle. "What is this? You genuinely wish to compete?" Neza gravely nodded. "Oh, I say, you, a prominent second-generation disciple of the 9th peak, are squabbling with a mere child. Off with you. Fetch the spiritual fruits from the base of the mountain, wash them, and bring them to me." Neza remained rooted to the spot. Li Chang'an, in turn, chose to close his eyes and feign slumber, for in his view, this baseless wager was the epitome of tedium. What was this nonsense about circumventing individuals from the 9th peak by 100 meters? The Tai Xuan Sect stretches for 1,000 miles, and there are but 2 individuals from the 9th peak. It's not as though one encounters them frequently, and to demand an apology from oneself? Am I one to apologize? What madness! As more people gathered at the base of the mountain, primarily new disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect, along with several seasoned elders joining the fray, Xiao Qian Peak remained silent. Xiao Qian's face began to redden, resembling a boiled eggplant before long. Ignored. Xiao Qian felt his pride suffering yet another blow, greater than the humiliation endured during the recent recruitment ceremony. "Ahem, I find this matter rather amusing." Observing his disciple left out in the cold, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to intervene. On the vast expanse of Xiao Qian Peak, Zhou Yuan's voice resonated. "Junior brother Chang'an, why not allow Xiao Qian and Neza to compete and see whose cultivation speed is superior? This will also give the senior brothers a glimpse of the rare Kai Lian Baoxiang, a truly extraordinary physique. What do you say?" Atop Xiao Qian Peak, Li Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. What had initially seemed a farce in his eyes transformed into something quite serious with Zhou Yuan's involvement. The words of a child should not be taken lightly. Zhou Yuan's voice echoed around Xiao Qian Peak. "Junior brother Chang'an, let us set aside the matter of apologies. Have you not desired a ginseng fruit from the Tai Xuan Sect? I will wager a ginseng fruit as a stake. How does that sound?" At the summit of Xiao Qian Peak, Li Chang'an bolted upright. Is that for real? Indeed. As the main peak of the Tai Xuan Sect, Tai Xuan Peak boasts abundant resources that Xiao Qian Peak cannot rival, with the ginseng fruit being its most commendable asset. This fruit, not only exquisite in flavor and sweet in taste, also possesses the ability to refine one's body and aid in cultivation. However, The entire Tai Xuan Sect has but one ginseng tree, producing merely 10 fruits every 30 years, each of significant value. Had it not been for the instigation of Old Seven, who stealthily ventured to Tai Xuan Peak to pilfer one, he would never have had the chance to savor such a delicacy. Zhou Yuan's willingness to gamble a ginseng fruit indicated he was indeed putting forth considerable stakes. Ha ha, brother Zhou Yuan, how generous of you to offer a ginseng fruit. In that case, I shall join in the fun as well. Zhong Xing's voice wafted from Wuxiang Peak. I happened upon 2 pieces of Fenghua Jingjin, excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. Whoever wins shall receive these 2 pieces. Young Chaofeng, you must do me the honor of not letting your master down. Suddenly, Qin Chaofeng, who was beside Xiao Qian, felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that Xiao Qian's vexing remark had inadvertently entangled him in this affair. In that case, Lu Yang, I initially intended to bestow upon you the Yin-Yang twin swords from our Shenshin Peak. But why not bring them forth as a form of encouragement? The voice of Zhao Wujing from Shenshin Peak rang out. And I from Tianji Peak, wager a piece of Xinbing Jade on Tang Sun winning. From Shuihan Peak, I bet on Jiang Yueyao winning. What began as a simple visit unexpectedly evolved into a clandestine competition among the 9 peaks of Taishan, with 7 peaks participating. Although the items offered were treasures, they were not particularly rare for the grand cultivators at the transformation stage. Nonetheless, it was a means to stir excitement and save face for the other peaks. Sitting in a rattan chair, Li Chang'an jubilantly waved his hands. Excellent! This will indeed be entertaining. Junior brother Chang'an, we have all presented our stakes. I wonder what you can offer. Zhou Yuan's voice drifted over. Li Chang'an's expression stiffened. Yes, the ginseng fruit and Fenghua Jingjin are indeed treasures for cultivation. You must at least present something of comparable value. Junior brother Chang'an, you mustn't be so miserly this time. Li Chang'an patted his belongings and glanced around at the dilapidated thatched huts. Xiaoqiong Peak? Oh, the impoverished Xiaoqiong Peak. Besides the lush bamboo groves, the only remaining valuables are the few of us brothers. Given this, I shall take a leap of faith. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an leaped up and shouted, I shall wager my newly acquired junior sister Neza. If she loses, I will expel her from the 9th peak. Whoever desires her can take her. Neza gazed at the enthusiastic Li Chang'an, and after a moment, let out a long sigh. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt a pang of regret for joining the 9th peak. Thus, an inexplicable wager commenced. Among the 9 peaks of Taishan, 7 peaks took part, commencing a year-long cultivation race. After returning to their respective mountains, Xiao Qian and the other disciples were immediately ushered into secluded chambers by their masters to commence closed-door training. Though this wager contained elements of jest, it was a matter of pride, and none wished to concede defeat. The gamble was in order. Even if victory eluded them, at least they would not suffer a humiliating defeat. On Xiaoqiong Peak, Li Chang'an munched on the spiritual fruit brought over by Xiao Qian, humming a merry tune. Neza stood beside him, her expression one of utter disillusionment. Elder brother, are you truly going to wager me? Can I back out now? At this point, perhaps the other peaks aren't so bad after all. Li Chang'an approached and ruffled Neza's hair. Fear not, junior sister. Your elder brother hopes to gain some treasures through you. How could I possibly let you go? Come, let us begin your training right away. Li Chang'an seized Neza and moved forward. After a few steps, Neza suddenly inquired, Elder brother, did you not say that cultivation begins with refining the heart? Li Chang'an glared. What nonsense about refining the heart? Who was the fool who spouted that? Remember, Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, returning to origin, heart recognition, 3 hammers, 9 refines, step by step to ascend to the heavens. This is true cultivation. Neza clutched her forehead, releasing a resigned sigh. Elder brother, you truly have a talent for spinning tales. Zhou Yuan, the eldest disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect, had always been the big brother of Taishan Peak. However, ever since the sect master of Taishan broke through to the He Dao stage, he had completely withdrawn from the management of the sect, often engaging in solitary meditation with the aim of breaking through to the next level and touching the true gates of ascension. Since then, all matters, large and small, of Taishan Peak had been entrusted to Zhou Yuan. After solemnly handing over the secret cultivation texts of Taishan Peak to Xiao Qian, Zhou Yuan gently reassured him, you need not bear excessive pressure. No one has seen Neza's Kylie in Baoxiang, which implies that no one can ascertain whether it is indeed superior to your Sanjuan Dao Ti. Moreover, you have already reached the early stage of foundation establishment, and your cultivation experience surpasses that of Neza. You need not fear defeat. Xiao Qian nodded. Besides, the 9th peak possesses nothing, save for a bamboo grove and a few humble huts, making it impossible to compare with our Taishan Peak Dian this wager. I will ensure that the resources of Taishan Peak are tilted in your favor. Whether it be celestial treasures or exquisite liquids, I shall provide all that aids your cultivation. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Even if we pile genius treasures, a year's time is sufficient to elevate you to the later stages of foundation establishment, or perhaps even help you transition into the returning origin realm. Xiao Qian's face radiated gratitude, nearly causing him to kneel before his master. Yet, he noticed Zhou Yuan stroking his chin, muttering, "Hee, that rascal Li Chang'an dares to wager his own junior sister. How delightful! His choice must surely be a peerless talent. When he wins, hee." Xiao Qian's expression froze. Zhou Yuan patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder and was about to say more when a flustered junior brother rushed in. "What is the matter? Why the frantic demeanor? Focus on your cultivation. Return and transcribe the Jing Sutra 100 times as punishment." Casting a glance at the pale-faced junior brother, Zhou Yuan inquired, "What exactly happened?" The junior brother swallowed hard. "Senior brother, did you not wager with Li Chang'an of the Ninth Peak? I originally intended to secretly observe how he teaches his junior sister, but you wouldn't believe what I saw." "What did you see?" Zhou Yuan felt a sudden unease. The junior brother replied, "Li Chang'an has not been teaching Neza to cultivate at all. Instead, he has taken her to Danyang Peak." Chapter 7. Delivering Wine. Danyang Peak is one of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan Sect. Ranking 2nd. The peak master, Master Danyun, is among the oldest elders of the sect, holding a status even slightly higher than that of the sect leader. However, due to Master Danyun's penchant for alchemy, he rarely makes appearances among the disciples, resulting in a diminished presence. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that his existence solidifies Danyang Peak as a crucial foundation of the Tai Xuan Sect. On the mountain path of Danyang Peak, Neza followed closely behind Li Chang'an, her expression one of bewilderment. "Master brother, what exactly are we doing here? Wasn't it mentioned that we came here to cultivate?" "Cultivate?" Neza still doesn't quite understand. Li Chang'an waved his hand, saying, "You will know soon." The two ascended the mountain path, swiftly arriving before the grand hall at the peak of Danyang. There were numerous disciples of Danyang Peak, yet what piqued Neza's curiosity was the peculiar glances cast upon him by each passing disciple. No, to be precise, the strange expressions were directed towards Master Brother. "Danyun, I have come to see you," Li Chang'an suddenly shouted at the entrance of the grand hall. A strange shriek echoed from within, followed by a cacophony of shattering pottery. Soon after, an old man with slightly curly hair and a singed gray beard stormed out, cursing as he walked. "You rascal! What are you yelling about? Look, you just ruined a whole furnace of elixirs, and you've singed my beard." The old man scolded while brushing off the dust from his clothes. After a few moments of cursing, he suddenly glared. "Boy, what do you want? Are you plotting to steal my elixirs again? Oh, little ancestor, spare me. You must know how many elixirs you've pilfered from me over the years. The master has scolded me several times, saying I shouldn't indulge you." Li Chang'an chuckled. "Master uncle, what are you saying? I, Li Chang'an, am the representative of the 9th Peak. Am I the kind of person to take advantage of you?" Danyun's eyes widened at Li Chang'an. "Have you no shame? I have spent my whole life refining elixirs, yet I have not consumed as many as you. Just think, what kind of person are you? Hurry up and leave. Don't cause trouble for others. If this continues, I won't be able to explain myself to the master. And Danyang Peak will be closed because of you." Li Chang'an smiled awkwardly. Due to hindrances in his cultivation over the years, he had tried numerous methods, the most frequent being the consumption of elixirs to see if it would benefit his practice. But the result was that he was nearly blacklisted by Danyang Peak, and his cultivation showed little progress. "Master uncle, I will try to restrain myself, truly restrain myself," he said with a grin, pulling out a white jade bottle. "I was just thinking of you. I recently brewed a new wine and hurriedly brought it for you to taste. Please don't wrong me." Danyun's nose twitched, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had only one flaw. He was a connoisseur of fine wine, yet his standards were exceedingly high. Ordinary spirit wines could not capture his interest. Strangely enough, he had tasted nearly every spirit wine in the Northern Territory, yet every time Li Chang'an brought a bottle, it was never included in his list of favorites, leaving Danyun quite perplexed. He wondered if the boy's lack of proper cultivation was due to his frequent dabbling in such trifles. "Ah, you have me at your mercy. I know I'm being led by you, yet I cannot resist. What is the name of this wine?" Li Chang'an grinned. "It is brewed from 5 types of spirit fruits. Thus it is called 5 spirit essence." 5 spirit essence? Danyun hurriedly opened the porcelain bottle, inhaling deeply, his eyes shining once more. "Good wine? Excellent wine." Danyun took a sip, squinting his eyes as he savored it for a long while before finally opening them. "Speak, what elixir do you desire this time?" That might not be appropriate. You have given me elixirs every time I visit. I feel undeserving." Li Chang'an began to hesitate. Dan Yun turned to leave. Li Chang'an chuckled and followed, thinking, I just brought a new little junior sister. I should at least give her a proper welcome gift. However, I have nothing of substance from Shaoqiang Peak, so I can only trouble Master Uncle Dan Yun. You rascal, I can tell what you are up to just by the way you move. You speak of gifts, yet it's merely a ruse. Dan Yun teased. 1 bottle of 5 spirit essence is not enough. You need at least a whole barrel. Li Chang'an clapped his hands. All right, behind them, Neza covered her face in disbelief, thinking, so this is what Master Brother meant by cultivation. The group walked directly into Dan Yun's alchemy hall, where Dan Yun cast a wary glance at Li Chang'an before turning to rummage through a small cabinet behind him, finally producing a small porcelain bottle. Here, this is a bottle of minor yuan Dan, most suitable for novice cultivators, helping to establish a solid foundation. Li Chang'an accepted it and stuffed it into his robe, feeling somewhat awkward. Master Uncle Dan Yun, seems a bit insufficient. Nonsense. This bottle of minor yuan Dan is enough to elevate an ordinary person to the mid-stage of qi refinement. And yet you are still unsatisfied? Dan Yun huffed. Here, take another major yuan Dan. That should suffice for reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Li Chang'an stuffed the major yuan Dan into his robe. Hee, still not enough. Dan Yun's patience snapped. Then tell me, what do you want? Li Chang'an counted on his fingers. Well, not too much. 1 bottle each of minor and major yuan Dan, plus 1 bottle of gathering spirit Dan, 1 bottle of opening sun Dan, and 1 bottle of holy spirit Dan. That should be all. Dan Yun rolled his eyes, kicking Li Chang'an in the rear. You little rascal, do you think Danyang Peak is a mine? An opening sun Dan? Do you know how much one costs? A good few hundred spirit crystals, and holy spirit Dan. That is reserved for high-level cultivators. Are you not afraid of bursting? Dan Yun tugged at his beard, nearly pulling it out in frustration. Get lost. Just seeing you irritates me. Hurry up and scram. Li Chang'an jumped back a few steps, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Aside from 5 spirit essence, I also brewed Dong Feng, bamboo leaf yellow, and little Du Kong. These are all my secret recipes. Not only in the Northern Territory but throughout the entire cultivation world. No one else can brew them. Ah, what a pity. Dan Yun gritted his teeth, almost drooling. I have buried these wines for a full decade, and now is the right time to open the barrels. You know, this matter, Li Chang'an lamented. Dan Yun's face flushed, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. Well then, you win, rascal. 1 bottle each of minor and major yuan Dan, plus gathering spirit Dan, 5 opening sun Dan, and 1 holy spirit Dan. Take it or leave it. As for the wine you brewed, humph. Li Chang'an, ever perceptive, leaned in. Rest assured, Master Uncle Dan Yun, this wine is all prepared for you. Just wait, I will fetch you a large barrel of each. How does that sound? Dan Yun grinned, finally revealing a smile that resembled someone who had just eaten something unpleasant. He had never profited from doing business with this lad, but it was a deal he could begrudgingly accept. Chapter 8. Losing face. Master Brother, it seems I have misunderstood you. On the way down the mountain, Neza pondered for a long while before suddenly asking, What misunderstanding? The eldest disciple of the Tai Xuan 9 Peaks was renowned for his reputation, and I initially thought you would be a serene, composed, humble, and courteous master cultivator, yet I now realize I was mistaken. The words of those pilgrims at the foot of the mountain were deceiving. The little girl looked somewhat aggrieved. So, what kind of person do you think I am? Li Chang'an was curious. Lazy. The little girl considered her words before adding, and thick-skinned. Li Chang'an stumbled slightly. You little rascal. I am doing this for you. Do you think cultivation is merely about hard work? Resources and wealth are paramount. You have talent and opportunity, and you can work hard, but you still require a substantial amount of resources to support you. Otherwise, how do you expect to compete with Shao Qian from Tai Xuan Peak? Just 1 ginseng fruit is enough to sustain your arduous practice for years. Oh, you think without these elixirs, you would have a chance? Li Chang'an spoke earnestly. I am striving to lay a solid foundation for you, to ensure you and Shao Qian start on equal footing, and yet you scold me. Neza felt a bit panicked. She had not anticipated Li Chang'an's strong reaction. Could it be that everything he did was truly for her? Master Brother, I doubt enough. I'm sad. Li Chang'an rubbed his eyes, looking like a sulking child. At the foot of the mountain, Zhou Yuan and his disciple Shao Qian were blocking the path, glaring at Li Chang'an as he descended. Li Chang'an, why aren't you properly guiding Neza in her cultivation? Why did you go to Danyang Peak? Li Chang'an lowered his hands from his eyes and rolled them. What does it have to do with you? Zhou Yuan retorted. Are you seeking elixirs from Master Uncle Dan Yun again? Are you planning to use those elixirs to elevate Neza's cultivation and win our previous wager? Exactly. Is there a problem? Could you exhibit a bit of integrity? This is supposed to be a fair wager. Why are you playing it this way? Though Taixian Peak was significantly wealthier than Shaoqiang Peak, it paled in comparison to Danyang Peak. The ginseng fruit was a heavenly treasure and could not be casually given to Shaoqian. But the elixirs refined by Master Uncle Dan Yuan had no such restrictions. As long as one had sufficient goodwill, one could acquire as many as desired. Brother Zhou, we never agreed that we couldn't seek help from Master Uncle Dan Yuan. Furthermore, can you guarantee that your disciple will not consume spirit elixirs during this year's cultivation? Zhou Yuan's expression momentarily froze. He certainly could not make any guarantees. But that was precisely it. We are competing based on the final outcome. So why should you concern yourself with my methods? However, Junior Brother Chang'an, are you not afraid that your cultivation, built upon pills, lacks a stable foundation? Li Chang'an rolled his eyes, saying, you need not worry about that. No disciple from the ninth peak has ever faced instability in their foundation. Perhaps you should focus more on how to elevate your own disciples' realms. With that, he waved to Neza behind him and declared, let us head to Water Cold Peak to find Master Tai Chi. She possesses the Cold Spring spiritual liquid. We must also seek out Master Bai Pao from Sword Law Peak to borrow his sword forest. And don't forget Master Qin Huang from Red Flame Peak for his. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, watching Li Chang'an swagger away with an air of arrogance, and finally could not help but heave a sigh towards the heavens. Alas, Shaoqian, we have lost. Upon hearing this, Shaoqian grew anxious. Master, where have we lost? This is just the beginning. Zhou Yuan sighed again. We have lost because we care about our reputation. Although Li Chang'an was renowned for nurturing numerous prodigious talents for the Tai Xuan Sect, Neza was merely an ordinary individual lacking understanding of cultivation. The quest to swiftly elevate one's cultivation while establishing a solid foundation was not something that just anyone could accomplish. Thus, while the leaders of the various peaks of Tai Xuan often approached the situation with a playful attitude, they nonetheless held a certain degree of confidence in their disciples. This confidence persisted until Li Chang'an's exploits began to spread throughout the Tai Xuan Sect. Have you heard about the wager between Li Chang'an of the ninth peak and several others? It is said to span 1 year, evaluating which new disciples will progress in their cultivation more swiftly. Gossip among the peaks was fervent. Who doesn't he know about this? I also heard that Zhou Yuan from the first peak even staked a ginseng fruit on Xiao Qian's victory. However, this time, it seems he may suffer a catastrophic loss. What do you mean? Someone asked slyly. You might not know, but Li Chang'an has secretly visited several main peaks, not only swindling a plethora of spiritual pills from Master Dan Yuan, but also obtaining Cold Spring spiritual liquid from Master Tai Chi, borrowing the sword forest from Master Bai Pao, and even acquiring from Master Qin Huang. Isn't that cheating? Can one really play like this? A stunned voice exclaimed. From your tone, it seems you must be one of this year's new disciples. A person asked with a sidelong glance. What is so surprising about it? If Li Chang'an were to behave honestly at the ninth peak, I would find that odd, indeed, in our Tai Xuan Sect. Who hasn't heard of the infamous Li Chang'an, the master of deception? TSK. If you ask me, this is quintessentially Li Chang'an. Many newcomers were taken aback. Was the person they were speaking of truly the same one they had in mind? Li Chang'an, the master of deception. What a formidable title, brothers. Since we have some idle time, why don't we join in the fun? I wager 2 spirit crystals on the ninth peak's victory. What do you say? Count me in for 10, betting on the ninth peak, put in 12. In no time. The disciples of Tai Xuan Sect were fervently placing bets, encompassing several generations of Tai Xuan disciples. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an was blissfully unaware of the fervor he had incited. After spending the better part of the day touring the Tai Xuan Sect, the duo finally returned to their starting point. Atop Little Cheong Peak, Li Chang'an solemnly gazed at Neza, advising, on the path of cultivation, one must practice qi and establish a foundation, returning to the essence of one's heart, entering the realm of the divine while transcending the void, step by step ascending to the heavens. While practicing qi is the beginning of cultivation and is thus simple, it is also paramount. To reach the pinnacle of cultivation, one must have a strong and solid foundation. Therefore, I ask you, is practicing qi essential at the onset of cultivation? Neza, with a serious expression, nodded earnestly. It is important, senior brother. Li Chang'an shook his head. Incorrect. Practicing qi is merely a trivial matter. It is not important. Neza. The young girl opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Li Chang'an chuckled arrogantly. What we call practicing qi is merely the act of using one's vital essence to guide and refine the primordial energy of heaven and earth. It is simply due to the limitations of one's own constitution that one cannot directly consolidate their essence. Heh, we are different. Li Chang'an began to lay out the pills he had in his possession upon the stone table, then produced a small basin of cold spring liquid obtained from Water Cold Peak, as well as a porcelain bottle containing dark yellow flames. We have an abundance of treasures, so there is no need to sense the energy of the cosmos. Come, Junior sister, let me teach you how to establish your foundation directly. Chapter 9. Neza establishes her foundation with the Tai Xuan Sect's millennia-old essence refining the body, utilizing various yuan pills and gathering spirit pills to return essence to qi, complemented by cold spring spiritual liquid and innate for foundation building. This extravagant method allowed Neza to leap over the qi refining stage and directly enter the foundation establishment realm. If Xiao Qian, Qin Xiaofeng, and the others were to find out, they would surely be infuriated. Years of their cultivation efforts could be surpassed in a single day, and they might even contemplate leaping from the peak of Tai Xuan. At the small pool within the sword bamboo forest atop Little Cheong Peak, Neza consumed the yuan pills, fully immersing herself in the diluted cold spring liquid. Waves of spiritual resonance radiated outward, and behind her, the illusory form of a seven-colored lotus blossomed, resembling a divine being. At the tender age of 13, she had already begun to manifest the spiritual resonance of the lotus. Teske, one could only imagine the extraordinary transformation that would occur upon receiving the power of the star map. Li Chang'an stroked his chin, chuckling. Just then, the vast star map within the spiritual sea suddenly stirred. Among the 9 revolving main stars, the only unlit dark star began to emit a faint aura, with colorful streams of light overflowing from its core, gradually enveloping the entire star. The flowing light cascaded down the star's surface, spilling from the spiritual sea and directly piercing into Neza's brow. As if catalyzed by some mysterious force, the colorful lotus behind Neza erupted with a resounding tremor, instantly expanding thousands of feet, encompassing the entirety of the 9th peak. All peaks of Tai Xuan felt the tremor. The previously calm spiritual energy, shrouded by the grand formation of Tai Xuan, began to surge wildly towards the 9th peak, startling many unaware disciples. What is happening? This powered it emanating from the 9th peak. Look, there's a colorful light appearing at the peak of the 9th peak, along with the colorful lotus. Wow, it's Neza. Disciples from across the Tai Xuan 9 peaks rushed out to gaze at the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from the 9th peak. Older disciples, though astonished, could somewhat accept it, while Zhou Yuan, Zhong Xing, and others had resigned themselves to the situation. Every decade, like clockwork. Zhou Yuan muttered, visibly troubled. Counting this time, the 9th peak has already manifested celestial phenomena 9 times in the past century. Goodness, what kind of fortune has that rascal Li Chang'an acquired? How are the other peaks supposed to carry on? Aside from Zhou Yuan, the remaining disciples of Tai Xuan bore expressions akin to having swallowed a green fly. Do you think the 9th peak is truly, as the rumors suggest, a blessed land favored by the heavens? How is it that every disciple from the 9th peak can incite celestial phenomena? Zhou Yuan grinned. Nonsense. Li Chang'an is simply an anomaly. It was true that the 9th peak's disciples were exceptionally talented, and Zhang Heng was indeed the first in a millennium to successfully fly. But no one could overlook the fact that Li Chang'an, the primary disciple of the 9th peak, was deemed a waste. So I'm quite perplexed. A person covered their face and remarked. Zhou Yuan shook his head, sighing. It seems our Tai Xuan peak will lose a ginseng fruit. Alas, a miscalculation indeed. On the 9th peak, a grandiose colorful lotus phenomenon enveloped much of the sky, with the petals unfurling to an astonishing 12 in number. 12 petals signified 12 transformations, while the universally acknowledged 9 transformations of the glazed golden lotus divine body consisted of merely 9 petals. Yet, the celestial phenomenon triggered by Neza boasted an impressive 12 petals. It appeared she had indeed succeeded. Splendid, splendid. Li Chang'an chuckled gleefully. Suddenly, Neza, seated at the heart of the lotus, gazed skyward, as a crystalline ray of colorful light burst forth from her brow, shooting into the heavens. The formidable protective formation of Tai Xuan, renowned across the northern region, exhibited no resistance whatsoever as it was pierced through. What is this? Now Zhou Yuan and the others could no longer remain seated. A disturbance in the protective formation directly threatened the safety of the Tai Xuan sect. Damn that Li Chang'an. What in the world is he up to? The second disciple of Tai Xuan, Chang Yun, exclaimed angrily, I'm going to see what this rascal is doing. Zhou Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Hold on. This phenomenon Neza has incited is evidently more powerful than the previous occurrences. It could very well be that Neza is a genius capable of surpassing her several senior brothers and sisters. But senior brother, the protective formation of Tai Xuan has been breached. Oh, not rush. Let us observe for now. I will go inform master. Though the Tai Xuan sect publicly claimed to possess 9 peaks and 9 lineages, it was evident that a powerful sect like Tai Xuan, renowned in the northern region, could not possibly be limited to merely 9 spiritual peaks. On a perilous peak, shrouded in ethereal clouds, A cold-faced middle-aged man stood quietly. This man was none other than Chen Bailu, the sect master of Tai Xuan, currently in seclusion at the harmonization realm, preparing for his tribulation and ascension. However, the one who was supposed to be in seclusion for self-cultivation strangely emerged from his retreat, gazing towards the direction of the ninth peak. Not far behind him, the Taoist master Dan Yun, clutching a wine gourd, leaned against a stone pillar with a flushed face, exuding satisfaction. This young man, Li Chang'an, is indeed enigmatic. Our Tai Xuan sect has been stagnant for thousands of years, yet ever since his arrival, there has been a transformation each year. One might say this lad possesses profound fortune, lingering in the qi refinement stage after a century of cultivation. Conversely, one could argue his blessings are meager, yet his fellow disciples are each more extraordinary than the last. It's utterly baffling, Dan Yun hiccuped, pondering whether it was true, as rumored outside, that his junior brother Hong transferred some artifact capable of reaching the upper realms to Li Chang'an before his ascension. Qian Bailu remained expressionless, though a fleeting complexity flickered in his eyes. Dan Yun muttered a few words, shaking his head dismissively. What nonsense is this? Atop the ninth peak, the vibrant lotus blossoms radiated, and a beam of light surged from the lotus heart, piercing the heavens. Has the protective mountain array been breached? Dan Yun's expression turned curious. Aren't you going to take a look? Chen Bailu shook his head, unperturbed. The colorful beam shot skyward, enveloped in a faint, obscure, and peculiar haze. Chen Bailu's eyes brightened slightly. Hey, what are you gazing at? You've been silent for ages. Dan Yun huffed in dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, Chen Bailu spoke. Observing the sky, the law, the Tao, and the ninth peak, not only were the Tai Xuan disciples astonished, but so was Li Chang'an himself. He had previously contemplated the changes that would occur when the 9 dark stars were lit, but he never anticipated that the first to manifest would be Neza, who had just succeeded in building his foundation by igniting a dark star. Within the lotus heart, a beam of light surged from Neza's brow, illuminating the heavens, while the lotus radiated resplendently. This bizarre phenomenon left Li Chang'an momentarily bewildered as to what was transpiring. Could there be some issue? Li Chang'an scratched his head, murmuring. At that moment, Neza, with his tightly shut eyes, suddenly opened them, turned to face Li Chang'an, and knelt on one knee. Disciple Neza of the ninth peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. Chapter 10. Humble request for Master Brother's blessing. Several thousand miles from the Tai Xuan sect lies a humble mountain village, within which resides a modest farmer's courtyard. Zhang Sheng, returning from the fields with a hoe slung over his shoulder, paused momentarily. His wife had recently given birth to a son, and he had planned to nourish her by purchasing a small hen from old Wang's family in the same village, hoping it would lay eggs over time to aid her recovery. However, upon his return today, he was astonished to find a majestic red rooster standing beside the small hen. The proud rooster stood with its wings draped over the hen's back, tilting its head in a display of arrogance, while the hen bore a submissive expression as if it had been indulged. Well, look at this, sneaking around behind my back. Zhang Sheng chuckled, setting down his hoe, contemplating whether to slaughter it for his wife's nourishment. Trying to stealthily approach the rooster, Zhang Sheng watched in shock as it flapped its wings and soared to a height of 10 meters atop a locust tree. What the? Zhang Sheng exclaimed in bewilderment. The rooster cast a disdainful glance at him, then spread its wings wide, conjuring a shadow that spanned hundreds of yards, and let out a resounding cry towards the sky. From its radiant plumage, a beam of ethereal light ascended, piercing the heavens. Disciple Kong Xian of the ninth peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. 1,000 miles away from the Tai Xuan sect, there exists a blessed land known as the Water Curtain Cave. Deep within this sanctuary, a spiritual spring is graced by an iron rod resembling a pillar that reaches the heavens. Atop this iron rod, a man clad in golden battle armor with a simian visage suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fervent and wild. Master Brother, you have finally, he murmured softly, kneeling on one knee, his voice reverberating like thunder. Disciple Sun Shaokong of the ninth peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. Simultaneously, in the misty marshes of Canglan, a decayed man crawled from the mire, his eyes ablaze with zeal. In the sacred land of Yaotai in central continent, a long-hidden saintess emerged, cradling a pristine white rabbit, striding directly towards the highest altar of the sacred ground. Meanwhile, upon the iron walls of Canglan, a renowned general, having just vanquished an evil sect, returned covered in blood. Almost simultaneously, he knelt on one knee. Disciple Luya of the ninth peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. Disciple Chang'an of the Ninth Peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. Disciple Hui of the Ninth Peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. Disciple Jiangxian of the Ninth Peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. In an instant, the entire cultivation world was thrown into uproar. These genuine prodigies who had risen within a century, who had never regarded anyone with disdain, were now simultaneously kneeling in reverence towards a single direction, their expressions a mix of respect and fervor. This inexplicable phenomenon began to spread like wildfire throughout the cultivation realm. They sought answers, yearning to understand what manner of individual could compel these staggering figures to bow in homage. Beneath the underworld, by the banks of the yellow springs, a man, bound by chains and bearing a resolute expression, stomped his foot, disregarding the countless ghostly soldiers surrounding him. He lowered his weapon, his demeanor respectful as he gazed skyward. In the dim heavens of the underworld, a towering figure emerged, stepping upon the stars. Master Brother. The man knelt, and a crimson aura coalesced into a towering war god silhouette, which then dissipated like smoke. Merging into the heavens, Disciple Xing Tian of the Ninth Peak humbly requests Master Brother's blessing. May you be safe. Li Chang'an, unaware, had unwittingly stirred the entire cultivation world. Atop the Ninth Peak, the colorful lotus blossoms remained vibrant, and the beam from Neza's brow surged skyward, where a colossal star-like silhouette began to faintly rotate. Almost simultaneously, beams of various hues converged from all directions, totaling 8 beams along with Neza, each corresponding to a star-like silhouette. Li Chang'an's expression turned ecstatic as he gritted his teeth, fixated on the heavens. Not enough, one is still missing. The star map within his consciousness contained 9 dark stars, yet the current phenomenon revealed only 8 star-like silhouettes. Suspended in the depths of the heavens above the Ninth Peak, the 8 star-like silhouettes slowly rotated and converged. Just then, a crystalline beam as pure as jade descended from the sky, merging into the cluster of beams, coalescing into the most massive star-like silhouette. This is Damwai Master? Li Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment. The crystalline beam emanating from beyond was imbued with an essence distinct from this world, and the terrifying energy surpassing any of the 8 beams could only belong to his master, Zhang Heng, who had ascended over a century ago. The phenomenon triggered by the star map could even resonate with the world beyond ascension. Li Chang'an had no time to ponder further, as he observed a void flame igniting at the center where the 9 stars converged. Following that, the flame descended and abruptly entered his brow. In an instant, Li Chang'an rolled his eyes back and collapsed face first into the soil. When he opened his eyes again, darkness enveloped the sky. The extraordinary event atop the Ninth Peak had vanished as if it had never occurred. Li Chang'an was taken aback, quickly checking his spiritual sea, where he discovered that the star map had unfolded significantly, revealing all 9 dark stars now illuminated, each distinct in hue yet equally magnificent and sacred. What on earth is this? Li Chang'an strained to observe the star map, where, at the center surrounded by the 9 stars, a purple-black throne became vaguely visible, its peculiar shape etched with cryptic patterns. Upon the throne rested a dark golden crown, adorned with 9 prongs, pulsating with starlight. Before the throne stood a luminous sword thrust into the void. Well, that looks quite impressive, Li Chang'an marveled, attempting to channel his thoughts to see if he could draw the sword, only to be met with darkness, nearly toppling over. Damn it, it seems still beyond my reach. Although the earlier phenomenon appeared grand, Li Chang'an realized his cultivation remained at the qi refinement stage. While his realm had shifted slightly, there was no significant increase. Curse it, I'm bound to be driven mad by this troublesome matter. Raising his head, he noticed Neza approaching along the mountain path, tossing a pile of items into the bamboo grove. What are these? Li Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Some folks from the foot of the mountain sent these over, claiming they are the stakes our brothers from the other peaks lost to us at the 9th Peak. Li Chang'an was perplexed. Wasn't it agreed that the time frame was set for a year? How could they concede defeat in less than 2 days? Feeling a sense of smugness, he glanced at the items that Neza unceremoniously discarded at his feet, momentarily at a loss for words. The brothers sent items over but didn't even invite the guests for a cup of tea. Our 9th Peak disciples have always been courteous, and now we've given them something to laugh about. Hey, what are you munching on over there? Li Chang'an observed Neza pulling a fruit from his pocket and squatting down to nibble on it, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Those were sent by the folks down the mountain along with these items? They look edible. Li Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. In the previous wagers, the most precious prize was undoubtedly the ginseng fruit, unique to Tai Xuan Peak. This rare treasure matures only once every 30 years, and in my century at Tai Xuan Sect, I have only ever tasted a single one. Could it be that this girl, as I watched Neza rise with a look of disdain, she headed into the room. Senior brother, where did you put the knife? Little Neza inquired while searching. What for? Li Chang'an instinctively asked. This thing is a bit tough. I just want to peel it. Chapter 11. It looks better unclad. Li Chang'an clenched his fists, his eyes wide as he stared at Neza. This was the ginseng fruit, a divine treasure exclusive to Tai Xuan Peak. I had only tasted one in a century, and yet this girl was about to consume it, and she was going to peel it? Li Chang'an tugged at his hair and turned to leave. He genuinely wanted to give her a good thrashing, but the recent success of this fool in solidifying his foundation left him somewhat despondent. If he were to engage in a fight and lose, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? Senior brother, what's wrong? Neza asked, gnawing on the ginseng fruit. Do you want some too? Fine. Here you go. Li Chang'an glanced at the seed in Neza's hand, his lips twitching. Do you feel anything? Neza was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Chang'an patiently explained. You are eating the ginseng fruit from Tai Xuan Peak. It is said that consuming one can enhance your cultivation by 20 years. Now that you have just solidified your foundation, do you not feel any surge of spiritual energy? Neza looked at the seed in her hand, then back at Li Chang'an. No, not at all. Li Chang'an was puzzled. Could it be that the ginseng fruit, known as the sacred fruit of Tai Xuan, has had no effect? Perhaps, Brother Zhou Yuan tricked me with an ordinary fruit? Neza nodded. Yeah, it tastes sour and terrible. It must be fake. Senior brother, didn't you also eat ginseng fruit back in the day? What did it taste like? Can it really enhance cultivation by 20 years? At her words, Li Chang'an furrowed his brow in thought. After a long pause, he shook his head. It was indeed quite sour and unpleasant. As for the 20 years of cultivation, Li Chang'an wore a helpless expression. If it truly could enhance my cultivation by 20 years, would I still be at the initial stage of qi refinement? I see it now. The ginseng fruit I consumed back then was also fake. Yes, definitely fake. Li Chang'an exclaimed in exasperation. It must have been that seventh brother. That damned monkey deceived me. Neza nodded in agreement, clearly harboring serious doubts about the elusive seventh brother. Li Chang'an cast a glance at the pair of items that Neza had carelessly discarded at her feet and began to sort through them. These items are still quite valuable. Let's keep them. Those 2 wind and fire essence crystals are just right for forging you a pair of wind and fire wheels. And, there are the yin-yang twin swords. It seems that Neza in the investiture of the gods also wielded the yin-yang twin swords. Li Chang'an couldn't help but sigh. How wondrous this world is. By this reckoning, all you lack are the Qingkuan ring and the fire-tipped spear. Correct? Li Chang'an recalled the ethereal image of Neza atop a star in the sea of his mind, a spark of realization igniting within him. Could it be that the existence of the star map is truly intended to aid me in manifesting the legendary figures of my memories in this world? Senior brother, what is the investiture of the gods? And what are the Qingkuan ring and fire-tipped spear? Neza asked, her face a mask of curiosity. It's nothing. Just tidy these things up and hurry to cook something. I'm starving. Neza. Due to the relocation of personnel, Shaoqiong Peak lacked the usual bustle, and Li Chang'an had always preferred tranquility, so he was quite fond of the current state. After a simple meal, he returned to the old locust tree at the peak, attempting once more to sit in meditation and cultivate. Although he did not mind the label of being a Tai Xuan waste, he was not particularly fond of it either. Thus, he had resolved countless times to rely on diligent effort to compensate for his innate deficiencies. However, when Neza returned after tidying up, she immediately spotted Li Chang'an, sprawled with his head tilted and drooling, sound asleep. Sigh. Neza put her hands on her hips, exhaling in exasperation. After considering, she turned to the side and began familiarizing herself with her own realm. She had sensed the unusual phenomenon during the day, but was uncertain of its implications for her. Moreover, after successfully solidifying her foundation, she had only seen Li Chang'an collapse nearby, leaving her no time to examine her own cultivation realm. As she focused her mind, within the vast and deep sea of spiritual energy, a translucent, colorful lotus spun gently. Soft lotus radiance flowed down like a cascade, enveloping her entire inner world in a crystalline glow. In a wonder, brother Zhou Yuan chose to concede before the anniversary. At such a young age, achieving the 12 transformations of the colorful lotus to solidify one's foundation is indeed beyond the likes of Shao Qian from the Qin dynasty. Suddenly, a voice floated up the mountain path. The newcomer was as delicate as jade, slender and enchanting, with long hair cascading down like a celestial being from the heavens. Neza looked up at the approaching figure, suddenly furrowing her brow. Shaoqiong Peak is protected by a grand formation based on a 100-mile sword bamboo forest, independent of the Tai Xuan formation. Senior brother had mentioned that even the peak masters of each summit could not enter the ninth peak without notice. How did this enchanting woman manage to get in? I have seen you before, Neza recalled, suddenly asking. You are the one who appeared on the spirit platform at Water Cold Peak during the Tai Xuan recruitment ceremony. Your senior brother mentioned you. Your name is Shin Chingy Dato? The woman gracefully swayed, a playful smile gracing her lips. What else did your senior brother say about me? Neza thought for a moment. He also said you are a fairy. Shin Chingy erupted into laughter. What a delightful little girl. No wonder senior brother Chang'an chose to bring you to the ninth peak. Go ahead and play. I need to find your senior brother. Neza did not budge, standing resolutely before Li Chang'an. Senior brother is in meditation. He cannot be disturbed. You should return. Shin Chingy glanced over at Li Chang'an, who was drooling on the lounge chair, her eyelids twitching. Are you sure he is meditating? Neza turned to glance back, paused, then solemnly nodded. Absolutely. Shin Chingy felt as though the world had turned upside down. This girl had only been at the ninth peak for a few days, yet her ability to speak nonsense with her eyes wide open was more impressive than Li Chang'an's. Speaking of which, it seemed there was not a single normal person at the ninth peak. The incapable waste of a senior brother, the battle maniac Xing Tian, the aloof Jiang Xian, and Lu Ya, who consorted with venomous creatures, plus a demon and a monster, and now added a little mute who could sting with her words. Hey, Chingy, what brings you here? Just as Shin Chingy pondered how to retort, Li Chang'an suddenly awoke. Shin Chingy couldn't help but huff. What? Can't I come here for a stroll if there's nothing going on? Have you forgotten about me, your old junior sister, now that you have a new one? Shin Chingy originally hailed from the third peak of Tai Xuan, Water Cold Peak, and joined a bit after Li Chang'an. Hence, she always referred to him as senior brother. However, despite joining later, she was already a formidable practitioner at the Heart Enlightenment realm, 3 major levels above Li Chang'an. The stark contrast left Li Chang'an feeling quite unsettled. After a misunderstanding, this girl seemed to have latched onto the ninth peak, constantly visiting Shaoqiong Peak. He couldn't retaliate against her, and his fellow junior brothers and sisters appeared to be in cahoots, offering him no assistance, leaving him both angry and fearful of Shin Chingy. Shin Chingy glared at him, her silver teeth clenched. Li Chang'an inexplicably felt a flutter of anxiety. To his surprise, Shin Chingy suddenly laughed, twirling in her long skirt. Senior brother Chang'an, do you think I look good in this outfit today? Li Chang'an stared blankly before nodding. I bet you would look even better without it. Chapter 12. Let me down the mountain better without clothes? Neza furrowed her brow, pondering. She turned to Li Chang'an, feeling that this was not a compliment, yet she could not fathom why this woman, Shin Chingy, seemed rather pleased. Senior brother Chang'an, do you want to see me without clothes? Shin Chingy giggled at Li Chang'an, instinctively wanted to nod, but quickly realized she was teasing him again, feeling quite displeased as he turned away. What are you doing at my ninth peak? Shin Chingy's expression shifted. Regarding the wager with the ninth peak, my Water Cold Peak also participated. Therefore, I am here to honor the bet and deliver the wager to senior brother Chang'an. Saying this, she produced a crystalline white spirit jade and tossed it to Li Chang'an. This is a piece of snow motherworm jade I obtained during my recent journey. It is said to absorb innate impurities and alter one's constitution. It serves no purpose for me, so I give it to you. Li Chang'an accepted the spirit jade, warmth flooding his heart. He had heard of snow motherworm jade. It is a naturally formed spiritual entity that can mend bones and enhance cultivation potential. Such a treasure is rare even within the entirety of Tai Xuan Sect, a true gem. You didn't specifically seek this out for me, did you? Li Chang'an chuckled. Now you've made me feel quite embarrassed. How about I treat you to a meal? Shin Chingy's eyes sparkled with interest, ready to agree, but then she noticed Neza approaching, pointing towards the kitchen. I just finished washing the dishes. Sorry. Li Chang'an felt somewhat awkward, scratching his head. How about we postpone it to another day? Neza furrowed her brow in contemplation, turning once more to gaze at Li Chang'an. She felt an inexplicable sense that this was still not a favorable sentiment. Shin Chingy shot a glance at Li Chang'an, her expression gradually becoming grave. Today, I met with my master, who entrusted me with a message for you. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Shin Chingy's master was none other than Tai Chi, the esteemed leader of the Tai Xuan Water Cold Peak. One of the rare great cultivators of the Tai Xuan Sect. Tai Chi held significant weight within the sect. Furthermore, since Zhang Heng's ascension, Tai Chi had taken considerable care of the ninth peak. It could be said that the stability of the ninth peak over the past century was largely due to Tai Chi's efforts. The commotion caused by Neza today was even greater than anticipated, not only alarming the entire Tai Xuan sect but likely drawing attention across the entirety of the northern continent, especially with the colorful beams of light piercing the sky from Tai Xuan Peak, along with the successive appearances of starry phantoms. Shin Chingy's countenance became increasingly serious. You should be aware that while our Tai Xuan Sect is a titan of the northern continent and one of the 5 holy lands, the influence of the disciples who have left the sect in recent years has made our standing somewhat precarious. Particularly, there are rumors circulating that Uncle Zhang Heng left behind a transcendent treasure at the 9th peak. Although previous occurrences at the 9th peak had not been insignificant, they had occurred within the protective formation of the Tai Xuan Sect. However, the current disturbances at the 9th peak had escalated to such a degree that they could serve as a pretext for nefarious individuals to target our sect. Li Chang'an listened with a furrowed brow, his expression turning grim. Are you implying that someone may pose a threat to our Tai Xuan Sect? Could I be in danger? He cursed under his breath, regretting having consented to that bird's request to venture out for training. This is a disaster, a complete disaster. Shen Xingyi opened her mouth, feeling a surge of anger welling within, nearly ready to explode. Neza recoiled slightly, covering her face, clearly embarrassed by this cowardly display. Junior Sister Shen, did Master Tai Chi mention anything else? Perhaps arrangements to send someone to protect me? Li Chang'an leaped forward, grasping Shan Qingyi's hand. His face flushed with urgency. Shan Qingyi's lips twitched as she turned to leave. What a wretched coward! How on earth did such a paragon as Xing Tian Hui emerge from such a timid lineage? And was I blind to have taken a liking to such a fool? Hey, junior sister, don't go. We haven't clarified what to do yet. You promised we would have a meal together. After Shan Qingyi departed, Li Chang'an lay back in a rattan chair, unable to find sleep. He had harbored concerns about whether using the power of the star map to assist Neza in her foundational cultivation would yield negative repercussions. Thus, he had activated the mountain-protecting formation of the 9th peak, only to find it utterly ineffective, as a massive 12-turn colorful lotus phantom enveloped the entire 9th peak, visible to anyone with eyes within the Tai Xuan Sect. Fortunately, within the sect, there were indeed a few individuals who remained skeptical of the 9th peak, yet with some senior disciples providing covert protection, no one dared to brazenly attack. However, he had not anticipated that at the critical moment of Neza's successful foundation establishment, the star map would exhibit unforeseen changes. The colorful light at Neza's brow pierced through 2 formations, reaching directly to the heavens. Moreover, several other youths also exhibited reactions, with beams of light converging in the sky, solidifying into phantoms. Such a grand celestial phenomenon was bound to attract the attention of the entire northern continent. Damn it! This was a miscalculation, Li Chang'an lamented, clutching his chest in pain. He was merely at the chi refinement stage. If nefarious individuals were indeed drawn to them, what could he possibly do? Li Chang'an turned to see Neza, having procured a fruit from somewhere, enthusiastically munching on it, igniting his ire. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Did I bring you to the 9th peak just to waste food? Hurry up and cultivate. Li Chang'an chastised in exasperation. If you don't train diligently and villains come, who will guard the 9th peak? Who will protect your senior brother? Neza helplessly put down the spiritual fruit, letting out a sigh. Senior brother, please, let me descend the mountain. Ever since Shan Qingyi relayed the message to Li Chang'an, he had sequestered himself on Shaoqiong Peak, indulging in food and drink without daring to venture outside. For Li Chang'an, the foremost priority after traversing into this world was merely to survive. Yet, in this realm rife with scheming sects vying for resources and the constant threat of the Canglan demon clan preying upon humanity, survival was no easy feat. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an's lackluster physique rendered him incapable of self-preservation. Thankfully, the star map within his spiritual sea could assist others in their cultivation. It could be said that his primary motive for nurturing the disciples of the 9th peak was not particularly noble, but rather to cultivate a reliable ally for himself. Regrettably, though he had nurtured many potential allies, none were currently by his side. Although Neza possessed extraordinary talent, even boasting the 12-turn colorful lotus body, a form not even listed on the Deluo Zhou Tian divine body rankings, she had yet to mature, leaving Li Chang'an, who had grown accustomed to relying on others, feeling somewhat anxious. The 9th peak fell into a deep silence, almost disappearing from everyone's sight, particularly from Li Chang'an's. The only sight was the occasional glimpse of the little girl Neza standing on the mountain path of the 9th peak, muttering to herself from time to time. When will I be able to descend the mountain for training? Chapter 13. Cultivate diligently on the 9th peak. Li Chang'an sat cross-legged beneath the old locust tree, his expression somewhat peculiar. After several days of research, he discovered that his cultivation realm seemed not to be stagnant, but rather growing at a slow pace. It is worth noting that he had spent a full century at the Tai Xuan 9th peak. Yet he remained merely in the early stages of chi refinement. In other words, since Zhang Heng had assisted him in cleansing his cultivation a century ago, his realm had not changed at all. Yet now, he distinctly sensed a loosening of his realm. Although slow and easily overlooked, it undeniably indicated some movement, causing Li Chang'an to nearly leap with joy. Damn it. A full 100 years, Li Chang'an almost cried out in despair. He did not fear a slow progression in his realm. What he dreaded was the feeling of stagnation, no matter how hard he tried, leaving him with a sense of helpless frustration. Now that his realm had finally shifted, things would be more manageable. Leaning his chin on his hand, Li Chang'an speculated that the change in his realm was likely connected to the anomaly in the star map from half a month ago. With the 9 main stars illuminated simultaneously, there indeed seemed to be a difference in the cosmic order. However, he now faced another perplexity. Over the past half-month, it seemed that he had hardly engaged in any cultivation at all. Why then had his realm shifted? Li Chang'an was filled with questions. Could it be that his realm was independent of his own cultivation efforts and instead connected to some other unfathomable factors? For instance, Neza? Could it truly be that the strengthening of the disciples corresponding to the 9 main stars within the star map would enhance his own realm? Li Chang'an's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. If that were indeed the case, he sprang up on the spot, calling out towards the distant bamboo grove, "Neza, come here for a moment, quickly." Hearing Li Chang'an's call, Neza approached reluctantly, standing at a distance. "What is it?" Li Chang'an scrutinized Neza carefully. Having been preoccupied with the study of the star map, he had paid little attention to her of late, and now, upon a closer look, he was taken aback. "You've reached the mid-stage of foundational cultivation?" Neza clenched her petite fists, her expression uncertain. "I suppose so. I feel like I've become a bit stronger these past few days." Li Chang'an grinned, a mix of annoyance and affirmation crossing his face. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of certainty. It was highly probable that Neza's accomplishments in cultivation directly influenced his own progress. According to his analysis, it seemed that during Neza's cultivation, some mysterious power was transmitted through the main stars, affecting his own cultivation realm. If this were true, then he need not exert himself in cultivation. As long as Neza made progress, he would inevitably advance as well. With this thought, Li Chang'an's eyes widened in realization. "Listen here, little junior sister, you must not slack off. Though our 9th peak may not be populous, every single disciple is a remarkable talent, one that the entire cultivation world would vie for." Li Chang'an began his lecture. "As far as I know, among your senior brothers, the one with the highest cultivation has already entered the harmonization realm, and even the weakest, the 8th brother, has stepped into the spiritual realm. Yet here you are, still in the mid-stage of foundational cultivation. To be frank, that's rather lagging behind." Li Chang'an spoke earnestly. "Regardless, you are a disciple of the 9th peak. When you step outside, you represent the face of our 9th peak. If your cultivation realm is too low, it may tarnish our overall standing, which would surely sadden your senior brothers and sisters." Neza bit her lip, her face filled with confusion. "Senior brother, it seems that the one dragging down the overall standard of our 9th peak is me, right?" Li Chang'an pondered for a moment and realized, indeed, it might not be her after all. "What I mean to say is that now that you have entered the 9th peak, you ought to devote yourself to diligent cultivation, striving to reach the level of your esteemed senior brothers and sisters, lest you waste both resources and time." Neza paused for a moment before continuing, "Senior brother, in terms of wasting resources and time, it shouldn't be me, right?" Li Chang'an pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, it might not be him either. "What I actually meant to convey is that as a disciple of the 9th peak, one should earnestly practice to tread the path of enlightenment as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the honor of being a disciple of the 9th peak?" Neza fell silent, simply gazing at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an opened his mouth, suddenly feeling a flush of embarrassment. It seemed that perhaps he should hurry up and cultivate. If within a year he couldn't step into the realm of returning to origin and bring honor to the 9th peak, he would sell you to Zhou Yuan of the Taishan peak. With that, he dramatically waved his sleeve and huffed away. To be honest, conversing with this girl is quite exhausting. The more they talked, the more he found himself feeling frustrated. Li Chang'an lay back on the wicker chair, only to be surprised when Neza soon approached him again. "What are you doing?" "Oh, Zhou Yuan from Taishan Peak sent a message, asking you to attend a meeting at the Divine Aspect Peak." Li Chang'an sat up with a look of annoyance. He despised dealing with the senior brothers of the various peaks, yet it seemed that every significant matter in Tai Xuan Sect invariably involved him. Ever since his ascension, he hadn't experienced a moment of peace. "I understand." Li Chang'an stood up and, after a moment's thought, admonished, "Make sure to cultivate diligently. Don't slack off. If I find out, the Divine Aspect Peak, while not one of the 9 peaks of Taishan, serves as the sect's facade. There are 3 crucial elements atop the Divine Aspect Peak. First, the sword-washing pool halfway up the mountain. which houses countless spiritual swords used by the predecessors of Tai Xuan Sect over the millennia. If an ordinary disciple is fortunate enough, they might discover a sword within the pool, greatly enhancing their cultivation. The second is the Grand Hall of Discussions, which functions as the assembly hall for Tai Xuan Sect. Any major decision requiring the consensus of the 9 peaks is typically made within this hall. Lastly, there exists a well, an enigmatic structure that connects the peak's summit to the inner sanctum of the divine aspect peak, the depths and purposes of which even Li Chang'an does not know. Due to his instinct for self-preservation, he has rarely ventured into the back mountains of the divine aspect peak and has no interest in the mysterious well. This time, he merely intended to attend the Grand Hall for the sect's meeting. Upon his arrival, the senior brothers from the other peaks were already present, including Zhou Yuan from Taixian Peak and Zhong Xing from Wuxiang Peak. However, Shun Qingyi from Shuihan Peak was absent due to her seniority. Instead, the senior sister Yu Hong represented Shuihan Peak. As soon as he stepped into the Grand Hall, Zhou Yuan waved at him. Junior brother Chang'an, I willingly concede the bet. Although the year hasn't quite elapsed, the 12 transformations of the colorful lotus form exhibited by our junior sister Neza, coupled with her exceptional talent, surpasses that of any other Taixian disciple, including my own disciple, Xiao Qian. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses him. It's just a pity that she isn't a disciple of Taixian Peak. Li Chang'an's face darkened, and he did not respond. Oh? Junior brother seems to be in a rather foul mood. Previously, I was unable to attend due to pressing matters, but I had the disciples of Taixian Peak deliver the ginseng fruit to you. Have you consumed it? Zhou Yuan asked eagerly. Let me tell you, the ginseng fruit is a true treasure of spiritual fruit, taking 10 years to bloom, another 10 to bear fruit, and a further 10 to mature. Tea takes 30 years to yield even a few. Even just inhaling its fragrance can significantly enhance your cultivation. If you were to consume one, I guarantee your cultivation level would surely rise. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, enduring for quite some time before finally uttering a single word. Scram. Chapter 14. The meeting of the northern continent. Li Chang'an had not forgotten Zhou Yuan's deceit regarding the fake ginseng fruit. He found it perplexing that Zhou Yuan, the esteemed disciple of Taixian Peak and the chief disciple of the sect leader, could engage in such shameless behavior. Zhou Yuan, taken aback by the retort, wiped the drool from his face and stared incredulously at Li Chang'an. I say, junior brother Chang'an, have I not shown enough sportsmanship by conceding the bet before the year is up? What is with your attitude? Li Chang'an pouted and let out a derisive heh. Senior brother, let us discuss the matter at hand. Zhao Qingyin, the senior disciple of Danyang Peak and the chief disciple of the Danyun, interjected. Esteemed brothers, the upcoming meeting initiated by the Northern Heavenly Gate and several major sects is likely not as simple as they claim. The Northern Heavenly Gate has historically been at odds with us. Many of our disciples have faced difficulties during their external training because of them. This meeting may very well serve as a pretext for ulterior motives. Zhao Qingyin stated, I concur. The Northern Heavenly Gate has the support of Tianfu and has always considered itself the leader of the Northern Continent. Ever since our Tai Xuan Sect rose to prominence a century ago, we have been on equal footing with the Northern Heavenly Gate. Had it not been for the initial caution regarding Uncle Zhang Heng, fearing that he might leave behind certain measures, we certainly wouldn't have waited 100 years. Given the recent remarkable occurrences at the 9th peak, news has spread throughout the entire Northern Continent, and it seems the Northern Heavenly Gate has been thoroughly stirred. The expressions of the peak leaders darkened as they glanced at Li Chang'an in the corner, harboring unspoken grievances. If not for the significant disturbances caused by the 9th peak, the sects across the Northern Continent would not have been alerted. Tai Xuan Sect has always preferred seclusion and harmony, and such unsolicited troubles are the last thing they desire. Yet, the frustrating truth is that exchanges between sects have always existed, and even if Tai Xuan Sect wished to evade them, there would be no means to do so. Junior brother Chang'an, ever since Uncle Zhang Heng ascended, there have been rumors that he left behind secrets regarding ascension. Please, be honest with your senior brothers. Does this hold any truth? Zhou Yuan could no longer contain himself and inquired. Li Chang'an contemplated for a moment and replied, Yes. Is that true? What exactly is it? The other's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Cultivation is a pursuit wherein everyone yearns to achieve ascension and join the ranks of the immortals. However, throughout the past millennium, while many formidable cultivators in the Northern Continent have approached the Tao, none have succeeded in ascending. If Tai Xuan Sect truly possesses the secrets of ascension, it would not only benefit the disciples of Tai Xuan, but could potentially elevate the sect to become the ultimate sacred ground of the entire Northern Continent and even the broader cultivation world. Li Chang'an thoughtfully continued, When my master ascended, he left behind only one thing. With that, he pointed at his own nose. That would be me, if what you say is true. and the ninth peak harbors secrets of ascension. It must undoubtedly concern me alone. You must be joking, Zhong Xing from Wuxiang Peak exclaimed, clearly disdainful that it's been a century. My dog has already reached the Yuan Dan stage, and you still remain at the Qi refining stage? How dare you claim to be the secret of ascension? The others simultaneously wore expressions of awkwardness, clearly feeling that Li Chang'an was merely jesting. Li Chang'an shook his head helplessly. It was evident that trust between people had dissipated in these times. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, stating, regardless, this meeting will undoubtedly be turbulent. The Northern Heavenly Gate and its allied major sects have a history of collusion. If they band together to launch an assault, Tai Xuan Sect will find it challenging to cope. Therefore, junior brother Chang'an, during this time, the ninth peak should maintain a lower profile. It would be best not to descend the mountain during the meeting. Indeed, as long as the ninth peak remains discreet, they likely won't dare to unjustly provoke Tai Xuan. Li Chang'an, squatting in the corner, suddenly spoke up, esteemed brothers. I believe that merely hiding is not a solution to the problem. Since the Northern Heavenly Gate has initiated this meeting, there must be a specific target in mind. I worry they might find a reason to involve the ninth peak, forcing me to reveal myself. The others nodded in agreement. Then what do you suggest we do? Li Chang'an stood up decisively. It's quite simple. The essence of any meeting lies in the competitions between disciples of the respective sects. As long as our ninth peak possesses sufficient strength to surpass the opposition and seize the initiative, they will have no opportunity to execute any schemes, regardless of what tricks they may have up their sleeves. The so-called sect meetings, aside from the allocation of resources, primarily revolve around discussions of principles and trials. If Tai Xuan Sect can prevail in these respects, the Northern Heavenly Gate would have no face to make excessive demands. Therefore, Li Chang'an's perspective was not without merit. Look, I may not have time, but our ninth peak still has Neza as long as we cultivate her well and have her defeat all opponents during the meeting. Tai Xuan Sect will undoubtedly secure an unassailable position. Initially, the others found his reasoning sound, but as they listened further, a sense of unease began to creep in. However, our ninth peak is impoverished and lacks resources. We even struggle to afford meals. Junior brother, I believe this matter ultimately falls upon the shoulders of all esteemed brothers. Li Chang'an counted on his fingers, likening them to the ginseng fruit from Tai Xuan Peak, the large and small Yuan Dan from Danyang Peak, the spiritual liquid from the cold spring of Shui Han Peak, and so forth. If I sample a bit of each, I assure you that I can enable Neza to surpass all his disciples in a short span of time. What do you think, esteemed brothers? Zhou Yuan nodded earnestly, acknowledging the truth in his words. Then it is settled. During the meeting, the ninth peak will close its gates and refrain from any outings. Agreed, agreed, let it be so. Your reasoning is sound, brother. I am in admiration. Farewell. Before he could finish, several individuals abruptly rose from their seats and hastened towards the hall's exit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Chang'an opened his mouth, only to find that the entire assembly hall had been reduced to just Zhou Yuan and Zhao Qingyan. Brother Qingyan, while they may not care for the safety and reputation of Tai Xuan, you must not be indifferent. Otherwise, if these resources come from your Danyang Peak, I don't ask for much, just a few hundred each of the large and small Yuan Dan, Kaiyang Dan, and Shangling Dan when the time comes for this meeting and trial, just hand it over to the ninth peak. Zhao Qingyan's eyelids twitched, and he grasped Li Chang'an's hand tightly. Brother Chang'an, I implore you, spare my Danyang Peak, will you? Just because you visited Danyang Peak last time, my share of elixirs for the past decade has been completely depleted. Li Chang'an frowned. Brother Zhao, you shouldn't be so stingy. It's only a few hundred bottles of elixirs, after all. As the chief disciple of Dan Yunzhenren, surely you can produce a few hundred pills? Zhao Qingyan nearly wept. I am not exaggerating. The elixirs you have consumed over the past century exceed anything I have encountered. A few hundred bottles each. If you don't refine them, how can I? He then bowed to Zhou Yuan. Brother Zhou Yuan, Danyang Peak has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Watching Zhao Qingyan scurry away in defeat, Zhou Yuan's expression darkened. What a shame. A perfectly good meeting interrupted by that rascal. Damn it. How forgetful am I? This is not the first time. Why do I keep inviting this fellow? Brother, it seems you are the only one left. For the sake of our Tai Xuan Sect, and this upcoming sect meeting, you must keep an eye on the ginseng fruit. Li Chang'an rubbed his hands together, inquiring. Zhou Yuan glared. Get lost. Chapter 15. Treasure hunting. A meeting for martial arts? Li Chang'an scoffed, surrounded by a bunch of overindulged individuals. Neza approached with a cup of tea, setting it on the stone table, unable to contain her curiosity. Brother, what is a meeting for martial arts? Li Chang'an took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. Setting aside her cultivation talent, this girl has indeed improved her tea brewing skills. These are mere trivialities concocted by those idle old-timers, intended for vying for prestige in the northern continent. You see, the northern continent spans hundreds of thousands of miles, home to countless sacred lands and sections a century ago. Due to our master's ascension, Tai Xuan Sect rose to the pinnacle of sacred lands. Yet in terms of true heritage, we rank at the bottom. Li Chang'an patiently explained to Neza. Alongside us in the righteous sect of sacred cultivation are Bai Tianmen, Sifang Pavilion, Chaoyang Ancient City, and Baiyang Academy. Baiyang Academy stands as the highest institution in the northern continent, balanced and moderate, rarely taking a clear stance despite its involvement in various affairs. In contrast, Sifang Pavilion and Chaoyang Ancient City have always been aligned with Bai Tianmen, showing little recognition for our newly ascended sacred land over the past century. The so-called meeting for martial arts is merely a means for various sects to send their disciples to display their skills, asserting their sect status, a tradition that occurs roughly every 50 years. The last one was 50 years ago, marking our first participation. Had it not been for our ninth peak, Tai Xuan Sect might have already been ousted from the sacred land ranks. Neza sat cross-legged, resting her chin on her hands, captivated by the tale. Go. Fetch some sunflower seeds? Oh. The little girl dashed off, soon returning with a platter of seeds, her arms also laden with several spiritual fruits from Tai Xuan Peak. Li Chang'an sighed. Ever since this girl joined the ninth peak, it seems my own meals have deteriorated. Indeed, it was our commotion that drew too much attention. Otherwise, the self-important folks of the northern continent would never have chosen our Tai Xuan Sect as the meeting's venue. Li Chang'an shook his head, realizing that this would leave our sect's gates wide open, inviting the attention of some unwise individuals who might harbor ill intentions. Especially towards our ninth peak. Li Chang'an looked skyward, exasperated. What a hassle, brother. Why would they target our ninth peak? Is it because of the celestial phenomenon I caused during my foundation establishment? Not solely that. Li Chang'an sighed. Our Tai Xuan Sect was originally a second-rate sect in the northern continent, yet a century ago, the old man broke the mold, being the first in a millennium to ascend. After his ascension, it seems a certain someone spread word that our ninth peak harbors the secret to ascension, claiming that discovering this secret would open the gates to heaven. Li Chang'an cursed angrily. What nonsense rumors! Now the entire northern continent knows of it. Previously, the celestial phenomenon that enveloped our ninth peak only corroborated these claims. Hastening the occasion of this meeting for martial arts, they seek treasure in our ninth peak. Neza scanned the surroundings of Little Cheong Peak, noting that aside from the lush, dense sword bamboo, only a few grass huts remained. Who would claim treasures lie here? They must be out of their minds, brother. Let them seek. What is there to fear? Li Chang'an was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly smacked his thigh. Yes, if they wish to come treasure hunting, let them. Given our current state, are we to fear thieves? With this realization, Li Chang'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. If fortune smiles upon us, and we find something valuable, I would owe them a debt of gratitude. But wait, what if those thieves fail to find treasure and take their frustrations out on us? Li Chang'an pondered, his mood again darkening. It seems the weak always suffer. If I were a powerful cultivator at the void harmonization stage, would I still need to worry about threats? Or perhaps Li Chang'an suddenly flipped over. Had I known this, I should not have let that bird descend the mountain. Now, I am left without even a solid ally. No, I must find a way to contact those ungrateful wolves and see if they can come home for support. Neza watched as Li Chang'an dashed into the pavilion, sighing. This senior brother is truly unreliable. Moments later, Li Chang'an returned, his face grim. Those rascals are unreliable, brother. After some thought, I believe the responsibility of ensuring your safety rests on your shoulders. Neza covered her forehead, a look of resignation on her face. Let us take a break from cultivation. I shall take you out for a stroll. Neza stood in response, understanding from her brother's tone that they were off to raid the other peaks again. Wondering if they would be chased away as she walked, she mused, I am only 13, yet following my brother. I have already lost the dignity that one of my age should not have. Li Chang'an's target this time was Qian Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan. Qian Peak is similar to Danyang Peak, both focusing on branch cultivation. While Danyang Peak excels in alchemy, Qian Peak specializes in artifact forging. Though its peak master, Qin Huang, is only at the divine realm, he is the weakest among the 9 peaks, yet his prestige is no lesser than that of the other peak masters. Cultivation is not merely about self-improvement. At a certain level, crafting artifacts can be even more crucial. In simpler terms, possessing an extraordinary spiritual treasure is not just a matter of vanity. It could save one's life in critical moments. Coincidentally, Qin Huang is particularly adept at forging such treasures, and his first disciple, Wang Mingyuan, is also a prodigy in this field. However, Li Chang'an was unprepared for what awaited him. Before he had even set foot within 10 miles of Qian Peak, the massive gates of Qian Mountain slammed shut with a resounding bang. What the hell does this mean? Li Chang'an was taken aback. Is my reputation truly so dismal? They haven't even reached the entrance, and already they are closing the door on us? Brother, it seems we are not very welcome here. Neza's voice drifted lazily. Li Chang'an felt his face flush with embarrassment. Is Wang Mingying really rubbing my face in the dirt in front of junior sister Neza? Having grown up in Tai Xuan Sect, I have never been so publicly humiliated. If this gets out, it will surely become a source of ridicule throughout the sect. Humph, how ungrateful. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and turned, retrieving a circular, open-mouthed metal horn from behind him, placing it to his lips. Then, gathering his true energy, he shouted loudly. Qin Huang Shibua, your disciple Wang Mingyuan is peeping at Shui Han Peak's sister Yu Hong while she bathes. Whoosh! Before Li Chang'an could finish, a fiery red figure shot down from the peak, swiftly covering his mouth. Kid, are you trying to get yourself killed? Wang Mingyuan, looking nervously around to ensure few were watching, grasped Li Chang'an and Neza by their shoulders, and with a whoosh, they flew up to Qian Peak. Chapter 16. The Convergence of the Abyss upon the Crimson Flames Peak. Wang Mingyuan's face was flushed, resembling that of a liver, as he glared furiously at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, who dared to spy on junior sister Yu Hong while she bathed. If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe I shall throw you out? Li Chang'an lifted his chin defiantly. If you were truly a gentleman, why would you feel guilty? Even if junior sister Yu Hong overheard, what of it? Wang Mingyuan gritted his teeth. Isn't that tarnishing her reputation? Li Chang'an chuckled. Worry not, your infatuation with junior sister Yu Hong is well known throughout Tai Xuan. Why pretend to be innocent before me? You are hundreds of years old. He playfully poked Wang Man's waist, adding, I shall devise a plan for you to win her heart. Sneaking around and eavesdropping is hardly dignified. Wang Mingyuan shifted uncomfortably. Are you serious? Indeed. Seeing Li Chang'an's earnestness, Wang Mingyuan sighed in relief, but quickly inquired. Junior brother, what brings you to Crimson Flames Peak today? Just a few days ago, you took a strand of my master's, and he has barely eaten since. It's not that I forbade you from ascending the mountain. My master has strictly prohibited anyone from the 9th peak from entering. I had no choice but to close the mountain gates. Oh, be frank. I truly cannot assist you this time, or I would risk being expelled by my master. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I shall confront junior sister Yu Hong and inform her not only of your peeping but also of your clandestine pursuits. Perhaps I should remind her to check if her prized garments have gone missing. Wang Mingyuan's expression darkened considerably. Junior brother, you are truly piercing my lungs with your words. Li Chang'an crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips, remaining silent. After a prolonged standoff, Wang Mingyuan conceded, Speak. What do you want me to do? Li Chang'an's demeanor softened immediately, his smile radiant. Oh, it's but a trivial matter. Just help my dear Neza forge a spiritual treasure, nothing more. Wang Mingyuan secretly exhaled in relief, fearing that Li Chang'an had his sights set on his master Qin Huang's treasures. If it were merely a matter of forging a treasure, he could certainly accommodate it. Very well. What kind of spiritual treasure? Li Chang'an began counting on his fingers. A protective spiritual armor, sky-conquering boots, fire-wind wheels, a blazing spear, and a cosmic ring. Wang Mingyuan clutched his chest. Is this even a single item? Do you 9th peak disciples not know how to count? I might as well just approach junior sister Yu Hong directly and confess everything. You've extorted me enough over this trivial matter. I might as well give up on life. Li Chang'an grabbed Wang Mingyuan, chuckling. I was merely jesting. How could you take me so seriously? You and junior sister Yu Hong have quite the chance together. Let's settle for the fire-wind wheels as one item and a full set of protective armor. Surely that's not too much to ask? Wang Mingyuan clenched his teeth. Do you have some misunderstanding regarding the term excessive? Li Chang'an stubbornly retorted. Just say yes or no. Now, bring forth the items. Li Chang'an retrieved the Firewind Essence Gold he had won from the Wuxiang Peak from his storage belt and handed it to Wang Mingyuan. Is that all? Indeed. Wang Mingyuan glared at Li Chang'an, his gaze filled with the desire to devour him whole. You do realize that forging requires materials, right? You expect me to create protective armor with just 2 pieces of Firewind Essence Gold? Forget it. You can have only the Firewind wheels. Take it or leave it. Though reluctant, Li Chang'an nodded in agreement. Wang Mingyuan then turned, rummaging through his storage ring to produce a strand of golden thread, several purple metals, dozens of spiritual crystals, and a multitude of other materials, his face reddening with the strain of parting with them. Oh, brother Wang, you must craft it with a pleasing design, something aesthetically appealing. Li Chang'an suddenly interjected. For a girl, the color pink? Yes, pink would be perfect. It mustn't just be a mode of transportation. It should ideally possess offensive attributes. Yes, speed is of utmost importance. It must be swift. Additionally, with a loud thud, Wang Mingyuan slammed the items on the table, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "If you utter another word, I swear I shall forge you first. Get lost." Li Chang'an, with Neza in tow, exited the mountain gate, unable to suppress a triumphant grin. Though he had forfeited the protective armor and the boots and spear, at least he had secured the fire-wind wheels. Even if he couldn't prevail in battle, he could escape with Neza's aid, leaving the rest to Zhou Yuan and the others to handle. "Brother, have you spent the last century in this manner?" Neza suddenly asked, trailing behind. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment before replying. "What do you mean? Our Tai Xuan Sect is truly wonderful." The young girl clasped her hands to her chest, her expression one of contentment. "The tempers of the senior brothers and sisters are quite amiable. An entire century has passed, and you have yet to be beaten to death." Li Chang'an stumbled, casting an annoyed glare at Neza. This girl was delightful in many respects, but her tongue could be rather vexing. The two exchanged banter as they made their way down the mountain path. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they beheld a brilliant purple light piercing the sky from a certain location within Tai Xuan Sect, casting a colossal demonic visage. The abyss. Li Chang'an's brows furrowed ever so slightly. The Abyss Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, was presided over by Tangguang, a formidable practitioner of the late phase of the void reversal stage, renowned throughout Tai Xuan. However, 20 years prior, due to certain events, he had secluded himself in meditation. The current phenomena emanating from the Abyss Peak suggested that he had indeed broken through the void reversal stage and entered the convergence realm. "Isn't the convergence realm exceptionally powerful?" Neza's eyes widened as she queried. Li Chang'an shot her an incredulous look. "Of course. The progression of cultivation follows a hierarchy: body refinement, foundation establishment, return to origin, spirit entry, void reversal, and finally, convergence leading to ascension. To enter the convergence realm signifies a significant step closer to transcending the tribulation and ascending in our northern continent. Such individuals are rare as phoenix feathers. How could they not be formidable?" A pang of bitterness welled up within Li Chang'an. He wondered when he might attain the convergence realm and stand tall alongside the heavens. "Brother, stop brooding. Considering your aptitude, it seems unlikely you will achieve it in this lifetime." "How dare you, you unfortunate child. I shall tear your tongue out." Neza dodged Li Chang'an's swat and pressed on. "So, with this Tangguang's emergence, doesn't Tai Xuan Sect now possess 2 convergence realm practitioners? Does this not mean our sect has grown even stronger?" "Absolutely. Then, for the upcoming Sacred Land Conference and martial exhibition, does that mean the Northern Heavenly Gate shall no longer dare to bully us?" "Well, that's hard to say." Li Chang'an sighed. "As far as I know, the Northern Heavenly Gate boasts a full 5 practitioners of the Convergence Realm, and they are backed by the Central Continent's Heavenly Mansion, which is rumored to harbor terrifying beings in hiding. If they truly wish to impede us, they would not hesitate to summon another Convergence practitioner." Additionally, a complex expression flickered in Li Chang'an's eyes. "Our Tai Xuan Sect has always enjoyed tranquility. The sudden emergence of a Convergence Realm practitioner who can rival our master may not necessarily bode well." Neza blinked, her expression one of confusion. Chapter 17. Descent from the Mountain. Tangguang's emergence evidently stirred the disciples of Tai Xuan Sect. In the subsequent fortnight, the name Abyss Peak became the most frequently mentioned term among Tai Xuan disciples. Clearly, Tangguang's breakthrough to the Convergence Realm was a monumental event for Tai Xuan, even more so than Neza's 12 transformations of the colorful lotus. With Tangguang's presence, Tai Xuan now boasted 2 Convergence Realm practitioners, further solidifying its position within the northern continent. However, this development seemed to have no bearing on Li Chang'an and Neza. After returning from Crimson Flames Peak, the two secluded themselves atop Little Cheong Peak, neglecting the outside world. One engaged in relentless cultivation, while the other tirelessly supervised, creating a harmonious atmosphere. One morning, after Li Chang'an had just relieved himself and turned around, he was startled to find Shan Qingyi standing at the mountain path, causing him to shudder. "What are you doing, appearing like a ghost?" He hastily donned his clothes, glaring at Shan Qingyi with discontent. "I suppose I must rearrange the protective formations of Little Cheong Peak. Thankfully, I finished my business. If I had seen you mid-relief, I would have been so startled that I might have shrunk back." Shan Qingyi's face flushed as she tilted her alabaster neck. "Who knew you were so unrefined? Resorting to such behavior in broad daylight. What? Do the people of Water-Cold Peak not relieve themselves during the day?" Shan Qingyi bit her silver teeth, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment and anger. "Where's Neza? She has been cultivating sufficiently. Remaining on the mountain serves no purpose." Today is the day the senior brothers of Tai Xuan Peak conduct their lectures, so I allowed her to attend. Xin Qingyi's eyes brightened. So, you are alone now? Li Chang'an paused. What are you plotting? Please don't do anything reckless. What nonsense are you speaking? Xin Qingyi rolled her eyes. Even if I were to act recklessly, it wouldn't be in broad daylight. Hee, come on. I shall take you out for a stroll. Take it slow. Before Li Chang'an could protest, Xin Qingyi firmly grasped his hand and soared down the mountain, leaving him no chance to resist with his mere chi training realm. They drifted and soared, soon arriving at a slope of a low hill. Brother Chang'an, let me show you something wonderful, Xin Qingyi exclaimed. Her laughter reminiscent of a child's innocence. Li Chang'an wore a pained expression, genuinely wishing to avoid being led astray by this girl. He would have preferred a nap beneath the old locust tree instead. Deep down, he thought, Xin Qingyi was merely a practitioner at the heart enlightenment stage. Should any danger arise, she would likely struggle to protect herself. Brother, look at this. Shortly thereafter, Xin Qingyi approached, cradling a small white rabbit in her arms. Giggling, isn't it adorable? Having trained at the Tai Xuan water-cold peak since childhood, her interactions with the outside world were minimal, preserving her youthful innocence. Kind and pure, it was precisely this quality that endeared her to Li Chang'an, leading him to tacitly accept her presence at the 9th peak and her control over the protective array of the Little Cheong Peak. Li Chang'an gazed at the rabbit in Xin Qingyi's embrace and pondered. Which one are you referring to? Xin Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the rabbit in her arms, thinking to herself, there's only one. What do you mean? As she inadvertently caught sight of her own modest bosom. Her cheeks flushed. You naughty brother, what are you thinking? She teased. Of course, I mean the little rabbit I'm holding. Oh, Li Chang'an licked his lips. I can't say whether it's cute, but it certainly must smell delightful. Little girl, you didn't bring me down the mountain just to see a rabbit, did you? Li Chang'an asked, his face clouded with frustration. I can understand wanting to eat a rabbit, but merely to look at one. Xin Qingyi playfully tugged at his ear, her face a mix of shyness and annoyance. All you think about is eating. Have you forgotten that Sister Chang'an left the mountain because you almost roasted her rabbit? If you dare lay a finger on my little rabbit, just you wait, I'll make you retract your hand, she declared, biting his arm in mock anger before storming off. Li Chang'an grimaced. He had indeed forgotten that he had nearly roasted Chang'an's rabbit, which had upset the little girl for several days, prompting her to leave with the rabbit she had raised, and she had yet to return. Reflecting on it, he realized he had acted impulsively and should have let the 4th brother handle it instead. As the 6th girl had always had a soft spot for him, she likely wouldn't have minded. After a long time, Xin Qingyi reluctantly returned the small rabbit to its nest. If you love it so much, why not raise it at your water-cold peak? Xin Qingyi shook her head. My master has said that those on the path of cultivation should sever worldly ties and resolve their emotions, lest they become entangled in the affairs of the mundane. If I brought a rabbit up the mountain, my master would surely be displeased. Li Chang'an envisioned a stern-faced old woman, unable to suppress a grin. That old hag is truly unbearable. How about we take the rabbit back to the 9th peak? I'll have Neza look after it for you. Really? Xin Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. That would be wonderful. I can come to visit it whenever I have time. With that, Xin Qingyi wasted no time, scooping up the rabbit and pulling Li Chang'an along as they swiftly flew toward the 9th peak. Together, they built a simple nest beneath the old locust tree at the mountain's summit, finally allowing themselves to relax. Li Chang'an gazed at Xin Qingyi's flushed face, fragrant with youth. His heart warmed. This girl had been training at the Tai Xuan Sect for decades with little exposure to the outside world, and the mere presence of a small rabbit brought her such joy. Let us go. There's nothing much to do here. Brother will take you out for a stroll. Out of the mountain? Yes, out of the mountain. Xin Qingyi was eager, for her previous experiences had only involved accompanying senior brothers to predetermined locations for tasks, without lingering in the secular world, leaving her curious about it. However, what if my master finds out and scolds me? What's there to fear? If that old hag truly scolds you, just come find me, and I'll reason with her. Oh no, I can't disrespect my master. Well then, where shall we go? Li Chang'an wiped his mouth. Let's head to Matu City, the sword-washing pool beside the Divine Image Peak. Chang Yun of the Tai Xuan lineage emerged, settling into a meditative posture on the spirit platform halfway up the mountain. Beyond the teachings specific to each lineage, the Tai Xuan Sect held a unified class once a month, sharing insights on cultivation to assist disciples. There were no restrictions on attendance. Disciples from any peak could come to learn. Each instructor was a senior from their respective peaks, at least a major cultivator of the spirit entry stage, thus attracting a considerable number of disciples to each session. Chang Yun scanned the area, discovering that the sword-washing pool was already surrounded by disciples from the third and fourth generations, with cultivation levels ranging from Qi training to foundation establishment, including several juniors at the origin returning stage, such as the newly recruited Xiao Qian and Qin Si Haofeng. To his surprise, among the students today was the renowned junior sister from the ninth peak, Neza. Chang Yun narrowed his eyes, concealing his surprise. Today, we will discuss the essence of cultivation, he announced, clearing his throat. Cultivation is the process of comprehending the powers of heaven and earth, refining oneself, nurturing the spirit, and seeking the path to transcendence. Generally speaking, the most crucial aspect for a cultivator is Qi training, as it involves utilizing one's vital essence and energy to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to refine oneself, expanding the inner spiritual sea to achieve foundation establishment. The solidity of one's Qi training foundation directly impacts the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundation, thereby determining how far one can progress on the path of cultivation. Suddenly, Chang Yun found himself at a loss for words. He noticed Neza, who had been standing in the corner listening to his lecture, shaking her head in disappointment before turning to leave. What does that even mean? Neza, where do you think you're going? Chang Yun's voice boomed with anger, startling everyone. Xiao Qian and Qin Xiaofeng turned to see Neza preparing to walk away. Neza? She's here too? Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. Aren't the ninth peak disciples supposed to be insufferably arrogant? Why would she come to the divine image peak to attend class? Rumor had it that Neza possessed the 12 transformations of the color lotus, a talent beyond compare, yet her actions here seemed to contradict that. Xiao Qian and Qin Xiaofeng exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes as they regarded Neza, a disciple from the ninth peak who had inexplicably bested them. As distinguished newcomers, they had long sought to uncover her true capabilities, yet they had not anticipated encountering her in this context. Neza, are you really going to leave in the middle of class? Is this how you treat the esteemed teachers of Tai Xuan and disregard the path of enlightenment? Neza tilted her head, puzzled. What's his problem? Did I offend him? Sit down and continue listening to my lecture. Neza shook her head. It's boring. I'd rather go back to the ninth peak and sleep. Her words sent shivers down Xiao Qian and the others, as a disciple of the Tai Xuan peak. He was well aware of Chang Yun's fearsome temper. Merely raising one's voice could invite his wrath. Yet here was Neza, brazenly declaring her intention to return to sleep. Xiao Qian instinctively recoiled at the thought of the consequences. What did you just say? Chang Yun stood up abruptly, incredulous. You dare say it's boring? Didn't Li Chang'an teach you about respecting your teachers? Qi training is the foundation of cultivation, directly affecting the longevity of your path. How can you be so ignorant? This is utterly unacceptable. The powerful aura of the spirit entry stage enveloped the sword-washing pool, silencing everyone present. Yet Neza remained serious as she shook her head, saying, My brother said Qi training is nonsense. It's meaningless. Xiao Qian, Qin Xiaofeng. Chang Yun could no longer remain composed. Such a statement threatened to dismantle the beliefs he had built over hundreds of years. How could one dismiss Qi training as nonsense when it was what kept the majority of practitioners from progressing? Li Chang'an, that shameless rascal, had been stuck in Qi training for a century and still dared to claim it was unimportant. Indeed, such arrogance is astonishing. The history of the cultivation world spans millions of years. Who has not begun with Qi training? To declare it meaningless is laughable. The surrounding disciples echoed their disbelief. I once thought the ninth peak was a sacred ground of Tai Xuan. Now, it seems I can only scoff. Yes, 100-year Qi training failure dares to claim Qi training is useless. Ridiculous. Xiao Qian and Qin Xiaofeng crossed their arms, smirking with derision. Chang Yun, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Your brother is a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years, with the 12 transformations of the color lotus, yet you squander your innate gifts at Little Cheong Peak. As soon as he finished speaking, the others expressed their dissent. While it was true that Li Chang'an was a failure, having been stuck in Qi training for a century, the disciples he had trained at the ninth peak were anything but ordinary. They were all exceptional talents. Why, senior brother is absolutely correct. Only the inept and foolish require the cultivation of Qi, while a genius like myself has no need for such practices. Chang Yun's face flushed crimson. This statement not only insulted him but also encompassed a scathing critique of the entire realm of cultivation. According to Neza, it implied that all those present must be deemed worthless. Very well. You would do best to forego the cultivation of Qi and let me witness how you establish your foundation and return to the heart. Neza tilted her head, but I have already established my foundation. Chang Yun. Neza felt that Chang Yun might not have heard clearly, so she reiterated. My senior brother stated that, given my innate talent, I need not squander time on Qi cultivation, thus I proceeded directly to establish my foundation. As she spoke, her aura expanded, emanating a unique pressure characteristic of the foundational stage. Chang Yun's eyelids twitched violently. He had always believed that even the most gifted must begin their journey from the qi cultivation realm, and that in the span of merely a month, it was impossible for anyone to transition from qi cultivation to foundation establishment. Hence, he had initially paid little attention. It was only now that he discerned that this 13-year-old girl appeared to have genuinely established her foundation. Damn. Chang Yun gritted his teeth and managed to utter only a single fragrant phrase. Neza solemnly declared, "Thus, the lesson you delivered today holds little significance. I shall return to the 9th peak to sleep instead." At this, not a single soul, including Chang Yun, dared to stand up in rebuttal. Xiao Qian and Qin Xiaofeng, among others, wore expressions of disbelief. "Oh, senior brother Chang Yun, I did not mean to label you as inept. Please do not take offense." Neza took a few steps back, seemingly concerned that Chang Yun might misconstrue her words, and pointed to the listening disciples, explaining, "What I meant was, they are the truly inept ones." After departing from the sword-washing pool, Neza stood on the path of the divine image peak, mumbling to herself. Although her senior brother was somewhat erratic, he seemed far superior to these individuals. My brother was right. Aside from those from the 9th peak, the rest are all inept, Neza muttered, lifting her gaze just in time to see a middle-aged man in a purplish-red robe approaching her from the opposite direction, stopping a few steps away. Indeed, with the 12 transformations of the colorful Lotus Dharma image and a month of foundation establishment, he is a unique talent within our Tai Xuan. The middle-aged man chuckled amiably. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Mingjun, the eldest disciple of the Tsangming peak of Tai Xuan. My master is Tangguang, the lord of Tai Xuan Tsangming." Han Mingjun looked down at the much shorter Neza, his expression gentle. Although Tsangming does not possess the ginseng fruit of Tai Xuan, nor the cold spring spirit liquid of Shui Han, it is undoubtedly far more prosperous than the Little Cheong Peak. "Neza, would you be interested in joining my Tsangming? We will spare no effort in nurturing you to become a grand cultivator surpassing everyone from the 9th peak," Han Mingjun proclaimed with pride. "This is my promise, as well as my master's." "What do you say?" Neza gazed up at Han Mingjun, observing the sharpness of his sword-like brows, tinged with a hint of latent hostility. She slightly furrowed her brow. She had previously heard her senior brother mention that although Tsangming Peak had maintained a low profile in recent years, its strength had consistently ranked among the top within Tai Xuan. And with Tangguang's recent emergence from seclusion as one of the only 2 Dao integration experts within Tai Xuan, it could potentially disrupt the existing balance. Perhaps it was due to Li Chang'an's strange expression when he spoke of these matters that she instinctively harbored an aversion toward Tsangming Peak. After pondering for a moment, Neza asked, "Have you cultivated qi?" Han Mingjun was momentarily taken aback but instinctively nodded. "Of course, I have. Oh?" Neza turned her head and glanced beyond the mountain path. "Excuse me, you are blocking my way." Inept, Han Mingjun. Chapter 19. Matu City. After Li Chang'an and Shan Qingyi left Tai Xuan Sect, they headed to a nearby town. This small town, known as Matu Town, was originally a poor border settlement of the Great Qin Empire. But due to its proximity to Tai Xuan Sect, it had gradually transformed into a bustling little city over the years, attracting numerous residents. "What is there to enjoy here? It's just an ordinary town, isn't it?" Shan Qingyi asked, glancing around with a hint of confusion. "You see, the most tedious aspect of this world is cultivation. One must endure rigorous training, toil endlessly, sever worldly desires, and ultimately even fast, depriving oneself of the pleasures of the palate. It is as dull as can be," Li Chang'an replied. "Conversely, in the mundane world, there is delicious food, delightful entertainment, the joy of listening to music, and the thrill of dog walking and chicken fighting. How much more interesting it is." "Junior sister Qingyi, do you know of the 3 most intriguing places in Matu City?" Li Chang'an chuckled. Shan Qingyi appeared puzzled. "The Four Seasons Restaurant, the Taiping Tea Garden, and the Chunjiang Garden." The Four Seasons restaurant boasts a myriad of delicacies from the Great Qin, countless mountain treasures, and seafood. The Taiping Tea Garden allows for listening to stories and plays, as well as playing Pai Gao and Mahjong.as for the Chunjiang Garden. Li Chang'an instinctively closed his mouth. He suddenly realized that some of the less suitable topics should not be introduced to Shan Qingyi. "Senior brother, what is Chunjiang Garden? Why is it interesting?" Shan Qingyi inquired with a curious expression. Eagerly pressing for an answer, Li Chang'an contemplated for a moment. Chunjiang Garden is a venue specifically designed for individuals with lofty aspirations to engage in discussions about life. Those who frequent it often possess profound thoughts and insights. "Senior brother, why don't we go to Chunjiang Garden?" "It sounds fascinating." Li Chang'an's eyelids twitched. "Perhaps not isn't as enjoyable as you might think. If you truly wish to learn how to discuss life, Return to the ninth peak, and I shall personally teach you. How does that sound? Xinqingyi looked at Li Chang'an with skepticism, suddenly narrowing her eyes. What you are referring to, it wouldn't he happen to be those antics of yours, would it? Li Chang'an chuckled awkwardly and waved his hands. The two meandered aimlessly along the streets of Matu City. Initially bored, Xinqingyi gradually became intrigued, soon purchasing a handful of trinkets. Fortunately, Li Chang'an had prepared mundane silver coins in advance. Otherwise, she would have truly ruined her temperament. As they strolled along the street, a sudden explosion echoed nearby, and a figure cloaked in black flew out from the second floor of the Four Seasons restaurant. The figure did not linger, transforming into a blur as it sped towards the outskirts of the city. But soon, a beam of sword light descended from above, poised to strike the figure down. Qingyi. Before Li Chang'an could finish his sentence, he saw Xinqingyi beside him wave her sleeve towards the sky, and the fierce sword light shattered upon colliding with an invisible barrier. Oh, not worry. Senior brother, that person is merely at the return to origin stage and is not my opponent. After rescuing the man, Xinqingyi said with satisfaction. Li Chang'an sighed, covering his face. What I meant to say was, you must restrain yourself and absolutely avoid intervening. You should have waited for me to finish. Unlike the naive Xinqingyi, Li Chang'an, having lived 2 lives, understood the complexities of human nature. Who could guarantee that the one being pursued was indeed a good person, or that the one wielding the sword was a villain? When cultivators venture out, the primary principle is to act justly. Nonsense. The foremost priority is to ensure one's own safety. The saying, better to avoid trouble than to seek it, is not without merit. However, since Xinqingyi had already intervened, Li Chang'an had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. Let us assess the situation. If we are outmatched, your priority is to turn and flee. Yes, and do take me with you while you run. From the shattered window of the Four Seasons restaurant, a dark-skinned youth furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xinqingyi, who was several dozen meters away. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, yet simultaneously, a grave expression followed. What does this mean, esteemed guest? Do you wish to cause trouble for our Chaoyang ancient city? Chaoyang ancient city. Aside from the hundreds of ordinary sects in the northern continent, there are 5 prominent holy lands, one of which has a lineage spanning millennia, resting atop the Taibai Peak. In comparison to the newly emerged Tai Xuan Sect, Chaoyang ancient city represents a true bastion of power and heritage. It is said that its leader, Zongbei, is the most formidable and enigmatic cultivator in the entire northern continent. Nearly without equal in terms of sword cultivators, Chaoyang ancient city is even more powerful than the northern Sky Gate. Li Chang'an had not anticipated encountering someone from Chaoyang ancient city in such a small town. I apologize. It was my junior sister's inadvertent mistake. Please, continue. Without further ado, Li Chang'an grasped Xinqingyi's hand and attempted to leave. However, it was evident that after attracting the other party's attention, their escape would not be easy. The youth frowned slightly, waving his sword, sending forth a sharp blade of sword energy that sliced through the air towards Xinqingyi from several dozen paces away. Xinqingyi gently turned, the formidable aura of her heart's light radiating around her like a waterfall from the heavens, and the sword energy unleashed by the youth disintegrated one after another. She was already the most exceptional disciple of Shuihan Peak, having crossed into the heart's light realm at a young age, and her spirit was naturally high. Furthermore, since Li Chang'an had already offered an explanation, and the adversary continued to strike, she was instantly filled with anger. Before Li Chang'an could intervene, Xinqingyi sprang into action, harnessing the formidable force of her heart's realm to strike at the young man from a distance. The terrifying essence of her spiritual power erupted atop the Four Seasons Tower, utterly obliterating the most renowned structure of Matu City. Goodness, take it easy, Li Chang'an exclaimed in despair as he seized Xinqingyi's wrist and turned to flee. Although Xinqingyi was perplexed, she ultimately did not object, following Li Chang'an as they soared through the air, swiftly escaping Matua City. Senior brother, why are we running? That individual is clearly no match for me. Xinqingyi huffed with dissatisfaction. Did I say, woman, do you possess only breasts and no brains? That is a person from Chaoyang ancient city, someone not to be trifled with, Li Chang'an explained in exasperation. Consider this. Why do you think someone from Chaoyang ancient city would appear here? Clearly, it is in anticipation of the imminent sacred gathering. Though you truly believe that such a prestigious place would send merely a fledgling of the return to origin realm, that is simply out of the question. I suspect that lad has formidable practitioners backing him, at the very least a master of the divine realm. If we do not flee now, we shall surely fall into their clutches. As Xinqingyi was about to retort, she suddenly sensed a dreadful aura soaring from Matua City, rapidly approaching them. Li Chang'an, his face etched with despair, clutched his chest and murmured, "It's over. There's no escaping now." Chapter 20. Chaoyang Ancient City. Matua City is less than 100 miles from Tai Xuan, yet it lies beyond the jurisdiction of Tai Xuan Sect. Hence, the appearance of practitioners from other sects here did not surprise Li Chang'an. However, he was astonished that, with half a year still remaining until the customary meeting in the North Continent, individuals from Chaoyang Ancient City had already arrived within such proximity to Tai Xuan Sect. Moreover, they did not seem to be ordinary persons. A streak of white sword light dashed from Matua City, light yet piercing, cleaving through the air towards Li Chang'an and Shan Qingyi. Shan Qingyi's expression shifted slightly as she deftly pushed Li Chang'an aside. With a swift motion of her left hand, a dark red ancient sword flew from her sleeve, horizontally positioned to block the attack. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Shan Qingyi splintered, sending her flying back into Li Chang'an's embrace. I told you not to meddle. Look at the situation now. Sigh. As Li Chang'an held Shan Qingyi and turned to flee, he noticed a black-clad elder had appeared behind them, hovering on a flying sword, blocking their path. You, boy, did you injure my disciple? Li Chang'an could not discern the elder's cultivation level, but given that he had single-handedly defeated Shan Qingyi with a mere sword strike, he was evidently a formidable practitioner, at least at the divine realm. In the North Continent, the harmonization realm was already an absolute pinnacle. Even among the 5 sacred places, only a handful could reach such heights. The Void Realm practitioners served as the mainstay of the sacred places, and for Tai Xuan Sect, only a few peak masters and a select few guest elders held such status. In other words, a practitioner at the divine realm stood as a significant figure above the vast majority of cultivators. Senior, what transpired earlier was a misunderstanding. Why junior sister and I did not intend to be adversaries to your disciple. I implore you to show mercy, Li Chang'an replied, all the while assessing Shan Qingyi's condition. Her complexion was pale, yet her breath remained steady, indicating that her injuries were not severe, which allowed Li Chang'an to breathe a sigh of relief. Misunderstanding? There is no room for misunderstandings in Chaoyang Ancient City. Since you dared to harm my disciple, you have only one path. Death. As he spoke, the sword beneath the elder's feet subtly shifted, and a surge of sword energy erupted forth. Wait! Li Chang'an wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lamenting internally. He had lived a comfortable life hidden within Tai Xuan Sect, yet now he found himself entangled in trouble. Had he known such a formidable expert resided in Matua City, he would have never set foot here. We are disciples of Tai Xuan Sect. Senior, could you overlook our transgression in light of my sect's reputation? Tai Xuan Sect? The black-clad elder raised an eyebrow. Which peak and lineage? We are disciples of Tai Xuan Peak. My name is Shao Qian. My master is Zhou Yuan, the chief disciple of Tai Xuan Sect. Cough, cough, please consider. The elder's gaze darkened imperceptibly, and the gathering sword light diminished considerably. Since you are from Tai Xuan Peak, I may spare your lives, but you shall not go unpunished. I will strip you of your cultivation. Wait, wait. Li Chang'an gasped in shocked. It had taken him 100 years to achieve his current level of cultivation. If it were to be stripped away, would not those years be in vain? Senior, given that you have come to Tai Xuan Sect, it is undoubtedly for the meeting and martial demonstration a month from now. Your early arrival must mean you wish to gather some secrets about our sect. I assure you, I will answer any inquiries without reservation. How does that sound? The black-clad elder paused momentarily. Aren't the disciples of Tai Xuan known for their unwavering loyalty? Why is this one so shameless? Could it be an attempt to deceive me? Very well, let me ask you this. Not long ago, a beam of light soared from Tai Xuan Sect. What was the cause? Li Chang'an chuckled. Senior, you have indeed posed the right question. 30 years ago, our esteemed ancestor Master Tang Guang entered seclusion to hone his skills. He emerged a month ago, successfully breaking through to the harmonization realm, causing the celestial phenomenon of the light beam. Indeed, this matter is no secret within Tai Xuan. You could ask anyone, and they would know. The black-clad elder's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 Harmonization practitioners. Strictly speaking, the harmonization realm represented the pinnacle of cultivation. The rise of Tai Xuan to the ranks of sacred places was not solely due to Zhang Heng's inexplicable ascension, but also because Chen Bailu was a powerful practitioner of the harmonization realm. With Tang Guang's recent breakthrough, Tai Xuan Sect's strength would undoubtedly ascend another level, which prompted the black-clad elder from Chaoyang Ancient City to feel a sense of vigilance. You are not deceiving me? Are you? Li Chang'an hurriedly nodded. I would not dare to lie in front of you. Very well, I have one more question for you. Do you know Li Chang'an of Tai Xuan's 9 Peaks? Li Chang'an's brows raised in surprise. Goodness, is my name already so renowned that it has reached Chaoyang Ancient City? Of course, I know him. Our senior brother Chang'an is a rare genius among Tai Xuan, handsome and exceptionally knowledgeable. He is the idol of all Tai Xuan disciples. To be honest, I had the fortune of meeting senior brother Li Chang'an once, and it was truly breathtaking, and a wonder our Tai Xuan has achieved such prominence. With someone like senior brother Li Chang'an, it won't be long before we reach the pinnacle of greatness. Is that so? The black-clad elder's expression turned icy, the air within 100 feet suddenly becoming oppressive and chilling. Li Chang'an was taken aback by the elder's extreme reaction. Could he have gone too far in his praise? The elder's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a long moment, he shot a glance at the visibly anxious Li Chang'an and snorted. Get lost. All right then. Li Chang'an nodded vigorously, dragging Shan Qingyi as they turned to flee, quickly vanishing from sight. The black-clad elder stood solemnly in place, murmuring, Tang Guang has indeed broken through to the harmonization realm. And what of this Li Chang'an? Wasn't he said to be a cultivation failure that appears once in a millennium? Could he be a hidden card cultivated by Tai Xuan in secret? If so, what exactly is Tai Xuan plotting? The secrets of the 9 peaks, are they true or false? I must inform the city lord. The schemes of Tai Xuan Sect may be far more ambitious than anticipated. Muttering to himself, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, ensuring there were no anomalies, before turning to leave. Several miles away, Li Chang'an watched as the black-clad elder vanished into Matua City. Finally exhaling in relief, Shan Qingyi, regaining her composure, cast a complex look at Li Chang'an and huffed, Li Chang'an, you are quite cowardly. The other party was chasing us, and you didn't dare to make a sound. Li Chang'an turned back. I did make a sound. Didn't you hear it? Shan Qingyi paused, feeling not only cowardly but also shameless. I have never seen someone so self-aggrandizing. Li Chang'an shamelessly shrugged. The sect is certainly unaware that Chaoyang Ancient City has come to Matua City. Their early arrival likely indicates some ulterior motives. Moreover, with the people from Chaoyang Ancient City here, it stands to reason that those from Baishimen and Baiyang Academy have also arrived. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of foreboding. Damn it, I have this unsettling feeling. What on earth do these people intend to do? Let us return to the mountain first, then report to senior brother Zhou Yuan and let them handle it. Chapter 21. Entering madness. Li Chang'an had always adhered to the principle of prioritizing safety. Thus, although he was deeply curious about why the individuals from Chaoyang Ancient City had gathered in Matua City so early, he had no intention of turning back to investigate. As for Shan Qingyi, she wished to return and take a look, but Li Chang'an resolutely held her back, leaving her no choice but to accompany him back to the sect. However, it was not long before Li Chang'an halted once more in the depths of the forest. Dozens of yards away, a figure cloaked in black robes flickered into view. It was the same black-clad individual whom Shan Qingyi had rescued, but who had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. How did this fellow end up here? Li Chang'an frowned, perplexed. Before Li Chang'an could react, Shan Qingyi unexpectedly dashed forward, pursuing the direction in which the figure had vanished. Li Chang'an sighed in resignation, knowing he had no choice but to follow. The two of them chased on, eventually arriving at a secluded mountain gorge, ultimately halting at the entrance of a cave. Wait a moment, he said, furrowing his brow in suspicion. This person was being hunted by the people of Chaoyang Ancient City, yet there are no signs of caution against being tracked. Their sudden appearance and disappearance seem almost deliberate, as if luring us here. Be cautious, Shan Qingyi warned, glancing back at Li Chang'an. Should we venture inside? Li Chang'an resolutely shook his head. This is none of our concern. Why wade through this murky water? If we fall victim to a trap, it would be a grave loss. Shan Qingyi nodded in agreement. All right then, let us take a look inside. Li Chang'an thought to himself. This woman must have lost her mind. Before he could voice his complaints, Shan Qingyi had already hunched down and slipped into the cave. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he followed her in. The cave was dark, but the deeper they went, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. With the light gradually turning a dark red, Li Chang'an keenly observed that the elemental energy here was in stark contrast to that of the outside world. Qingyi, wait a moment, he said, feeling a wave of anxiety. He regretted bringing this girl out for a leisurely outing. Encountering the people from Chaoyang Ancient City at Matua City was one thing, but now they had ventured into this seemingly bottomless underground passage. He feared for his life, which had been preserved for over a century, now hinging upon this girl. Confident in her spiritual cultivation, Shan Qingyi projected her energy outward, creating a barrier around them. Upon hearing Li Chang'an's voice, she hesitated but ultimately decided to stop. Li Chang'an took a piece of paper from his pocket and casually tore it into the shape of a paper figure. To his astonishment, the paper figure sprang to life, running off and disappearing underground. This is a little trick taught to me by my senior brother Luya. While it lacks offensive capability, it is quite useful for reconnaissance. Let us wait a moment and let this paper puppet scout the area. As Li Chang'an spoke, He suddenly felt the connection with the paper puppet severed. At that moment, an extremely bizarre aura emanated from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. "Be careful!" Li Chang'an barely had time to shout before a shadow leaped out from within. Cloaked in black robes, the figure revealed an extremely distorted face, with crimson eyes and wisps of black mist swirling around it. "Possessed? We must flee." Li Chang'an's expression changed drastically, and he seized Shan Qingyi's hand, racing toward the cave exit. Behind them, the black-robed figure, radiating a fierce bloodlust, extended a clawed, dark red hand towards Li Chang'an's back. In a panic, Shan Qingyi summoned her sword to block the attack, then somersaulted back, colliding with Li Chang'an. Since they had not ventured deeply into the cave, they quickly retreated upon sensing the danger. Exiting the cave after a brief encounter, the black-robed figure, sensing the threat dissipate, did not pursue them and vanished back into the depths of the cave, shrouded in thick blood energy. "What on earth was that?" Shan Qingyi asked, her expression filled with uncertainty as a dark red short sword flew out from the cave and into her sleeve. Li Chang'an's brows furrowed, his face unusually solemn. This individual was also a human cultivator, but evidently he had succumbed to possession. Li Chang'an opened his palm to reveal a black jade token, upon which the characters for sword law were prominently inscribed. He had managed to snatch it from the black-robed figure during their brief encounter. This token was familiar to him. It belonged to the sword law peak of the Tai Xuan Sect, associated with the sword-wielding assassins who operated in the shadows. In essence, the peace of the Tai Xuan Sect and the stability of the vast territories it protected hinged on the actions of these sword-wielding enforcers. "What is going on? Why is a possessed sword enforcer from Tai Xuan here?" Li Chang'an's expression grew grave as he firmly grasped Shan Qingyi's hand. "Let us return to the sect." Not daring to linger any longer, they hastened back to the Tai Xuan Sect. Upon their return, Shan Qingyi immediately reported the situation to the elders. As a third-generation disciple of the water-cold peak, her account was sufficient to draw the attention of the higher-ups. Possession was not uncommon in the cultivation world of the northern continent, but when it involved a disciple from the sword law peak of Tai Xuan, it warranted serious concern. Li Chang'an anticipated that this report would undoubtedly stir unrest within the sword law peak. Prompting an investigation, as a witness, he knew he would be drawn into the matter. However, he had no desire to be involved. For him, ensuring the safety of himself and the ninth peak was the utmost priority. Thus, he had already resolved that upon returning to the ninth peak, he would immediately announce his seclusion, refusing to see anyone. Let them deal with it as they wished, ignorance would be bliss. Upon returning to the ninth peak, Li Chang'an spotted Neza squatting beneath the large locust tree, beside which a stone grill was propped up, laden with several skewers of roasted meat, perfectly browned and ready to eat. "Not bad, not bad. This child can be taught," Li Chang'an remarked, approaching and taking a skewer for a bite. "Neza, your fourth senior brother has seasonings, cilantro, and cumin in his room. Bring some over and sprinkle it on." Neza glanced at Li Chang'an but did not move. "Fine, I'll go," he said, turning to enter the fourth brother's room and quickly returning with a packet of seasonings. "Let me tell you, with barbecue, the seasonings are secondary. The key is the heat. The fire can't be too intense, or it will burn. It also can't be too weak, or it won't cook through. While grilling, you must rotate at 360 degrees. The more even, the better. The quality of the meat also matters. The best is spirit sheep, rich yet not greasy, with a firm texture. Dog meat is also good, strong and ideal for pairing with alcohol. The worst is rabbit meat, too delicate, soft, and flavorless. As he savored the roasted meat, Li Chang'an continued his discourse. "If I'm not mistaken, you're roasting rabbit meat today, right? Next time, let me know in advance so I can catch a rabbit." "This is rabbit?" Li Chang'an leaped up, pointing at the tree hole beneath the locust tree. You roasted the rabbit from there? I can't believe it. It wouldn't be the one from the tree hole, would it?" Li Chang'an's mouth twitched as he sighed in exasperation. "Well, that's just fantastic." Chapter 22. Low cultivation, small courage in the conference hall of the Divine Image Peak. The heads of various peaks gathered once more, but this time the discussion was not about the northern continent's sacred meeting, but rather the possessed sword enforcer that had appeared outside Matao City. The identity of the missing disciple had been uncovered. His name was Li Chang'an, a third-generation disciple of the Sword Law Peak, whose cultivation was at the returning origin stage. He had been stationed at Matao City, but had gone missing half a month ago. The eldest disciple of the Sword Law Peak, Yang Yi, spoke first. Coincidentally, the people from Chaoyang Ancient City were also present in Matao City, and there had been a conflict with Li Chang'an. It is reasonable to suspect that the incident involving Li Chang'an's possession may be related to Chaoyang Ancient City. Zhongxing, the disciple of the Unfathomable Peak, nodded in agreement. Elder Brother Yang is correct. The sword boats of Chaoyang City are extremely swift. It takes less than half a day to reach our Tai Xuan Sect. Why did they arrive in Matao City 2 months in advance? Their presence undoubtedly bears some ulterior motive. Sitting at the head of the table, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. We must avoid making rash assumptions without evidence. Chaoyang Ancient City is one of the 5 sacred places of the northern continent, and its lord, Zongbei, is renowned as the strongest in the region. Provoking discord between 2 sacred places due to mere speculation would not bode well for us at Tai Xuan. The other senior brothers present nodded in agreement, expressing their consensus. The best course of action would be to set out early to Matao City and investigate the cave mentioned by Shun's sister. We will uncover the truth then, Zhou Yuan suggested. Elder Brother Yang, I believe you should personally handle the matter regarding the sword enforcers. Let Shun's sister lead the team for this investigation. Yang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. His cultivation was at the divine stage, and he was more than capable of handling such matters. Though Shen Qingyi originally had no right to participate in the discussions, she was called upon due to her involvement in the incident. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan and Yang Yi's decision, she suddenly raised her head. Seniors, it was actually senior brother Li Chang'an who first discovered the possessed disciple. I believe it would be beneficial to include him in the investigation. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and scoffed. With that slippery character involved, can we trust him in such a dangerous situation? He announced his seclusion as soon as you returned, and I personally sent him a message. Yet he has not responded. Waving his hand, Zhou Yuan continued, moreover, while that fellow may have a knack for clever tricks, he is merely at the qi refinement stage. It would be better not to have him dragging us down. Although Shen Qingyi wished to include Li Chang'an, she ultimately nodded in agreement, recalling his lazy disposition. As for the cultivators from Chaoyang Ancient City. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before addressing a junior brother. Chang Yun, you will represent me and travel to Matao City to invite them up the mountain. Master brother, did you not say you were going into seclusion? Neza stood beneath the old locust tree, gazing at Li Chang'an, who lay on a rattan chair, soundly asleep with a fan covering his face. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, startled. Li Chang'an rubbed his eyes and awoke from his slumber. What on earth are you yelling about in broad daylight? Do you not see that I am in seclusion and cultivating? Go away, and play somewhere else. Do not disturb me. Neza stood still. A mocking expression fixed on Li Chang'an. Instantly, Li Chang'an stiffened his neck, declaring, come, let me explain to you what seclusion truly is. There are 2 types of seclusion. He continued. Point 1 is physical seclusion, where one confines oneself in a small, dark room for meditation, not emerging until enlightenment is achieved. This is, in fact, a lesser method. Li Chang'an spoke with reasoned conviction. Consider this. For practitioners like us, cultivating pure thoughts and clarity is an essential task. If one requires locking oneself away to maintain focus, does that not imply that the individual is inherently inept? Neza grimaced. In contrast, I, Master Brother, do not need to confine myself at all. I merely close my eyes to transcend the 3 continents and 9 realms, cleansing my desires and reaching a state of self-awareness, devoid of illusions and ego. Is that not more impressive? Li Chang'an wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, puffing out his chest with pride. Let me tell you, the title of Master Brother of the 9th Peak is not bestowed lightly. There is much for you to learn from me, so take your time to appreciate it. Neza sighed softly after a long pause. Master Brother, while learning other things may be inconsequential, I genuinely wish to learn your verbal skills. Li Chang'an. Neza settled down cross-legged to the side, his aura swirling with the intensity of the mid-stage foundation establishment. Master Brother, several times, Senior Brother Zhou Yuan from Taishan Peak has sent messages asking you to discuss the matter of the sword-wielding disciple from Jianlu Peak who has fallen into demonic possession. Why have you not gone? Li Chang'an sighed and replied earnestly, because Master Brother is a coward. You know what it means to fall into demonic possession. Li Chang'an shifted positions to lie more comfortably and asked. Neza shook his head. Demonic possession comes in 2 forms, internal and external. Internal demonic possession occurs when one's cultivation method or mental state causes their vital energy to flow backward, resulting in a transformation of consciousness into demonic thoughts. If a practitioner cannot promptly control these thoughts, they will gradually become a mere shell, a killing machine. External demonic possession, on the other hand, refers to being eroded by malevolent entities, leading to a locked consciousness and becoming a puppet under control. If one can unravel the shackles of their consciousness, they may be rescued. However, if they cannot break free from the seal of their mind, they too will become a living corpse in this world. There are numerous cultivation methods, with both righteous and evil paths clashing fiercely. The so-called evil forces abound. The disciple from Jianlu Peak has clearly lost their sanity, controlled by demonic thoughts. Thus their fate can only resolve in 2 ways.
Li Chang'an stated. Firstly, if their demonic possession is due to their own shortcomings, they will ultimately become a demonic puppet to be slain by Yang Yi in Matua City, which would be the best outcome. Secondly, if their possession stems from some external malevolent force, it implies that a more formidable and challenging demon lurks behind them. Li Chang'an shrugged. If it is the first scenario, then Yang Yi and the others may suffice. If it is the latter, it signifies that this expedition will be fraught with peril. Given the danger, I naturally cannot go. After all, my cultivation is low and my courage lacking. Initially, Neza listened with respect, but upon hearing the conclusion, he could not help but bare his teeth in disdain. While your words may seem shameless, they are indeed quite reasonable. Let us not dwell on this matter. Tell me about your lesson at Shanxiang Peak today. Did you gain any insights? Li Chang'an inquired. Neza pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. What did you learn? Do share that I discovered that our Tai Xuan Sect has many inept individuals. Just as Li Chang'an was about to inquire further, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the mountain's protective array. With a flick of his sleeve, the scene below the mountain path manifested in the void. He observed a throng of young disciples gathered outside, each one filled with righteous indignation as they gazed up at the mountain. Li Chang'an was immediately perplexed. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 23. I challenge you at the foot of Shaoqiang Peak. Several disciples of Tai Xuan blocked the mountain path, glaring angrily at the summit. The ones at the forefront even rolled up their sleeves, continuously shouting up the mountain, Neza, how dare you brazenly declare that Tai Xuan disciples are inept? If you have the guts, come down and face us. Indeed, you have insulted us all with your words. Are you not being a bit too arrogant? If you have the ability, descend from the mountain. Wuxiang Peak awaits your challenge, right? You merely had a stroke of luck. Now you shall witness the true strength of those you deem inept. Li Chang'an watched, dumbfounded, as he struggled to process the situation. Neza, what on earth happened? How is it that in my brief absence, you have attracted such enmity? Goodness, one would think you desecrated someone's ancestral grave. Neza, with an impassive expression, glanced at the gathered Tai Xuan disciples and slowly uttered two words. Inept, Li Chang'an. What now? These fellows are all eager to challenge you. Should we go down and have some fun? Neza disdainfully rolled his eyes and turned to sit cross-legged beneath the old locust tree. This girl, with her calm demeanor, seemed less like a 13-year-old girl and more like an old man who had weathered the storms of life. Perpetually unruffled, Li Chang'an could no longer bear to watch. You could at least go have some fun. Stop acting like a little old man with that long face. A child should have the demeanor of a child. Neza refused to budge. Well, I took a glance. All those down there are third and fourth generation disciples, primarily at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. If you win against them, I will reward you with something fun. How does that sound? Neza remained resolute in her refusal. Li Chang'an, at the very least, consider it. After all, I am your master brother. This is quite embarrassing for me. After a moment of contemplation, Neza replied, I still refuse. Li Chang'an thumped his chest, feeling that his mentality had taken a turn for the worse recently. He resolved to adopt a different approach, aiming to exploit her weaknesses. If you win against those below, I will treat you to a delicious meal, hot pot. Have you ever tried it? Neza hesitated, not as quick to refuse as before. Hot pot? What is that? Ah, you don't know. Hot pot is a culinary invention of mine, featuring a special broth prepared with unique seasonings, where various ingredients such as beef, lamb, tripe, fish slices, and vegetarian chicken are cooked. Finally, you dip them in spices, savoring the flavors as you eat. The taste? Oh, simply delightful. Neza promptly stood up and strode toward the outside. This little foodie was indeed swayed by the promise of food. At the foot of Shaoqiang Peak, nearly 100 disciples of Tai Xuan congregated, representing various peaks, most of them at the foundation establishment stage, with a small number at the Qi refinement and a few at the returning origin stage. The disciples at the returning origin stage appeared rather aloof, standing at the back, arms crossed, gazing at Shaoqiang Peak from a distance. The Qi refinement disciples huddled at the rear, while the majority, foundation establishment disciples, craned their necks, visibly agitated and mumbling angrily. Then, they beheld a girl clad in a red skirt leisurely descending the mountain path. Neza, it is Neza. That is her. At Shanxiang Peak, she called us Tai Xuan disciples worthless and arrogant to the extreme. Yes, this girl, relying on her status as a second-generation disciple from the 9th peak, looks down on all of us. We must show her who the real inept ones are. Behind this group, Shaoqian watched Neza with a complex gaze, his teeth clenched in frustration. He should have been the most outstanding young talent in this Tai Xuan recruitment, destined for the 9th peak, basking in the glory of admiration from all. Yet this girl not only took away everything that belonged to him, but also turned him into a laughingstock. Xiao Qian gritted his teeth and suddenly pushed through the crowd, stepping to the forefront. Neza, I challenge you. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Neza cast a glance at the eager Xiao Qian and arrogantly waved her hand. You are not capable. Before Xiao Qian could retort, Neza gestured dismissively. You, yes, all of you. Come at me together. Goodness. This is beyond audacity. A newcomer dares to insult all these veterans and challenges us all. This is not mere arrogance. This is slapping faces. Not only did Xiao Qian falter, but some of the older disciples of Tai Xuan could no longer contain their anger. Their faces flushed as they jostled one another, on the verge of a collective assault. From the back of the crowd, a young disciple at the returning origin stage fixed his gaze upon Neza, grinning wickedly. Neza, are you not being a bit too arrogant? Our Tai Xuan Sect has 1,000 years of profound heritage and teachings. Do not think that just because Li Chang'an aided you in your foundation establishment, you can claim to be the top. The young disciple, known as Zhang Yin, is a third-generation disciple of Solemn Peak. He typically enjoys a considerable presence among the disciples of Tai Xuan, and of late, has been somewhat overwhelmed by the flattery of this group of newcomers, leading to an inflated sense of confidence. Since you have cast aside such boastful words, shall I not indulge you a little, lest you underestimate the situation? With a slight lift of his chin, he commanded, Xiao Qian, step forth and show this girl, who has yet to fully mature, who truly stands as this year's strongest newcomer. Xiao Qian hesitated momentarily, recalling Zhang Yan's earlier remarks, before nodding in agreement. Neza, as a third-generation disciple of Tai Xuan Peak, I formally issue you a challenge. Do you dare to accept? The surrounding Tai Xuan disciples fell silent. From any perspective, Xiao Qian was indeed the most qualified and suitable challenger for Neza. Among this year's new disciples, aside from the prodigious Neza, it was Xiao Qian who stood out as the strongest, having already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment upon entering, and reportedly achieving a breakthrough recently. While some older disciples remained stagnant at the foundation establishment level due to lack of talent, they held on to their seniority, unwilling to engage in conflict with a mere 13-year-old girl. Naturally, they feared the embarrassment of being bested, which was precisely why Zhang Yin had pushed Xiao Qian forward. Neza stood upon the mountain path, looking down imperiously at Xiao Qian, her expression one of disdain and contempt. Perhaps you should reconsider. She scoffed. Pathetic. Xiao Qian's eyelids twitched. His face flushed instantly. In his 17 years, he had never encountered anyone who would label him as pathetic, yet in the face of Neza, he found himself at a loss for words. Pathetic? For an extraordinary being who required no cultivation and achieved foundation establishment in a month, perhaps it was true. But what could he do? Was there anyone in this world who did not begin their journey with cultivation? Neza, do not be so arrogant, he attempted to retort, but before he could finish, Neza brazenly raised her arm, pointing at Zhang Yin behind her. Hey, you with the long face, what is your name? If you dare, come challenge me. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 24. The duel on Xiao Qian Peak. Li Chang'an sipped his tea while observing the scene below. Upon witnessing Neza's brazen demeanor as she directly challenged a third-generation disciple at the return to origin stage, even he was taken aback. This girl seems a bit too full of herself, he mused, stroking his chin with a smirk. Yet, indeed, I possess my own charm. Am I being ignored? Xiao Qian's face darkened, his expression turning sour. Simultaneously, a sense of unease crept into his heart. How could Neza dare to challenge Zhang Yin? Although Zhang Yin ranked lower among the disciples of Solemn Peak, having barely climbed to the return to origin stage due to his qualifications, he was still a practitioner of that level. What audacity did Neza possess to challenge someone in the return to origin realm? Could it be that Neza had already broken through to that stage herself? Xiao Qian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Was this even human? He had never heard of such a prodigy, achieving foundation establishment in a month, followed by return to origin in another? Incredible. For a moment, Xiao Qian felt a pang of insecurity, while Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed, a glint of icy intent flashing within them. Long face. Zhang Yin mused, do you believe that joining the 9th peak grants you the right to look down upon others? With a cold chuckle, he continued, Li Chang'an may have been fortunate to accept some remarkable junior disciples, but it does not mean that you, a mere novice who has barely entered the sect for 2 months, can disregard others. Neza crossed her arms and tilted her head, not even granting Zhang Yin a glance. Clearly, she did not regard him with any seriousness. Fine, since you have the audacity, I shall grant you your wish. Zhang Yin, let us duel. However, a mere duel seemed somewhat lackluster. Shall we not add a bit of stakes? Zhang Yin suddenly proposed. Neza pursed her lips. If you win, I shall acknowledge you as a genius of Tai Xuan Sect on behalf of my fellow junior disciples, and we shall honor you with the utmost respect henceforth. But if I win, you shall voluntarily leave the ninth peak and kneel to apologize for your earlier arrogance. What say you? This was clearly an unequal contest. The notion of acknowledging him as a genius was absurd, especially since ever since the incident with the 12 transformation color lotus, even the sect leader Chun Bailu recognized Neza as a once-in-a-millennium talent. As for the respect and honor, Neza was already a second-generation disciple of the ninth peak, while Zhang Yin, the highest ranking here, was merely the last of the third generation from Tsangming Peak. Neza looked down at Zhang Yin, contemplating before finally nodding. Very well. At this point, Li Chang'an could no longer remain seated. He leapt up, his expression wavering. Could it be that this girl truly broke through to the return to origin stage? That shouldn't be possible. After all, it took the most talented of the previous generation a full year to reach that level. While Li Chang'an pondered, his vision suddenly blurred, and he waved his sleeve, only to find an elderly man clutching a wine gourd materializing before him. Dan Yun, what brings you here? Li Chang'an inquired, surprised. Dan Yun, this old fellow, rarely left his alchemy pursuits aside from seeking wine, having visited the ninth peak only a few times for that very reason. Yet, he had just delivered 2 jars of wine a couple of days ago. How could he have consumed them so swiftly? Dan Yun took a sip and burped. Nothing much, just thought I'd come by to see how you're doing, Otto. Neza, the little girl, is about to duel someone. How splendid. Li Chang'an regarded Dan Yun for a moment before refocusing on the duel. Not only Dan Yun and Li Chang'an, but the higher-ups of Tai Xuan, whenever they had the chance, cast their gazes toward the ninth peak, landing on the petite figure on the mountain path. They could easily discern that Neza was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet they were baffled by the complete lack of hesitation or fear emanating from this 13-year-old girl, who instead radiated confidence. Such a battle, crossing a significant realm, would typically be seen as mere attention-seeking by other disciples, but for those from the ninth peak, such instances of transcending levels and emerging victorious were not uncommon. Hence, they found themselves intrigued. However, despite their interest, they maintained their dignified positions, merely observing from their grand halls, save for Dan Yun, who hurriedly made his way to the ninth peak. Seated on Shaoqiong Peak, Dan Yun gazed down at the scene, suddenly raising his voice. Tang Guang, how about we make a wager since we have nothing better to do? Above the heavens, the clouds drifted lazily. After a moment, the clouds suddenly dispersed. What wager? A voice echoed from Tsangming Peak. Let us bet on the outcome of Neza versus that young man. What do you say? Dan Yun replied, sipping his wine. I recently concocted a batch of sacred spirit pills. Should Neza lose, I will gift you 2. While you may not find them useful, I am sure many of your disciples would require them to embark on their path to transcendence. And if Neza emerges victorious? Dan Yun smirked, winking. Tang Guang, remember when you used to need my shoulders for me? It's been ages since you've appeared before me. If Neza wins, you shall come to my Danyang Peak and serve me for 2 days. How does that sound? Li Chang'an nearly toppled from his lounging chair upon hearing this. This old rascal intends to take advantage, to have a powerful being at the harmonization stage wash his feet. How grand of a favor. Tsangming Peak remained silent for a long while before Dan Yun burst into hearty laughter. You, my friend, lack a sense of humor. You wear that miserable expression all day. Do you not realize how dull you are? Li Chang'an rolled over in his chair, rolling his eyes. The Tai Xuan Sect was renowned for its unity in the North Continent, and indeed, during the century since his arrival in this world, the sect had demonstrated humility and restraint, rarely experiencing internal strife. However, this did not mean that the relationships among the 9 peaks were particularly harmonious. Especially after Tang Guang's breakthrough to the harmonization stage, a delicate balance was beginning to shift, and the peace that had endured for a millennium was now rife with undercurrents. Li Chang'an had previously advised Neza that cultivation was not solely about improving one's level. It also involved refining one's heart and mental acuity. The peak masters of Tai Xuan had cultivated for centuries, each one a cunning old fox. Dan Yun's remarks regarding Neza's duel were likely laced with ulterior motives. Yet, evidently, Tang Guang's reaction was not what Dan Yun had anticipated. Li Chang'an turned over, feeling a sense of ennui. These old geezers, with nothing better to do, engage in all this verbal sparring. How utterly tiresome. Chapter 25. Equipment suppression below Shaoqiong Peak. Many Tai Xuan disciples had cleared a space, allowing Neza and Zhang Yin to enter. Most of these disciples had high hopes for Zhang Yin, cheering him on with playful banter, while Xiao Qian's gaze remained fixed on Neza, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. He does not perceive Neza as a fool. Thus, there must be some winning trump card in play. Neza, you shall come to regret agreeing to this duel. Jiang Yin chuckled, spreading his arms wide, soaring into the air like a great rock. Observe, this is a technique of aerial mastery only attainable at the Guyuan level. Regardless of whether you possess a hidden card, I stand invincible, humph. The crowd erupted into laughter, clearly aware of this fact all along. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity between the Foundation establishment and the Guyuan stages. Neza gazed up at Jiang Yin, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he attempted to extend his arms. Spiritual energy surged from his spiritual sea, coursing through his being. Indeed, this will not suffice. It seems I must resort to the wind-fire wheels. Neza shook his head in mild frustration, a look that only incited Jiang Yan's arrogance further. However, when Jiang Yin heard the last three words, he was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? In the next instant, two flames ignited atop the 9 peaks, swirling gracefully in the air before shooting down the mountain path like lightning, coming to a steady halt before Neza. They were 2 wheels, only the size of a palm, blazing with fire and wind, clearly of considerable rank as treasured artifacts. Goodness, this is Jiang Yin nearly gasped for breath as he watched Neza step onto the wind-fire wheels and rise into the air. Hovering at a height surpassing his own, lips pursed as he looked down upon him. Jiang Yin, it seems I am flying higher than you. Neza steadied himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Jiang Yin felt his composure beginning to unravel. Standing several feet away, Shao Qian and others also sensed their own stability faltering. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yan's expression grew cold. Very well, I shall see if a single spiritual treasure can truly bridge the gap between Foundation establishment and Guyuan. With that, Jiang Yin grasped the air with one hand, and suddenly, a verdant sword shadow manifested in midair, solidifying in his palm into a 3-foot-long azure blade. This is a yellow-grade superior spiritual treasure I stumbled upon, perfect for testing whose prowess prevails. The sword light shimmered, enveloping the space in a chilling aura. Neza looked down at Jiang Yin, chuckling softly. A spiritual sword, you say? I seem to have one as well. Neza murmured, extending his arms once more, and suddenly, 2 beams of sword light shot up from the peak of Shaoqiang, shaking the entire mountain with their resonant clang. The sight of the black and white halos shooting forth sent shockwaves through the crowd, finally coming to a halt beside Neza. This, the yin-yang twin swords of Tianji Peak. Shao Qian exclaimed, turning to Lu Yang not far behind. Lu Yang was a 3rd-generation disciple of Tianji Peak, and these yin-yang twin swords were originally prepared for him by Master Zhao Wujin, only to have been inexplicably lost to Li Chang'an of Shaoqiang Peak. Lu Yang grinned sheepishly, a look of resignation on his face. The yin-yang twin swords are indeed a spiritual treasure of Tianji Peak. Reputed to be a top-tier artifact of the Xian realm. It seems Master Wujin truly bestowed them upon Li Chang'an, who in turn granted them to Neza. Does it not border on bullying? Jiang Yin stood frozen, watching as the yin-yang twin swords merely hovered in the air, already overpowering the spiritual sword in his grasp. The sheer, terrifying sword radiance began to seep insidiously into his meridians. To say nothing of engaging in combat, merely standing there for a moment would likely inflict significant harm. Neza, you... Before Jiang Yin could finish, he saw Neza flick his fingers, a hair tie shooting forth from his tousled hair, expanding in the wind into a crimson ribbon that spiraled around him. The aura emanating from this ribbon was even stronger than that of the yin-yang twin swords. Goodness. The crowd was suddenly thrown into disarray. What sort of contest is this? Neza casually brandishes several spiritual treasures that are among the pinnacle artifacts of Tai Xuan, and not even Jiang Yin, at the initial stage of Guyuan, could withstand such might. Jiang Yan's face darkened, his eyelids fluttering erratically. He felt a strong urge to turn and flee. It was not due to a lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming disparity in resources. It was akin to an unarmed youth facing a primary school student wielding a firearm. Regardless of the skill of the latter, a single hit could spell disaster for the former. There is no contest. Financial prowess trumps all flashy displays. Well then, I shall commence, Neza declared, standing atop the wind-fire wheels, wielding the yin-yang twin swords, as the heavenly spiral ribbon danced around him. But that was not all. As Neza spoke, a colossal 12-petal colorful lotus suddenly rose from beneath his feet, swiftly contracting to envelop an area of several tens of feet, forming a vast domain of treasure. Trapped within, Jiang Yin flailed like a bird deprived of its wings, only to crash to the ground with a resounding thud, landing on the blue stone below. Rolling his eyes, he promptly lost consciousness. The crowd. Neza, on Shaoqiang Peak, Dan Yun struggled to suppress his laughter, stroking his chin with a look of approval. Quite impressive, to defeat someone at the initial stage of Guyuan, while being at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Truly a worthy disciple of mine, Li Chang'an. Dan Yun nearly leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "This has nothing to do with you, Li Chang'an." Moreover, there was no actual fight. It was merely a display of might. However, seeing Neza triumph without a battle, Dan Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, it remains essential not to overly rely on external objects. One's own cultivation is the foundation. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. Who says that battles can only be fought fist to fist? I can crush you with a spiritual treasure, so why should I dirty my hands? As long as the outcome is the same, what does it matter how it is achieved? Li Chang'an glanced up, noticing that many gazes directed at the ninth peak had retreated. Dan Yun, should you not express something now that Neza has so effortlessly won? Perhaps to encourage the younger generation? Dan Yun shot him a glare. What should I express? I lack such treasures myself. Do I need to make a show of it? Enough of this chatter. I am here for a matter of great importance. Dan Yun's expression hardened, his demeanor growing grave. The party that ventured to Matu City has returned. Li Chang'an's eyes flickered. 3 disciples from Jianlov Peak who went to the valley outside Matu City are dead. And their leader, Yang Yi, is gravely injured. What? Li Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 26. Where is my little bunny? Jianlov Peak ranks 4th within Tai Xuan Sect, yet it commands a level of authority and respect that surpasses the other peaks. This is due to its oversight of Tai Xuan's laws and its governance over internal and external conflicts. Hence, the most feared figure within Tai Xuan is not the sect leader Chen Bailu, but rather the peak master of Jianlov, Bai Pao. Bai Pao is said to have reached the upper echelons of the Void Realm, remaining atop Jianlov Peak for decades in pursuit of a breakthrough. Yet this morning, his decree was heard by all disciples of Jianlov Peak. Yang Yi's injury has evidently stirred this true power within Tai Xuan. Within the Sword Hall of Jianlov Peak, Yang Yi gradually regained his strength after consuming the elixir granted by Dan Yun, surrounded by second-generation disciples and others from various peaks. Junior brother Yang Yi, what transpired? You possess the cultivation of the divine realm, which individual could inflict harm upon you, and furthermore, result in the loss of 3 sword-bearers. Zhao Qingyan of Danyang Peak could not restrain his curiosity. This matter has garnered significant attention throughout Tai Xuan. Since our elevation to a sacred land, such incidents have never occurred. Could it be that those from Chaoyang City, who have come to attend the sacred gathering, were involved? Yang Yi's breath steadied considerably, but his complexion remained pale. No, it was not Chaoyang City, but rather demons. The hall fell silent. Demons? Yang Yi nodded gravely. Senior brother Zhou Yuan commanded me to lead the disciples of Jianlov to the maple forest outside Matu City to investigate the disappearance of the sword-bearers. As expected, I discovered Li Chang'an, a disciple of Jianlov Peak, had succumbed to demonic corruption in the forest cavern. Li Chang'an initially possessed the cultivation of the heart realm, yet after his fall into demonic influence, his power surged, inflicting injuries upon several disciples. Others remained puzzled. Although Li Chang'an's strength increased post-corruption, he should not have been capable of injuring Yang Yi, who was at the divine realm. Yang Yi shook his head. It was not Li Chang'an who hurt me. After subduing him, I encountered several other corrupted practitioners within the cavern, though their strength was inferior to Li Chang'an's, causing no significant trouble until we uncovered the demonic embryo. Yang Yi gritted his teeth, his expression grave. Zhao Qingyan and the others' faces darkened. A demonic embryo? How could this be? Zhao Qingyan exclaimed. Although the maple forest outside Matu City lies beyond the boundaries of Tai Xuan's territory, it is still only 100 miles away. With Tai Xuan's burgeoning aura, how could such a demonic entity arise? Under certain conditions, a demonic embryo can indeed be considered a form of innate spiritual treasure. However, due to the malevolent power it harbors, it tends to drive practitioners towards corruption, hence its designation as a demonic embryo. This also conveniently explains why Li Chang'an, while executing his mission, became a puppet controlled by the embryo within the cavern. I am uncertain, but fortunately, the demonic embryo had not fully formed. I managed to disperse it, albeit at the cost of my own injuries, yet I fear it remains. We may need to dispatch another group to track down its whereabouts and ensure the complete eradication of this evil entity. Zhao Qingyan and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate that they had made the discovery early this time. Otherwise, if they had delayed any longer and allowed the demon to take form, it would have been truly difficult to deal with. Junior brother Yang Yi, focus on your recovery. The demon embryo has already been dispersed, and what remains should pose no significant threat. I will instruct the disciples below to remain vigilant. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, and Zhao Qingyan and the others exchanged a few words before turning to leave. After departing from Jianlov Peak, Zhao Qingyan sent a message to Zhou Yuan to inform him of the situation. Feeling a slight sense of relief, I asked the white-robed master, also preparing to emerge from seclusion. Zhao Qingyin gazed at the peak of Jianlv, which jutted into the clouds like a sword, his expression somewhat complex. Coinciding with the gathering of the sacred lands, the emergence of a demon embryo. Alas, what a tumultuous season! On Shaoqiong Peak, Li Chang'an, who had just removed his trousers in preparation to relieve himself, froze momentarily, reconsidered, and pulled his trousers back up. Indeed, at the entrance of the mountain path, several dozen zhang away, Shun Qingyi was smiling at him, her delicate face slightly flushed. "Your timing is impeccable," Li Chang'an said with exasperation. "One day, you will surely drive me to madness." Shun Qingyi giggled, plopping down on the rattan chair where Li Chang'an often sat, crossing her legs with a contented sado. "I heard you and Yang Yi went to the maple forest outside Mata City. How was it?" Shun Qingyi's expression turned serious. "Not good. I'm not sure what happened, but beneath the cave we inadvertently stumbled into, there was actually a formed demon embryo. It was this demon embryo that controlled the negative sword wielder Li Chang'an, prompting him to attack us." "Demon embryo?" Li Chang'an frowned slightly. Logically speaking, the Tai Xuan Sect should be protected by the Tai Xuan energy, making it difficult for such malevolent entities to thrive. How could a demon embryo appear merely 100 miles away in the maple forest? Moreover, with the gathering of the sacred lands approaching, could there be a connection? Li Chang'an glanced at the bamboo grove behind him, where little Neza was practicing with his wind and fire wheels, stirring up clouds of dust. Demon embryo, demon pill? Surely it cannot be this coincidental. What's wrong? Shun Qingyi tilted her head at Li Chang'an, her brow furrowed in confusion. Nothing. Although senior brother Yang Yi shattered the demon embryo, it ultimately could not be completely eradicated. The dissipated demonic energy has vanished into the ground, leaving no trace. I hope there will be no repercussions. Shun Qingyi clasped her hands in front of her chest, hoping for the best. Li Chang'an frowned. It would be wise to refrain from wandering about for a while. Let us wait until after the gathering of the sacred lands. Shun Qingyi nodded in agreement. There's another matter. Senior brother Changyun went to Matu City to meet with the people from Chaoyang Ancient City. They should arrive at our Tai Xuan Sect in a few days. Li Chang'an shrugged nonchalantly. Let the people of Chaoyang City come and go as they please. It has nothing to do with me. I knew you wouldn't care about this, Shun Qingyi chuckled, turning towards the old locust tree. Where's my little Bai? I came specifically to see little Bai today. Little Bai was the rabbit she had raised, which had previously been moved from the foot of Shuihan Peak to the summit of Shaoqiong Peak. Li Chang'an's expression stiffened. Huh? Where has little Bai gone? Has it run off to another place? Shun Qingyi looked at the empty little nest, puzzled at Qingyi. Li Chang'an opened his mouth. Senior brother Chang'an, don't worry about it. I'll search for it myself. Little Bai is accustomed to running around at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps it is hiding here. Shun Qingyi stood up, her fingers coming together as she conjured a trail of azure-purple energy. Finding little Bai has always been a hassle, so I specifically learned this spell. As long as I follow this azure-purple energy's guidance, I will surely find little Bai, junior sister. Perhaps we should consider this matter more. I found it. Right here. Shun Qingyi laughed and skipped away, darting to a tree several dozen meters away. Huh? Shun Qingyi's gaze fell upon a recently filled hole in the ground, its soil still damp. She waved her hand lightly, revealing a pile of scattered bones and a relatively intact rabbit pelt. Li Chang'an. Chapter 27. The blue emerges from the indigo. Although the demon embryo had been shattered by junior brother Yang Yi at the cost of his serious injury, it had not been completely eliminated. If the remaining wisp of demonic energy were allowed to linger, it would likely become the root of future calamities. At Tai Xuan Peak, Zhou Yuan spoke with a grave expression. We must not allow this matter to affect the gathering of the sacred lands. Changyun, it is precisely the 2-month mark. It is time for the new disciples of Tai Xuan to venture down the mountain. You will lead the team to search for the escaping wisp of demonic energy. Changyun, seated at a lower position, nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan contemplated for a moment before looking at the respectful Shao Qian. You should join them. Accompany your senior brother Changyun to gain some experience and solidify your recent cultivation. Zhou Yuan understood that his disciple was ambitious, yet due to Neza's appearance, he felt somewhat depressed and frustrated. This opportunity to venture out would serve as a means to clear his mind. Shao Qian nodded respectfully. Disciple shall obey the master's command. Zhou Yuan nodded. Junior brother Changyun, do your utmost regarding the demon embryo matter, but the safety of our disciples is paramount. Whatever the number of people you take with you, ensure that all return safely. Understood. On Shaoqiong Peak, Li Chang'an rubbed the large bump on his forehead, looking utterly speechless. Neza, why must you eat your senior sister Qingyi's rabbit? Rabbits are so adorable. How could you eat a rabbit? Look at what you did to me. Li Chang'an channeled his internal spiritual energy in an attempt to reduce the swelling on his forehead, but after a lengthy struggle, not only did it not diminish, but it swelled even larger. Damn it, this girl is a bit too violent. She won't even listen to my explanation. It's not like I ate it. A few steps away, Neza gazed at the bump on Li Chang'an's forehead, barely suppressing laughter. How can you still laugh? Hurry up and cultivate. Li Chang'an scolded in exasperation. Neza bared his teeth in reluctance. During this period, Neza had been diligently practicing, solidifying his mid-foundation realm. As time passed, he began to stride toward the upper foundation realm. This development left Li Chang'an both gratified and speechless. Neza's talent was undeniable, surpassing that of his several senior brothers and sisters, yet it was precisely this prodigious gift that filled Li Chang'an with envy. Why was it that he lacked such cultivation aptitude, enduring the label of a waste for a century, confined to this Shaoqiong peak? Senior brother, didn't you say that once I triumph over the challenges posed by the disciples of the various peaks, you would treat me to hot pot? Neza remained rooted in place. I want to eat hot pot. This little glutton. Li Chang'an shook his head in disbelief and went to retrieve the ingredients from the second room. Upon hearing this, little Neza immediately turned and dashed off. Watching Neza prepare the hot pot ingredients, Li Chang'an gradually immersed his consciousness into his spiritual sea. On the vast star map above the spiritual sea, 9 main stars shimmered with radiant glows, the faint starry light cascading from the main stars, merging into the spiritual sea as threads of spiritual essence. Not be it, Li Chang'an chuckled. Although he lacked Neza as talent, he possessed a golden finger, after all. Not a loss. Through this period of contemplation and research, he had finally confirmed the purpose of the star map within the spiritual sea. Including his master Zhang Heng, the 9 individuals of Shaoqiong Peak were mysteriously connected to the 9 main stars within the spiritual sea. The stronger these 9 individuals became, the brighter the corresponding main stars shone, and the power that overflowed from these main stars grew stronger. This mysterious force was the source of Li Chang'an's growing strength. This peculiar phenomenon had only manifested after Neza successfully established his foundation and illuminated the main star, indicating that only when all 9 stars were lit could this reciprocal cultivation model be fostered. During this time, as Neza stabilized in the foundation period, Li Chang'an's cultivation had gradually entered the mid-chi training stage. Feeling the increasingly abundant power, Li Chang'an finally felt at ease. From here on, all he needed was for the 9 of them to strive for greater strength. This feeling is truly delightful, Li Chang'an chuckled. On Shaoqiong Peak, as Li Chang'an pondered how to facilitate little Neza's cultivation, he suddenly sensed a slight fluctuation from the Tai Xuan Great Array. Several unfamiliar auras surged from outside the Tai Xuan Mountain Gate before dissipating. It seemed the people from Chaoyang Ancient City had arrived. Li Chang'an frowned. Since the people from Chaoyang City had arrived, the individuals from Baitian Gate, Sifang Pavilion, and Baiyang Academy would surely follow closely behind. Once the 4 great sacred lands converged, the gathering of the sacred lands would officially commence. Discussions, duels, and trials awaited. He hoped this gathering would conclude smoothly, allowing everyone to return swiftly. Before long, Neza brought over the hot pot ingredients that Li Chang'an had prepared earlier and set up the fire pit beneath the old locust tree. With a flick of his fingers, flames ignited within the pot. Li Chang'an rubbed his hands together, adding the prepared seasonings into the pot. Glancing at the sliced potatoes and a few stalks of vegetables, Li Chang'an couldn't help but sigh. Our Shaoqiong Peak is indeed a bit impoverished. As he spoke, he looked at Neza. If only we had some spiritual sheep meat, a fragrant base, and some tripe. Ah, what a pity. Neza licked his lips, silent for a moment. Suddenly, he jumped up, ran to the mountain path, cupping his hands to form a trumpet shape, and shouted towards the sky. On the summit of Shaoqiong Peak, Li Chang'an extended an invitation to his fellow disciples from various peaks, preparing a secret recipe hot pot for their enjoyment. With the first arrivals getting to savor it first, Li Chang'an's eyes widened as he gazed at Neza. Momentarily perplexed by her intentions, he soon keenly discerned several pairs of eyes suddenly fixated on Shaoqiong Peak from the other peaks. To his astonishment, this was indeed a viable approach. Hot pot? What hot pot? Came the voice of Zhao Qingyan from Danyang Peak. How can those on the path of cultivation indulge in such earthly desires? Though, a rare taste wouldn't hurt, added the senior brother Zhongxing from Wuxiang Peak. Haha, this rascal Li Chang'an loves tinkering with fresh ideas. I must experience this so-called pot for myself. Count me in, exclaimed Zhou Yuan from Taishan Peak, who was preoccupied with overseeing affairs in the sect, especially with the arrival of visitors from Chaoyang Ancient City. The leaders of the various peaks, primarily focused on their cultivation, were not particularly concerned about a mere meal. Only those leisurely inclined and yet still tethered to worldly desires among the senior brothers and sisters could be drawn to Li Chang'an's hot pot. At the mountain path's entrance, Neza raised her head toward the sky and continued to call out, "Qingyin, please bring a spirit sheep from Danyang Peak. Sister Yuhe, we also need some base. Could you bring a few?" Brother Zhongxing, Brother Mingyuan, Li Chang'an stood in astonishment, witnessing how swiftly Neza managed to arrange for the missing ingredients, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. Good heavens, this girl truly has a remarkable influence. Chapter 28. A grand hot pot feast. Thus, a grand hot pot feast commenced with great fanfare atop Shaoqiong Peak. To Li Chang'an's delight, these chief disciples from the various peaks actually arrived, each bearing unique ingredients. The spirit sheep from Danyang Peak, fragrant base from Shuihan Peak, colorful bamboo shoots from Wuxiang Peak, and more, leaving Li Chang'an utterly dumbfounded. When did this girl gain such charisma? He stroked his chin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. When he had previously invited his brothers to Shaoqiong Peak for a meal, few had paid him any heed. What a delightful gathering, Zhongxing grunted. So this is your idea of a feast? It seems you haven't brought anything apart from a few potatoes. Junior Brother Chang'an, you are increasingly impressing us, one remarked. Enough chatter, this concoction of his smells quite enticing. Let us sample it. Li Chang'an helplessly watched as he was pushed to the periphery, the abundant ingredients he had meticulously prepared quickly disappearing beneath the chopsticks of these Tai Xuan heavyweights. Panic surged within him. Hey, leave a little for me. Zhao Qingyin, the senior brother from Danyang Peak, along with Su Qianqian, the third sister from Shuihan Peak, and her junior sister Shan Qing, Zhongxing from Wuxiang Peak, disciple Qin Xiaofeng, Zhao Wujie from Tianji Peak, and disciple Lu Yang from Qiyin Peak. 5 of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan had gathered. Had it not been for Yang Yi's injury and Zhou Yuan's need to welcome guests from Chaoyang City, those two would likely have joined the fray as well. Who could have imagined that these prominent figures from Tai Xuan, renowned practitioners in the realm of the divine, would be huddled around a dining table fighting over slices of lamb? Li Chang'an grimaced, feeling a pang of discomfort. You all are the senior brothers representing Tai Xuan, and yet you disregard decorum to crowd together like this? A sharp reprimand echoed from above, causing everyone scrambling for a piece of fish to halt in their tracks. Master Dan Yun. As the protective array of Shaoqiong Peak parted, the elder Dan Yun descended, clutching a wine gourd. You are all seasoned practitioners of the divine realm, yet cannot extricate yourselves from earthly appetites. How can you hope to transcend to the holy state and attain ascension? Scram, scram. Dan Yun, visibly exasperated, shooed away the group of juniors, his nose twitching as his eyes abruptly brightened. Upon your return to your respective peaks, meditate in solitude for 3 days as penance. The group led by Zhao Qingyin bowed respectfully in response. By the way, Qingyin, be sure to bring back a spirit sheep, and Qingyi, add a few more base. What are you waiting for? Hurry and disperse. Zhao Qingyin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar, before reluctantly turning to leave. As they departed, Dan Yun fixed a fierce glare at Li Chang'an. No wonder you have stagnated in your cultivation for a century. Spending your days dabbling in such trifles, how could you possibly progress? Junior Brother Hong entrusted the 9th peak to you. What a waste. Hey, how does one eat this? Li Chang'an chuckled, eagerly approaching with a bowl in hand. Come, let me show you. The lamb and fish slices are similar. Just dip them in the hot pot for a while, then add a bit of sauce. It's ready to enjoy. Dan Yun nodded in satisfaction, sampling a piece of lamb and his eyes glimmering with delight. Not be it. Li Chang'an turned and produced a small jar from seemingly nowhere, presenting it. Try this, the latest batch of Luha River's old white liquor. A century in the making, guaranteed quality. Dan Yun's eyes sparkled anew. You, my boy, have been quite astute today. Dan Yun muttered, tossing a small porcelain vial to Neza. Here, try this. It's beneficial for foundational cultivation. Got it? Li Chang'an eagerly tucked the vial away, raising his bowl toward the table, only to be met with Dan Yun's piercing glare. What are you doing? Eating, Li Chang'an replied, perplexed. Eating? Hurry up and go cultivate, you little rascal. Trying to steal food from an old man. Have you no sense of shame? What? Li Chang'an was suddenly irked. Was this old man out of his mind? This was the 9th peak, his own creation. How dare he shamelessly mooch off him and even attempt to claim it all? This was utterly unreasonable. Just as Li Chang'an was about to voice his protest, he noticed a subtle distortion in the air nearby. And then, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe materialized before him. Li Chang'an's eyelids flickered. Master Zhang? The visitor was none other than Chen Bailu, the leader of Tai Xuan Sect and one of the 2 who had achieved the Tao. It was said that he had been in seclusion on the back mountain, seeking the path to ascension, yet here he was, unexpectedly appearing atop Shaoqiong Peak. Li Chang'an glanced at the bubbling hot pot, feeling an even greater urge to partake. The arrival of such a prominent figure indicated that this hot pot feast was indeed a resounding success. Upon seeing Chen Bailu, Li Chang'an immediately ceased his chatter, retreating to a corner with his bowl, bowing his head to eat. There was no choice. Chen Bailu was not only a formidable practitioner, but also the revered leader of Tai Xuan, a figure both respected and feared by all disciples, including Li Chang'an himself. Come, sample this lamb. It's truly delightful. Dan Yun added a slice of lamb to his mouth, exhaling in contentment. Damn it, I've spent hundreds of years cultivating, only to end up like this. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Chang'an. At least this kid knows how to enjoy life, constantly changing up his feasts, living rather comfortably. Who in their right mind decided that we should abstain from worldly pleasures in our cultivation? Chen Bailu narrowed his eyes, surveying the bubbling hot pot, and surprisingly picked up a pair of chopsticks to taste a piece. Not bad. Bring me some fish slices. The tripe is almost done, Li Chang'an. Meanwhile, in another corner, Neza hesitated momentarily, then, realizing that if she didn't eat now, she might miss her chance, she turned and produced a large spoon from somewhere, scooping up all the freshly cooked tripe and fish slices into her bowl before returning to her previous spot. Bowing her head to eat, Dan Yun. Chen Bailu Li Chang'an. This girl is fearless. Chen Bailu's chopsticks hovered in midair, pausing momentarily before he set them aside. Senior brother, the sacred land meeting is about to commence. Dan Yun blinked, nodding in agreement. What's the matter? He had initially considered having Zhou Yuan host the sacred land meeting, but later found it inappropriate. Chen Bailu stated. Dan Yun was puzzled. Ever since Chen Bailu had stepped back, Zhou Yuan had taken on the visible leadership of Tai Xuan, managing all affairs for nearly a century. Why would it suddenly be deemed unsuitable? Then who do you think is more appropriate? Chen Bailu turned his gaze toward Li Chang'an, his expression unchanging. Chapter 29. The sect's sword recognition. Li Chang'an wore a grimace as he watched Dan Yun and Chen Bailu finish their hot pot and leave. Feeling a pang of regret, it was one thing to have them enjoy a free meal, but now they expected him to host the sacred land meeting. How could such a thankless task fall upon him? Damn it, he really should have kept a lower profile. Neza squatted nearby, eyeing the still warm remnants of the hot pot, wiping her mouth. Senior brother, are you unwilling to take on this role as the meeting's host? Of course, it's obvious this isn't a good situation. Our Tai Xuan sect is already at the bottom of the hierarchy in the sacred land. No one truly respects us. Moreover, the meeting is set to take place at Tai Xuan, which clearly indicates those fellows have ulterior motives. If I were to host the meeting, wouldn't that be akin to walking straight into the line of fire? Li Chang'an spoke indignantly. He distinctly remembered that the old man he encountered in Matawa City had inquired about him, and he did not believe that the fellow revered him. Neza nodded. As if he understood, Li Chang'an cast a glance at Neza and thought, you wouldn't comprehend even if I told you, go on. Mind your own business. Neza nodded and said, well, senior brother, are we having hot pot tonight? After the hot pot banquet at Zhaoqiangfeng concluded, the news of Li Chang'an presiding over the sacred meeting began to quietly circulate at Tai Xuan Peak. Many were puzzled by the sect master's intentions, pondering that with Li Chang'an's mere cultivation at the qi refinement stage, such actions might undermine the dignity of the Tai Xuan sect. However, considering that he was a second-generation disciple of Tai Xuan, equivalent in status to the master of Zhaoqiangfeng after Zhang Heng's ascension, they soon found solace in their thoughts. After all, there was nothing they could change, and overthinking would only lead to unnecessary distress. At Baishimen, Sifeng Pavilion, and Baiyang Academy, the attendees had yet to arrive, while those from Chaoyang Ancient City were settled at the foot of Shunxiang Peak. Neza initially intended to call Li Chang'an to go down the mountain and explore Chaoyang Ancient City. But seeing Li Chang'an's lackluster enthusiasm, he reconsidered and departed on his own. The atmosphere within Tai Xuan Sect had subtly shifted even before the arrival of those from Chaoyang Ancient City. Tai Xuan Sect was traditionally known for its humility and restraint. Even the disciples who had ventured into the world over the years were typically gentle and refined. In contrast, Chaoyang Ancient City, with its sword as the sacred legacy, was known for its sharpness and brilliance. It was said that the first lord of Chaoyang City, upon breaking through to the Tao integration stage, once split the heavens with a single sword, securing a thread of sacred fortune for Chaoyang City, thereby elevating it to the ranks of the sacred lands. Subsequently, Lord Zongbei ventured alone into Canglan, slaying the 7 great demon kings and establishing an unparalleled legacy that led Chaoyang City to its current pinnacle. Consequently, The disciples of Chaoyang City carried an air of pride that starkly contrasted with that of Tai Xuan's disciples, rendering them somewhat out of place within the Tai Xuan Sect. Neza descended the mountain on his wind-fire wheels. During this time, aside from cultivating on Zhaoqiangfeng, Neza spent much of his time wandering within the sect in less than a month. Nearly all the disciples of Tai Xuan had come to know this unruly little girl. However, despite this recognition, few chose to engage with her due to Li Chang'an's less than favorable reputation within the sect. Most only observed her from a distance, exchanging a few jesting remarks before turning away. The disparity in status was secondary. The key factor was the difference in talent. After meandering for a while, Neza arrived at the spirit platform beside the sword-washing pool at Xinxiang Peak, fiddling with the wind-fire wheels. Growing increasingly fond of them, at least my senior brother understands me. The little girl giggled. This artifact not only allowed her, still in the foundation establishment stage, to fly through the air but also enabled her to surpass the typical speed of those in the returning Yuan stage, greatly satisfying Neza, who preferred not to walk below, at the sword-washing pool of Xinxiang Peak. A young man clad in black sat cross-legged on a green stone, his eyes slightly squinted. Within a radius of 10 zhong, an aura of desolation enveloped the area, creating a circular vacuum. Young master, how is it? Suddenly, a black-clad elder appeared, gazing at the youth with a look of satisfaction. The young man opened his eyes, a fleeting disdain crossing his features. Nothing remarkable. The black-clad elder laughed heartily. The Tai Xuan Sect was originally just a second-rate sect. In the northern continent, there are at least 80 such sections if not for Zhang Heng's ascension a century ago. Relying solely on Qin Bailu would be insufficient to uphold the name of a sacred land. Our Chaoyang City's sword legacy has been nurtured over millennia by countless predecessors, who fed their souls to the sword, thus earning the name of Chaoyang Ancient City, which is certainly not something a mere Tai Xuan can compare to. The black-clad youth, named Zongting, was the young master of Chaoyang Ancient City, the son of the city lord Zongbei. At 17 years old, he had already transcended the foundation establishment stage and entered the returning Yuan stage, placing him at a level far beyond his peers in Tai Xuan, such as Xiao Qian and Qin Xiaofeng. But Uncle Lu, there are rumors that the ninth peak of Tai Xuan is somewhat different. The elder known as Uncle Lu furrowed his brows slightly. Just rumors, young master. You need not take them to heart. Moreover, at your age of 17, having broken into the returning Yuan stage, you are not inferior to the likes of Xing Tian and Hou Yi from Taishuan's ninth peak. Zong Ting gritted his teeth. He was determined to wield his sword to part the heavens and lead Chaoyang City to transcendence, so he would not allow mere rumors to disturb his sword heart. After a moment of silence, Zong Ting raised his gaze towards the azure pool beneath him. So this is Taishuan's sword-washing pool? The black-clad elder nodded. Taishuan's sword-washing pool was merely built as a replica of our Chaoyang City's sword tomb. It is said to house 100,000 swords, sealing the earth's spiritual energy of Tai Xuan. Among these 100,000 swords, there are 9 ancient swords of considerable legacy, yet for centuries, none have been able to extract them. The elder shook his head. Ancient swords of the earthly grade are scarce even in our Chaoyang City, so it is a pity they remain in this small pool. The youth's eyes brightened. Unclaimed ancient swords of the earthly grade? Let me give it a try. The elder hesitated for a moment but soon nodded. Very well. If you can recognize a sword among those ancient swords, I shall personally go to Taishuan Peak and inform Zhou Yuan. Although the ancient swords in the sword-washing pool were Taishuan's heritage, with the name of Chaoyang City backing them, Zhou Yuan would not dare to refuse. All right. The young man sat cross-legged upon the green stone by the sword-washing pool. Soon, his aura transformed into a sharp and domineering presence, akin to an ancient sword being drawn from its sheath. The sword energy was fierce and sharp, coalescing without dissipating and radiating outward in a circular manner from the center of the sword-washing pool, quickly enveloping a large portion of Xinxiang Peak. Gradually, a faint yet chilling presence began to emerge amidst the sharp sword energy. Sword intent. At that moment, upon the elevated platform dozens of zhang high, Neza suddenly opened her eyes. Huh, what is happening? Chapter 30. Fire Lin. The Grand Hall of Taishuan Peak, Zhou Yuan, who had just received the news of Li Chang'an presiding over the sacred meeting, was filled with confusion when he suddenly sensed a sharp aura fluctuation emanating from Xinxiang Peak, causing his brows to furrow. What is going on? A disciple from Taishuan Peak rushed over, his expression peculiar. Senior brother, that black-clad youth from Chaoyang Ancient City is recognizing a sword at the sword-washing pool. Recognizing a sword? Zhou Yuan's expression changed slightly. The term recognizing a sword literally means that a cultivator seeks a sword belonging to them, but in truth, it is more akin to the sword selecting its wielder. The legend of the sword-washing pool housing 100,000 swords was not without merit. Every year, cultivators would toss their swords into the sword-washing pool, either because their swordsmanship had reached a certain level but their sword quality did not match, or because the sword master had grown old and was nearing death. Over the centuries, there indeed existed 100,000 swords within the pool. Almost every year, disciples of Tai Xuan would go to the sword-washing pool to recognize a sword, and this also served as a means of tempering the disciples' cultivation. However, this was merely an internal matter of Tai Xuan and had never been open to outsiders. Senior brother, should we stop him? There are 9 earthly spiritual treasures in the sword-washing pool, which are our Tai Xuan's treasures. If that young man takes one, Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, his expression somewhat conflicted. The purpose of the sword-washing pool is to select swords through individuals and paths, and it does not explicitly state that outsiders cannot recognize swords. Furthermore, Chaoyang City's standing in the northern continent is extraordinary. Preventing the youth from recognizing a sword might lead to unnecessary conflict. Forget it, those 9 ancient swords have remained undisturbed for hundreds of years, so they likely won't be so easily taken. Senior brother, have you forgotten that back then, Jiang Xian of the 9 Peaks managed to extract one? He simply wasn't satisfied and threw it back. The person interrupted Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had nearly forgotten this incident. Over the past few centuries, it was not that no one had successfully recognized one of those 9 ancient swords. Years ago, Jiang Xian, the third among the 9 Peaks, had attracted one of the ancient swords to fly out of the sword-washing pool. Only to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Xian was not satisfied with this coveted sword and turned to throw it back. By now, this should have been the first successful sword recognition in hundreds of years. Let's wait and see. This young man's talent shouldn't be on par with Jiang Xian's 9 transformations' heavenly profound body. Just as Zhou Yuan's words trailed off, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Is that sword intent? In the northern continent's cultivation world, sword cultivators are the mainstream. However, although there are many who practice swordsmanship, few master the profound truths of the sword. To truly grasp the sword path, one must comprehend sword intent. Zhong Ting, at 17 years old and with returning Yuan cultivation, had cultivated sword intent. This completely exceeded Zhou Yuan's expectations. The emergence of sword intent transformed the atmosphere around the sword-washing pool. Initially, it merely resonated with the swords of the surrounding Tai Xuan disciples, but soon the waters of the sword-washing pool began to churn, imbued with an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Recognizing a sword, Zhong Ting's sword intent cascaded downward, permeating the sword-washing pool. Gradually, the swords at the bottom of the pool began to react. The most evident change was that the previously tranquil sword-washing pool began to boil violently, with various sword intents, some sharp and domineering, others gentle and loyal, rampaging and vying towards Zhong Ting. At a certain moment, a clear and melodious sword cry emanated from the depths of the lake, causing the previously rampant sword intents to fall silent in an instant. In the heart of the sword-washing pool, the water gradually turned crimson. Amidst the boiling and churning waters, a scarlet sword shadow emerged inch by inch, ultimately suspending itself a foot above the surface. Gently trembling in that fleeting moment, the entire divine image peak resonated with the sound of swords, as if hailing the king of swords. This is Fire Lin. The disciples with a grasp of Tai Xuan's history were the first to exclaim. The crimson sword Fire Lin was the treasured sword of the Red Sun True Man from 7 centuries ago, a low-grade Earthrealm artifact, ranked 7th among the 9 swords of Tai Xuan, renowned for its piercing ferocity. Who was this individual, capable of summoning the Fire Lin? This youth possesses an extraordinary talent for the sword. On Tai Xuan Peak, Zhou Yuan could no longer remain seated. He stepped forward, instantly appearing beside the sword-washing pool on Divine Image Peak, his expression grave as he gazed at the black-clad youth. The younger generation is formidable. This Fire Lin has not graced the world for 700 years. Zhou Yuan forced a smile and spoke. The elderly man in black cast a proud glance at Zhou Yuan, remaining silent. Zhong Ting did not acknowledge Zhou Yuan but extended his hand toward the Fire Lin sword. The crimson sword, suspended above the washing pool, gently trembled and obediently descended into Zhong Ting's palm, emitting a clear and melodious sword sound. Zhou Yuan's expression darkened further. Friend Liu, this sword cannot be taken away. The elderly man of the Liu clan turned, his expression unfriendly as he regarded Zhou Yuan. Although your disciple has successfully summoned the Fire Lin sword, this ancient sword is a treasure of our Tai Xuan, holding extraordinary significance, and cannot be easily removed from the sect. Therefore, I kindly ask for your understanding. The Liu elder snorted dismissively. It is merely a low-grade spiritual treasure. You are making a mountain out of a molehill. Since my disciple has recognized the sword, it rightfully belongs to him. Rather than let it languish in the washing pool as scrap, it would be better to entrust it to someone suitable to aid in their cultivation. Zhou Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The Lu elder's words were blunt, implying that the disciples of Tai Xuan lacked talent and were unworthy of the ancient sword's recognition. You jest, my friend. The recognition of spiritual treasures is based on opportunity. The spiritual treasures within our Tai Xuan washing pool will naturally become the swords of our disciples when the time is right, so there is no need for you to worry. Zhou Yuan replied. The Lu elder narrowed his eyes, pausing for a moment. Since this crimson sword has been acquired by my disciple, it cannot possibly be relinquished. Therefore, I propose a trade. I shall offer a spiritual treasure of the same grade in exchange. Surely that would suffice. Zhou Yuan's expression showed hesitation. As you mentioned, the recognition of spiritual treasures relies on opportunity. If this does not work, then as long as there exists a Tai Xuan disciple who can successfully recognize the fire lin, I will have my disciple return it willingly. What do you say? Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth. At this moment, where could he find a Tai Xuan disciple capable of recognizing the fire lin? If such a person existed, would the fire lin sword have remained until today? Without the consent of his master, he truly dared not easily hand over the fire lin sword to an outsider, especially one from the domineering Chaoyang city, which was at odds with Tai Xuan. Just as Zhou Yuan contemplated how to articulate his thoughts, the fire lin sword, which had been firmly in Zhong Ting's grasp, suddenly began to tremble, accompanied by a chaotic sword sound. What is happening? Zhong Ting's expression changed. Several paces away, the washing pool, which had calmed down, began to boil once more. Among the various sword intentions, 8 of the most powerful sword intents gradually awakened from the depths of the pool. At the moment the overwhelming sword intents reached their peak, the water surged apart, and sword shadows soared into the sky. Chapter 31. The sword comes. Neza sat atop the spiritual platform, observing the violently roiling surface of the washing pool below. She could sense countless dormant sword intents stirring as if drawn by some unseen force, awakening rapidly. Among the various attributes of sword intents, one particularly domineering and fierce suddenly broke free from the pool's control and burst forth from the water. Subsequently grasped by the black-clad youth. It turns out it can be summoned in this manner. Neza blinked, her curiosity piqued not by Zhou Yuan's sudden appearance, but by this method of summoning ancient swords. After a moment's contemplation, Neza stood up, gazing down at the gradually calming waters of the washing pool. Sword, come. The first utterance was soft, so soft that even she could barely hear it. The spiritual energy in the air seemed to momentarily stagnate. Yet there was no significant response. Neza scratched her head, a peculiar feeling stirring within her. She sensed that the swords in the washing pool should be able to hear her words. After crouching for a while, Neza looked back at the washing pool. Sword, come. With a resounding boom, 12 petals of colorful lotus flowers suddenly emerged from where Neza stood, arcing upward to envelop her, reaching several paces in size. The spiritual energy in the air ignited as if set ablaze, producing a series of crackling sounds. The surface of the washing pool began to churn, more violently than when the fire lin sword had appeared. Neza narrowed her eyes, a flicker of firelight igniting within her pupils. As she reached out with an open hand toward the washing pool, sword, come. At the third call, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. The entire divine image peak trembled violently, and the washing pool seemed to be lifted by an unseen hand. 8 beams of colored light shooting skyward, halting in the void just 3 feet away from Nezhadayan that instant. All present, including Zhou Yuan, were left in shock. Zhong Ting's eyes narrowed as he sensed the trembling of the fire lin sword. Had he not successfully recognized the sword first, the fire lin would undoubtedly have soared into the heavens alongside the other 8 ancient swords. But who could summon the 9 swords of Tai Xuan? What had just transpired? Those colorful lights, a Tai Xuan disciple cried out. What is that? The Cheng Tian sword. Is it truly the Cheng Tian sword of our founding ancestor? Others exclaimed, and the Hui Guang, the Jinglei, the Yubai, are these not the ancient swords said to be buried beneath the washing pool? Recognition of swords. This is recognition. Everyone's minds were shaken. The earlier event of the youth from Chaoyang City recognizing the fire lin had already exceeded all expectations, but now, witnessing the simultaneous recognition of legendary low-grade spiritual treasures like Cheng Tian and Hui Guang, left them utterly dumbfounded. This was nothing short of impossible, that. Neza? Unbeknownst to whom, someone shouted, and all disciples surrounding the washing pool turned their gazes toward the spiritual platform's apex, where the little girl, standing atop a lotus manifestation, wore a look of astonishment. Zhou Yuan was equally astounded, feeling his heart race. The Cheng Tian sword held tremendous significance in Tai Xuan, and in its 1,000-year history, no one had ever received its acknowledgement. The only previous recognition was of Hui Guang, ranked second, summoned by Jiang Xian. Yet now, it was Cheng Tian-is, that little girl, a disciple of Tai Xuan? The black-clad elder narrowed his eyes, intently observing Neza atop the spiritual platform. The 8 ancient swords, each more formidable than Zhong Ting's recognized Fire Lin, especially the central dark golden sword, radiated an aura that even he found astonishing. It was at least a high-grade spiritual treasure, perhaps even a heavenly artifact. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, silently nodding. What is her name? It was Zhong Ting who spoke this time, suppressing his shock, his gaze fixed intensely upon Neza atop the spiritual platform, his fighting spirit gradually coalescing, directed toward her. Neza, Zhou Yuan contemplated before responding. She is the newly accepted disciple of Tai Xian's 9th peak. Neza? Zhong Ting spoke solemnly. Excellent. As he spoke, he gripped the Fire Lin sword tightly, half raising it toward the heavens. Neza, you possess the right to become my opponent. I, Zhong Ting of Chaoyang Ancient City, vow by the sword path to challenge you. His voice rang clear, echoing throughout the entire divine image peak. Lingering long after, Neza, curious as she gazed at the 8 ancient swords swirling around her, turned her attention to Zhong Ting standing by the washing pool. Are you mentally unstable? Zhong Ting's challenge seemed absurd to Neza. To arbitrarily vow by the sword path and challenge a stranger was nothing short of madness. After uttering that, Neza looked down at the ancient swords beside her, casually picking one up to wave it, wrinkling her brow. Not interesting. With a whoosh, the previously lifted Jing Lei flew back, silently vanishing into the washing pool. Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched. This 9th peak disciple, is this truly the way of the world? Next came the Yu Bai, Sha Hai, and Yu Hua, each sword weighed in her hand before being unceremoniously tossed back, until she reached the Cheng Tian sword. As Neza grasped the Cheng Tian, Zhou Yuan's heart leapt into his throat. That sword belonged to the old sect master of Tai Xuan. Only recently had its previous owner been the sect leader. Chen Bailu gaining the acknowledgement of Cheng Tian meant that a certain mission would fall upon Neza. But Tio have Neza become the next sect master of Tai Xuan? Surely, this was a jest. However, soon enough, Neza, as before, waved the Cheng Tian sword twice and then grinned, flipping her hand to toss it back. The Cheng Tian sword sang lightly twice in midair before diving into the washing pool, vanishing without a trace. Zhou Yuan. This is truly absurd. Neza, I challenge you. By the edge of the sword-washing pool, Zhong Ting leapt gracefully onto another spirit platform, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Neza, while the flames of the fire unicorn danced vividly in his grasp. In the name of Chaotian, I extend this challenge to you. Do you dare to accept? The name of Chaotian City carries the weight of the sword Saint Zongbei from the northern continent, a significance that even Zhou Yuan could not overlook, his expression shifting subtly. Despite the rapid beating of his heart, an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled within him. Yet, in the next moment, Neza clapped his hands and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, So, have you ever practiced qi? Huh? Zhong Ting was momentarily taken aback. Of course, I have practiced qi. Cultivating qi and establishing a foundation, the return to the heart's understanding. Aren't these the levels of cultivation? Oh. Neza yawned in boredom, his feet swirling on the wheel of wind and fire, as he soared away from the spirit platform towards the 9th peak. Useless in the rear mountains of Tai Xuan, Qian Bailu gazed upward, observing the faintly visible astral apparition dissipating in the depths of the dome above Tai Xuan Sect, his expression gradually becoming peculiar and complex. After a considerable time, he cast a glance at the divine image peak and gently turned away. Fire Unicorn, deliver it to Chaoyang. Chapter 32. Oil-poured noodles in the maple forest outside Matu City. Xiao Qian stared intently at the nearly 100-foot-wide pit in the mountainside, exhaling a sigh of relief. This was the very place where Shan Qingyi encountered the disciples who had succumbed to demonic cultivation. However, later, Yang Yi led the Sword Law Peak's sword-bearers here, capturing the demonic disciple Li Chang'an and shattering the demonic embryo concealed within the underground palace. The entire small mountain had been largely dismantled, and wisps of black mist still swirled in the center of the blasted pit. Tai Xuan disciples, pair up and search the maple forest, commanded Chang Yun, standing on the crumbling mountaintop. Though his voice was low, it clearly resonated in the ears of every Tai Xuan disciple present. The purpose of this expedition was to cleanse the area surrounding the maple forest, ensuring no lingering demonic energy remained. Upon discovering anything suspicious, they were to report immediately. Understood. Following Chang Yun's orders, the Tai Xuan disciples swiftly divided into several small groups, commencing a thorough search of the maple forest. This expanse was vast, covering several miles, making a meticulous examination quite challenging. Fortunately, the Tai Xuan disciples possessed commendable cultivation levels, allowing for swift progress. Xiao Qian cast a glance at Chang Yun, signaling the nearest disciple to head northwest. Before entering Tai Xuan Sect, he had been the most outstanding disciple of Qingyun Mountain, and upon arriving at Tai Xuan, he had initially hoped to ascend to the 9th peak, gaining focused cultivation due to his innate qualifications as a third-turn Dao body. However, he had not anticipated being repeatedly thwarted by a young girl. Though Tai Xuan Peak was commendable, it was not his ideal destination. The current circumstances stirred a sense of resentment within him. Humph, to be sent to this wretched place to toil. What a damnable situation, Xiao Qian muttered through gritted teeth. His companion, also a new disciple from this year, possessed peak qi cultivation but was a fourth-generation disciple rather than a third. Master Xiao, are we perhaps venturing too far? Could there be any danger? The disciple voiced, glancing anxiously at their surroundings. The two had already traversed over 10 miles, distancing themselves significantly from the main Tai Xuan contingent. Nonsense. This operation is said to be an experience, but it's merely a means to exploit us new disciples as laborers. The demonic embryo has already been shattered. What could possibly happen? Xiao Qian snorted disdainfully. The disparity in treatment among new disciples fueling his discontent, he thought of Neza, who was likely reveling in some distant place, while he was relegated to this hellish task. The other disciple remained silent, warily scanning the area. Master Xiao, something feels amiss. Just as Xiao Qian finished eating a spirit fruit, he heard the alarmed cry of his companion. Turning around, he shot an annoyed glare. What is it, Master Xiao? It's eerily quiet here. Besides our voices, there isn't even a bird's call. Xiao Qian paid little heed, his gaze inadvertently sweeping the ground, where he spotted a faint black mist emerging from the earth. Less than 10 zhang away lay a concealed earthen pit, within which rested a black orb. What is this? Xiao Qian furrowed his brow and approached to pick up the black orb. The next moment, the orb exploded with a resounding pop, transforming into a wisp of black mist that swiftly darted into Xiao Qian's mouth. Master, Master, are you all right? Is everything fine over there? His companion called out anxiously. Xiao Qian stood motionless, and after several moments, he slowly turned, revealing a strange smile. All is well. Upon returning to the 9th peak, Neza found Li Chang'an staring at him with wide eyes. Don't you have anything to say to me? Li Chang'an's face was stern. Neza blinked in surprise. What are we having for dinner tonight? Li Chang'an was taken aback. Is your only pursuit food? He scolded, exasperated. Can eating help you attain the heart's understanding? Can it aid you in entering the realm of transcendence? A cultivator should prioritize their practice. Why do you think about food every day? Neza nodded in agreement. So, brother, what shall we have for dinner? Oil-poured noodles. Li Chang'an slapped himself across the face. Can you take this seriously? The young girl's innocent face was filled with the helplessness of an adult. Are you upset that I returned the ancient swords to the sword-washing pool? Of course. Those are the most crucial foundations of Tai Xuan Sect in a millennium. Each ancient sword is a spiritual treasure of the earth realm. Don't think that just because you are a mere fledgling disciple, you can treat them so casually. Even a peak master would struggle to obtain a single one without fortune. You returned all 8 spiritual treasures you had the chance to possess. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Neza sighed helplessly. Brother, I tried all 8 ancient swords. Although they followed my commands, they didn't feel suitable for me. If they don't suit me, what use is there in keeping them? Are you foolish? Li Chang'an exclaimed in frustration. Those are Earth Realm's spiritual treasures, invaluable in the cultivation world. If you casually discard one, our little Qiong Peak wouldn't be so impoverished as to go hungry. How have I taught you? If there's a bargain to be had, seize it. Have you forgotten? Neza looked skeptical. Brother, tell me honestly, are you a spy from the Northern Celestial Sect sent to infiltrate Tai Xuan Sect? Li Chang'an. This doomed situation has no salvation. So, what exactly are oil-poured noodles? Neza asked, pursing his lips. Li Chang'an, a breath of frustration lodged in his chest, turned to leave. Ultimately, Li Chang'an could not resist Neza's persistence, and he had no choice but to personally cook 2 bowls of oil-poured noodles. After considering it for a moment, he retrieved 2 cloves of garlic from the straw shed, only to find a graceful woman with a charming visage seated where he had intended to sit. The protective array of Little Qiong Peak showed no signs of disturbance. It seemed Neza had let her in. Damn it. Now I want to have enough noodles. Li Chang'an glared at the noodles on the stone table, gritting his teeth. Sister Yu Hong, I only made 2 servings. The newcomer was Yu Hong, the grand disciple of Shui Han Peak, who had been managing the entire peak since Master Tai Chi entered seclusion. 1 for me, 1 for Neza. Perfect, Yu Hong smiled. That was meant for myself. Li Chang'an argued. Hee, brother Chang'an. You can't even spare a bowl of noodles for your senior sister? Yu Hong smiled enchanting, her elegance causing Li Chang'an to momentarily lose his focus. Yu Hong of Tai Xuan Sect was a renowned figure, not only for her status as the grand disciple of Shui Han Peak, but also for her captivating beauty that left most men spellbound and women envious. Her long, dark hair cascaded casually behind her. Her swan-like neck was long and fair, her features exquisitely defined, exuding an innate charm. Not to mention, the exaggerated curves of her figure could incite a blaze of desire. If Shen Qingyi was an apple, then Yu Hong was undoubtedly a pineapple. As for Neza, who didn't even qualify as an A-cup, well, she was just a child. So let's not dwell on that. Li Chang'an wore a conflicted expression, contemplating that there were more noodles back in the straw shed, so he turned to Yu Hong, weighing his words. How about you wait a bit? I'll make you another bowl. Chapter 33. The dim light Tai Xuan Sect is not lacking in beautiful women, but none can rival Yu Hong, the grand disciple of Shui Han Peak. Although Shen Qingyi is fresh and charming, in terms of feminine allure, Yu Hong undoubtedly outshines her by a wide margin. No wonder senior brother Wang Mingyuan is infatuated with sister Yu Hong. The subtle yet alluring charm she exudes amidst her graceful elegance could send a man's adrenaline soaring. However, what Wang Mingyuan does not know is that this Yu Hong has had someone special in her heart for over a century, none other than Li Chang'an's own master, Zhang Hengji. Yet, ultimately, her fate was one of unfulfilled love. A century ago, her hesitation to express her feelings resulted in her receiving only news of Zhang Hengji's ascension. The thought alone is enough to cause one distress. As Li Chang'an's gaze swept over Yu Heng's delicate figure, he quickly recited the mantra form is emptiness to suppress the stirring emotions that naturally arose within him. Master, I assure you, my disrespect towards the mistress was unintentional. Even as a man over a century old, I remain a novice, untouched by worldly pleasures. It is only natural to have a reaction. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment before returning to the second room to prepare another bowl of noodles, which he brought out and began to eat quietly. Senior sister, it is rare for you to visit my humble Cheong Peak. Is there a particular matter that brings you here today? Yu Hong procured a jade handkerchief, delicately dabbing at the corners of her lips. Li Chang'an looked up and was taken aback to find Yu Heng's bowl already empty, momentarily lost in thought. So it was not just a cherry blossom mouth. This dish, is it called oil splash noodles? Yu Hong exhaled softly. Perhaps it had been a long time since she indulged in mundane fare, and she found it quite satisfying. I shall teach Qingyi a thing or two upon my return. Li Chang'an grinned. Ever since Neza roasted that girl's rabbit, Shen Qingyi had not been seen at Cheong Peak for quite some time. This thought made him cast a vexed glance at Neza. Eating rabbits, how could one bear to consume such adorable creatures? Junior brother Chang'an, there is a matter upon which I wish to seek your assistance. Why Yu Hong paused before continuing, to be precise. I require the help of junior sister Neza. I wish for her to retrieve the ancient sword, Huiguang, from beneath the sword-washing pool. Li Chang'an's hands froze mid-action. The 9 ancient swords beneath the sword-washing pool were originally the spiritual treasures safeguarding the 9 peaks of Taixian. It was with these 9 swords that the founding ancestor established the 9 branches of inheritance. Huiguang belongs to the water-cold peak, and a century ago, it was my master's personal spiritual treasure. The peak master of water-cold peak, Tai Chi, is an eccentric who regards cultivation as life itself, and he is the only peak master Li Chang'an has scarcely ever met. Indeed, Water-Cold Peak has been exceptionally kind to Cheong Peak, but many matters are handled by this senior sister before us, not by Master Tai Chi. According to the information Li Chang'an possesses, it appears that Tai Chi sustained severe injuries a century ago due to a certain incident, forcing him into seclusion to seek a breakthrough to extend his lifespan. Otherwise, he might have become the first peak master of Tai Xuan Sect to pass away of natural causes. Counting from that time until now, a century has passed, and had it not been for the eternal flame of Tai Chi's soul, many would likely presume him deceased during his retreat. Junior brother Chang'an, do you know why my master has remained in seclusion for a century? Li Chang'an smirked. Had the key to the cave been lost? Yu Hong. The entirety of Tai Xuan Sect is aware that my master entered seclusion due to her severe injuries, yet aside from the Grand Master, no one knows the true cause of her injury. She was pierced by her own sword, Huiguang. Li Chang'an's heart jolted. His first reaction was that the spirit sword had turned against its master. Is it true that Huiguang is an ill-fated sword? In truth, this high-grade spiritual treasure was originally named Yuxuan, but for reasons unknown, my master renamed it Huiguang a century ago. When Master Hong broke through the heavenly gate and ascended, my master seemed to have sensed something and stood atop Water-Cold Peak, sword in hand, to witness the Tao. Yet, no one anticipated that Huiguang would strike back at her in the final moment. Subsequently, The injured master retreated. Huiguang was reclaimed by the Grand Master and cast into the sword-washing pool to cleanse its malevolent aura. For an entire century, Wei Yuheng's gaze was intense as she fixed her eyes upon Li Chang'an, her large, captivating eyes sparkling, causing Li Chang'an to blush. However, senior sister Yuheng, since you are aware that Huiguang is a sword of ill omen, even possessing tendencies to turn against its master, why do you wish to retrieve it from the sword-washing pool? Yuheng shook her head. I still harbor doubts regarding the incident of Huiguang turning against its master. Why master dedicated her life to sword cultivation. If Huiguang truly posed a threat, she would have surely sensed it. Although a century has passed, I still wish to ascertain whether Huiguang harbors any issues and to uncover the truth of how my master was injured by it. A flicker of concern crossed Yuheng's eyes. Was she worried about the seclusion of Tai Chi? Li Chang'an directed his gaze towards the distant water-cold peak, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. A century of seclusion indeed seems excessive. However, since the Grand Master has reclaimed Huiguang and cast it into the sword-washing pool, it indicates a desire to prevent you from encountering Huiguang again. He would not consent to that. Wei Yuheng shook her head. I believe the Grand Master will not impede my investigation into this matter. He too seeks the answer to the question of Huiguang turning against its master. Li Chang'an set down his chopsticks, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, the only one who can assist you in this matter is indeed Neza. The matter of recognizing a sword is one I have never attempted, for as the sole underachiever of the sect, I am well aware of my limitations. I can already envision the ridicule I would face from the entire Tai Xuan Sect after guarding the sword-washing pool for several days without yielding any results. Neza, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. She extended her right hand and grasped at the air, exclaiming, Sword, come forth. The previously tranquil sword-washing pool erupted in a cacophony of sounds once more. Li Chang'an was startled. Goodness, that command carried such an impressive flair. Just as the sword-washing pool began to stir, Neza suddenly corrected herself. Not just any sword, Huiguang, come forth. Then Li Chang'an beheld a streak of dark sword light illuminating the sword-washing pool halfway up the distant divine appearance peak, racing through the air like lightning for dozens of miles before landing in Neza's grasp. Instantly, Li Chang'an felt a pang of envy. Setting aside the immense talent required to summon Huiguang, the mere act of summoning was enough to astonish countless cultivators. Damn it, should I try my luck? Perhaps some sword might be oblivious to its fate. Neza casually offered the sword to him, but then reconsidered and withdrew. It cannot be given away for free. Neza counted on her fingers, stating, the fragrant sturgeon, spiritual salmon, and spotted crucian carp from the cold spring atop your water-cold peak. I want one of each edible fish. No, make it two. How about that? The little girl's face was filled with hope, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Chapter 34. The communication function of the star map. Neza, can you not be so frivolous in the future? Li Chang'an scolded in exasperation. That is a high-grade spiritual treasure. If exchanged for spiritual crystals at a market, it could purchase an entire small sect. How could you trade it for mere fish? Where did such a foolish individual come from in our 9th peak? Reflecting on the likes of the 3rd and 7th peaks, who would rather swallow bones than spit out the dregs, it is already remarkable that others do not pray for the 9th peak to spare them. And yet, you wish to take advantage of it? What a loss, an utter loss. Li Chang'an grimaced in pain. It seemed that not only heroes struggle against the charms of beautiful women, but even Neza had been thoroughly subdued by senior sister Yuheng. Neza pondered for a moment, appearing perplexed. However, senior brother, the fish fillets from last time were truly delicious, weren't they? Li Chang'an covered his face and walked away. The time for the sacred meeting draws ever closer. According to Li Chang'an's previous conjectures, since the people from Chaoyang Ancient City have appeared in Matu City, it is highly likely that those from the North Heavenly Gate will also be nearby. Now that the people from Chaoyang Ancient City have arrived at Tai Xuan Sect, the remaining major sacred grounds will surely follow suit. Once all 5 sacred grounds converge, the sacred meeting will truly commence. Li Chang'an felt a twinge of unease. For not long ago, his superior had assigned him the role of host for the sacred meeting, a stark contrast to his consistent preference for discretion. Did the Grandmaster forget that I only possess the cultivation of chi refinement? Li Chang'an rubbed his face. As a leader, even if there is a certain decision to be made, should they not at least inquire about the thoughts of their subordinates? No, everyone knows that the reason this meeting was chosen to take place at Tai Xuan Sect is due to the previous commotion caused by the 9th peak, indicating that a significant portion of the attention from the 4 great sacred grounds, led by the North Heavenly Gate, is likely focused on the 9th peak. Attention equates to risk, and risk represents danger. Damn it, there is danger. Li Chang'an instinctively shuddered. I must prepare some things, Li Chang'an muttered to himself as he rummaged through his storage belt, laying out a collection of items in front of him in a straight line. The first item was a palm-sized mirror, its material indiscernible, yet it bore numerous ancient and profound engravings. This was a treasure he had inadvertently acquired, one that even Wang Mingyuan could not decipher in terms of its origin or grade. Through years of research, Li Chang'an discovered that this mirror possessed formidable defensive capabilities. He contemplated for a moment before placing the mirror in a pocket close to his chest. The second item was a thumb-sized white jade pendant, also a spiritual treasure with powerful defensive abilities, which Li Chang'an donned around his neck without a second thought, promptly adjusting his clothing to conceal it. The third item was a piece of ancient wood, the length of his palm, which Li Chang'an secured to his belt. The fourth item appeared rather ordinary, resembling a chess piece, which Li Chang'an tucked into his bosom. The fifth item. The 17th item was a crudely made straw figure. After some deliberation, Li Chang'an realized he had no spare space left on his person and could only return it to his storage belt. Having completed his preparations, Li Chang'an finally let out a sigh of relief. With these spiritual treasures, he should be able to handle certain dangers for the time being. However, he mused, it would only suffice to fend off a great cultivator of the void refinement realm for an hour at most. Ultimately, it still fell short. If this were to be overheard by others, they would undoubtedly spit out a mouthful of old blood. The fact that a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage possesses a spiritual treasure capable of withstanding the might of a great practitioner at the void refinement stage for an entire hour is, in itself, a remarkably unscientific occurrence. Yet, from Li Chang'an's perspective, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied. It would be splendid if he could utilize the three treasures within the star chart. Li Chang'an sighed. Upon the star chart within the Sea of Spirits, at the center surrounded by 9 principal stars, there lay a throne of deep violet and black, a dark golden crown with 9 prongs, and a radiant long sword embedded in the void. Although he was unclear about the origins of these items, or their precise utility, he speculated that they must be at least divine artifacts of heavenly caliber, given their association with the star chart. Alas, as Li Chang'an gazed inwardly at the star chart, he noted the varying brilliance of the 9 principal stars. One star shone the brightest, presumably corresponding to his master, Zhang Hengji, while the others varied in luminosity. The second star, Xingtian, was the most radiant, while the 9th, Neza, was the dimmest. He wondered where these individuals might be at this moment. Lost in thought, Li Chang'an instinctively reached out with his spiritual sense to touch one of the principal stars. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Eldest senior brother? Goodness. Li Chang'an was taken aback. This thing can talk? What does it mean? A communication function? Eldest senior brother. Is that you? Another principal star illuminated within the star chart, and a warm, rich voice emerged. Goodness, second senior brother, fourth senior brother, why am I hearing both of your voices? What on earth are you two up to? Spiritual consciousness? Long-distance transmission? Are you joking? A slightly sharper voice chimed in, laden with incredulity to Li Chang'an. What on earth are you doing? This time, it was a female-voiced. Li Chang'an grinned. Many from the Tai Xuan Sect, including several 3rd and 4th generation disciples, often referred to him by name in private, but among the Qiong Peak, the only one bold enough to call him directly by name was the most rebellious. Jiang Xian. Li Chang'an suddenly felt as if he had activated a group chat. He had not anticipated that the star chart in the Sea of Spirits possessed such an extraordinary feature. However, he continued to focus on his master Zhang Hengji's principal star, which, apart from its usual hue, did not exhibit the communicative brilliance seen in the others. It appeared that the barriers between 2 different realms impeded the communication signal. He needed to devise a way to contact his master and inquire about the differences in the world after ascension. Ahem, can you hear me clearly? I am Li Chang'an. I will repeat. I am Li Chang'an. After a brief silence, Li Chang'an raised his voice. All right, I will call out names. Everyone, please respond. Second brother, far beyond the North Continent, having just emerged bloodied from the underworld, the war god's lips twitched as he let out a silent sigh. He truly did not wish to acknowledge the title of second brother, but hearing the voice of his eldest senior brother after decades filled him with a long-lost warmth. Eldest senior brother, Xingtian is here. Li Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Where are you now? Are you still in the North Continent? I might encounter some trouble soon, so please come quickly to assist. Xingtian hesitated, gazing at the thick black mist at the entrance of the Yellow Springs. Furrowing his brow, I may not make it in time. I have some troubles of my own. Li Chang'an immediately turned to another star. Third brother, are you there? Just give a sign. Meanwhile, in a secret location beyond the North Continent, Zhang Xian smirked slightly. I can't come. Fourth brother? Eldest senior brother. You know that as long as the war in Canglan persists, I cannot leave the Canglan Iron Wall. In recent years, the demon race has been growing restless, and I am concerned. Fifth brother? Li Chang'an interrupted Hou-yi. The principal star representing fifth brother Luya flickered once, and a hoarse voice emerged on apologies. Li Chang'an was exasperated. Can you all be a bit more reliable? I raised you all from infancy, teaching you the ways of cultivation, and yet you turn out to be so unreliable? You ungrateful bunch. The star representing Chang'an flickered and then extinguished completely. Goodness, has she logged off? Is she really sulking? Is she that petty? I see your rabbit doing just fine. Seventh and eighth brothers, are you also this heartless? I am heartbroken. And what of ninth brother? Li Chang'an lamented, wiping away tears, only to turn and see Neza standing at the doorway, pointing at him. Eldest brother, are you looking for me? Chapter 35. The North Heavenly Gate. The dragon in charge. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. Although Neza had awakened the 12 transformation color lotus dharma form under the influence of stellar power and possessed astonishing talent, she was still merely a 13-year-old child, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and thus rather lacking in capability. She would struggle to protect herself. If any danger arose, merely managing to keep herself safe would be a stroke of luck. Eldest brother, what is it that you need from me? Neza pointed to her head. Why did your voice appear in my mind? Li Chang'an extinguished the corresponding principal star for Neza and turned his back to her. Come, let us continue. Xingtian's voice resonated once more. Eldest senior brother, I may not understand how you managed to communicate with me from a million miles away, but I believe in your abilities. This should not pose a threat to you. Hou-yi agrees. Luya, Li Chang'an sighed inwardly. You all have unwavering faith in me, yet I am the one lacking confidence. Jiang Xian, I will not be returning to the North Continent for now. Any issues must be resolved independently. With that, the light representing communication on the principal star extinguished, leaving behind silence. This is quite that embarrassing. Li Chang'an's lips twitched as he contemplated his situation. Xingtian was in the central continent. Hou-yi and Canglan. Jiang Xian appeared indifferent and did not believe his words. Luya was said to be in the demon territory of Canglan, leaving little hope, while Chang'an was sulking and likely wouldn't he return. That left only Kong Xian and Sun Xiaokong. Kong Xian, eldest brother, I have only just emerged. You wouldn't cruelly deceive me into returning, would you? Isn't there Neza, the junior sister? If there is something, just call her. Heh, eldest brother, you have no idea. Outside, life is truly splendid. No wonder several senior brothers and sisters are eager to escape. It's barely been 2 months, and I've already encountered several female peacocks. Haha, when I return next time, I shall bring my harem to show you. Li Chang'an decisively extinguished Kong Xian's principal star, his expression darkening. Damn, this licentious rascal, having just escaped my control, is already beginning to cultivate a harem. What's more, my life seems to be less enjoyable than that of a bird. 8 principal stars extinguished, leaving only the flickering star representing Sun Xiaokong, signifying the 7th of Cheong Peak, who had been expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect over a ginseng fruit. Eldest brother, is there to be a meeting at the North Continent sacred ground? Sun Xiaokong's voice came through. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly and fell silent. Unlike the others, Sun Xiaokong had a direct conflict with the North Heavenly Gate, and this enmity was difficult to resolve. Thus, if he returned, it could exacerbate tensions. 7th brother, do not return for now. I have a premonition that the North Heavenly Gate may take action against the Tai Xuan Sect during this sacred ground meeting. Your presence could potentially escalate the situation. Sun Xiaokong remained silent, but a series of cold chuckles echoed through. Just a bunch of useless drunks. Do they think they can intimidate me, son? Rest assured, eldest brother. The grievance between the three-eyed thief and myself cannot be resolved by anyone else. This time, I will thoroughly eliminate the trouble posed by the North Heavenly Gate. With that, the communication was severed. Li Chang'an grinned wryly, feeling helpless. Each of these junior brothers was more headstrong than the last, and if one were to speak of obstinacy, the 7th brother was undoubtedly the most stubborn. After leaving the Tai Xuan Sect, the 7th brother had inadvertently wandered into a secret location, where he was besieged by the three-eyed deity of the North Heavenly Gate, resulting in the death of his companions. Subsequently, after recovering from severe injuries, Sun Xiaokong had stormed into the North Heavenly Gate, slaying several great practitioners at the Divine Realm, and it was only after alarming a powerful figure at the Harmonization Realm that he was forced to hide away. Now, even he did not know where this monkey head was hiding. It could be said that the grievances between the North Heavenly Gate and the Tai Xuan Sect, while primarily stemming from Zhang Hongji's ascension a century ago, were equally exacerbated by Sun Xiaokong's rampage at the North Heavenly Gate. Goodness, it seems I have inadvertently created a mess. Li Chang'an opened his mouth, watching as the brilliance of the principal star representing Sun Xiaokong dimmed. Unable to suppress a grimace. Scratching his head, Li Chang'an exited the room. Upon seeing him, Neza approached and inquired, "Eldest brother, were you just chatting with the other senior brothers and sisters?" Li Chang'an shot her a glance. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious." Neza hesitated. "Can I chat with them?" Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. "You can certainly try." Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned and dove back into the room to fiddle with her matters, but soon emerged again. "Why is there no response? Perhaps you are simply not clever enough." Neza squinted his eyes and asked, "Master brother, have you ever practiced qi?" After such an interlude, Li Chang'an found his spirits considerably lifted. Although it did not significantly aid his cultivation, he at least managed to discern one function of the star map. Now he pondered, if he could connect with several fellow disciples through the star map, could he similarly reach out to their master? If he could contact their master, would that not imply the possibility of gaining insights into the world beyond ascension? Or perhaps even unravel the true secrets of ascension? Neza leaned in closer, a smile gracing his face, and asked, "Master brother, I sent it time for a meal. What shall we have today? Oil-splashed noodles or hot pot?" Li Chang'an sighed. "Let me give you a new name. How does Beiji sound?" As twilight descended, the protective array of the Tai Xuan Sect suddenly trembled slightly. A fissure slowly opened at the zenith of the sky, through which a colossal dragon head emerged, its dark golden whiskers swaying in the wind, its starry eyes sweeping over the Tai Xuan Sect, exuding an enormous aura of spiritual pressure. The dragon was drawing its carriage, and in the northern continent, only one sect received such an honor, the Northern Heavenly Gate. Upon the dragon carriage stood a tall man clad in golden armor, his gaze sharp as lightning as he scanned the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, ultimately resting on Zhou Yuan in front of the divine image peak. "Where is Chen Bailu? Why has he not come forth to greet me?" Naturally, it was not the sect leader of Tai Xuan who would welcome the Northern Heavenly Gate, but Zhou Yuan, Chen Bailu's foremost disciple, who was acting on behalf of Tai Xuan. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "The honorable sect leader is currently in seclusion. I, Zhou, am here to welcome the Heavenly King. I hope the honorable Li Tianwang can understand." The man with the surname Li squinted, a chilling aura emanating from him. "Does Chen Bailu look down upon me? Or perhaps, does he disdain the Northern Heavenly Gate?" Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Was this an attempt to intimidate Tai Xuan? He recognized that the man before him, namely Jing, was the foremost general under the Purple Way Emperor of the Northern Heavenly Gate, one of the 8 Heavenly Kings. From Tai Xuan's records on the Northern Heavenly Gate, this man was likely at the level of the Phantom Void Realm and could rank among the top 5 in Tai Xuan. Could be said that Li Jing's participation in this sacred assembly caught everyone by surprise. Given Li Jing's stature, it seemed rather unequal for Zhou Yuan alone to greet him. Ha! Who dares to look down upon the Northern Heavenly Gate's Li Tianwang? If it were known that the person attending this assembly is His Majesty Li Tianwang, my sect leader would surely not have chosen this moment to seclude himself. The Taoist Dan Yun hovered on a cloud, addressing the scene from mid-air. "Heavenly King, allow me, Dan Yun, to welcome your majesty. Is that sufficient weight?" Li Jing narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Chapter 36. The arrival of the sacred lands on the peak of Shaoqiong. Neza gazed at the entirely golden dragon in the sky. Unable to resist licking his lips, "Master brother, it must taste delicious when roasted, right?" Li Chang'an was taken aback. Was this little girl's brain filled with nonsense? She was actually thinking of roasting the golden dragon of the Northern Heavenly Gate? That was comparable to taming a formidable beast at the Heart Enlightenment realm. Was she not afraid that this tough creature would shatter her teeth? Yet, upon reflection, in his previous life, Neza had indeed skinned a dragon. It was possible that this gluttonous little girl could handle such scaled beasts. "Master brother, didn't you say that great demons are all barred from Canglan? Why is there another great demon here?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "There are many practitioners with extraordinary methods. Taming a few beasts is nothing. This is merely a dragon that carries a few drops of true dragon blood. You must understand. The heavenly capital of the central continent possesses a golden carriage pulled by true golden dragons. Moreover, although the northern continent primarily consisted of human practitioners who said there were no spiritual or demonic beasts, wasn't our Shaoqiong's old 8 a brilliant king peacock demon? And your 7th master brother is also a spirit-wise stone monkey, undoubtedly an extraordinary being. Although the frequent incursions of the Canglan demon race have led human practitioners to harbor excessive animosity towards demons, it cannot be denied that this land still hosts numerous great demons, just as there are still human practitioners beyond Canglan." Neza nodded, seemingly comprehending. Li Chang'an added, "To be precise, those beasts that have been tamed and sealed from their wild nature by human practitioners are more appropriately referred to as spiritual beasts. After some time, I will take you to Jinlu Peak for a visit, so you can see what true demonic beasts are like." Neza turned to glance at Jinlu Peak, licking his lips. Master brother, who is that arrogant man? He looks quite impressive. Neza's gaze fell upon the man on the dragon carriage. Li Chang'an paused for a moment before replying, Your father. Li Jing cast a disdainful glance at the old man before him and snorted softly. Phantom Void Realm? Just barely qualified with that. He ignored Dan Yun and looked down at the black-clad elder halfway up the divine image peak. Lu Xiang, I never expected that Chaoyang Ancient City would send you to Tai Xuan. Quite surprising. Very well, Li Jing concluded, waving his right hand lightly, causing the dragon carriage behind him to vanish, the golden dragon transforming into a small snake coiling around Li Jing's arm. From this day forward, convene the sacred assembly promptly. Do not waste my time. Though Dan Yun was displeased, he still nodded. The arrival of the northern heavenly gate had definitively opened the curtain for the sacred assembly. Just as Li Jing alighted upon the divine image peak, a massive flying vessel suddenly emerged from the fissure of the Tai Xuan protective array. This vessel bore a black and white emblem inscribed with the words Four Directions Pavilion. The last to arrive was the Baiyang Academy, as a distorted space abruptly revealed a light gate. Several figures stepped through the gate, cheerfully greeting Dan Yun as they landed on the divine image peak. After the arrival of the 5 major sacred lands, several lesser sects would send representatives as well. However, their demeanor was far more humble. Not only did they enter freely from the mountain gate, but they also brought along representative gifts. Although Tai Xuan ranked lower among the sacred lands, it was still considerably stronger than the average sect. Not to mention the 2 significant cultivators at the Dao integration realm. The sole ascendant of the past century from the 9th peak was sufficient to instill awe in ordinary practitioners. Once the representatives of the 4 sacred lands arrived, the atmosphere within Tai Xuan instantly transformed. This was not merely due to the immense pressure these renowned sacred lands imposed upon the disciples of Tai Xuan, but also stemmed from the inherent resistance that Tai Xuan disciples felt towards outsiders. It was akin to a nouveau riche encountering a true tycoon. Beyond the disdain and contempt displayed outwardly, there was an underlying sense of trepidation. Tai Xuan was merely a recent upstart, while the northern heavenly gate was the genuine affluent entity. Li Chang'an stood atop Shaoqiong Peak, feeling the brazen gazes sweeping over him intermittently, his brow furrowing deeply. These individuals clearly held Tai Xuan in utter disregard. Originally, only the sect leader Chen Bailu was a significant cultivator at the Dao integration realm within Tai Xuan. With Tang Guang breaking through to become the second Dao integration cultivator, they should have posed some pressure on the other sacred lands. Yet, judging by the arrogant demeanor of the northern heavenly gate, it seemed they still did not regard Tai Xuan seriously. Upon reflection, it made sense. According to Tai Xuan's understanding of the northern heavenly gate, 4 of their 8 heavenly kings were genuine Dao integration cultivators, and their leader, the Purple Way Emperor, had transcended the tribulation phase of the Dao integration realm. Although he refrained from reckless advancement due to the fate of the northern continent, he was undoubtedly far superior to typical Dao integration cultivators. Moreover, behind him lay the heavenly capital of the central continent, home to beings as powerful as the human great saints, formidable figures who were not inferior to ascendants. Although the 4 Directions Pavilion, Chaoyang Ancient City, and Baiyang Academy might not be as formidable as the northern heavenly gate, they were not far behind. Compared to them, Tai Xuan was undeniably the little brother. Should I have Neza cozy up to the northern heavenly gate in advance? Given their father-daughter relationship? After all, blood ties are unbreakable. Neza squatted to one side, skinning a rabbit he had somehow procured. Midway through, he could not help but glance up, noticing that the golden dragon had vanished. A look of regret crossing his face. I really want to roast it and give it a tea, or Li Chang'an grimaced, suddenly feeling a twinge of toothache. Neza, do not activate the protective mountain array before the sacred assembly begins. He turned and walked into the thatched cottage. Neza turned back with a puzzled expression, yet still nodded. As Li Chang'an stepped into the cottage, he glanced toward the depths of Tai Xuan Sect. Although Dan Yun was the highest ranked among the peak masters, his focus on alchemy meant his cultivation was not particularly high. Shui Han Peak had been in seclusion for a century, with no knowledge of their fate. Jinlu Peak's white-robed guardian remained at the peak, known only for the sword order passed down recently, with no further information available. Among the other peaks, Wuxiang Peak Song Gongyang was often away, and Qin Huang practiced the art of forging with strange flames, his cultivation even inferior to Dan Yun. Aside from the seemingly indifferent Luo Lu from Tianji Peak, and the often discordant Qinbai Lu and Tangguang, Tai Xuan was far weaker than it appeared from the outside. Li Chang'an wore a worried expression. If the several sacred lands truly harbored intentions to complicate matters for Tai Xuan, it could bring unimaginable trouble to the sect. Damn it, a useless life. Yet I bear the heart of an earthly emperor. What a burden! Chapter 37. Pilgrimage to the mountain. The disciples from the northern heavenly gate were likewise assigned to the caves adjacent to the divine sage peak. Alongside those from the Chaoyang ancient city, the Four Directions Pavilion, and the Baiyang Academy. On the day the various sacred grounds arrived, the Baiyang Academy's representatives visited the Wuxiang Peak, as its peak master, Song Gongyang, had once sought knowledge of national studies at Baiyang Academy, establishing a connection of sorts. After the people from Chaoyang City took residence at the Divine Sage Peak, they did not make an appearance, maintaining a notably low profile. However, the Four Directions Pavilion chose to arrive at the foot of the Shaoqiang Peak that very evening. The Four Directions Pavilion, led by the fierce Qi Ning from the Vermilion Bird Pavilion, sought an audience with the senior brother of the Nine Peaks. A voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, pierced through the protective array of Shaoqiang Peak and reached the summit, startling Li Chang'an, who had just lain down to take a brief nap. The Four Directions Pavilion, named after the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, had the Vermilion Bird Pavilion as its most formidable faction, known throughout the northern continent. Moreover, Qi Ning was renowned as a prodigy among the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird Pavilion, possessing the innate Nine Yang Leaving Fire physique, which is also listed among the 36 physiques of the Great Luo Heaven. In other words, this young woman bore a talent comparable to that of Jiang Xian of the Nine Peaks, though she still paled in comparison to Nezha. Li Chang'an pulled a garment over his head, choosing to ignore the voice from outside. However, Qi Ning's voice rang out once more, expressing her sincere desire to pay her respects and witness the sacred land of the Tai Xuan Nine Peaks and the unparalleled grace of the Tai Xuan senior brother. Why, then, did Li Qianbei refuse to meet her? Sacred land, unparalleled grace? Li Chang'an's brow twitched. This young lady had a way with words. Yet, who did she think she was, assuming she could simply demand an audience? Li Chang'an turned away, wishing to avoid this trouble. Meanwhile, Nezha, squatting and munching on candied hawthorn, scoffed, "So foolish, not even bothering to prepare offerings for the pilgrimage. It would be a miracle if the senior brother would see you." At the foot of the mountain, Qi Ning, clad in a dark red long dress, furrowed her brows, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. As a prodigy of the Four Directions Pavilion, she had never encountered such cold treatment. Were it not for the rumors surrounding the Tai Xuan Sect and the secret of ascension, she would have long since lost her patience. Li Chang'an, is it? Very well, she muttered through clenched teeth, preparing to turn away. But the next moment, she spotted a young man in black approaching from afar, soon standing at the foot of the ninth peak. Zongting? Qi Ning scoffed. Are you also here to find Li Chang'an? The youth who had arrived was none other than Zongting from Chaoyang Ancient City. He cast a haughty glance at Qi Ning, disregarding her entirely. You. Qi Ning's irritation flared. Soon, her attention shifted back to Zongting as a refined young man in a white scholar's robe strolled over, quickly arriving at the foot of the ninth peak and smiling warmly at both Qi Ning and Zongting. Senior brother Zong, senior sister Qi, I thought I was the only one interested in the Tai Xuan's ninth peak. The scholar, Zhuozhan, nodded with a smile. Yet it seems we are not welcome here. Zhuozhan, a junior from Baiyang Academy, though not widely known in the northern continent, had arrived with similar intentions as Qi Ning and Zongting. Do you have any means to persuade Li Chang'an to let us in? Qi Ning inquired. Zhuozhan chuckled. If it's a visit, how could one come empty-handed? With a flick of his wrist, a crystalline pill appeared in his hand. Clearly, this was the offering Zhuozhan had prepared to gain entry to the ninth peak. Qi Ning scoffed. Do you think Li Chang'an is someone who could be swayed by a single beast pill? Zongting, though silent, seemed to share the same sentiment. While Li Chang'an's name was not particularly resounding in the northern continent, it was certainly not obscure either. Though most had never encountered this reclusive figure who had spent a century within the Tai Xuan Sect, they knew he had nurtured extraordinary talents such as Yi and Sun Shaokong. Furthermore, he was a disciple of Zhang Heng, one of the closest individuals to the path of ascension. Would someone of his caliber be interested in a mere beast pill? Zhuozhan raised his voice. Li Qianbei, this is a grand beast pill from a major demon, offered as a token for our visit. Suddenly, the protective array of Shaoqiang Peak parted, creating a fissure. Qi Ning? Zongting. Zhuozhan raised an eyebrow, a grin creeping across his face, only to be interrupted by a girl in a red skirt hopping down the mountain path, stopping before the group. Nezha. Zongting's eyes widened. This little girl was indeed one of the ninth peak's own. Nezha took the beast pill from Zhuozhan's hand, curiously playing with it for a moment before tucking it into her pocket, then turned and headed up the mountain. This junior here is Zhuozhan from Baiyang Academy, sent by the elders of the academy to pay respects, hoping. Zhuozhan's sentence was cut short as the previously open fissure in the protective array snapped shut with a whoosh. Zhuozhan. What a shameless display. If you do not wish to let me in, Why bother with my beast pill? Zhuo Zhen's lips twitched as he shot a glance at Qi Ning and Zong Ting, suppressing his embarrassment. This was quite the loss. Instead of impressing, he had ended up losing a beast pill, being turned away in the end. Heh, the ninth peak is indeed intriguing. A glint of cunning flashed in Zhuo Zhen's eyes as he turned to Qi Ning and Zong Ting, clasped his fists in a smile, and decisively left. The ninth peak has now offended Zhuo Zhen, Qi Ning remarked with a hint of mockery. Though Zhuo Zhen's talent is not remarkable, he is notoriously petty. Having lost a beast pill, he will surely harbor a grudge for a long time. Zong Ting remained silent, gazing at the ninth peak, which showed no signs of allowing him passage, before turning to leave. Qi Ning paused, casting a fierce glare in the direction of the ninth peak's summit before following suit. Finally, tranquility returned. Li Chang'an, nestled in a rattan chair, exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched little Neza bounding up the mountain path. Feeling a headache coming on, he swore, this time it truly wasn't his idea. He had never expected this little girl to be even more brazen than himself. Neza approached, holding the beast pill, her curiosity piqued. Senior brother, this thing smells pretty nice. Can we eat it? Li Chang'an. After pondering for a moment, Neza tucked the beast pill into her pocket and glanced toward the divine sage peak. She weighed her options in her mind, concluding that while it might be edible, it could never compare to the delectable golden dragon. If only that pretentious boy could bring over that dragon. The four great sacred grounds had finally converged upon the Tai Xuan Sect, heralding the imminent commencement of the Sacred Ground Assembly held every 50 years. This filled Li Chang'an with dismay. He was averse to trouble, which invariably meant danger. With his cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, any hint of peril would render him unable to escape unscathed. To make matters worse, that old scoundrel Chun Bailu had pushed him to the forefront. What should I do? Li Chang'an squatted beneath the big locust tree, tugging at his hair, his face contorted in distress. Chapter 38. Dragon Sun Ao high within the guest cave beneath the divine sage peak. Li Jing gazed expressionlessly at the ethereal image of the Tai Xuan Nine Peaks. Behind him, a diminutive figure gradually took shape, transforming into a youth of around 16 or 17 years. What do you think? Li Jing inquired. The youth, lazily reclining in a chair and toying with a small folding fan, replied, Chun Bailu is a grand cultivator of the harmonization realm. I cannot sense his presence for now. The aura of Tangguang from Tsangming Peak is similar to that of Chun Bailu, so the previous intel should be accurate. Tangguang has likely also entered the harmonization realm. The harmonization realm is the final threshold for cultivators seeking ascension. Upon entering this realm, one merely awaits the culmination of heavenly secrets before facing tribulation. However, few dared to invoke heavenly tribulations in the northern continent for nearly 1,000 years, with only Zhang Hong having succeeded. Besides him, the Tai Xuan Sect had numerous practitioners in the void realm, yet several cases appeared somewhat peculiar, though I cannot discern the specifics. Li Jing furrowed his brow slightly. Although the youth behind him was not highly cultivated, his unique talents allowed him to perceive secrets undetectable to many other practitioners, which was the primary reason for his presence in the Tai Xuan. And what of the ninth peak? The youth frowned. The protective array of the ninth peak is rather strange. There are no discernible anomalies from the outside. We need to find a way to enter. Zhuo Zhen from Baiyang Academy attempted to pay his respects at the ninth peak, only to not even lay eyes on Li Chang'an and instead ended up losing a beast pill. How amusing! Li Jing narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the cave's barrier to rest upon the distant ninth peak. The ninth peak of Tai Xuan had become an extraordinary sight in the northern continent for decades. The northern heavenly gate had sent scouts multiple times, yet detected no abnormalities. Therefore, with the Sacred Ground Assembly at hand, he decided to investigate personally if the ninth peak concealed Zhang Heng's ascension secrets or was linked to the emergence of many talents in recent centuries. The northern heavenly gate could not afford to remain passive. We must find an opportunity to sneak in and take a look, the youth nodded. Outside the cave, a figure leaped down from a flying sword, slightly bowing. Lordly, the Grandmaster of Danyang requests your presence. Li Jing waved his hand, dispelling the barrier, and stepped out. At Xiaoqiong Peak. Li Chang'an ruffled little Neza's hair and forced a smile. Neza, stay put at Xiaoqiong Peak. Don't wander off aimlessly. The people from the four great holy lands have already arrived, and it's a chaotic mix of individuals. It may not be safe for you to venture outside. Neza nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, the protective array of Xiaoqiong Peak has been personally modified by me. Although its power is not overwhelming, its defensive capabilities are formidable. You must never activate the mountain protecting formation in my absence, Li Chang'an instructed. Despite his belief that the four great holy lands would not dare to cause trouble within the Tai Xuan Sect, which is guarded by two formidable cultivators, he still did not wish to take any risks. After all, the unusual phenomenon at Shaoqiong Peak originated from Neza, and should it come to the attention of those with ill intentions, it could pose a threat to him. Understood. The young girl replied impatiently. When you leave the barbecue grill behind. I want to cook something. Li Chang'an, with a helpless wave of his hand, tossed the grill, which had been stored in his spatial pouch, under the old locust tree. Barbecue is delightful, but do save some for your senior brother. Your second senior brother has special seasonings in his room, the fragrant kind. Also, the demon core you tricked from that fool yesterday should not be consumed. We shall let Master Dan Yun refine it into elixirs when the time comes. Neza maintained a serious demeanor, pressing her small hands against Li Chang'an's waist. Confused, Li Chang'an asked, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, he felt a strong force surging, and he was lifted into the air, unexpectedly soaring down the mountain path. So much needless chatter. Neza clapped her hands and turned to the barbecue grill to the entrance of Tai Xuan Sect. The disciples led by Chang Yun, who had previously been at Matu City, finally returned, and among them was the notable Shao Qian. It seems the people from the various holy lands have indeed arrived. Chang Yun furrowed his brow and glanced around, saying, "You all return to your respective peaks to report. I will meet with Brother Zhou." Yes, the disciples on this journey included several generations from Taishan Peak, as well as the Sword Law Peak sword-bearer, totaling nearly 30 individuals who dispersed into the surroundings. "Shao Qian, you should also go rest." Shao Qian nodded and turned to leave. After departing, he wandered aimlessly, but after a few steps, a faint black mist seeped from beneath his feet, penetrating the earth and vanishing. Deep within Shao Qian's eyes, a barely perceptible black glimmer lay in wait. Beneath Shao Qian, a faint ethereal shadow passed by, pausing momentarily as if sensing something unusual. After a lengthy interval, the figure shifted once more, heading toward the ninth peak. As it approached the foot of the ninth peak, the shadow twisted a few times, transforming into a boy of about 15 or 16, frowning as he stared at the mountain path of Shaoqiong Peak, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "This formation feels rather peculiar. What could be wrong?" The boy scratched his head. "Why does this place seem more dangerous than Taishan Peak?" The boy pondered, his expression wavering. Taishan Sect had not given him an impression of being particularly perilous. Of course, he would not dare to infiltrate the main peak, for even the cultivators beyond the Void Realm could easily detect his presence. However, according to intelligence reports, there were no high-level cultivators stationed at Taishan's ninth peak. Yet for some reason, it exuded a distinctly different aura. Damn it, what am I afraid of? As the dragon son of the North Sky Gate, how could I be intimidated by a mere ninth peak of Taishan? The boy bolstered his resolve and moved forward, transforming into an ethereal shadow as he dove underground, heading toward Taishan's ninth peak. The name of the boy was Ao Hai, who was not a human cultivator, but rather a member of the Jiao Dragon clan contracted with the North Sky Gate. Typically, demon clans could take form upon reaching the heart-knowing realm, and Ao Hai had only been in his human form for a little over a decade, thus appearing as a youth. The reason why Li Jing brought Ao Hai to Taishan Sect was that Ao Hai possessed an innate sensitivity to spiritual awareness, allowing him to evade numerous formations and spiritual inspections, as well as sense certain auras and dangers that other cultivators could not perceive. The boy transformed into a dragon shadow and ascended Shaoqiong Peak along the mountain path. He grew increasingly solemn. He discovered that this seemingly ordinary peak was riddled with various traps. Right from the entrance to the path, he encountered formations he had never seen before. The array was not overly complicated, and he easily avoided the first formation, only to realize he had inadvertently fallen into a second one. Before he could unravel the second formation, he found himself ensnared in a third, layer upon layer intertwining like a cage composed of verdant bamboo. "What the hell, one after another? What is this nonsense?" the boy exclaimed in frustration. Even in the North Sky Gate, he had never seen such an abundance of formations. One might think the ancestors of Taishan Sect resided upon this mountain. "I must retreat for now. If I disturb the people of Taishan Sect, it could lead to unforeseen complications," the boy muttered, turning to leave. However, upon looking back, he found that the formations he had previously deciphered had transformed into entirely new ones that he did not recognize. Damn it! The boy panicked. In the hall of discussion at Xinxiang Peak, representatives from the various holy lands convened. At the forefront was the esteemed Dan Yun, the real master of Danyang Peak in Taishan Sect. With Zhou Yuan standing to the side, his head bowed in deference. "It is my utmost honor to have all of you here at Taishan Sect," Dan Yun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Zhou Yuan, please present the ginseng fruits from your Taishan Peak for our esteemed guests to sample." Zhou Yuan, with a pained expression, waved his hand as 4 ginseng fruits were presented before the representatives of the 4 great holy lands. These ginseng fruits are treasures of our Tai Xuan Sect, blooming once every 10 years, bearing fruit after another 10, and maturing after yet another 10. Consuming one can enhance one's cultivation by several decades. However, compared to the Dao fruits of the North Sky Gate, they ultimately fall short. Li Jing narrowed his eyes, casting a cursory glance at the ginseng fruits, his expression unreadable. Among those gathered were notable figures from the various holy lands, including Li Jing of the North Sky Gate, Elder Zhu Ying of the Zhuke Pavilion, Elder Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City, and Dao Master Gu Lai from the White Goat Academy. All 4 were pivotal figures, possessing formidable cultivation beyond the Void Realm, capable of wreaking havoc with a mere gesture. The ginseng fruit is a lower-grade Dao fruit, and those with fortune may use it to attain enlightenment and give birth to the Dao. Gu Lai from the White Goat Academy remarked with a chuckle. Since his arrival, the old man had maintained a cheerful demeanor, appearing harmless, yet inexplicably provoking a sense of aversion. It appears that the host for this gathering of the Holy Lands will be you. My friend Dan Yun? Dan Yun shook his head. No, for this gathering, my sect's headmaster has made other arrangements. Behold, it is he at the entrance of the hall, a youth clad in a blue scholarly robe, with his garment's hem tucked at his waist, approached. His eyes gleamed mischievously as they scanned the hall, and upon spotting the ginseng fruits, they brightened instantly. Damn, Li Chang'an swallowed hard. Previously, the ginseng fruit Neza had consumed proved to be of no use, likely a ruse by brother Zhou Yuan to deceive him with fake fruits. Yet now, at this gathering of the Holy Lands, where prominent figures converged, he could hardly believe they would still resort to such trickery. Upon entering the hall, Li Chang'an casually reached for the ginseng fruit nearest to the Zhuke Pavilion seat and took a hearty bite. What are you all discussing? Please, continue. Why are you looking at me? Li Chang'an munched away, finding a corner to sit, exuding an air of familiarity. Elder Zhu Ying of the Zhuke Pavilion furrowed his brow slightly. Zhou Yuan, covering his face in embarrassment, waved his hand to produce another fruit and placed it before Zhu Ying. Is this gathering of the Holy Lands being hosted by him? A mere Qi refinement realm rookie? Li Jing's eyes narrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. The gathering of the Holy Lands is a significant affair for the northern continent. To send a novice in the Qi refinement stage as the host is to show disdain for the 4 great Holy Lands, and to belittle my North Sky Gate, Danyan chuckled. King Li, do not be angry. This lad's talent is rather lacking. After 100 years of cultivation, he remains in the Qi refinement realm, which is indeed somewhat embarrassing to admit. To Chang'an, my junior brother, quickly greet the esteemed seniors. Junior brother Chang'an? Li Jing was the first to react. You are Zhang Hengji's disciple, the grand senior brother of Tai Xian's 9th peak, Li Chang'an. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, the assembled company raised their eyebrows in unison. Li Chang'an's reputation within Tai Xuan Sect was even more formidable than that of Chun Bailu. This was primarily because Li Chang'an was the sole disciple taken by Zhang Hengji before his ascension, and throughout his century in Tai Xuan Sect, he had mentored several extraordinary talents, at the very least. Li Jing would not forget the time when a monkey wielding an iron rod stormed the North Sky Gate and slew multiple formidable cultivators of the divine realm. Only Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City squinted slightly. Li Chang'an grinned. Am I already that famous? Even King Li from North Sky Gate knows me. Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an playfully clasped his hands in a gesture of politeness. Li Jing's expression gradually darkened, his eyes glinting with a dark golden hue as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Chang'an. What are you staring at, old man? Are you contemplating making a move against me? I warn you, your daughter is in my hands. Believe me, and I will crush that girl. Li Chang'an recoiled slightly. He could sense the intense killing intent emanating from Li Jing's eyes. After a lengthy silence, Li Jing shifted his gaze to Danyan. I hope that after this gathering of the Holy Lands, Tai Xuan Sect can provide my North Sky Gate with an explanation. Either disclose the secret of Zhang Hengji's ascension or deliver that monkey. Otherwise, Li Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle. King Li, I too hope that after this gathering of the Holy Lands, North Sky Gate can provide Tai Xuan Sect with an explanation. Surrender the peach tree of the Northern Heavenly Gate, or hand over the 3-eyed thief. After Sun Shaokong was expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect, he inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm, where he was severely injured and humiliated by the 3-eyed Heavenly King of the Northern Heavenly Gate. Filled with rage, Sun Shaokong, once he recovered, stormed into the Northern Heavenly Gate wielding an iron rod, nearly demolishing the entire establishment. At that time, Sun Shaokong had merely just entered the divine realm, while the 3-eyed thief of the Northern Heavenly Gate had not yet ascended to the rank of Heavenly King. If one were to delve into the grievances between the 2 great sacred lands, It was indeed the northern heavenly gate that instigated the conflict. However, it was evident that Li Jing would never admit to this. Li Chang'an, are you courting death? Li Chang'an took 2 steps back, hiding behind the figure of the Taoist Dan Yuan, shrugged and chuckled. You were the one seeking death first. Now in the territory of the Tai Xuan Sect, he naturally felt no fear towards this old man. Had they ventured beyond the confines of the Tai Xuan Sect, he would never have dared to utter such words in the presence of the Void Realm. The Qi refining realm was no different from that of an ant. Haha, Li Tianwang, do not stoop to the level of this brat. Although Sun Shaokong hails from the 9th peak, he was expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect decades ago. So this matter cannot be held against Li Chang'an. Dan Yuan interjected with a chuckle. As for the rumored ascension secret of Zhang Heng's disciple, it was entirely unfounded. If our Tai Xuan Sect possessed a method for ascension, how could it be that in the past half year, not a single person has reached the pinnacle? Li Jing squinted at Li Chang'an and, after a prolonged silence, turned away. This gathering of sacred lands served not only to ascertain the realities of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, but also had ulterior motives. He did not wish for this ignorant brat to jeopardize their plans. Regarding whether the 9th peak concealed secrets left by Zhang Heng, he intended to let Ao Hai investigate first. With the innate talent of that spiritual beast, it should be able to uncover the truth with ease. Li Jing pondered. He suddenly perceived an exceedingly faint voice ringing in his ears, causing his expression to shift. Ao Hai. In an instant, Li Jing stood up, stepping out and reappearing atop the summit of Shaoqiong Peak. Tai Xuan brat, do you dare to harm my northern heavenly gate spiritual beast? At the peak of Shaoqiong, Neza raised his head with a peculiar expression, glancing at Li Jing outside the protective array. Rubbing his eyes. Daddy? Chapter 40. Grilling the golden dragon half an hour prior, Neza, who was tugging at his hair against the old locust tree, lamenting the lack of barbecue materials, suddenly shifted his gaze. Upon entering the 9th peak, Li Chang'an had imparted the manipulation techniques for the array of Shaoqiong Peak to Neza. Gradually, Neza discovered that the mountain was not merely covered in sword bamboo but was also ensnared within a cage that enveloped the entirety of the 9th peak. Just moments ago, he sensed that something had intruded into this cage formation. With a flick of his small hand, a screen resembling a 3D projection appeared in the sky above Shaoqiong Peak, displaying a golden snake approximately 3 feet long. No, it should be a dragon. Neza's eyes widened, wiping away the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. A little dragon. Just days ago, he had pondered whether he could roast the golden dragon pulled by the northern heavenly gate, never anticipating that such a day would truly arrive. Neza stealthily glanced outside the mountain, hoping that no one would see. Then, the little girl transformed the incantations with her hands, causing the golden dragon, previously imprisoned by the cage formation, to soar forth and hover before Neza. Ao Hai struggled a few times, realizing that the swaying sword bamboo enveloped him in a sharp aura that not only rendered him immobile, but also sealed away his nearly heart realm cultivation. Damn it, let me go. Do you know who I am? I am the contract spiritual beast of the northern heavenly gate, a member of the Golden Dragon clan. If you wish to live, release me at once. What are you staring at? Quickly release me from this formation, or when Li Tianwang arrives, you will face utter destruction. Why aren't you speaking? Under the pressure of the formation, Ao Hai could not revert to his human form and could only twist his dragon body, roaring in despair. Once confident, he now felt increasingly anxious as the girl, seemingly deranged, stared at him, especially as she began rubbing her hands together. Swallowing nervously, Ao Hai was thoroughly alarmed, questioning what she intended to do, feeling as though he were in the presence of a pervert. Following the girl's gaze, Ao Hai noticed the barbecue grill already set beneath the old locust tree, with flames perfectly kindled, causing his dragon face to turn green. What does this mean? Neza wiped his drool, remaining silent as she turned and dove into the nearby grass, soon emerging with a large bundle of seasonings. Ao Hai? What are you doing? Speak up. Help. Save me. In mere moments, Neza had bound Ao Hai to the grill with the cosmic silk, showering him with seasonings. Ao Hai's dragon eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Neza rubbed her hands together, squatting beside the grill, eagerly watching the little dragon roast over the fire, occasionally wiping her mouth in anticipation. Outside the mountain, Li Jing stepped forth and appeared atop Shaoqiong Peak, his eyes shining like lightning. The protective array of Shaoqiong Peak gradually faded under his gaze. Then he beheld the golden dragon, a contract beast of the northern heavenly gate, bound to the grill, generously coated in oil and seasonings, roasting evenly. Li Jing, following closely behind, the others. In the next moment, with a darkened expression, Li Jing raised his hand and struck down. The cloud surged, forming a colossal palm print that enveloped hundreds of feet around the summit of Shaoqiong. Headed straight for it, the meticulously repaired protective array, which had taken Li Chang'an decades to restore, erupted with explosive sounds beneath Li Jing's palm, with the sword bamboo on Shaoqiong Peak crumbling into countless fragments. Stop! Li Chang'an's expression changed dramatically, and Dan Yun, standing beside him, preemptively tossed his wine gourd, unleashing a torrent of water that intercepted the palm print just in time, barely blocking Li Jing's lethal strike. On Shaoqiong Peak, Neza looked up at the shattering protective array and the dark golden palm print suspended just above her head, slightly furrowing her brow. Then the crowd witnessed the little girl turn around, lifting the grill and finding a flatter spot within the mountainous belly. Squatting down once more, puffing her cheeks to blow on the fire, Li Chang'an stumbled, nearly falling from the AI or is this girl lacking sense? The entire ninth peak is on the verge of destruction, and she still hasn't forgotten to roast someone. Li Chang'an hurriedly jumped down, seizing Neza and bellowing, "What on earth are you doing?" Neza rubbed her ears and pointed downwards, "Barbecuing." Li Chang'an snatched the golden dragon from the grill, checking for signs of life, and only then sighed in relief. Neza's barbecue was done with ordinary fire, which posed no threat to the golden dragon at the peak of the return to origin realm. The reason it had rolled its eyes and fainted was purely from fear. The illustrious golden dragon nearly became a skewer. Li Chang'an grinned sheepishly. Above in the sky, the massive palm print was halted by the torrent of water, and Li Jing's complexion turned ashen. Dan Yun, how audacious of your Tai Xuan Sect to attempt to slay my Northern Heavenly Gate's contract spiritual dragon before my very eyes. Do you seek war with my Northern Heavenly Gate? Not far off, the representatives of the three great sacred lands, led by Chaoyang Ancient City, regarded Li Jing with amused expressions, their countenances inscrutable. They too had not anticipated that before the gathering of the sacred lands had even commenced, the Tai Xuan Sect and Northern Heavenly Gate would engage in such a significant conflict. The other sacred lands were more than willing to witness such developments and thus refrained from intervening. Dan Yun's expression grew unusually serious. Li Tianwang, until the matter is clarified, you must not cast unfounded accusations. Li Chang'an. What on earth is going on? Li Chang'an grinned at Neza, who turned to look at Ao Hai. Just as Ao Hai, who had just regained consciousness, let out a pained cry, he shot off hundreds of feet away, disappearing in an instant. Li Chang'an blinked, pondering whether the child had been traumatized. Li Tianwang, I am curious to know how your accompanying dragon came to be present on my ninth peak. Li Chang'an exhaled, inquiring, you wouldn't say that it was my little junior sister, who is still in the foundation establishment stage, that bound your return to Origin Peak spiritual beast to Shaoqiong Peak, would you? Hee-heed, could you provide me with an explanation? Explanation? Li Jing snorted disdainfully, the swirling clouds dissipating. You expect an explanation in front of me? His voice was frosty, an immense pressure descending from the sky, yet it gradually dissipated just an inch from Li Chang'an. How dare you act presumptuously on my turf? Do you believe I want to call upon the master to strike you down? Li Chang'an gazed defiantly at Li Jing, showing no sign of fear. Chapter 41. The frustration of Li Tianwang. The Northern Heavenly Gate has always been resolute and domineering in the northern continent, and naturally, they would not bow their heads to the Tai Xuan Sect. Meanwhile, although Li Chang'an appeared timid, within his own territory, he would never cower before the Northern Heavenly Gate, especially since he had long held disdain for them. Moreover, it is evident that the Golden Jiao has intruded into the ninth peak without authorization and has been ensnared by the formation. Even if it were truly roasted by Neza, Li Jing would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Li Tianwang, allow me to venture a guess. The Golden Jiao stealthily infiltrating my Shaoqiong Peak must have been under your directive. Am I correct? Li Chang'an, with narrowed eyes and a cold smirk, observed the fleeing Golden Jiao. Li Jing, standing in midair, wore a grim expression. The Jiao Dragon clan holds significant importance for the North Heavenly Gate, and thus, upon witnessing the Golden Jiao being subjected to flames, he momentarily lost his composure. Now, seeing that Ao Hai is not in grave danger, Li Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat awkward within this. Although Ao Hai is indeed my contracted spirit beast of the North Heavenly Gate, this matter has nothing to do with me. After a prolonged silence, Li Jing managed to utter these words. Li Chang'an mercilessly mocked, then waved at Neza, suggesting they check if anything was missing from their residence. Regardless of whether this incident pertains to Li Tianwang, should anything indeed be lost from the ninth peak, it would inevitably fall upon Li Tianwang to account for it. Li Jing's countenance darkened. Yet he could not express his wrath. The North Heavenly Gate is undeniably stronger than the Tai Xuan Sect, but currently, he found himself within the confines of the Tai Xuan Sect. Should he truly provoke them? He had no confidence in departing unscathed. Moreover, this incident was inherently his fault. Dan Yun and representatives from several other sacred grounds stood aside, arms crossed, evidently uninterested in intervening. Soon, Neza bounced over, earnestly counting on his fingers. Senior brother, we seem to have lost a spirit sheep, 2 fragrant sturgeon, and 3 emerald bamboo shoots from the mountain. Li Chang'an's face darkened as he glared at the drooling Neza, gritting his teeth. The golden Jiao from the North Heavenly Gate went to great lengths to infiltrate Shaoqiong Peak just to pilfer your hot pot ingredients. Noticing Li Chang'an's grim countenance, Neza made an effort to press his lips together. Well, they are all still here. Have you checked thoroughly? Neza paused for a moment. Oh, the bottle of Holy Spirit elixir that Master Dinyan gave us is missing, and the 2 ginseng fruits from senior brother Zhou Yuan are also gone. Along with a piece of earth-grade spirit treasure, Li Jing trembled with rage, his body shaking. He now regretted having held back earlier. He should have decisively dealt with those 2 rascals to spare himself the current blatant extortion. Danyun, do not go too far. Danyun squinted, angrily retorting, Li Chang'an, you scoundrel, what are you trying to pull? When did I ever give you a Holy Spirit elixir? As for the ginseng fruits, those are the only Dao fruits of our Tai Xuan Sect. I have barely had a taste of 2. How could you possibly have 2 on Shaoqiong Peak? Li Jing felt slightly relieved, only to see Danyun turn to him. Smiling amiably, Li Tianwang, do not heed this brat's nonsense. There is no Holy Spirit elixir or ginseng fruit. You only need to compensate him for the lost earth-grade spirit treasure, Li Jing. Li Jing's expression was so dark it seemed to drip water. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, the void between his fingers collapsing violently. After a long pause, he released his fist, his anger dissipating. Very well, Li Tianwang, may you travel safely. I look forward to your next visit. Li Chang'an watched with satisfaction as Li Jing departed, finally exhaling a breath of relief. He had anticipated that the representatives from the 4 sacred grounds would devise a way to invade Shaoqiong Peak once they arrived at Tai Xuan Sect. Yet he had not expected that the North Heavenly Gate would hastily send the Golden Jiao into action upon their arrival. Li Chang'an scanned the surroundings. The formation protecting Shaoqiong Peak shattered under Li Jing's strike, with sword bamboos splintered across the mountain, leaving only the centuries-old locust tree standing atop the barren peak. However, Li Jing too paid a price for this. Li Chang'an gazed at the lotus seed resting in his palm. Unable to suppress a grin, he had not anticipated that Li Jing would compensate him with an earth-grade spirit treasure, and he had even worried that Li Jing might rely on the North Heavenly Gate's reputation to brush this matter aside. To his astonishment, Li Jing had actually gifted him a seed from a golden lotus of creation. The golden lotus of creation, akin to the Pan Tao, is one of the only 2 Dao fruits of the North Heavenly Gate, said to produce 9 seeds once every 100 years, and he had obtained one of them. Quite satisfactory, Li Chang'an chuckled, hastily stowing it away in his storage belt upon noticing Neza standing by, drooling. What are you staring at? Hurry up and tidy things up. I shall rearrange the formation. Neza turned and dashed away. Just as Li Jing returned to his cave dwelling, he spotted the golden Jiao Aohai emerging from within, pale and terrified. What on earth happened? Li Jing asked coldly. Aohai swallowed hard. My lord, I followed your orders to investigate the situation at the 9th peak, but the 9th peak is far more formidable than we anticipated. Its protective formations number in the thousands, layered and infinite, rendering my talents utterly useless. The moment I infiltrated the 9th peak, I was discovered, and by the time I realized something was amiss and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Moreover, Aohai's teeth chattered. The most terrifying part was that little girl. She nearly roasted me, my lord. I was almost skewered. Li Jing's expression darkened. Useless. You have caused this king to lose a seed of the golden lotus of creation. Aohai's countenance shifted, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. My lord, I beg for forgiveness. Li Jing's face remained grim. Since Li Chang'an dared to publicly humiliate the North Heavenly Gate before the representatives of the sacred grounds, he must pay the price for his actions. This debt you shall settle personally in the future. Aohai gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Li Jing clasped his hands behind his back, lightly tapping, the void trembling beneath his fingers, informed the 3-eyed heavenly king to be prepared for action. The moment that monkey appears, we must ensure he is surrounded and eliminated at the first opportunity. Understood. In a cave not far from the North Heavenly King, Gu Lai, the vice president of the White Goat Academy, sat upon a spirit jade chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the teacup, an amused smile gracing his face. It was unexpected that even before the sacred ground meeting formally commenced, the North Heavenly Gate and Tai Xuan Sect had already encountered such significant friction. Excellent. Gu Lai's fingers lightly waved, intricate runes flashing fleetingly between them. Zizhan, during this sacred ground trial, we should depart from Tai Xuan Sect and head to the Canglan secret realm. At that time, you will need to assist the Academy with a task. Furthermore, I have already scattered the heavenly spirit goo over the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan. Once the trial begins, I will activate the heavenly spirit goo to devour the fortunes of the 9 peaks. Conveniently placing the blame on the north heavenly gate, he chuckled softly, I shall see what mysteries the 9th peak of Tai Xuan conceals. Chapter 42. The protective formation of the 9th peak. At the 9th peak, Li Chang'an chatted leisurely with Neza while repairing the shattered protective formation. The protective formation of the 9th peak originated from the Tai Xuan Sect's grand formation, but due to the adeptness of the 6th elder, Chang'an, in formation techniques, she had optimized and improved the protective formation when she was in the divine realm. After Chang'an departed from the Tai Xuan Sect, Li Chang'an, in order to ensure the safety of the 9th peak, added thousands of formations atop the original. Based on Li Chang'an's estimation, the formation could withstand an attack from a formidable practitioner at the reversal void realm. Indeed, under Li Jing's strike, the protective formation of Shaoqiong Peak only held for a brief moment before collapsing entirely. While it was somewhat regrettable, it was within Li Chang'an's expectations. Merely being able to withstand a practitioner at the divine realm was insufficient. It needed to withstand a great practitioner at the reversal void realm. Li Chang'an contemplated this but was somewhat disheartened by his half-baked skills. Based on his qi refinement realm cultivation, the formation he could set up would likely only withstand a practitioner at the returning Yuan realm. As for someone as powerful as Li Jing, even a mere fart might breach it. If only the 6th girl were here, Li Chang'an sighed, recalling the star map within his spiritual sea and the communication function he had previously attempted. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten about this? Li Chang'an's consciousness sank into the spiritual sea, tentatively activating the 6th main star. Sure enough, after a brief pause, it lit up abruptly. Senior brother? Chang'an's voice emerged, and Li Chang'an felt a surge of joy. 6th, I need your assistance with something. Chang'an paused for a moment. Speak. Li Chang'an quickly summarized the previous events, explaining that the protective formation of the 9th peak had shattered and that immediate repairs were necessary to avert trouble. Senior brother, you mean that Li Jing from the north heavenly gate broke the protective formation of Shaoqiong Peak? Indeed, not just the protective formation. I nearly met my end as well. Chang'an's voice heightened in concern. Senior brother, are you all right? Li Chang'an felt warmth in his heart. Although this girl had been sulking over the matter of the jade rabbit, she still cared for him when he was in danger. I'm fine. It's just Li Jing. I can handle it. Senior brother, the cage formation is the strongest defensive formation I know. Previously, it was based on the sword bamboo covering the 9th peak, and it should have been sufficient to confine practitioners at the divine realm. However, the sword bamboo forest of the 9th peak consists merely of ordinary bamboo. Even with the spiritual vein of the 9th peak, its power is limited. Otherwise, even Li Jing at the reversal void realm would not have been able to breach it. Chang'an explained. Thus, I shall instruct you on the reconfiguration of the FNGLing array. Following the directives of Chang'an, Li Chang'an began to organize the Jianxilan at Zhaoqiangfeng, meticulously rearranging the FNGLing formation. The vastness of the array was exceedingly intricate, far exceeding Li Chang'an's imagination, and it consumed an entire day of his efforts, leaving him utterly exhausted, as if he had been struck down, before he could finally complete the arrangement. Master brother, if you could provide me with 5 high-grade spiritual treasures, I could elevate the defensive capability of the FNGLing array to a new echelon. Even a formidable practitioner at the level of the Void Realm would find it exceedingly challenging to breach it in a short span of time. Spiritual treasures? Li Chang'an exclaimed, as he retrieved a collection from his storage belt, albeit reluctantly stuffing them back. Upon turning, he noticed Neza squatting nearby, and his eyes lit up. Neza, it is time to showcase true prowess. Come, let us chant together. Sword, come. With a flourish of his arms, Li Chang'an bellowed, just as a snow swallow soared over Zhaoqiangfeng, dropping a droplet of excrement that landed squarely upon his head. Neza erupted into laughter. Master brother, you should not have shouted sword, come. You ought to have cried out excrement, come. Li Chang'an grimaced, baring his teeth in annoyance. Once Neza's laughter subsided, he casually waved his hand, causing the waters of the Jianxi at Xinxiang Peak to churn violently, from which 5 flying swords emerged, precisely the earth-grade spiritual treasures Neza had previously claimed. Li Chang'an gazed upon them with envy, his eyes wide with admiration for Neza's remarkable skill. Yubai, positioned at the east-est Jingmen. Jinglei, placed at the north-est Xiumen. Shahai and Hanlu shall be set at the south-est Jingmen and the west-est Shangmen, respectively. Yuhua, to be stationed at the central position. As Li Chang'an listened to Chang'an's instructions, he dashed about Zhaoqiangfeng, moving hither and thither like a dog on a leash. When the Yuhua spirit sword finally settled, clouds and mist surged around the mountain, and countless luminous threads shot forth from Zhaoqiangfeng, arching toward the sky and coalescing into a closed shell point one by one. The 5 spirit swords vanished into the void. This formation was known as the Fngling Sword Cottage, an embodiment of both offense and defense. Should one attempt to forcefully intrude, even a practitioner of Li Jing's caliber would find it nearly impossible to emerge unscathed. Li Chang'an's eyes gleamed with excitement. Old Six, how do we operate this formation? What should I do? Li Chang'an opened his mouth to speak, only to find Chang'an's main star dimming, clearly indicating a unilateral severance of communication. Alas, he gazed at the tranquil Zhaoqiangfeng, recalling Chang'an's earlier words, and instinctively recoiled. How on earth am I supposed to get out of here? From that moment forth, the 9 highest-grade spirit swords from the Tai Xuan Sect Jianqi were distributed, with Hui Guang being gifted to Yu Heng by Neza, and Hua Lin claimed by the sect of Chaoyang Ancient City. Adding to this were the 5 spirit swords, including Yu Bai and Yu Hua, which Li Chang'an had covertly appropriated, leaving only 2, the remaining swords. Representing the position of the Tai Xuan Sect's leader were Cheng Tian and the sword Bu Er, originally belonging to the peak master Zhang Hengji of Zhaoqiangfeng. The Cheng Tian sword was originally owned by Chen Bailu and held extraordinary significance. Thus Li Chang'an hesitated to assume such a responsibility. As for the Bu Er sword, it was intended for Li Chang'an by Zhang Hengji, yet the sword, imbued with the essence of ascension, stubbornly resisted his summons, retreating into the Jianqi, leaving Li Chang'an feeling quite vexed for an extended period. Little did he expect that Neza's overwhelming aura could even coax forth the notoriously obstinate Bu Er sword, which left Li Chang'an feeling quite bitter. With the protective formation of Zhaoqiangfeng finally arranged, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the real challenge was about to commence. Beneath the old locust tree, Neza squinted slightly before suddenly turning. Master brother, I wish to participate in the meeting trial. Li Chang'an turned his head expressionlessly. No. Chapter 43. The Demon Garden in the Grand Hall of Taishan Peak. Chang Yun was reporting to Zhou Yun on the situation at Matu City. Master brother, no traces of demonic energy were found in the maple forest outside Matu City. It seems that after senior brother Yang Yi shattered the demonic embryo, the energy dissipated and should pose no threat. Zhou Yuan nodded. After all, the Taishan Sect is blessed with Taishan energy, protecting the surrounding areas. Although Matu City lies beyond the sect's territory, some degree of exorcism capability remains. It is better to remain vigilant. Currently, all major holy lands are present at the Taishan Sect, and if demonic troubles were to arise at this juncture, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the northern continent factions. Chang Yun affirmed, I have already stationed disciples to guard the maple forest. There will be no issues. Oh, Master Brother, where has the meeting trial's location been decided? It wouldn't be the Demon Garden, would it? Zhou Yuan, having managed the affairs of the Taishan Sect for several years, appeared older than his years. Upon hearing Chang Yun's inquiry, his expression turned inscrutable. This is a decision made by the sect. Only the Demon Garden is most suitable for this trial. The Demon Garden is a secret realm controlled by the Taishan Sect, akin to a cave dwelling, governed by the sect. Although it harbors numerous demonic creatures, their overall strength is generally below the divine realm, and the presence of demonic beings at the heart-understanding realm is scarce, making it an ideal location for this trial. This aligns with the thoughts of our junior brother Chang'an. The original intent of the Holy Land meeting was to select disciples to counter the invasion of the demonic tribes in Canglan, and testing the waters in the Demon Garden is most appropriate. Chang Yun contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhou Yuan then inquired, Master Brother, where is my disciple currently? Shaoqian. Chang Yun reflected. Noting the direction he had seen him head towards, it seems he is at Water Cold Peak. Water Cold Peak? Zhou Yuan frowned. What is he doing at Water Cold Peak? Hurry and summon him back. The time for the Holy Land meeting trial is upon us, and he must prepare himself. Water Cold Peak is regarded as a quasi-restricted area within the Taishan Sect, not only because it is exclusively occupied by female disciples, but also due to an incident that occurred a century ago. Although 100 years have passed and most disciples have forgotten, Zhou Yuan still harbors deep-seated concerns. It is best to avoid going there. Chang Yun smiled, it's fine. Xiao Qian possesses considerable talent and has already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I believe he will soon be able to consolidate his divine essence. However, this child has an inflated sense of pride. He has been disheartened by Neza from the 9 Peaks on 2 occasions and has remained sullen. Master Brother, you'll need to offer him more encouragement. Zhou Yuan paused, the image of the young girl flashing through his mind, and he sighed. Talent is a gift from heaven, and it is also related to one's own fortune. Although Shaoqian is indeed quite remarkable, he still pales in comparison to Neza. Understood. Upon departing from Taishan Peak, Chang Yun contemplated for a moment before turning towards Water-Cold Peak. Upon reaching the foot of Water-Cold Peak, he spotted Shaoqian gazing intently. For reasons unknown, he sensed a peculiar aura emanating from this young disciple. Master Uncle, upon seeing Chang Yun, Shaoqian bowed respectfully. What brings you here? You are on the list for tomorrow's Holy Land trial. You should return promptly to cultivate and prepare yourself. Shaoqian's expression was inscrutable, but he nodded in acknowledgement. Chang Yun furrowed his brows as he scrutinized Shaoqian before turning to leave. Shaoqian watched Chang Yun depart, and deep within his eyes, a black-red glow began to coalesce. After a moment, the glow detached from his pupils, forming a vague silhouette 3 feet in front of him. The figure took a step toward Water-Cold Peak, and in the next instant, vanished without a trace. Shaoqian's expression turned somewhat dazed. Have you heard? The site for this Holy Land meeting trial is our Tai Xuan Sect's Demon Garden? Rumors began to circulate within the Tai Xuan Sect. The Demon Garden? What is that? Heh, you clearly must be a new disciple this year, not even knowing about our Tai Xuan Sect's Demon Garden, an older disciple remarked, stretching his neck. The Demon Garden is actually a secret realm discovered by our Tai Xuan Sect. It exists as a world unto itself. It is said to potentially be a cave dwelling constructed by a powerful being, filled with numerous treasures. The new disciple felt enlightened. A cave dwelling. That is the domain of immortals. Our Tai Xuan Sect actually possesses a secret realm created by an immortal? Heh, you don't understand, do you? Cave dwellings are not solely the domain of immortals. Human saints can also create such realms. But let us talk more about the Demon Garden. Indeed, the reason the Demon Garden is so named is not only due to the treasures within, but also because it harbors numerous demonic beasts, albeit their strength is generally below the divine realm, making it suitable for disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect to undergo training. With the 5 major holy lands converging, the younger generation of disciples are mostly at the returning essence realm, so the sect decided to use the Demon Garden as the trial site. However, I have heard that disciples at the foundation establishment stage may also participate. The entrance is at Xinxiang Peak. Have you heard of the well at the back mountain? The entrance is right there. Got it. Got it. In a corner, Qi Ning and Zong Ting stood side by side. Their expressions varied. It seems the trial site is indeed the Demon Garden. The voice of Qi Ning carried an inexplicable emotion. It is said that the Demon Garden was an immortal treasure inadvertently acquired by the old sect master of the Tai Xuan Sect, which took years of research before it was discovered to be a dilapidated celestial mansion. After countless years of cultivation, it is transformed into today's Demon Garden. The phrase immortal treasure resonates deeply, for despite the ancient city of Chaoyang boasting a legacy of nearly 10,000 years, it has yet to possess even a single immortal artifact, let alone a few treasures of celestial grade. There are rumors that the North Sky Gate has once experienced the presence of an immortal treasure, though its authenticity remains uncertain. The Ao Hai Longzi of the North Sky Gate, Zhuangzhen of the White Sheep Academy, along with you and me, leave one pondering who else from the Tai Xuan Sect will partake in this trial. Qi Ning deduced that the trial requires a cultivation level below the heart enlightenment stage, and she had not heard of any particularly outstanding disciples from the Tai Xuan Sect as for the 9th peak. What about that little girl? The expression of Zong Ting appeared somewhat rigid. He is usually reticent, yet Qi Ning could still perceive a hint of unease from his demeanor. That little girl has merely attained the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet you seem to hold her in high regard? Zong Ting furrowed his brows, remaining silent for a moment, declaring, she is indeed formidable. Formidable. Qi Ning raised an eyebrow, as the young lord of the ancient city of Chaoyang, rumored to possess innate sword bones and be a peerless genius, made such an assertion about someone. It was rare to hear him utter those words, and the past, despite being only at the initial stage of returning to origin during his trial, managed to defeat several at the peak of returning to origin. Zong Ting warned, the disciples of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan cannot be judged by common standards. Qi Ning nodded. Let us proceed. It is time to embark on our journey. With a swift motion, Qi Ning transformed into a flickering flame and soared toward the divine image peak. From the rear of the mountain, a shadow of dark gray light projected outward, casting an illusory portal against the celestial dome. The Demon Garden. At the same moment, Zhuangzhen of the White Sheep Academy ascended the Wuxiang Peak, presenting something to the bell of Wuxiang Peak, requesting it be passed to Uncle Song Gongyang, stating that it was entrusted by President Zhang Qingwei of the White Sheep Academy. Chapter 44. Admission Fee at the Divine Image Peak. Representatives of the 5 great sacred lands positioned themselves in 5 directions, accompanied by their respective disciples. Further back stood the elite sects participating in the Sacred Land meeting, each led by their elders, all eager to seize opportunities within the Demon Garden. If one could stand out in this trial, it would not only benefit oneself but also bring immense advantages to their sect. Li Chang'an arrived late, awkwardly scratching his head. "Good morning, everyone." Zhou Yuan's face darkened. "If you had delayed any longer, I might have to personally summon the sect master to fetch you." Li Chang'an tightened his expression, lifted his robe, and stepped forward, welcoming all to the Tai Xuan Sect for the Sacred Land Meeting trial. Our North Continent hosts this gathering once every 50 years, which is not only a highlight for the 5 great sacred lands, but also an opportunity and blessing for all sects of the North Continent. Li Chang'an paused. "The trial will take place in our Tai Xuan Demon Garden, where in the center stands a demon tower with 9 levels. Those who ascend to the 9th level shall be deemed victorious. The victors will be able to venture to the Canglan battlefield to fend off the demon race, with all resources gained belonging to their sect, in addition to rewards provided by the 5 great sacred lands. The rewards from the 5 great sacred lands include a peach of immortality from the North Sky Gate, a ginseng fruit from the Tai Xuan Sect, a chance to visit the sword tomb of Chaoyang Ancient City, a drop of sacred beast blood from the 4 Directions Pavilion, and a spell from the White Sheep Academy." Li Chang'an clicked his tongue in admiration. Leaving aside the ginseng fruit and peach of immortality, both of which are classified as Dao fruits, if one is fortunate, they might even comprehend the concept of the Dao. However, it could also be as useless as quenching thirst without any substantial benefit. The sword tomb of Chaoyang Ancient City is akin to the sword cleansing pool of the Tai Xuan Sect, but unlike the latter, theirs boasts several divine artifacts of celestial grade, while the highest grade spirit sword of the Tai Xuan Sect, the Chung Tian, is merely of earthly premium quality. If one were fortunate enough to acquire a celestial grade magical artifact, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. The sacred beast blood from the 4 Directions Pavilion, distinct from the bloodline of the Canglan demons, originates from 4 divine beasts that have sensed the great Dao. The golden flood dragon of the North Sky Gate can be said to possess true dragon blood, yet it is not a genuine member of the golden dragon lineage, while the azure dragon of the 4 Directions Pavilion is a true dragon. Of course, no one has witnessed the azure dragon or the white tiger. Their existence remains a topic for debate. However, it is undeniable that obtaining a drop of sacred beast blood could potentially transform one's constitution, leading to the attainment of an unparalleled Dao body. Lastly, the spell from the White Sheep Academy, while seemingly less significant in comparison, still holds great allure for cultivators of the North Continent. This illustrates the considerable investment the 5 great sacred lands have made in this sacred land meeting. Upon hearing Li Chang'an's words, while representatives from the 5 great sacred lands maintained their composure, disciples from other sects were already ablaze with excitement. The sword tomb of Chaoyang Ancient City. "I am merely a step away from acquiring a fine sword. If I can secure the top spot in this trial. TSK. What value does a sword hold? It is merely an external object. In my opinion, the sacred beast blood is the most formidable. If I could obtain the true flames of the vermilion bird or the power of the azure dragon, I would soar above my peers." You all fail to understand. The most precious are the Dao fruits, for they are divine objects capable of comprehending the great Dao. Do you know why the cultivation world speaks of the void as an insurmountable chasm? It is because the difficulty of the Dao surpasses all imagination. Li Chang'an observed the crowd, whose emotions had been successfully stirred, and narrowed his eyes with a grin. However, unlike previous trials, this one is not without cost. Each participant must submit 1,000 spirit crystals as an entrance fee to the Demon Garden. What? There's an entrance fee? 1,000 spirit crystals? How outrageous! Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Zhou Yuan, who was tugging at him. "Everyone, the Demon Garden is a sacred site within our Tai Xuan Sect. The maintenance and repairs over the years have cost a fortune, amounting to millions in spirit crystals annually, not to mention the upkeep of the great demons." Zhou Yuan looked puzzled. "Maintenance of the Demon Garden? Is that true? Therefore, 1,000 spirit crystals is a reasonable price. Come, those who wish to pay, step this way. If you have no money, you may write an IOU. If you refuse to write, then good day to you." Li Jing of the North Sky Gate narrowed his eyes with a cold smirk, and with a wave of his hand, a Qingkuan bag flew out, landing in Li Chang'an's hands. "There are 60 participants from the North Sky Gate. Here are 60,000 spirit crystals." Li Chang'an nodded profusely, praising Li Jing with a thumbs up as he tucked the Qingkuan bag into his robe. "Li Tianwang is most generous. What about the others?" With the North Sky Gate leading the charge, the representatives from Chaoyang Ancient City, the 4 Directions Pavilion, and the White Sheep Academy followed suit, led by Qining, Zongting, and Zhuangzhan, as they brought their disciples through the illusory portal, entering the Demon Garden. Observing the inevitable trend, the remaining individuals hastily pooled their resources. 1,000 spirit crystals was no small sum for ordinary cultivators, and the unexpected demand disrupted many, forcing them to begin writing IOUs. Li Chang'an estimated the number of attendees, excluding the 4 great sacred lands, the various sects and scattered cultivators present amounted to several thousand. 1,000 spirit crystals per person would total several million. Good heavens! Li Chang'an counted on his fingers, startled by the unexpected profits from his spontaneous decision. When he returns to Shaoqiong Peak with the spirit crystals, it would surely delight the girl Neza. Master Chang'an, the sect master has ordered that the spirit crystals be returned to Tai Xuan Peak without error. The voice of Dan Yunjunren drifted over, causing Li Chang'an's lips to twitch. This old coot. Time passed swiftly, and many well-established sects had paid their entrance fees, with numbers ranging from a few to dozens stepping into the demon garden. Several scattered cultivators had also written IOs, creating a thick stack. Those remaining were likely the impoverished who neither had money nor wished to write IOUs. Li Chang'an eyed the remaining 100 or so individuals, rolling his eyes dramatically. Ladies and gentlemen, since you are fated to miss this trial, please take your leave. Just then, an old monk clad in tattered robes approached, palms together in greeting. Umitba, the sacred land meeting trial is a blessing for the cultivators of the North Continent. Aimed at selecting those capable of commanding the Canglan demons, it is not merely the decree of the Tai Xuan Sect. Why must you, benefactor, let the mundane concern of spirit crystals burden the Tai Xuan Sect with karmic retribution? Li Chang'an squinted at the bald monk, finding it amusing. Benefactor, greed, anger, and ignorance are the original sins. Yet, seeing your clear spirit and extraordinary fortune, it is evident that you are under the protection of Tai Xuan's great fortune. Why sully yourself with the karmic sins of such trifles as spirit crystals? I hope you can graciously open the gates of convenience, for the sake of countless beings. Goodness, goodness. Li Chang'an wore a gentle and amiable expression. Does the master wish to enter our Tai Xuan demon garden? The old monk bowed his head. My Buddha is compassionate. No spirit crystals? And you refuse to write an IOU? Li Chang'an chuckled. Scram. Chapter 45. I encountered Xuanzang. Li Chang'an has never held a favorable view of monks. In his previous life, the monks he encountered were all parasitic frauds, indulging in luxury while engaging in deceitful acts. However, upon traversing into this world, he has gained a new understanding of them. In this world, monks represent a form of spiritual practice, engaging in the recitation of Buddhist scriptures, cultivating the Dharma, and promoting Buddhist principles, all under the noble banner of liberating sentient beings. Yet, their essence remains akin to the monks known from past lives, merely extracting the faith of their followers. Most of the monks in this realm reside in the Western continent, particularly at the Lane Temple of the Little Western Heaven, which is reputed to be one of the most powerful sects in the cultivation world, rivaling even the celestial realms of the Central Continent. However, the Northern Continent has traditionally favored the sword path as its primary system of cultivation, resulting in a scarcity of Buddhist practitioners. Thus, Li Chang'an did not anticipate encountering a monk here. No, rather 2 monks. Behind the elder monk stood a fair-faced young boy, around 15 or 16, with a clean-shaven head. While he appeared quite innocent, the thought of the duo attempting to enter the demon garden without compensation prompted Li Chang'an to roll his eyes dramatically. The elder monk remained unfazed, his expression betraying not a hint of change. Buddhism emphasizes benevolent connections. As the Buddha once said, the essence of return is non-dual, and the means are manifold. Since my disciple and I have arrived at the Tai Xuan Sect and chanced upon this holy meeting, would you, Li Benefactor, not consider forging a benevolent bond? Li Chang'an smirked. If you keep prattling, do you believe I won't represent the Buddha to liberate you? The corner of the elder monk's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Benefactor, it is not that this poor monk refuses to pay. It is simply that I am without funds. As for the matter of leaving an IOU. Once we exit the demon garden, my disciple and I shall wander the world, heading to the Western Heaven, and it is likely there will be no chance to repay the debt, rendering such words mere fabrications. Heh, now that's more like human speech. Li Chang'an's gaze swept over the 2 monks. You are not practitioners from the Northern Continent? The elder monk nodded. This poor monk is the principal of the White Dragon Temple in the Western Heaven, traveling the world to propagate the Dharma. This is my newly accepted disciple, named Xuanzang. Originally, we intended to return to the Western Heaven, but upon encountering the commencement of the holy meeting, we thought it prudent to seek opportunities for my disciple. Xuanzang? Li Chang'an was taken aback. Tang Sung? Goodness, you aren't here to seek out my son Wukong, are you? The young monk looked up with a blank expression, several question marks flashing overhead. Li Chang'an felt a growing unease. He had renamed the disciples of the 9 peaks after certain mythical figures from his past life, purely out of sentimentality. Whether it was Xingtian or Hui, they served as reminders of a world that was slowly fading away. Learning that there was a heavenly king named Li Jing at the northern gate had already startled him. Now, another Xuanzang appeared. Goodness, has a bug manifested somewhere? Li Chang'an's expression softened instantly. May I inquire your Dharma name? Master, that is unimportant. Since Master Xuanzang graces us with his presence, how could I not welcome you? The elder monk appeared astonished. Did you not just say you wanted to liberate me? Why the sudden change of heart? In truth, I have always found the collection of entrance fees to be inappropriate, but alas, it is a rule set by our sect leader, and I can only comply helplessly. Li Chang'an affectionately patted the young monk's smooth head. Since you are Master Xuanzang, I shall certainly not collect any fees from you. Consider it a personal treat from me, Li Chang'an. Standing beside them, Zhou Yuan wore a sullen expression and turned away. Come, two masters, safe travels. Oh, master, you haven't yet revealed your Dharma name. The elder monk paused mid-step. Did you not just say it was unimportant? This young man was genuinely trying to rattle the monk's composure. Wasn't he? My Dharma name is Zhu Wang. Despair? Li Chang'an? After the two monks entered the demon garden, the remaining group of about 100 turned away, their enthusiasm waning, leaving only the disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect. Senior brother Zhou Yuan, who do you plan to send into the demon garden? Zhou Yuan waved his hand, and a group of about 8 or 9 Tai Xuan disciples approached from afar. Zhao Zhua of Tai Xuan Peak was currently at the pinnacle of the returning essence stage, barely within the limits of the demon garden's restrictions, so he would lead the group. Zhao Zhua, a third-generation disciple of Tai Xuan Peak and Zhou Yuan's eldest disciple, was quite talented and diligent, and Li Chang'an had heard of him. With a disciple from Tai Xuan Peak at the forefront, several others from different peaks also emerged, primarily at the returning essence stage, with a few at the foundation establishment level, but not many. In total, around 50 to 60 individuals began making their way towards the entrance of the demon garden. Zhao Zhua, while securing victory in the trial is commendable, your foremost duty is safety. Ensure the well-being of every disciple from Tai Xuan. Zhao Zhua bowed in affirmation. Li Chang'an weighed the contents of his Qinkuan pouch and, turning to leave, suddenly noticed a small figure darting towards the entrance, vanishing with a swish. Neza? Li Chang'an's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Come back here. Neza flashed a grin and waved, disappearing into the glowing portal with a whoosh. Li Chang'an's foot hung in midair. Damn it. Neza had previously mentioned her desire to attend the holy meeting, but Li Chang'an believed that the dangers of the demon garden paled in comparison to the comfort of cultivation on the 9th peak, particularly since it was a relatively safe environment. Neza was a disciple he had brought into the 9th peak, and like his other junior brothers and sisters, he was keen to shield her from peril. However, he had not anticipated that she would sneak away from the 9th peak and slip into the demon garden when he was distracted, completely catching him off guard. Damn it, it's too late now. Is there any way to salvage this? Li Chang'an's expression grew somber. His foundation establishment cultivation ultimately felt inadequate. Rest assured, Brother Chang'an. With Zhao Zhua leading, he will take good care of Nezhan, and Li Chang'an could only nod in agreement. He turned back to test if the star chart communication would work. If it did, he would teach her a lesson later. Once all the disciples entered the demon garden, the ethereal portal slowly contracted, retreating into the well below, and the surface shimmered, gradually erasing its traces. In the distance, Li Jing glanced at the well's mouth before turning to Li Chang'an. Since the trial has commenced, shall we begin as well? Li Chang'an, bewildered, turned back. Begin what? The discourse on Tao. Oh, we still have to discourse on Tao. Damn it, I thought class was dismissed. Li Chang'an turned to Zhou Yuan. Senior brother, you and Danyan Sherbua can handle the discourse on Tao. I must first report to the sect leader and submit the entrance fees. According to past experience, while the young disciples engaged in trials, it also marked the commencement of the holy representatives' discourse on Tao. Though the term sounded grand, it was merely the representatives attempting to channel their lifelong cultivation into their dantian, acting as if they were spouting wisdom. The one who was the most shameless and could speak the most would emerge victorious. In Li Chang'an's understanding, as long as this world had keyboard warriors, even if Qin Bailu himself participated, he would stand no chance of winning the discourse on Tao. After departing from Shanxiang Peak, Li Chang'an made his way towards Tai Xuan Peak. As he passed by Shuihan Peak, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 46, The Anomaly at Shuihan Peak. Shuihan Peak ranks 3rd within Tai Xuan Sect. Its peak master, Tai Chi, being a formidable practitioner at the Void Realm a century ago. However, during his enlightenment, the Hui Guang's spirit sword backfired, severely injuring him, leading to his seclusion for a century. Now, a full 100 years have passed. Li Chang'an halted at the foot of Shuihan Peak, his brow furrowed. He was unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he had an odd feeling that something was about to transpire atop Shui Han Peak. Had he overexerted himself in cultivation lately, leading to this peculiar sensation? Li Chang'an scratched his head and pressed at his lower back. Worry etched across his face. At this point, he still had no Dao partner. Surely he had not prematurely entered the realm of kidney deficiency. It seemed he needed to revise his habit of seeking companionship at night. "What are you doing?" A crisp, cold snort rang out, startling Li Chang'an, who was deep in thought. "Qing-yi, it's been a while." The figure appearing several zhang away was none other than Shen Qing-yi of Shui Han Peak. Shen Qing-yi had frequently visited the 9th peak in the past, but after her rabbit was roasted and turned into skewers by Neza, she had not returned. She must still be upset about that rabbit. "Who is your junior sister? Don't try to get close." Shen Qing-yi stood atop her flying sword, haughtily snorting. "What are you sneaking around under our Shui Han Peak for?" A few days ago, a junior sister mentioned seeing someone lurking about. I thought it was someone else. But it turns out to be you, Li Chang'an, the perverted peeper." Li Chang'an leaped up in protest. "Junior sister, one can eat randomly, but one should not speak recklessly. As the eldest disciple of the 9th peak, I have always maintained a reputable character. Do you believe I would stoop to such behavior? Who else could it be? I checked all around. Aside from your sneaky self, there was no one else. Of course, if I were at the same cultivation level as you wouldn't even see me," Li Chang'an replied exasperatedly, "just like senior brother Wang Mingyuan from Qian Peak. Every time he comes to Shui Han Peak, he loiters around for ages, yet you don't notice him." Shen Qingyi's voice suddenly elevated several pitches. "Wang Mingyuan? Oh no, I've said too much." Li Chang'an instinctively covered his mouth, chuckling. "You're mistaken. Senior brother Wang Mingyuan is honest and straightforward. He wouldn't engage in such petty antics." Shen Qingyi furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before leaping down from her flying sword. "Speak plainly. The Shunxiang Peak is currently holding the Dao Discourse for the Holy Meeting. Why did you secretly come to Shui Han Peak?" Let me tell you, I will not accept your apology. You killed my little rabbit, and I will never forgive you." Li Chang'an's eyes flickered as he realized. Indeed, he was specifically here to apologize to his junior sister. It was inexcusable, utterly inexcusable to have roasted her rabbit. All the blame lay with Neza. Yes, that wretched girl. He circled around Shen Qingyi twice, imploring, "Do not be angry anymore. Once we return, I shall take you out for some if you not think that I am merely offering to raise a rabbit. Should you desire to keep a pretty boy, I could arrange that as well." Without warning, Shen Qingyi slapped him on the back of the head. Laughing, Li Chang'an dodged away. "Do not be upset, junior sister. You have ignored me these past few days. You cannot fathom how heartbroken I have been." "Really?" The young girl blinked her long eyelashes and gazed at Li Chang'an. "Of course." He nodded vigorously. With a soft giggle, the tension in her eyes dissipated as she wrapped her arms around his. "You naughty senior brother. After all this time, you still haven't come to find me, leaving me waiting for you so long." Pouting, she pressed her chest against Li Chang'an's arm, causing his brow to twitch. "Oh? Have you grown taller?" "What?" Shen Qingyi looked up in confusion, only to realize, and then pinched Li Chang'an's arm fiercely. "Are you serious? You truly came just to find me?" Li Chang'an nodded earnestly. "Absolutely. Good, then I shall take you up the mountain." Shen Qingyi grabbed Li Chang'an's arm and leapt into the air on her sword, soaring towards the water-cold peak, swiftly arriving at her cave dwelling halfway up the mountain. Under the protection of the formation, there lay a tranquil courtyard, adorned with various flowers and beautifully constructed. Is it appropriate to do this in broad daylight? Li Chang'an hesitated as he noticed Shen Qingyi was about to pull him into her private chamber. Shen Qingyi shot him a disapproving glance and confidently pushed the door open. Inside, the room was decorated in soft shades of pink, with a small doll perched on the headboard. Li Chang'an smirked. "Even at 50 or 60 years old, you still possess such whimsy." Shen Qingyi turned to sit on the bed, gently untying her skirt, and Li Chang'an immediately felt a surge of caution. "I say, Shen Qingyi, you are not contemplating sleeping with me, are you? I always wondered why you frequented my 9th peak. It seems you had ulterior motives." Li Chang'an distanced himself. "You mustn't overstep. I am not someone to be trifled with. Unless you possess 1,000 or 800 spirit crystals, do not even think about it." Shen Qingyi jumped up and delivered a light thump to Li Chang'an's forehead. "What are you thinking?" Rolling her eyes, she turned and donned a simple, bright outfit. "I had initially planned to visit the Divine Image Peak for the sacred gathering, but my senior sister insisted I focus on my cultivation. Since you are here, why not take me to play at the Divine Image Peak?" The young girl blinked her large eyes, adding, "If my senior sister questions me, you shall say it was your insistence." Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The little girl glared at him, baring her small tiger teeth. "Fine." Shen Qingyi tugged at Li Chang'an's arm. bouncing out of the courtyard. Just as they stepped outside, a clear sound of sword ringing echoed through the air, a terrifying sword aura spiraling upwards like a tornado from the water-cold peak. Is that Hui Guang? Li Chang'an was taken aback. Among the Tai Xuan 9 swords, Hui Guang ranked second. A century ago, Hui Guang was a top-tier spiritual treasure at the Earth Realm, wielded by Taoist Tai Chi. After a master slaughter incident, it was sealed by Qianbai Lu and cast into the sword-washing pool. Although it responded to Nez's call and re-emerged, the seal had not been lifted until now. From the sword ringing, it was evident that Hui Guang had broken free from its seal, and its rank had even ascended to the peak of the Earth Realm. Is that Yu Heng's cave dwelling? Xin Qingyi nodded. Let us go take a look. Li Chang'an dashed out first, quickly arriving at the mountain path. From a distance, he saw a formation of a cave being cleaved open by the sword aura. Ascending towards the heavens, the ominous, fluctuating sword energy carried threads of chilly, blood-like aura. Senior sister? Xin Qingyi clutched Li Chang'an's arm as they rushed forward, just in time to see Yu Hong emerging from the cave. Senior sister, are you all right? What happened with Hui Guang? Yu Hong, who had been in the divine realm, appeared somewhat disheveled. She glanced at Li Chang'an and shook her head. I do not know. I was attempting to break Hui Guang's seal when it suddenly advanced in rank, and I was caught off guard by its sword aura. Her expression turned grave. Most importantly, I sense someone is summoning the Hui Guang sword. Summoning? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something, and quickly looked toward the peak of the water-cold peak. Almost simultaneously, the sword energy in Yu Heng's cave retracted, and the gray-white Hui Guang spirit sword pierced through the formation, soaring straight towards the peak. Is that Master? Chapter 47. Too late to fall into darkness. Tai Chi Master? Li Chang'an's expression shifted. The peak of the water-cold peak was where Tai Chi had secluded himself a century ago. After sustaining injuries, he had to enter seclusion to heal, causing Yu Hong to turn the entire peak into a forbidden area, one that even Xin Qingyi could not ascend. Now, with the Hui Guang sword flying towards the peak, there could only be one explanation. Tai Chi had emerged from his seclusion, calling forth Hui Guang. Wait, this is not Master's aura. Yu Heng's expression changed. Not only Li Chang'an and the others, but all disciples of the water-cold peak felt the immense fluctuation of energy and rushed out of their cave dwellings. Within a short incense stick's time, the mountainside was filled with disciples of the water-cold peak. Senior sister, could something have happened to Master? Should we go take a look? Xin Qingyi asked. Since joining the sect, she had been taught by Yu Hong, and many disciples on the peak had never seen Tai Chi. Yet their concern for their peak lord was palpable. The second senior sister, Qian, stepped forward. You all stay here. Do not act recklessly. I and senior sister Yu Hong will go take a look. Understood. The two took to their swords, flying towards the peak. Xin Qingyi also wanted to ascend, but was abruptly pulled back by Li Chang'an. Wait a moment, Li Chang'an frowned. Despite Tai Chi's century-long seclusion, his aura was not foreign to him. He gritted his teeth, sensing something strange about the energy from above. Significantly different from Tai Chi's. Something must have gone awry. Concern flickered in Xin Qingyi's eyes. What has happened to my master? I heard that Tai Chi's injuries had not healed even after a century of seclusion. Could he be in worse condition? Li Chang'an's expression grew odd. A damaged spiritual sea is no ordinary injury. It is exceedingly difficult to recover from. Even 100 years of seclusion may not suffice. I believe that if I were to lock myself in a room for a century, I would surely perish. Well, perish is too mild. I would likely be dried up by then. Tai Chi had once been a grand practitioner at the Void Realm level. Even if he had not perished, he would be nearly mad by now. The energy at the peak showed no signs of dissipating. Rather, it grew increasingly potent. A terrifying aura surged from Tai Chi's cave, piercing through the clouds and violently crashing against the Taishan protective formation. In the next moment, a dark gray sword light slashed vertically, causing the entire mountaintop of water-cold peak to explode. Yu Hong and Qian both let out muffled groans and were sent flying back. Demonic energy? Li Chang'an's eyelids twitched. The energy from the peak was mingled with the sword light of Hui Guang, gradually changing color as a thin wisp of dark red aura emerged and rapidly spread. What? Demonic energy? The surrounding disciples of water-cold peak were taken aback. Li Chang'an frowned deeply. This aura was violent and sanguine, imbued with a dense dark emotion, unmistakably indicating a fall into darkness. Moreover, Li Chang'an recalled the encounter with the demonic swordsman in the Maple Forest Cavern outside Matu City. The aura here bore a striking resemblance to that of the swordsman. Didn't they say that the demonic fetus within the cavern had been shattered by senior brother Yang Yi? What on earth has that fool Chang Yun done? Quick, everyone retreat from water-cold peak. Now! Li Chang'an held considerable sway among the disciples of Water Cold Peak. Upon hearing his command, they began to flee down the mountain. Shan Qingyi clutched at Li Chang'an's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Chang'an, should we not go check on Master? I am quite concerned. Concerned about what? Our escape is of utmost importance. Li Chang'an pulled Shan Qingyi and turned to flee. Do you not have a sense of your own cultivation level? Why meddle in this? Even disregarding his own mid-stage qi refinement, Shan Qingyi, at the heart illumination stage, was no match for Tai Chi at the void realm level. In his presence, they were as inconsequential as dust. If Tai Chi truly fell into darkness and could not control the demonic energy, even a mere wisp of his aura could reduce them to powder. Shan Qingyi was furious. Li Chang'an, are you this cowardly? Li Chang'an did not look back. Thank you for your praise. Shan Qingyi asked. Li Chang'an hurriedly fled. He suddenly caught sight of a dark figure hovering in the air, gazing intently at the peak of Water Cold Peak. Chen Bailu? Li Chang'an's heart steadied. With Chen Bailu, a figure of the harmonious Tao level, present, even if Tai Chi had truly fallen into darkness, it was unlikely to be a grave matter. Given Chen Bailu's cultivation, killing Tai Chi would be no different than swatting a fly. However, the next moment's unfolding left Li Chang'an dumbfounded. The black demonic energy surged violently, intertwining with the dark red, fierce aura, engulfing the entire peak of Water Cold. A streak of black and red sword light slashed forth from the peak, resembling a thunderbolt descending from the heavens, crashing down upon Chen Bailu. What the hell? Li Chang'an shivered all over. Tai Chi was utterly formidable, daring to launch a direct attack against a harmonious Tao-level practitioner like Chen Bailu. Would it not be the case that a century of seclusion has led to some peculiarities? After succumbing to madness, Tai Chi's aura intensified several-fold, and in terms of sheer power, it was comparable to the pinnacle of the void realm. However, Chen Bailu, being a harmonized Tao practitioner and among the most accomplished ascension seekers, found no threat in Tai Chi's peak power, even with the dark forces at play in midair. Chen Bailu surged upward by several hundred zhong in an instant. His right hand, originally trailing behind, came together with two fingers extended, unleashing an invisible sword light that collided with the incoming blade of Tai Chi. A thunderous boom resonated as the entire Shuihan peak trembled violently, massive boulders crumbling to reveal an elderly figure amidst the swirling dust. Shan Qingyi, accompanied by Li Chang'an, soared hundreds of zhang away to evade the aftermath of this brief clash. Amidst the dust, Tai Chi appeared hunched, disheveled, with a lifeless, wrinkled visage, yet his once dim eyes now sparkled with a sinister crimson light. Chen Bailu. Tai Chi hovered slowly, matching Chen Bailu's altitude, his form bent and arms hanging down, dragging a spirit sword suffused with dark light, the black-red demonic energy flickering ominously at its tip, radiating a chilling sharpness. Chen Bailu furrowed his brow. The overwhelming demonic and sword energies rapidly spread throughout the Tai Xuan Sect. Those gathered at the Xinxiang Peak, including the Taoist Dan Yun, hurriedly departed, their expressions grave. Li Jing and others hesitated momentarily before hastily following suit. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Lai, the vice president of the Baiyang Academy, lingered at the rear, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Something was amiss. Li Chang'an pulled Shan Qingyi away, his gaze flickering with unease. Tai Chi had been in seclusion for a century. Why did he succumb to madness today? Moreover, what fueled his intense desire to attack the sect master? Did Tai Chi harbor a grudge against the sect master? After much deliberation, Li Chang'an bared his teeth, pondering if there was a passionate history between the two that remained unknown to them. Li Chang'an imagined a scenario where Chen Bailu and Tai Chi, during a moment of cultivation, experienced a surge of adrenaline. Igniting an uncontrollable blaze of passion, Shan Qingyi slapped Li Chang'an on the forehead, glaring at him with fierce eyes. What are you thinking? You fool, keep talking nonsense, and I swear I'll throw you out. Li Chang'an shook his head decisively. Yet, if there were no personal vendetta between them, why would Tai Chi, in his madness, still harbor such animosity towards Chen Bailu? Li Chang'an found himself perplexed. Chapter 48. The Unveiled Secret. Tai Chi, what are you doing? The figure of Dan Yun emerged in the void, attempting to approach Tai Chi but halting under the gaze of those blood-red eyes. He sensed an overwhelmingly potent demonic aura emanating from Tai Chi, coupled with an almost palpable murderous intent. No, it can't be. 100 years ago, the sect master's disciple should have eradicated your demonic thoughts. Why? Dan Yun murmured, his eyes filled with deep confusion. Not only Dan Yun, but several peaks also sensed the changes occurring at Shuihan Peak. Strangely, numerous divine senses swept over the area, yet aside from Dan Yun, not a single soul appeared. The white-robed guardian of the sword from Jan Lv Peak, the aloof Luo Lu from Tianji Peak, the artifact master Qin Huang from Qian Peak, and Tang Guang from Tsangming Peak, who had just broken through to the harmonized Dao realm, all remained absent. Li Chang'an noticed the unusual atmosphere. He was overwhelmed with chaotic thoughts, his head pounding. He struck his own fist and shook his head. Not far from him, Li Jing's gaze passed over Li Chang'an. Pausing for a moment, Li Chang'an felt a subtle shift within him. The fact that Tai Chi had been silent for a century was due to a misstep in cultivation, leading to his descent into madness. Zhu Ying from the Sifang Pavilion narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering the timing of the saintly meeting. Was this intended to have the northern continent sects bear witness? How intriguing. Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City furrowed his brows as a certain coincidence came to mind. Due to some prior matters, he had led the people of Chaoyang Ancient City to arrive early at Matu City, lingering there for several days. Then, at a certain moment before his departure, his disciple Zong Ting encountered an individual tainted by strange demonic energy. Subsequently, he ran into Li Chang'an of the Tai Xuan Sect. Afterward, he sensed the aura within Matu City, confirming Zong Ting's words about the lingering scent of demonic energy, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Tai Chi. Could it be that the demonic energy emanating from the maple forest outside Matu City had been encountered by Tai Chi? Impossible. Lu Xiang shook his head. With Tai Chi's cultivation level, it would be nearly impossible for ordinary demonic beings to approach her, let alone lead her astray. Unless in midair, Tai Chi brandished the sword with swirling demonic flames, repeatedly calling Chen Beilu's name, walking through the void as black ripples spread beneath his feet. Below, disciples such as Yu Hong were in a state of panic, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding and why their master, after a century of seclusion, had fallen into madness. Shen Qingyi gripped Li Chang'an's arm tightly, exerting force, causing him to tremble in pain. Little auntie, are you giving birth, or what? Dan Yun glanced at the onlookers from the 4 great holy lands and several sects from the northern continent, his expression grave. Sect Master's disciple, Tai Chi has already succumbed to madness. We must first suppress her. We can deal with the aftermath once the saintly meeting concludes. Chun Bailu gazed at Tai Chi expressionlessly, and after a long pause, he nodded. Dan Yun, let us not be hasty in dealing with Tai Chi. Do you not wish to know why she has fallen into madness? A deep voice echoed through the void as a figure materialized. Revealing himself, Song Gongyang? Many raised their eyebrows in surprise. Song Gongyang was the leader of the Wuxiang Peak and had always shunned involvement in sect affairs, wandering the northern continent. He had not been present at the Tai Xuan Sect prior to the saintly meeting but had returned recently. In the distance, the eldest disciple of Wuxiang Peak, Zhong Xing, brightened momentarily upon seeing Song Gongyang but quickly transformed that expression into one of deep concern. Why had his master appeared at this critical juncture? What were his intentions? Dan Yun's aged face grew stern. Song Shidi, the saintly meeting is imminent. It is unwise to stir up trouble now. We should first suppress Tai Chi and discuss matters afterward. Ha, Dan Yun, though it may not be my place to meddle in Tai Xuan Sect affairs, I am curious about what Song Shidi wishes to disclose. Perhaps we should listen first. Gulai of Baiyang Academy chuckled from a distance. Dan Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Although Song Gongyang was the leader of Tai Xuan Sect, he had once studied at Baiyang Academy, making him Gulai's junior. Gu Lai's sudden interjection left Dan Yun uncertain as to whether there were ulterior motives at play. Li Jing stood with his arms crossed, a flicker of golden light in his gaze. I too wish to hear what is to be said. Zhu Ying and Lu Xiang remained silent, yet it was evident they shared an interest. Dan Yun cast a glance at Qin Bailu, who remained tranquil, showing no signs of emotional disturbance, as if he were a detached observer, unaffected by the chaos around him. Then I shall speak. Song Gongyang fixed his intense gaze upon Qin Bailu. It is said that Tai Chi fell into seclusion 100 years ago due to the Huiliang sword's betrayal, but that is not the full story. 100 years ago, when Zhang Heng's disciples suddenly attained Dao and ascended, Tai Chi was the sole witness. Having had the opportunity to gain insight from witnessing such an ascension, Tai Chi was injured during a critical moment by a stealthy attack from someone. It was that very attack that damaged Tai Chi's spiritual ocean, leading to her loss of consciousness and heavy injury. Song Gongyang's voice rang out. Sect Master, can you reveal who it was that ambushed Tai Chi? With those words, silence enveloped the realm. It was as if a bombshell had detonated within Tai Xuan Sect, leaving everyone dazed in the distance, while Shen Qingyi was still trying to comprehend the situation. Li Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically. The events of today were aimed squarely at. After a long silence, Chun Bailu finally spoke. It was I. You fool. Have you lost your mind during your cultivation? Li Chang'an cursed vehemently. He did not believe that Song Gongyang was the mastermind behind this incident. But a brief analysis made it clear that the hidden agenda was to exploit Tai Chi's situation to fracture Tai Xuan Sect. Should Qin Bailu admit to this in front of representatives from the 5 great holy lands, it would leave an indelible stain. After today, Tai Xuan Sect would lose its current cohesion. But the issue was that this great fool had openly acknowledged it. What was happening? I don't quite understand, someone muttered. Fool. What Song Shidi means is that Tai Chi fell into madness due to being injured by the sect master 100 years ago. Shattering her spiritual sea, how could it be the sect master? It's impossible. The sect master would never ambush Tai Chi. There must be a misunderstanding, but the sect master has already admitted it. How can this be so unclear? Many disciples whispered among themselves, but the majority struggled to maintain their composure. They keenly sensed that the trajectory of today's events had surpassed everyone's expectations and control. Gu Lai, who had previously made a remark, took a step back, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc. Song Gongyang's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Qin Bailu, his expression darkening. You have indeed admitted it, Qian Bailu Yu.as, the sect master of Tai Xuan. How could you commit such an act against a fellow disciple? Why? Qian Bailu ignored Song Gongyang and instead lifted his gaze towards a certain direction in Tai Xuan Sect, Zongming Peak. Tangguang. Chapter 49. The Secret of Ascension from 100 miles away, atop the Zongming Peak. A voice suddenly echoed. It turned out that the one who severely injured Sister Tai Chi, causing her to retreat into seclusion for a century, was none other than you, senior brother. The voice was filled with regret and confusion, tinged with a faint hint of concealed anger. The master of Zongming Peak, Tangguang. Li Chang'an's gaze flickered as he thought to himself. Indeed, it is this fellow, using the incident with Tai Chi as an opportunity to challenge the sect leader Qin Bailu. When Tangguang broke through to the Harmony realm, he had an ominous premonition, for from his understanding of the 9 veins of Tai Xuan, Tangguang from Zongming Peak was particularly ambitious and had always been at odds with Qin Bailu. Once he gained the ability to wrestle with the sect leader, he would undoubtedly refuse to remain in the shadows. However, he did not expect Tangguang to take advantage of the sacred land meeting and, using Tai Chi's fall into madness as a pretext, to strike at Qin Bailu. This was aimed at eliminating Qin Bailu from the entirety of northern continent. This little brother, who appeared so amiable, harbored a dark heart. While Li Chang'an sighed, his curiosity about Tai Chi's madness grew. Tangguang's utterance escalated the tension in the atmosphere. The 2 prominent cultivators of Tai Xuan Sect stood in opposition, essentially determining the fate of the entire sect. If mishandled, it could lead to the utter ruin of Tai Xuan Sect, leaving the likes of Baishaman and other sacred lands to reap the benefits. Senior brother, the 9 of us are cherished by our master, passing down our legacy, and Sister Tai Chi has always held you in high regard. Why then do you turn against her? Though Tangguang was invisible, his voice reached every ear. Could it be that Sister Tai Chi, during her observation of Hongji's ascension, grasped a certain secret, and you coveted this secret, thus inflicting harm upon her? This statement sent shockwaves throughout Tai Xuan Sect. The secret of Zhang Hongji's ascension. Was this an attempt to position Qin Bailu as the adversary of the entire northern continent and make him the target of all cultivators? Such a vicious strategy. Li Chang'an glanced at Qin Bailu, who hovered in the air, his expression unchanged, calmly gazing in the direction of Zongming Peak, silent and stoic. Meanwhile, the onlooking cultivators of northern continent showed slight changes in their expressions. Many had gathered at Tai Xuan Sect, largely drawn by the rumored secrets of Tai Xuan. Tangguang, what nonsense are you spouting? What ascension secret? Are you trying to lead Tai Xuan Sect to its doom? Dan Yun exclaimed in exasperation. Tangguang's voice continued to flow smoothly. Dan Yun, do not be deceived by Qin Bailu. Back then, Sister Tai Chi was the sole witness during Hongji's ascension and must have acquired the secret of his ascension. Qin Bailu, in his greed, sought to eliminate Sister Tai Chi. Just as Dan Yun was about to respond, he heard Song Gongyang speak. Dan Yun, although Sister Tai Chi has fallen into madness, she has not forgotten her intense hatred towards Qin Bailu. Shouldn't that indicate something? Dan Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, as all present observed, the mad Tai Chi had not attacked any disciple of Tai Xuan but had a clear target, Qin Bailu. The fact that Qin Bailu was the first to appear at Shui Han Peak also hinted at certain issues. Even if Tangguang's claims were unfounded, it was likely that Qin Bailu and Tai Chi's injuries and madness were inextricably linked. Li Chang'an furrowed his brows. Did Qin Huangluo and the others, who were merely spectators, harbor doubts regarding this matter? Was Tangguang's timing of attack related to the fact that he had coincidentally appeared among the 4 great sacred lands of Tai Xuan? Li Chang'an caught sight of Zhou Yuan, who stood pale and anxious in the distance. He scanned the surroundings and flew over to him, pulling Shan Qingyi along. Zhou Yuan, do you know what exactly is going on? Zhou Yuan shook his head, his expression somewhat stiffed. Be honest with me. Did the sect leader inflict injuries on Tai Chi back then? Li Chang'an inquired anxiously. Very few people knew the truth of that incident. Not even Dan Yun. The one most likely to know the truth would be the sect leader's direct disciple, Zhou Yuan. Do not conceal it from me. If today's situation is not handled well, Tai Xuan will face great peril. At best, the sect leader will be forced to abdicate and become the target of public scorn. At worst, Tai Xuan Sect itself may collapse. If that happens, Li Chang'an cast a glance at the representatives of the four sacred lands, his heart sinking. These old bastards were likely waiting for such a spectacle. If Tai Xuan Sect truly experienced internal strife, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take a bite. Zhou Yuan hesitated, and after a long while, he nodded. Yes, it was indeed the sect leader who harmed Tai Chi back then, but the matter is not so simple. There are hidden circumstances, and the sect leader is disinclined to argue. Junior brother, you must believe in the sect leader. Li Chang'an bared his teeth. What good is my belief? Among the entire 9 veins of Tai Xuan, those who still stood firmly by Chen Bailu's side were only Tai Xuan Peak and Dan Yang Peak. Even if he added himself, it would not significantly alter the balance of power. What he urgently wanted to know was whether there was someone else orchestrating the madness of Tai Chi behind the scenes, such as Tangguang, or perhaps. Baiyang Academy.gu Live from Baiyang Academy chuckled softly. It seems the secret of Zhang Hengji's ascension indeed exists, but it is not in the 9th peak. Rather, it lies in the hands of the sect leader. He obtained the secret of ascension to the extent of turning against one's fellow disciples. Unbelievable. Gu Lai's words stirred ripples in the hearts of the representatives from the 4 sacred lands. The secret of ascension? Could it really exist? The uproar grew louder, and Chen Bailu subtly furrowed his brows in midair. The figure of Taoist Tai Chi was engulfed in black mist, her eyes blood-red, as the dim light in her hand trembled violently, the sword energy growing increasingly fierce, locking onto Chen Bailu from afar. The entire Tai Xuan Sect trembled slightly. Chen Bailu, die! Terrifying sword energy erupted from the dim light, striking towards Chen Bailu like a thunderous bolt from the heavens. The hovering sect leader narrowed his eyes, and with a light wave of his right hand, a beam of white light shot forth from the sword-washing pool on Shanxiang Peak, slicing through the air with the force of a long rainbow, crashing against the sword light emitted by Tai Chi. Without any hindrance, the sword light shattered layer upon layer, and the Cheng Tian sword, which was meant to be in the sword-washing pool, pierced through the demonic energy and struck directly at Tai Chi's brow. In an instant, the astonishing demonic energy atop Shui Han Peak retracted entirely into Tai Chi's being, revealing an aged and wrinkled middle-aged woman within. Seal. As the sword energy dissipated and the demonic energy contracted, Tai Chi fell from mid-air, captured in the palm of Chen Bailu. The peak-level Tai Chi was effortlessly subdued by Chen Bailu. The harmony realm, so powerful, everyone's pupils constricted. Chen Bailu, the matter has been exposed. Do you still wish to kill Sister Tai Chi to silence her? Song Gongyang admonished sternly. A spiritual smoke swirled atop Songming Peak, locking onto Chen Bailu, while the representatives of the 4 sacred lands, led by Li Jing, suddenly stepped forward, encircling Chen Bailu from 4 directions. Tangguang. My Baiyang Academy is willing to assist you in eliminating this treacherous and vicious traitor who harms fellow disciples. Gu Lai declared, of course, the secret left behind by Zhang Hengji's ascension should not fall into the hands of someone like Chen Bailu. How about we reveal it and let everyone take a look? Chapter 50. Righteousness and resolve. The goal of the 4 sacred lands was the secret of the Master's ascension. As for Tangguang's objective, it should be Chen Bailu himself. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow in thought. Junior brother, what should we do now? Think of a way quickly, Zhou Yuan urged anxiously. Wanting to assist Chen Bailu, his cultivation was still insufficient. He wished to rally the disciples of Tai Xuan, but due to Chen Bailu's earlier admission of injuring Tai Chi, the sentiments within Tai Xuan Sect were somewhat unsettled. Moreover, with Tangguang lurking in the background, he effectively controlled a significant portion of the Tai Xuan disciples' positions and emotions. For now, he could only watch helplessly as the few individuals hovered in midair, unable to utter a word. Li Chang'an glanced at Zhou Yuan, whose mouth was bubbling with anxiety, and grinned. You hold on for now. I'll retreat first as a sign of respect. Before Li Chang'an could dash away, Zhou Yuan yanked him back. Li Chang'an wore a look of helplessness. Brother, I'm just a mere chi refining cultivator. What can I do? Even if I were stubborn, I wouldn't dare confront so many powerful cultivators. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth. I know you're clever. Think of something. If we cannot resolve today's predicament and the sect leader becomes the target of all northern continent cultivators, the one in the worst position will be you, Li Chang'an retorted. What does that have to do with me? Don't forget, Those fellows from the Nine Peaks have caused quite a stir outside in recent years. If Tai Xuan Sect truly encounters trouble, just see if anyone want to come after you. Oh, that seems quite reasonable. Li Chang'an's eyelids twitched. Not to mention, the grudge between Lao Qi and Bai Yishimin had already placed him on their blacklist. If not for having Chen Bailu, a powerful cultivator in the Harmony realm, backing him, he might have already been doomed. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, it seemed he had just extorted a sum from Bai Yishimin. Let me think. Li Chang'an tugged at his hair, his expression one of despair. The problem now was why Chen Bailu had injured Master Tai Chi a century ago, disrupting her cultivation. If there was another reason, why did the sect leader not clarify? Furthermore, the elusive secret of ascension had already entangled the four sacred lands, and due to prior events, Tai Xuan Sect was unable to unite against external threats, leading to Chen Bailu's present perilous situation. Certainly, these individuals are not necessarily the adversaries of the sect leader, yet their profound backgrounds cannot be overlooked. Should the four great sacred lands emerge to challenge Chen Bailu, it is likely that even the Tai Xuan Sect would face catastrophic consequences. The secret of ascension, what a load of nonsense. This is evidently a conspiracy orchestrated by Tangguang and Baiyang Academy. What business do you, from Chaoyang Ancient City and the Four Directions Pavilion, have meddling in this affair? A bunch of mindless fools. Senior brother Zhou Yuan, why don't you step forward and clarify that there is no such secret of ascension? Li Chang'an inquired tentatively, or perhaps fabricate a tale of ascension to placate them. Zhou Yuan frowned, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Indeed, as long as it can be proven that the sect leader does not possess Zhang Heng's ascension secret, then the four great sacred lands would have no reason to involve themselves in this matter. If they refrain from interference, our Tai Xuan Sect can gradually investigate the events of that year. Yes, exactly so. Li Chang'an suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He then saw Zhou Yuan grasp his shoulder and hurl him skyward. You wish to know the Tai Xuan secret of ascension? Look here. A thunderous shout echoed, and the stalemate was immediately disrupted. Li Chang'an's mouth fell open as he was propelled like a rocket toward the individuals from the four great sacred lands, crashing with a thud into Lu Xiang from the Four Directions Pavilion. Li Chang'an. Zhou Yuan, you bastard, you son of a bitch, I can't believe this. I in midair. Lu Xiang held Li Chang'an by the waistband, narrowing his eyes. Shao Qian? Li Chang'an chuckled awkwardly. Senior, might you lower me down first so we can speak? Lu Xiang waved his hand, and Li Chang'an was steadied in midair. Tell me, did Zhang Heng leave behind a method of ascension before his ascension, and is this secret with you? Li Chang'an hesitated for a long moment before nodding. Yes.Gu Lai from Baiyang Academy furrowed his brow, while Zhu Ying from the Four Directions Pavilion and Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City visibly relaxed. One wishes to be adversaries with a formidable cultivator at the harmonization realm. They merely sought to exploit this minuscule possibility, joining forces with Baiyang Academy against Chen Bailu. If what they desired were not in Chen Bailu's possession, but rather in Li Chang'an's hands, it would indeed be a win-win situation. Speak. Zhu Ying from the Four Directions Pavilion prompted. Li Chang'an shot a fierce glare at Zhou Yuan, gradually calming himself. Since he had already been thrown into the fray, he could only grit his teeth and attempt to bluff his way through. Otherwise, provoking these great cultivators could leave him with no chance of rescue, unlike Chen Bailu, who might not even have an opportunity to be saved. What I wish to convey to you all is that when my master ascended, Tai Chi's senior was not the only observer. Li Chang'an cleared his throat. Do not forget, I am the direct disciple of Zhang Heng. Indeed, his sole apprentice, he entrusted me with the entirety of the ninth peak. Could he not also reveal the secret of ascension to me? Many were stirred by his words. Young man, do not speak recklessly, if you cannot substantiate your claims. Baiyang Academy upholds the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism, but that does not imply we lack formidable means. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. I can share the secret of ascension with all of you, even with all the cultivators in the North Continent, but that I refuse to disclose it to those from Baiyang Academy. Yes, I mean you. Li Chang'an pointed at Gu Lai, speaking with utmost arrogance. Gu Lai's expression turned icy. On what grounds? Li Chang'an raised his middle finger. Simply because you annoy me. What are you going to do about it? Gu Lai's aura surged with murderous intent, yet Lu Xiang and Zhu Ying surprisingly stepped forward simultaneously, shielding Li Chang'an. Old fool, from the beginning, it was you who sowed discord, distorting the truth and driving a wedge between the 9 veins of Tai Xuan. I now suspect that this entire affair is a conspiracy hatched by Baiyang Academy, employing dark and insidious means to lead Master Tai Chi astray, colluding with your good disciple to target our Tai Xuan Sect's leader. Li Chang'an sneered. Old fool, do you think your petty tricks can ensnare Chaoyang Ancient City? The Four Directions Pavilion, in the North Heavenly Gate. Do you assume everyone is a mindless fool? He had no choice. The first course of action was to divide the factions of the 4 great sacred lands, preventing these old fogies from speaking with one voice. However, the speaker's casual words struck a chord with many, and they suddenly recalled that Gu Lai from Baiyang Academy held a brotherly bond with Song Gongyang from Tai Xuan Sect's Wuxiang Peak. No wonder Gu Lai interjected from time to time. Could it truly be as Li Chang'an claimed? Regardless, whether true or not, they certainly were not mindless fools. Originally calm, Song Gongyang's expression darkened. Consider this, our Tai Xuan Sect's leader was at the harmonization realm a century ago. If there truly existed a secret of ascension, why has there been no progress in 100 years? The genuine reason lies in the fact that this unparalleled secret, at least unparalleled in the North Continent, resides with me, Li Chang'an. And if you truly wish to be entangled by Baiyang Academy's old scoundrel, targeting our Tai Xuan Sect, then I must apologize. Li Chang'an's gaze was fierce and righteous. Even if I, Li Chang'an, must spill blood today, I shall not allow my master's lifelong efforts to fall into your hands. Chapter 51. Manifesting the sacred before others, Zhou Yuan seemed momentarily dazed. Was this fellow being serious? It felt somewhat ostentatious. Beneath the water-cold peak, many disciples of Tai Xuan who had heard of Li Chang'an but never seen him were starry-eyed. Especially Xin Qingyi, who felt both nervous and exhilarated witnessing Li Chang'an's display. After Li Chang'an finished his grandstanding, he quietly moved closer to Chen Beilu's direction, ready to flee at the slightest sign of Gu Lai's anger. Should Gu Lai become enraged and seek to crush him at all costs, at least he would have a chance to struggle, though not be deceived by this slippery fellow. If Zhang Heng truly entrusted the secret of ascension to him, how could he remain at the Qi refinement realm for a century? Gu Lai squinted, his expression grim. Everyone pondered this. Indeed, Li Chang'an was renowned as Tai Xuan's notorious waste. If he truly possessed Zhang Heng's ascension secret, why had he made no progress in a century? Do not measure my master Zhang Heng's abilities with your meager intellect, Li Chang'an retorted coldly. Oh, not forget. Our Tai Xuan's 9 peaks have only accepted 8 disciples in a century, each a prodigy of extraordinary talent. If not for a unique lineage, how could they produce figures like Ho Yi and Sun Shaokong? Everyone weighed this and found it reasonable. If Li Chang'an had not received Zhang Heng's ascension teachings, how could he have nurtured such astonishing talents? As this comparison unfolded, the crowd grew increasingly uncertain. Li Chang'an, are you truly willing to share the secret of ascension passed down by your master? Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City suddenly inquired. Li Chang'an nodded vigorously. Of course, Danim, why master achieved immortality, breaking the taboo barriers for cultivators in the North Continent. As Zhang Heng's disciple, I am willing to offer the secret of ascension for the benefit of all cultivators in the North Continent. However, Li Chang'an suddenly shouted, startling Lu Xiang. However, Baiyang Academy has schemed to sow discord within our Tai Xuan sect, framing our esteemed leader and attempting to subvert the Tai Xuan sacred land. I cannot, under any circumstances, entrust my master's lifelong efforts to such treacherous scoundrels, so Gu Lai, I kindly ask you to leave, Gu Lai. What in the world? How did I become the target here? What on earth is going on? Li Chang'an, the secret of ascension pertains to the Dao lineage of the North Continent. As one of the 5 great sacred lands, Baiyang Academy has an undeniable responsibility to pave the way for the vast community of cultivators. You refuse to leave? Li Chang'an pointed at Gu Lai. Will not. Are you certain? Absolutely. Li Chang'an exhaled deeply. Very well. I shall take my leave. Damn it. I must escape this place of disputes. Now that the alliance of the 4 great sacred lands has been broken, Gu Lai alone cannot challenge the Tai Xuan sect, and even if he joined forces with Li Jing, he would not have much opportunity. For Chaoyang Ancient City and the 4 Directions Pavilion, if they wish to obtain the secret of ascension from me, they will undoubtedly support Tai Xuan and thwart all opposing forces. Well done. The 36 stratagems, retreat is the best strategy. With the wind stirring, I must hurry. However, the next moment, a gust of wind swirled around, pulling back Li Chang'an, who had just fled 10 paces. Li Chang'an's heart seethed with anger, cursing under his breath. Is there no respect for personal rights anymore? Li Chang'an, you cannot leave, Lu Xiang chuckled. His demeanor considerably softened, then turned to face Gu Lai. Taoist Gu, since Tai Xuan sect does not welcome you, we hope you will depart to avoid discomforting our young friend. Li Chang'an. Zhu Ying also stepped forward, confronting Gu Lai. Though Li Jing had remained silent, he had been biding his time, knowing that the secret was nearly within reach, and he certainly would not provoke conflict. Representatives from numerous first-rate sects also stepped forward to voice their opinions. Senior Gu Lai, we kindly request your departure from Tai Xuan. Indeed, we hope the senior can prioritize the welfare of cultivators in the North Continent. May Baiyang Academy continue to flourish. Please leave promptly. Jiu Lai felt as if a breath had lodged in his throat, nearly causing him to explode on the spot. Little mongrel, I sincerely hope you manage to survive. And I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. As Gu Lai observed the collective resistance from all the sects of Beizhou against him, he realized that his chances of standing firm were utterly diminished. Thus, he promptly turned away, for remaining would only invite further humiliation. Li Chang'an let out a cold chuckle, declaring that after today, he would remain hidden within the Tai Xuan Sect, going nowhere. For what use were empty threats? As he pondered this, he cast a glance at Song Gongyang, who stood at a distance with an uncertain expression, and at the now diminished yet still formidable presence of Songming Peak, feeling a slight relief. Ironically, the instigator Chen Bailu seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. Stealing a glance at Chen Bailu, Li Chang'an was astonished to find that the old man had vanished. Damn it, leaving me here to bear the brunt of it while you flee? What a lack of humanity, old silver coin. Li Chang'an suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing he should have allowed those big shots to teach that bastard Chen Bailu a lesson first. Li Daoyu, you may speak now. Lu Xiang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Speak of what? Ah, young friend Chang'an, please do not jest. We have already driven away the people from Baiyang Academy as per your instructions. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I fear today's events may not conclude favorably. Li Chang'an glanced at Zhu Ying, the eavesdropping Li Jing, and the representatives of various sects scattered across Shui Han Peak, all of whom bore the same glint in their eyes. Essentially, it conveyed a warning. Little brother, think carefully before you speak. If you dare to mock us. Li Chang'an shivered slightly, of course. After a brief pause, he gradually calmed himself, his brows furrowing slightly. Since his arrival in this world, he had contemplated the limitations of cultivation in Beizhou. Following the cataclysmic Holy War a millennium ago, no one had successfully ascended. Even the Bei Tianmen, with the support of the Central Heavenly Palace, was powerless to change this fate. The root of the issue lay in the Heavenly Taoist's refusal to send down tribulations. Without heavenly tribulations, ascension was an impossibility. Aside from the Tai Xuan Sect, the four great sacred sites had exhausted countless methods over the millennium, all ending in failure. Some had even attempted to forcibly summon heavenly tribulations, but such endeavors ended tragically, with their souls extinguished at that time. Li Chang'an speculated if perhaps a key medium was missing, causing the Heavenly Tao to blacklist the cultivators of Beizhou. This thought was not outlandish, as he had encountered numerous novels in his previous life that dissected the minds of great authors. It was not until a century ago that Zhang Hengji, having gained insight from his star map, took that pivotal step. Li Chang'an began to form a relative understanding of the curse-like limitations faced by the cultivators of Beizhou. In truth, what my master left behind was not a secret method of ascension or a treasure, but rather a piece of crucial information pertaining to ascension. Li Chang'an let out a long sigh, stating, the Holy War over 1,000 years ago shattered the very foundation of cultivation in Beizhou, leading to the loss of something vital, which either merged into other continents or faded away quietly. This substance has a critical connection to the heavenly Tao. Even if a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of unity with the Tao, without this substance, they will not be recognized by the heavenly Tao and thus cannot summon tribulations. My master referred to this substance as source power. Chapter 52. The spirit of immortals. This was an expansive and desolate space, devoid of sun or moon, with a grayish haze enveloping the world. The ground was uneven, with dark yellow sands stretching endlessly, and even the sparse shrubs appeared grotesque, devoid of the vibrant colors one would expect from flora. At a certain moment, the void rippled slightly, and a vertical beam of light gradually widened, transforming into an archway suspended in midair. One figure after another emerged from the light, landing on solid ground. Was this the Demon Garden? Qi Ning's dark red eyes swept across the surroundings, her brow slightly furrowing. Indeed, according to legend, this was a celestial treasure left behind by immortals in Beizhou, but due to certain reasons, it had fallen into disrepair. The Tai Xuan Sect had spent centuries attempting to restore it but ultimately failed, resulting in a severe loss of spiritual energy, rendering it desolate. The demon beasts residing within were unable to break through to higher realms. The most formidable among them was likely only at the peak of the returning origin stage, or the initial stage of hard enlightenment. The speaker was a cultivator from the Four Directions Pavilion, possessing mid-level returning origin strength, who had been closely following Qi Ning. However, the harsh environment had bred ferocity in the beings living here, making all the demon beasts difficult to deal with. Though they appeared to be at the Qi refinement stage, they could potentially kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. Qi Ning glanced at the archway, noticing that several cultivators continued to emerge, and upon spotting the Four Directions Pavilion's camp, they hastily turned and fled into the distance. Young master, during this visit to the Tai Xuan Sect, the pavilion master has entrusted me with a task, the man said. What task? The man lowered his voice. Although this cave treasure is on the brink of collapse, it is still a celestial treasure. It is rumored that remnants of immortal energy linger within, and the pavilion master's intention is for you to use this opportunity to seek out any potential traces of immortal energy that may exist within the demon garden. Immortal energy? Could it be that my master was already aware that the trial ground of the Tai Xuan Sect would be this cave treasure? Qi Ning pondered. Since her master knew this secret, the other major sacred sites must be equally informed. Qi Ning furrowed her brow. Let us move quickly, ahead of the other sacred sites. Yes. In another direction, Zhuangzhen of Baiyang Academy squinted as he surveyed the desolate expanse. At the far end of the gray land stood what appeared to be a tower-like structure, with the sparse spiritual energy being drawn toward that direction. If this celestial treasure cave indeed contained immortal energy, the most likely place for its existence would undoubtedly be that stone tower. Young master, should we hasten our pace? Zhuangzhen's companion asked with a sly smile. There's no rush. With thousands participating in this trial, there will inevitably be conflicts among them as they attempt to scale the tower. Let them fight it out. We can reap the benefits once they've exhausted themselves, Zhuangzhen replied with a smirk. Your wisdom is unmatched, young master. However, we shouldn't remain idle. The demon beast's demon cores are treasures as well, so the more we gather, the better. Moreover, there will be many who harbor similar intentions. If we encounter them, we shall eliminate them. Understood? All participants in the trial harbored their own ambitions. The smaller sects, unaware of the hidden secrets of the Tai Xuan Sect's demon garden, lacked the confidence to compete for the tower and thus remained on the periphery, aiming to hunt demon beasts for their cores. The cultivators from first-rate sects had their sights set on the stone tower at the center of the demon garden from the outset. Even if they could not reach the 9th level, those capable of reaching the 7th or 8th levels would still reap substantial rewards. The sacred site cultivators, however, had different objectives altogether. Within the Bei Tianmen camp, Ao Hai, the golden flood dragon, glared at the swiftly dispersing cultivators, his teeth clenched and a dark expression on his face. Young dragon, should we head to the central location first? A young man at the returning origin stage inquired. What is the hurry? You think there's no food to be had? Can't you see all those people rushing ahead? Let them fight it out first, Ao Hai retorted angrily. These low-level demon beasts are of no use. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. We don't need to rush for the immortal energy within the celestial treasure either. Damn it. I came here to participate in this trial for a significant reason. Spread out and see if any Tai Xuan Sect members are around. Though his subordinates were puzzled, they obeyed and scattered to search for signs of Tai Xuan Sect members. Ao Hai ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Damn it. How dare they roast me on a spit? Little Neza, I hope you didn't come to participate in this trial. If you dare show up, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Ao Hai's furious rant was abruptly interrupted as he noticed a slight ripple in the void several dozen feet away, where a petite figure riding on a wind-fire wheel emerged. Huh? Neza's eyes lit up upon spotting Ao Hai. Hello, little dragon. As she spoke, she audibly gulped. Ao Hai's pupils constricted in shock, letting out a shriek as he uncontrollably reverted to his true form. Fleeing like lightning, Neza cast a curious glance before turning away, and shortly afterwards, disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect, led by Zhao Zhua, began to chase after Neza. With the appearance of these cultivators, the long-standing tranquility was shattered. Countless demon beasts, hidden within the desolate land, opened their eyes, revealing excitement in their diverse, colorful gazes. The demonic beasts ensnared here have thus stagnated in their cultivation for many years, unable to advance through the meager spiritual energy at their disposal. Their only hope lies in alternative avenues. Coincidentally, cultivators can provide them with all that they lack: spiritual power, vitality, and flesh. Just as prey and predator are never fixed, they too await this rare opportunity. Anticipating a shift in the balance of offense and defense, the heart of the demon garden's cave, an ancient and somewhat dilapidated stone tower stands quietly upon the desolate plain. The tower rises 9 stories high, resembling a celestial pillar descending to the earth. It is named the Demon Ceiling Tower. A faint spiritual aura emanates from its surface, accompanied by an enticing fragrance, akin to a ferocious beast lying in wait. Beneath the tower lies a cavern, filled with iron chains the thickness of an arm, crisscrossing throughout the space. Occasionally, intricate and arcane runes flicker across the chains. This is a place of confinement, I in the very center. A figure is imprisoned, their tightly shut eyes fluttering as if on the verge of opening. Chapter 53. Li Chang'an speculation. Canglan is a continent located in the northern continent, extending into realms unknown. The reference to unknown realms comes from the fact that even formidable cultivators who have attained the Tao integration realm dare not venture to the end of Canglan. For Canglan is a land of demons, where even the most basic practices like qi refining and foundation establishment, to the advanced realms of void reflection and Tao integration, are overshadowed by the legends of peerless great demons dwelling deep within. To ensure the safety of human cultivators in the northern continent against the demonic incursions, humanity has erected an iron wall thousands of zhang high and stretching for miles over the past millennia. This is the Canglan Iron Wall. Hui stands as the current commander guarding Canglan. Amidst the swirling mists surrounding the iron wall, a young man dressed in a pristine white robe sits upright on the beacon spirit platform. His attire is immaculate, with a symmetrical collar and a straightened hem, twin ribbons falling neatly from either side of his temples, resting precisely on his shoulders, elegant as a work of art. Suddenly, the young man furrows his brow, bending to retrieve a handkerchief to wipe a speck of dust from the corner of the spirit platform, before smoothing out the creases of his robe, gradually resuming his upright posture as if releasing a sigh of relief. His furrowed brow relaxes, a soft rustle of wind arises behind him, and the freshly tidied spirit platform is swept up in a whirlwind, causing his robe to wrinkle once more. The young man's expression darkens. "General?" The eyelids of the attendant behind him twitch, hastily brushing away the dust that had settled and straightening the young man's robe, which indeed caused his previously furrowed brow to smooth once again. The attendant breathes a sigh of relief. "General, there is movement within Canglan." The young man remains motionless, maintaining a statue-like posture. "First, straighten your military attire, collar." The attendant's voice halts abruptly, quickly adjusting his own collar to ensure it is neat and symmetrical. "Hem." The attendant promptly straightens his hem, making sure it is perfectly aligned. "Shoes." The attendant bends down, blowing and wiping them clean. "Eyebrows." "Eh?" The attendant stiffens, instinctively reaching for his own eyebrows, yet hesitating for fear of wrinkling his attire. "General, my eyebrows, what is wrong?" The young man's expression darkens slightly, noting that the left eyebrow is raised, lacking symmetry. "Fix it." The attendant exhales sharply, slicing through the air with his brow, finally achieving perfect symmetry. "Speak. What is the matter?" The attendant swallows nervously, reporting, "General, there is a spatial wrinkle within the ghost forest, 500 miles from the Canglan Iron Wall. A spatial wrinkle." The young man's brow twitches slightly. "Strangely, we have not detected any high-ranking great demons nearby, nor any fluctuations of spiritual energy from artifacts, making it difficult to ascertain the cause of this spatial distortion. I am concerned it may be another demonic disturbance, hence my report." Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest crosses the young man's face. To affect spatial stability, one would at least require the strength of a peak divine realm cultivator or a supreme spiritual treasure of the earth realm. "Ha, what an intriguing occurrence to arise right beneath our noses," the young man concludes, standing upright and pausing to press down the flaring edges of his robe. "Issue a command for vigilance and alertness. I shall personally investigate with that." He strides forward, his figure abruptly vanishing from sight. The attendant, who had been rigid with tension, finally relaxes, his previously straightened back collapsing. He gazes at the spirit platform, pristine and meticulously arranged, with two symmetrical books, and cannot help but bare his teeth in admiration. General E, truly an admirable individual. So excessively meticulous. Damn, that obsessive-compulsive disorder. The attendant mutters inwardly, "Source power?" At the Shuihan peak of the Tai Xuan Sect, a brief silence envelopes the gathering. Many are perplexed by this entirely new term. What exactly is source power? Lu Xiang furrows his brow, pondering Li Chang'an's innovative reasoning, which, upon closer examination, holds considerable merit. If this source power is indeed essential for ascension, then its absence would naturally create an insurmountable barrier to ascension. Li Chang'an grins. Who the hell knows what this is? Although I've contemplated for quite some time and have substantial confidence in the correctness of this line of thought, it was only under duress that I casually conjured a new term to bewilder you all. After all, the less you understand, the more plausible it seems. My master cannot clarify it either, but according to his description, this power is akin to fortune, both formless and intangible. It should have been an indispensable element in the northern continent, but after the Holy War a millennium ago, this force has diminished and become increasingly scarce, making it ever more difficult for cultivators to harness. ultimately leading to the predicament of no one ascending for the past 1,000 years. Fortune, akin to fortune? Zhu Ying purses her lips. I believe I have heard such a notion before. Certain Taoist sects in the central continent practice incense offerings, while some Western Buddhas cultivate merit, which should align with what you refer to as source power. This too is a formless and intangible essence akin to fortune, yet utterly indispensable. Zhu Ying's words illuminate the eyes of many, for most have not heard of certain secrets within the cultivation world, but her remarks undoubtedly lend powerful support to Li Chang'an's assertions. Li Chang'an, are you suggesting that your master, Zhang Hongji, acquired source power? Li Jing interjects suddenly. Li Chang'an casts a sidelong glance, coldly sneering without responding. Lu Xiang nods. If what the young friend states is true, then Zhang Hongji must have obtained source power to ultimately withstand the heavenly tribulation and ascend. Li Chang'an nods vigorously. Zhu Ying steps forward, posing a crucial question. How did Zhang Hongji acquire source power? Li Chang'an shrugs. You ask me. Who should I ask? He speculates that the power birth from the star map in his spiritual sea may be related to this conjectured force, but lacks verification, since there is only one ascendant, Zhang Hongji, and he is currently unreachable. Of course, due to a postmodern grand hypothesis and experience in reading novels, Li Chang'an has also formed other speculations, such as the northern continent being a cursed land, or being sealed by certain great powers, erasing the possibility of ascension, or that the cultivators of the northern continent are simply too weak for the heavenly Tao to take notice. However, upon reflection, the possibility of source power seems the most plausible. Hence today, to bewilder this group of fools, I put forth this conjecture. Naturally, Zhang Hongji will bear the brunt of the blame. My meager self cannot withstand the wrath of those present. Do you not know how to obtain source power? Li Jing inquires. What a ridiculous question. If I could obtain source power, why would the Tai Xuan Sect have only one ascendant? Li Chang'an scoffs, leaving unspoken the thought that if he truly held the secret to ascension, would this group of idiots still dare to trample upon the Tai Xuan Sect's reputation? I wouldn't smash your brains in. Li Jing furrows his brow. Li Chang'an's words sound significant, yet saying them is no different from silence, as they do not resolve the plight of northern continent cultivators. I definitely do not possess it. You all better not set your sights on me. If I had the ability to obtain such power, why would I still be struggling after so many years? I too wish to cultivate and grow stronger. Li Chang'an tilts his head, shrugging with a helpless expression. Then, Taoistly, why has the ninth peak seen a surge of talents over the past century? Is it not due to source power? A young brother inquires. Please, are you devoid of thought? I already stated that source power only pertains to ascension, aiding in the refinement of the Tao body to withstand heavenly tribulations. It has nothing to do with being a genius. Li Chang'an beams with pride. The reason so many geniuses emerge from the Tai Xuan Nine Peaks is entirely due to my discerning eye and exceptional guidance. So, everyone, feel free to worship me. Chapter 54. The Secrets of the Past. The master of Shuihan Peak, Tai Chi, was drawn into the madness of a century-old secret, with the sect leader of Tai Xuan, Chun Bailu, inexplicably becoming the perpetrator behind Tai Chi's injuries. Subsequently, Tangguang and Song Gongyang, leveraging the secret of ascension, incited the four major holy lands to turn against Chen Bailu. Initially, it was estimated that even if Chen Bailu could extricate himself today, he would certainly preserve his identity as the leader of Tai Xuan, and it was more likely that he would flee the sect to seek refuge, becoming a target for all northern continent cultivators, leading to the takeover of Tai Xuan by Tangguang and ushering in a new era. However, no one anticipated that Li Chang'an would emerge out of nowhere, completely reversing the dire situation of Tai Xuan. Not only did Li Chang'an become the focus of attention today, but some sharp-eyed individuals also noticed that the old fellow, Chen Bailu, had quietly vanished without a trace. I fear that even Tangguang did not anticipate such a conclusion. Li Chang'an rubbed his hands together, stating, I can divulge the secrets of ascension to you all, for it is the culmination of my master's lifelong research. Surely, you should express some form of gratitude? The listeners, who had been engrossed in the conversation, suddenly stiffened. Is he going to charge us for this? It must be admitted that his words held merit. While it remains unclear whether he possesses any source power, he has at least provided the cultivators of the northern continent with a conceptual framework for transcending the celestial tribulations and ascending beyond the heavens. Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City nodded, pondering for a moment before opening his palm, a crystalline sword aura slowly coalescing. I bestow upon you a fragment of the unparalleled sword in tint from Chaoyang Ancient City as a token of my appreciation. Li Chang'an's eyes brightened at this. Senior Lu Xiang is indeed generous. How splendid! Had I known that deceiving others would yield rewards, I would have exerted myself more diligently. In my word, an unparalleled sword in tint. Zhu Ying from the Four Directions Pavilion paused momentarily, tossing a handful of red feathers into the air. One of the Zhuke feathers. The brilliance in Li Chang'an's eyes intensified as he accepted the Zhuke feather, stuffing it into his pocket, before glancing over at Li Jing in the distance. Li Jing, is he truly this shameless? Li Chang'an blinked innocently, wondering what was wrong with collecting a fee after all this time spent explaining. Even the storytellers in mundane taverns receive compensation for their efforts. Li Jing squinted at Li Chang'an, flicking his hand to produce a peach the size of a fist, its powdery pink hue radiating a wondrous aura. The Dao fruit of the northern heavenly gate, the Panta peach. This is excellent. I hit the jackpot this time. Li Chang'an chuckled heartily, clutching the Panta peach to his chest. Esteemed guests, since I have laid bare all that I know, might I suggest that you all return to the guest quarters of the Divine Vision, peak to rest and await the conclusion of the trial? Li Chang'an said, bowing with deference. Lu Xiang nodded, turning to leave first, followed by Zhu Ying from the Four Directions Pavilion. Seeing the two eminent figures depart, Li Jing could only turn and exit as well. The remaining representatives from various sects clasped their hands in reverence towards Li Chang'an before returning to their respective guest quarters. The once bustling Shuihan Peak suddenly felt much more spacious. Dan Yun approached with a complex expression, patting Li Chang'an's shoulder. Young man, we owe you a great debt this time. You performed admirably, Li Chang'an, one hand supporting his lower back and the other wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, thought to himself how, as a mere chi refinement realm novice, he had stood before several formidable beings of the void-transcending realm. Though he had spoken boldly, only Dan Yun, close enough to notice, could see that his legs had been trembling since the outset. This was akin to walking a tightrope. Should he manage to deceive them, all would be well, but should he fail, the wrath of the Holy Land's esteemed figures would not hesitate to come crashing down upon him. Could he withstand such a blow? Let us not jest. Qingyi, come assist me down. Li Chang'an forced a smile that was more painful than tears, groaning, my back aches. Zhou Yuan approached with a grin, saying, allow me to support you, junior brother. Haha, you truly are the most outstanding young talent of our Tai Xuan Sect. Facing the formidable figures of the Four Holy Lands, you remained unflappable. I am in complete admiration. Li Chang'an glared, get lost. Zhou Yuan chuckled awkwardly, brother speaks only the truth. I only wish I could possess such charisma. Otherwise, I would not have put you in harm's way. Li Chang'an leapt up, aiming a kick at Zhou Yuan's face. He had genuinely not realized that this esteemed senior brother of the Tai Xuan Sect, who managed sect affairs, could exhibit such shamelessness. Li Chang'an sighed heavily, understanding people in their entirety. I in the distance, Song Gongyang, the master of Wuxiang Peak, observed Li Chang'an with indifferent eyes, stepping back into the void and vanishing. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow and signaled to Shan Qingyi, to Tai Xuan Peak. Since Li Chang'an's emergence as a disruptor, not only had Qin Bailu departed with Tai Chi, but even Tang Guang's gaze had gradually faded. One could not discern his intentions, but for now, things appeared tranquil. Shan Qingyi supported Li Chang'an as Dan Yun, Zhou Yuan, and the others followed behind, ascending Tai Xuan Peak. At the precipice of Tai Xuan Peak. They encountered Qin Bailu and the bewitched Tai Chi. However, the scene before them was unexpectedly startling. Tai Chi lay still, her eyes shut, her aura retracted, resting quietly upon a green stone, while Qin Bailu stood beside her. His right fingers pressed to her forehead, his brow furrowed in concentration. Wait! Dan Yun gestured for Li Chang'an and the others to remain silent, as they held their breath at the mountain path, waiting for nearly a full incense stick's duration before finally exhaling in relief. Qin Bailu, expressionless, turned to sit on the green stone, gazing at the unconscious Tai Chi, remaining silent for a long time. The air felt oppressively heavy. May I have a sip of water? Suddenly, Li Chang'an pointed to the teapot in the nearby pavilion. Swallowing hard, he had no intention of disrupting the atmosphere, but his throat was parched. Surely, the sect master would not hold this against him. Li Chang'an cast a furtive glance at Qin Bailu, who seemed to have finally regained his composure. He waved a hand, and those who had ascended with Li Chang'an, Shen Qingyi, Zhou Yuan, and Yu Hong, swiftly descended Tai Xuan Peak in a flash. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Sect master brother, what is happening? Why has Tai Chi been bewitched? Why did Tang Guang and Song Gongyang claim that you were the one who harmed Tai Chi? And why did you admit it in front of so many? Dan Yun posed a series of questions. What is truly going on? Dan Yun was aware that Qin Bailu had once aided Tai Chi in severing her demonic ties, but he was ignorant of the specific details. These inquiries mirrored Li Chang'an's own confusions, yet he felt too inexperienced to voice them. After a lengthy silence, Qin Bailu finally spoke. Indeed, I was the one who harmed Tai Chi. When she witnessed her master ascend, she was struck by the force of the heavenly diode, be why the time I arrived, Tai Chi had already succumbed to her demonic state. I had no choice but to shatter her spiritual sea and consciousness to sever her demonic ties. In truth, I succeeded. At a flicker of doubt crossed Chen Beilu's countenance. The destruction of her spiritual sea and consciousness severed her connection to the demonic thoughts. Subsequently, I sealed her within the cave at the peak of Shuihan, nurturing her essence with Tai Xuan energy, hoping to restore her spiritual sea and consciousness. However, contrary to my expectations, the demonic entity I had severed then resurfaced. This perplexes me. As he spoke, Chen Bailu turned to look at Li Chang'an. Do you have any insight into this matter? Chapter 55. The bragging game. What the hell? What is happening? Li Chang'an felt his previously alleviated back pain resurface. Damn it, I am merely a chi refinement realm novice. And you, a nearly maxed out divine entity, are asking me, a mere newbie, for answers? What is going on? After a moment's contemplation, Li Chang'an understood why Chen Bailu had refrained from explaining himself earlier. He realized that the individuals from the four holy lands cared little for the events of a century past concerning Tai Xuan. Their only interest lay in the secrets of ascension. If he were to justify himself, how could he possibly do so? As for resorting to force, Tang Guang would undoubtedly intervene, thereby not only creating an irreconcilable conflict with the four holy lands, but also threatening the very unity of the Tai Xuan Sect. Li Chang'an, did you encounter the bewitched sword-bearer from the Sword Law Peak in Matu City? Chen Bailu asked, his expression still devoid of emotion. Li Chang'an discreetly glanced at his master, suddenly realizing that he had known about this from the start. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared rather displeased, so best not to push it further. Yes, Shen Qingyi and I did indeed encounter the bewitched sword-bearer in the Maple Forest cave outside Matu City. Although Brother Yang Yi ultimately shattered the demonic fetus nurtured within the cave, I have a lingering feeling that this matter is far from over. Moreover, the demonic energy surrounding Tai Chi is strikingly similar to that of the Maple Forest cave. Chen Bailu remained expressionless, but Dan Yun's complexion suddenly changed. You mean to say that Tai Chi's demonic state is linked to the demonic fetus in the Maple Forest cave? Li Chang'an pondered for a moment before articulating. That seems plausible, but I struggle to comprehend how ordinary demonic entities could infiltrate the Tai Xuan Grand Formation. Even if there were methods to breach the Tai Xuan Sect's defenses, how could they stealthily infiltrate Shuihan Peak and breach the secluded quarters of Elder Tai Chi? Li Chang'an paused, reflecting that the answer to the first question likely lay in the recent extermination of demons. The residual demonic thoughts, which had not been eradicated by Brother Yang Yi, must have latched onto a certain disciple of Tai Xuan, allowing them to successfully enter the Tai Xuan Grand Formation. The likelihood of this hypothesis stands at over 80%. As for the second question, Li Chang'an hesitated. You are correct. The demonic fetus in the Maple Forest cave must be the remnant demonic thoughts I severed from Tai Chi. I had thought that I had entirely eradicated it a century ago, but it appears that something has gone awry. Li Chang'an felt a jolt of realization. A century ago, when Chen Bailu witnessed Tai Chi succumb to her demonic state during the ascension ceremony, he had no choice but to employ the Huiguang sword to sever Tai Chi's consciousness and spiritual sea, thus eliminating her demonic form. Subsequently, in his efforts to save Tai Chi with Tai Xuan energy, he had inadvertently allowed the demonic entity to escape, which then hid within the Maple Forest cave, only to resurface a century later as the demonic thoughts manifested into a demonic fetus, once again stirring up trouble for the Tai Xuan Sect. But wait, two questions arise, Li Chang'an contemplated, recognizing that the Tai Xuan Grand Formation repels all forms of malevolent entities. If Tai Chi's demonic entity could not enter the Tai Xuan Grand Formation a century later, it stands to reason that it could not have left prior either. Thus, how did Tai Chi's demonic entity escape the Tai Xuan Sect in the first place? Moreover, Chen Bailu, a century ago, had already reached the threshold of harmony. If he were to intervene, even if the demonic form were not utterly annihilated, it would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. How could he have so easily survived? Chen Bailu cast a glance at Li Chang'an. His eyes, akin to a deep abyss, effortlessly pierced through Li Chang'an's thoughts. It seems that, back then, the demonic form of junior sister Tai Chi did not escape but was rather captured by someone, subsequently taken out of the Tai Xuan Sect and nurtured elsewhere. Over the past century, many mortals have gone missing in Matu City, likely used by someone to sustain the demonic form. Thus, it suggests that the discovery of the demonic fetus in the underground by myself and Shen Qingyi was, in fact, orchestrated by the fetus itself, intending to utilize either myself or Shen Qingyi to infiltrate the Tai Xuan Grand Formation. Although I remained vigilant and did not delve deeper into the underground, it wasn't long before the Sword Law Peak, led by Yang Yi, descended to vanquish the demon. Although the demonic fetus was dispersed, its malevolent will escaped and persisted. Furthermore, there was also the third descent of disciples from Tai Xuan, led by Canglan, which provided ample opportunity to bring the demonic will into the Tai Xuan Sect. Coincidentally, it was during the subtle moments of the Holy Land meeting. Tangguang, Li Chang'an probed. Chen Bailu remained silent, and Dan Yuan did not speak either. Li Chang'an could no longer contain himself. For a century, they had been ensnared in a scheme, nearly becoming scapegoats of Tai Xuan. What was there to be embarrassed about? I've witnessed plastic friendships before. Even biological brothers can turn against each other. What are you being so sentimental about? It must be either Tangguang or Song Gongyang. Their likelihood is the highest. Li Chang'an deliberately sought to irritate these two, proclaiming loudly that years ago, upon inadvertently sensing Tai Chi being harmed by you and severing the demonic form, he discreetly concealed it and took it out of the Tai Xuan Sect for nurturing. Until a century later, when Tangguang broke through to harmony and felt capable of matching you. This farce unfolded, why goodness. A mother pig in a bra, one said after another. Li Chang'an felt a twinge of discomfort. The intricacies of this fantastical world were overwhelming, and he yearned to return to rural simplicity. Dan Yuan was evidently taken aback, mouth agape, still reeling from the shock, while Chen Bailu shook his head, fearing it wasn't that simple. You must have also noticed the peculiar behavior of the White Sheep Academy, stirring the pot from time to time. Though their words are few, they subtly incite the emotions of Tai Xuan disciples. It was indeed the White Sheep Academy that directed today's events towards the secret of junior brother Hengji's ascension. Li Chang'an nodded, recalling how he had sensed that Gu Lai from the White Sheep Academy was like a thorn, occasionally interjecting, causing discomfort akin to poking one in the lungs. Looking back, it seemed that the White Sheep Academy had participated in some capacity, collectively orchestrating today's scenario. However, it seemed amiss. If anyone was most likely involved in this scheme, it should have been Zhaoyang Ancient City, which arrived at Matu City first. Why would it be the White Sheep Academy? Li Chang'an rubbed his forehead. Indeed, he was more suited to the leisurely life of the Ninth Peak. Such cerebral matters were taxing on the mind. How could it be? Junior sister Tai Chi's fall into darkness was actually related to the demonic fetus in the maple forests underground. How could this be? In the midst of silence, Dan Yuan suddenly shouted. Li Chang'an was startled and then rolled his eyes. Master Uncle, do you wish to return and sleep a bit more? This old fellow seemed not yet awake. I had already deduced to the conclusion, yet he remained entangled at the beginning. Well, compared to this half-senile nonsense, I find myself more suited to intellectual pursuits. Sect leader, regarding the ascension secret I mentioned earlier. Li Chang'an suddenly felt a bit shy. He had initially thought Chen Bailu would inquire about this matter, but after waiting for a while with no response, he decided to confess proactively. You made it up yourself? Didn't you? Li Chang'an nodded, his eyes widening. How did you know? Goodness, is my acting that poor? So easily discerned. Chen Bailu's expression remained calm. Junior brother Hengji sought me out before his ascension. He did not mention source power, nor did he understand why he could attract the heavenly tribulation to achieve ascension, leaving him perplexed himself. Therefore, your boasting holds some merit. Chapter 56. The Changes of the Ninth Peak on Tai Xuan Peak. Chen Bailu stood quietly at the edge of a cliff, his right-hand fingers lightly rubbing together, wisps of energy coalescing at his fingertips, causing the very fabric of space to exhibit slight ripples. Source power. Chen Bailu's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. Junior brother, did you not say that Li Chang'an was merely boasting? Dan Yuan inquired curiously, observing Chen Bailu. Chen Bailu shook his head, stating that Zhang Hengji indeed did not mention source power and was genuinely unaware of why he could attract the heavenly tribulation for ascension. Thus I assert that Li Chang'an deceived the four great holy lands. However, this does not mean that what Li Chang'an said lacks reason. Dan Yuan's expression became intriguing. That lad's offhand remark might just have struck a chord. I have been in harmony for nearly a century, and throughout this time, I have pondered the key to ascension. In some aspects, my conjectures align closely with what Li Chang'an expressed. Chen Bailu slightly raised his head, gazing at the firmament, contemplating whether that holy war had indeed led to the depletion of certain powers in the northern continent. Dan Yuan's expression turned serious. For a millennium, the northern continent has seen few ascendants, equivalent to a severed lineage, its foundation growing increasingly fragile. If we wish to restore cultivation in the northern continent, we must break this shackle. The road ahead is long and arduous. There is much we must accomplish. Dan Yuan posed a question, asking if there was a way to rid junior sister Tai Chi of the demonic nature within her, and how to deal with Tangguang. First, suppress the demonic nature with Tai Xuan's energy, then seek other methods. Chen Bailu paused momentarily. As for Tangguang, that matter could await the conclusion of the Holy Land meeting to be addressed. Li Chang'an spent the entire journey slowly digesting everything he had learned today. Indeed, these were all cunning individuals, intricately digging pits. Li Chang'an tapped his head, contemplating the century-long pit they had dug. Were it not for his iron-headed disposition, Chun Bailu might have truly stumbled. Tang Guang had just broken through to harmony and was already seeking to seize power and challenge others. Chun Bailu surprisingly remained silent on such matters. Finiske, truly a tortoise, able to endure, Li Chang'an muttered as he walked. Had such a situation occurred to him, he would not hesitate to smash his skull. If only he possessed cultivation at the harmony level. Senior brother Chang'an, are you all right? Xinqingyi bounded up, embracing Li Chang'an's arm, feeling the warmth emanating from him, instantly uplifting his spirits. Girl, eat more papaya from now on. It's beneficial. What's wrong? It makes me feel better. Xinqingyi playfully slapped him on the back of the head, causing Li Chang'an to stumble. How is my master? My senior sisters are extremely worried. Li Chang'an sighed. Falling into darkness was no trivial matter. Otherwise, Tang Guang wouldn't have used it as a talking point. When junior sister Tai Chi first fell into darkness, she still retained some consciousness. Even Chun Bailu could only resort to desperate measures to salvage her spirit sea. Let alone now, junior sister Tai Chi had succumbed to darkness for the second time, becoming almost a puppet. What if something happens to the master? My senior sisters would be heartbroken. Xinqingyi's expression dimmed somewhat. Rest assured, the sect leader is a great cultivator of the harmony realm. He will certainly have a way eye in the distance. Yu Hin and Qian Qian, among others, anxiously approached as they saw Li Chang'an descending Tai Xuan Peak. Li Chang'an scanned the area, feeling a twinge of regret. If only senior sister Yu Hin could hold on to him, it would surely be delightful. Junior brother Chang'an, my master. Why? Yu Hin's face appeared somewhat pale. Having been struck down from the peak of Shui Han by the dark light of the sword, she must have sustained some injuries. Li Chang'an waved his hand, reassuring her, senior sister Yu Hin. For now, there's no need to worry about Master Tai Chi. With the sect leader's care, she should be fine. You should take the disciples of Shui Han Peak back first. The people from the 4 great holy lands have not yet departed. It's best to remain cautious. Why? Yu Hin nodded, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Previously, Tang Guang said that the one who injured my master a century ago was the sect leader. Is that truly the case? Li Chang'an paused. There were other reasons behind this, and he advised her not to overthink it. After leaving Taishan Peak, Li Chang'an headed straight back to Shaoqiong Peak, with Xinqingyi trailing behind like a tail. Unable to shake her off, so he could only bring her along. Senior brother, you were so impressive today, not only daring to challenge the 4 great holy lands, but also kicking the people from the White Sheep Academy out. It was so cool. The little girl was in high spirits, as she was not a disciple of Tai Chi and could not empathize with Tai Chi's plight. Li Chang'an flicked his hair back with a smug expression. However, he knew that this was merely a ploy to disrupt the factions of the 4 great holy lands, and a chance to give that old bastard Gu Lai a taste of his own medicine. The nonsense he had spouted on Shui Han Peak would likely spread throughout the northern continent soon. Senior brother, you said you would take me out to play. When will that be? Xinqingyi blinked her big eyes. Inquiring to Li Chang'an hesitated. Senior brother has recently had some insights and needs to focus on cultivation, so I won't be leaving the sect for the time being. Not only was he not planning to leave the sect, but he wasn't even ready to descend from Shaoqiong Peak. He had previously offended the White Sheep Academy severely. While it felt gratifying to poke fun at that old bastard Gu Lai, the consequences were daunting. If he encountered someone from the White Sheep Academy outside, wouldn't they seek to regain their dignity at his expense? I have no desire to be dismembered by that old scoundrel. Are you disregarding your words? The young girl glared, her chest heaving with indignation, causing Li Chang'an's head to spin. Xinqingyi, tall and graceful, possessed an exquisite beauty that was almost surreal, complemented by a pair of long legs that could captivate for decades. For a man of normal disposition, this was an irresistible allure. With a slight pout and a flutter of her large eyes, she exuded a certain enchanting charm. Li Chang'an took a deep breath. Damn it, I must keep my composure. With her presence, it felt as if a divinely illuminated mouth was perpetually revitalizing him, invigorating his spirit. He resolved to postpone any frivolity until the conclave was concluded. This was not the time for play. Just as Li Chang'an settled into his seat, his expression suddenly shifted. Something felt amiss. What is it? He stood up, scanning the surroundings. The protective array of Shaoqiong Peak appeared intact, devoid of any threatening aura, yet he keenly sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere of Shaoqiong Peak. Wait a moment, do not disturb me, he instructed, pressing his hands to his temples, his brow furrowed, intently focusing on the ground beneath him. After a lengthy pause, his eyes brightened with realization. Yes, it was the spiritual energy, and the feng shui fortunes had both diminished slightly. Though Li Chang'an was merely at the qi refining stage, it did not imply his senses were feeble. On the contrary, bolstered by the celestial sea star map, he possessed a remarkably keen insight into his surroundings, including spiritual energy, feng shui, fortunes, and even the power of destiny. Having resided at Shaoqiong Peak for a century, he was intimately familiar with every aspect of it. Yet now, he discerned a slight alteration. Someone has meddled with the fortunes of Shaoqiong Peak. His gaze sharpened. It seemed even the 9 peak spiritual veins were affected. Let us investigate. Chapter 57. The cat above the spiritual veins. Shaoqiong Peak was no ordinary mountain. It was a spiritual peak with veins of spiritual energy coursing through it. In fact, beneath the 8 principal summits of Taishan, there lay a rare spiritual vein as support. This was the foundation of a sacred ground and the source of energy that sustained the sword bamboo forests and protective arrays of Shaoqiong Peak. However, Li Chang'an noticed that the spiritual energy of Shaoqiong Peak was waning at a gradual pace. Alongside it, the feng shui fortunes were also diminishing. Are you mistaken? Our Taishan spiritual veins are a convergence of 9 suns? Ranking among the top 10 in the northern continent, it is improbable for spiritual energy to dissipate. Even if the sect has existed for merely a millennium, or even 1,000 years, one voice protested. That is why I find it peculiar. Were it not for the cage array set by the 6th elder, which has maximized the operation of Shaoqiong Peak's spiritual veins, I might not have noticed at all. Li Chang'an reflected. Shin Junior sister, you should utilize the earth escape technique and lead me down to investigate. Earth escape? I cannot do that. Shan Qingyi blinked in confusion. Li Chang'an then recalled that Tai Xuan Sect primarily trained in swordsmanship, and few were inclined to practice such minor techniques. Indeed, apart from Baiyang Academy, which offered formal instruction in such arts, only the 5th disciple of Shaoqiong Peak had an affinity for such studies. Very well, I shall teach you. He proceeded to articulate the earth escape technique's energy manipulation path word by word, guiding Shan Qingyi in her learning. Unfortunately, as a qi refining novice, he was not yet qualified to learn the earth escape technique himself. Shan Qingyi, like a child encountering a new toy, began to study with wide-eyed enthusiasm. Thanks to her innate talent, she quickly grasped the fundamentals, though controlling it remained somewhat challenging. Senior brother, watch closely. My head, with a whoosh. Shin Qingyi transformed into a streak of azure light and burrowed into the earth, followed moments later by a muffled groan from beneath a large locust tree. Let us try again. Eh? A scream echoed from a pond halfway up the mountain. I refused to believe it. Such a trivial technique. Li Chang'an craned his neck, searching for Shan Qingyi, only to be met with a shadow springing from the ground, crashing directly into his face. Li Chang'an clutched his nose, while Shan Qingyi held her forehead, both wincing in pain. Junior sister, I shall find a place to hide. You continue practicing. Li Chang'an swayed as he stood, a large bruise forming on his cheek. Indeed, female drivers were the most terrifying creatures in existence, and she didn't even have a license. Huddled in a patch of grass, trembling, Li Chang'an heard a series of thuds and occasional cries of distress from outside. After what felt like half a day, the commotion outside gradually subsided. Peeking out, he spotted Shin Qingyi, panting and disheveled, unable to suppress a grin. Her once green shirt was now smeared with mud, her long skirt torn in half, her face covered in grime. Yet she beamed with bright white teeth and a silly smile. That was quite the effort. Li Chang'an felt a twinge of guilt. Senior brother, wait a moment. I need to wash up with that, she dashed out, plunging into the mountain lake with a splash. Li Chang'an. The thought of his junior sister bathing tempted him, but recalling the potential repercussions of her wrath, he wisely retracted his head. Better to err on the side of caution. His head was important. Soon after, freshly bathed and dressed, Shan Qingyi gracefully approached Li Chang'an, her long hair cascading behind her, her cheeks slightly flushed. The elegant attire of jade-hued silk cloaked her tall figure, revealing only her delicate, porcelain-like calves. Indeed, the combination of suspenders and lace stockings was the most exquisite sight in existence. Li Chang'an was left speechless. This cursed era. Senior brother, what are you muttering about? Shin Qingyi brushed her hair back, revealing her exquisite face. Li Chang'an earnestly replied, once we return, I shall design several outfits for you to try. They will undoubtedly surpass this attire by 100-fold. Really? Women are inherently drawn to beauty. And upon hearing this, Shan Qingyi's eyes widened in excitement. More genuine than gold, Li Chang'an vowed. Moreover, you cannot bind your bosom for convenience. It is detrimental to your health. I shall design 2 sets of exquisite lace undergarments for you. Absolutely dazzling. Xin Qingyi's face flushed crimson. Though she barely understood, she sensed that senior brother Chang'an was quite impressive, though. What is your size? 34. C or D? Perhaps we should measure. Seeing Li Chang'an's hands inching toward her chest, Xin Qingyi leapt up in alarm, delivering a swift slap to his forehead. Pervert. After mastering the earth escape technique, Xin Qingyi led Li Chang'an deeper into Shaoqiong Peak, descending several hundred feet before finally halting. Senior brother, we have arrived. Blushing, Xin Qingyi struggled to dislodge the man clinging to her back. Li Chang'an dusted off his hands, his demeanor calm. This is the site of Shaoqiong Peak's subterranean spiritual veins. In the expansive and dimly lit cavern below, faintly glowing stones illuminated the surroundings, while an unknown underground river stretched out from the darkness, meandering into the distance. Li Chang'an could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy here was far denser than above ground. Even breathing it felt slightly viscous. Xin Qingyi's eyes widened with curiosity. Though she knew of the Tai Xuan spiritual veins, this was her first experience being so close to them underground. We now stand atop the dragon vein. Peering into the pipe, one cannot discern the full picture. Li Chang'an gestured to the ground beneath their feet. If you were to look down from several thousand feet in the air, you would see a dragon coiling beneath the earth. There are 9 such dragons throughout Tai Xuan, all converging as the 9 suns. Li Chang'an illustrated with his hands. Xin Qingyi nodded in understanding. Let us search for anything unusual. As Li Chang'an followed the underground river, Xin Qingyi trailed closely behind, meticulously observing their surroundings. After traveling for a distance, Li Chang'an gradually came to a halt. Thanks to the gifts bestowed by the celestial sea star map, he could clearly perceive the distribution of the surrounding spiritual energy and the trajectory of feng shui fortunes. A mere 10 feet ahead lay a blind spot in his perception. The issue must lie there. Be cautious, Li Chang'an warned. Pulling Xin Qingyi close, he pointed 10 feet ahead. There is something there. Let us investigate. Xin Qingyi shot him an indignant glare, retrieving her spirit sword with a flourish. The dark red blade glimmered faintly, illuminating the space 10 feet ahead, revealing a small black cat quietly curled up in place. A cat. Li Chang'an's composure faltered. Upon sensing their presence, the cat, previously with closed eyes, opened them, emitting a golden aura that radiated several feet. By the heavens, a demon? Chapter 58. The 5th disciple's condition. Li Chang'an's expression stiffened, as if facing a formidable adversary. Xin Qingyi clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with delight. How frightening! How adorable! Li Chang'an swiftly pulled Xin Qingyi back, exclaiming in exasperation, Are you blind? That is a demon. Xin Qingyi, starry-eyed, retorted. But this little cat is truly adorable. Li Chang'an scrutinized Xin Qingyi, perplexed. The saying that beauty comes with a lack of intellect seemed contradicted by her captivating presence. Step back a bit. This creature, thriving upon the spiritual vein beneath Shaoqiong Peak, is undoubtedly no ordinary entity. Let us not become its lunch. Li Chang'an urged Xin Qingyi to retreat a few paces. Yet, curiously, the black cat with golden vertical pupils merely cast a fleeting glance at the two before nonchalantly turning away to lie motionless upon the nexus of the spiritual vein. Does it look down upon consuming us? Li Chang'an felt a tinge of displeasure. Hey, just who are you? A demon, lurking beneath my Shaoqiong Peak. Li Chang'an called out from a distance, aware that demons possess a level of sentience comparable to that of cultivators, thus capable of comprehending his words. However, contrary to his expectations, the black cat exhibited no reaction, lazily nestled on the ground, merely twitching its mouth to emit a soft meow. How adorable! Xin Qingyi's face lit up with joy, eager to approach, only to be held back by Li Chang'an. Wait, if it truly is a demon, it shouldn't disregard my presence like this. That would be somewhat insulting. Yet, if it is not a demon, how did it come to be atop the spiritual vein beneath Shaoqiong Peak? Quite perplexing, Li Chang'an scrutinized the creature before him, noticing that this black cat was unlike ordinary felines. Firstly, its pupils were a striking gold. Secondly, though its fur was entirely black, it was interspersed with faint golden patterns. Moreover, its tail emitted a soft luminescence from the very beginning. What astonished Li Chang'an even further was that, with each breath the black cat took, he sensed a subtle tremor throughout the underground spiritual vein, as spiritual energy mysteriously converged, along with the flow of feng shui, shifting in tandem with the cat's respiration. Impressive. Li Chang'an pondered, and connected his consciousness to the astral chart of the spiritual sea, lightly tapping on the main star of the 4th elder. After a moment of silence, he then touched the main star of the 5th elder. Soon, the star flickered to life. Big senior brother? The voice of Luya echoed. Li Chang'an sighed in relief. When it came to understanding great demons, none could rival the insights of the Canglan Guardian Hou and the scholarly Lu Ya, who had delved into myriad minor paths. Old 5, do you happen to know of a demon resembling an ordinary black cat? A brief silence followed Lu Ya's voice. What's wrong? Li Chang'an hurriedly recounted the situation, including the black cat's characteristics. Big senior brother. You mean the black cat can affect the spiritual veins and feng shui? Golden pupils and a tail that glows? Li Chang'an gasped, nearly choking on his words. Yes, indeed. Slap. Li Chang'an struck himself across the face. Terrifying. Old 5's condition seems to be worsening. Shan Qingyi gazed at Li Chang'an in confusion. Senior brother, why are you stuttering, and who are you talking to? Li Chang'an gestured towards the empty space before him. This old man, can't you see him? The young girl froze, her face turning pale as she recoiled as if stepping on a tail, crashing against the cavern wall. Senior brother, based on your meow description, this cannot be a demon, but rather it is. Li Chang'an gasped for breath, wishing dearly to haul the creature over, deliver a solid blow to its face, and shout, can't you speak properly? You're about to choke me to death. What is it? Lu Ya's voice crackled like a scratched record, taking an eternity to utter a single word. Gu. The heavenly spirit Gu. What on earth? Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. It is the heavenly spirit Gu. Undoubtedly the heavenly spirit Gu. Lu Ya's excitement was palpable. The heavenly spirit Gu is not a demon but rather a unique spiritual entity, devoid of aggression yet capable of altering the flow of celestial spiritual energy and reshaping the feng shui of a location. Most astonishingly, it does not merely alter but consumes, meaning it can devour the very essence of a place's spiritual energy and feng shui. Li Chang'an's complexion paled, one hand gripping his neck while the other clawed at the nearby stone wall. Are you trying to send me away? Damn it. Wait, has your stutter improved? It seems not really. The voice fell silent again. Li Chang'an strained to piece together Old 5's prior statement into coherent segments, finally grasping the implication. So, this creature is concealed atop the spiritual veins dragon eye beneath Shaoqiong Peak, consuming the spiritual energy and disrupting its feng shui. He furrowed his brow. Was the heavenly spirit Gu a natural formation? Or had someone covertly placed it here? Li Chang'an bared his teeth. Someone was eyeing his territory. What kind of despicable act is this? Old 5, how should we deal with this? We cannot allow the heavenly spirit Gu to remain atop the spiritual vein of Shaoqiong Peak, or else the spiritual energy of the 9th peak will dwindle, and Chan Bailu will certainly turn me into a specimen. Not to mention, if this sought-after district turns into a deserted building, no one would accept such a fate. Master. Brother, the heavenly spirit Gu can not only devour spiritual energy and fortune, but can also gather, consolidate spiritual energy and fortune. In other words, if handled correctly, the heavenly spirit Gu can nurture the spiritual vein, amassing feng shui energy. Why not mention this sooner? My emotions were already high, and then you drop this bombshell. I will teach you a method to control the heavenly spirit Gu by signing a contract with it. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. Excellent. After quickly committing a few incantations and techniques to memory, he suddenly grinned. Old 5, how about I share a secret for curing stuttering? Really? Lu Ya's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Of course, listen closely. Li Chang'an cleared his throat, focusing his energy. 800 soldiers sprinting north, artillerymen running alongside the northern slope, fearing a collision with the soldiers, who in turn dread colliding with the artillerymen. The main star dimmed, and communications ceased. Li Chang'an threw his head back and laughed heartily. Shan Qingyi shook her head and stood up, hearing Li Chang'an recite an elaborate tongue twister, her face filled with dread. It's over. Senior brother has been possessed by that ghostly old man. I must save him. With that thought, she instinctively gathered her spiritual energy and prepared to strike Li Chang'an's forehead with a palm. Great mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo spell, Nima Hung. Ha! Chapter 59. The distressed Zhao Zhuo. When the two returned to Shaoqiong Peak, it was already well into the afternoon. Shan Qingyi squinted her large eyes, beaming like a blooming flower, cradling the black-eyed heavenly spirit cat Gu in her arms. Li Chang'an followed behind, sporting a large bump on his forehead and an expression of utter exasperation. Junior sister, where did you learn such exorcism techniques? Li Chang'an, clutching his throbbing forehead, asked with frustration. How could a junior sister of the Tai Xuan Sect, a sword cultivator, utter such a phrase as great mighty heavenly dragon? It felt entirely out of place. The young girl giggled, rolling her eyes. Who told you to scare me? You acted as if possessed by a ghost. In truth, this world does have ghosts. According to the understanding of practitioners, a ghost is the spirit of a person condensed from absorbed energy. Some formidable ghost cultivators may even originate from the yang spirit of a practitioner, displaying bizarre abilities, which explains why Shen Qingyi was so frightfully startled. The yang spirit represents the reconstitution of the primordial spirit at the late stage of the heart awareness realm, marking the greatest characteristic of the entering spirit realm. Are you truly entrusting this little kitten to me? Shen Qingyi flashed her small tiger teeth, grinning widely. Indeed, you adore this cat, don't you? After learning the incantation from Luya, Li Chang'an handed the heavenly spirit goo over to Shen Qingyi, primarily because his own cultivation at the qi refining stage was insufficient to meet the requirements for a contract with the heavenly spirit goo. Quite a lovely shade of blue. Wasn't it Neza who roasted your little bunny earlier? I promised to compensate you with a cute pet, and I intend to keep my word. The young girl jumped over, planting a kiss on Li Chang'an's cheek. Senior brother, you are so wonderful, Li Chang'an beamed, his smile radiant. However, you cannot take this little cat just yet. The spiritual vein and feng shui of Shaoqiong Peak have been disrupted by this little creature, and it must help restore things first. It is said that this little being can nurture spiritual energy, though whether that is true remains to be seen. Shen Qingyi giggled as she played with the little black cat. Ignoring Li Chang'an. Left to his own devices, Li Chang'an recalled the little Neza who had ventured to the demon garden and felt a pang of worry, attempting to contact the main star for communication. But after much effort, he received no response. That little girl, she hasn't fallen prey to some demon and become a snack, has she? Li Chang'an muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt a strange intuition, paused for a moment, and activated the formation of Shaoqiong Peak. A beam of azure light pierced through the formation, landing on Shaoqiong Peak. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. In the demon garden, Neza wielded her dual swords of yin and yang, effortlessly dispatching a foundational period wild wolf before skillfully setting up a barbecue. In no time, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Zhao Zhuo from Tai Xuan Peak helplessly picked up the demon core that had been discarded nearby, rubbing his face in frustration. How many times has this been? First, a spirit sheep, then a wild boar, 3 wild rabbits, and now a wild wolf. Good heavens, in just 2 days, this one person has consumed so much. Zhao Zhuo gazed at the petite figure of the young girl, his mind swirling with questions. He was now desperate to know where all this meat was being stored by her. Neza, my little junior, we cannot solely indulge in our feasting. We have already lingered too long on this journey. Observe how the others have nearly reached the stone tower while we still lag behind by 100 or 80 miles. Furthermore, your incessant barbecuing is simply dead. As Zhao Zhuo edged a bit closer, he caught sight of Neza glaring, her yin-yang dual swords clashing with a resounding snap before her, forbidding him from partaking. Very well. Such a temperament is indeed characteristic of the 9th peak. Zhao Zhuo felt quite helpless. Before departing, Zhou Yuan had earnestly instructed him to safeguard the 9th peak's little junior sister, asserting that even if the outcome of this trial was of no concern, Neza must not face the slightest danger. Thus, he could only follow closely behind, unwilling to stray far. Yet, despite her youth, Neza was a second-generation disciple, her status surpassing that of anyone present, making it impossible for him to forcibly take her away. Moreover, it seemed she wished to snatch food from anyone she encountered, drawing her sword at the slightest provocation. After merely 2 days, Zhao Zhuo felt as though his hairline was receding. Shall we depart after this meal? If we do not set off soon, we shall truly be out of time. Neza shook her head. After all, there were others trailing behind, weren't there? Zhao Zhuo cast a glance back at the disciples from Baishanmen a few miles away, pondering in confusion. Ever since entering the demon garden, various factions had rapidly advanced towards the demon tower, yet only Tai Xuan Sect and Baishanmen lagged behind. It was somewhat understandable on his side. But could it be that they too harbored some sort of folly? Following closely behind us, they seem to be behaving erratically. Regardless of them, those lunatics may have their own issues. However, little junior sister, you must embody the brilliance of Tai Xuan and consider the sect's interests. Zhao Zhuo resorted to coaxing. Indeed, as they drew nearer to the demon tower, the presence of demon beasts intensified, with higher-ranking beasts proving to be significantly more delectable than the lower-tier pigs and sheep. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing this, Neza's eyes sparkled with interest. Of course, I would never deceive you. Near the demon tower resides a beast known as the Scarlet Cloud Sparrow, a true delicacy, albeit within the Guiyuan realm. Once we arrive, shall I capture a couple for you to taste? Before Zhao Zhuo could finish, he witnessed Neza nimbly tidying up the barbecue stall, hesitating only momentarily before stuffing the remnants of a wolf leg into her storage pouch and turning to leave. Zhao Zhuo finally exhaled in relief, beckoning the disciples behind him to follow. Xiao Qian, trailing at the back, sighed dramatically, remarking on the sheer audacity of the ninth peak, impacting the progress of an entire team of dozens for the sake of her own appetite. Humph, the senior brother is far too indulgent of her. Zhao Zhuo chuckled softly, patting Xiao Qian's shoulder. Let us proceed. It is strange that throughout this journey, we have encountered only low-tier demon beasts, without even a glimpse of one within the Guiyuan realm. It seems rather peculiar. The closer we get to the demon tower, the more demon beasts we ought to encounter, and their ranks should elevate as well. Our Tai Xuan Sect must unite in purpose to ensure the safety of all. Let us move forth. Xiao Qian cast a wary glance at Neza, reluctantly following suit. Meanwhile, within the Baishaman camp, Longzi Ao Hai suddenly furrowed his brow. Why have they accelerated their pace so abruptly? Following the earlier incident at Xiaoqiong Peak, Neza had become a thorn in Ao Hai's side. When he could not see her, thoughts of avenging himself by slaying the little rascal haunted him, yet upon catching sight of her seemingly harmless visage, he found himself trembling. To devour a dragon. Such a twisted individual truly exists in this world. Ao Hai gritted his teeth, accustomed to a leisurely pace. He now struggled to adapt as Tai Xuan Sect hastened ahead. Could it be that there is some commotion at the stone tower? Ao Hai queried, his subordinates shaking their heads, casting him resentful glances. To hell with it. Let us just keep pace with the Tai Xuan Sect for now. Senior brother, should we not first approach the stone tower? It is possible that the people from Sifeng Pavilion in Chaoyang City have already begun their ascent. Ao Hai's eyes widened in indignation. What nonsense! We shall follow the Tai Xuan Sect. Neza, mark my words, I shall slay you today, without fail. Chapter 60. The tower assault within the demon garden. The demon beasts were not as numerous as many had envisioned. Yet they were not scarce either. The members of Tai Xuan Sect advanced towards the demon tower, encountering primarily Qi refining and foundation establishment demon beasts, which hardly warranted Zhao Zhuo's intervention. The accompanying disciples of Tai Xuan swiftly dispatched them in mere moments. Unbeknownst to them, some demon beasts of the Guiyuan realm were present, merely deterred by the dragon aura emanating from Ao Hai, retreating at a distance. Moreover, many had not even appeared thus far. Neza glared at Zhao Zhuo in displeasure. You mentioned the Scarlet Cloud Sparrow. Why have we not encountered any? Zhao Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. They must be within the demon tower. After a full day's journey, the group finally arrived at the base of the demon tower. Each faction's team bearing signs of wear but not exceeding anticipated losses. Very few cultivators had perished at the hands of demon beasts. The remaining casualties were mostly from the mid-foundation stage. As if by mutual agreement, the members of the 5 great sacred lands arrived at the demon tower nearly simultaneously, their gazes heavy with unease as they regarded one another. The survivors appeared to outnumber their expectations. Zhuang Zhan of Baiyang Academy squinted, pondering, this was within my anticipations. The formidable demon beasts of the Guiyuan realm ought to be our main obstacles, yet the current situation seems awry. The scarcity of Guiyuan realm demon beasts is rather alarming. In the distance, Qining nodded. Throughout this journey, most of the losses had been among smaller sects or wandering cultivators, with the 5 great sacred lands suffering minimal casualties. Thus, despite the overall reduction in numbers, several hundred individuals still reached the base of the demon tower. While having more people is advantageous, it complicates the distribution of resources atop the tower. At the very least, the sacred land members would not willingly share the spoils with rootless and bottomless wandering cultivators. Now that we have arrived, let us commence the tower assault. Zhuang Zhan of Baiyang Academy surveyed the area, his gaze settling on a cluster of wandering cultivators. Among the crowd, an old monk and a young one appeared quite disheveled, cautiously inching closer to the Tai Xuan Sect's ranks and seeking refuge in a corner, nearly burying their heads in their garments. Master, what are we doing? The young monk inquired. When the time comes to assault the tower, we wandering cultivators will undoubtedly be used as cannon fodder to pave the way for the members of the 5 great sacred lands. It would be wise for us to cling to a powerful ally. In hopes of surviving a few rounds, the old monk's eyes darted around shrewdly. I believe the Tai Xuan Sect members seem reasonably amicable. Let us take refuge among them for the time being. The young monk appeared perplexed. Master, the Buddha teaches that one must fear nothing to attain true freedom. Do you wish to become a target? The old monk shot him a sidelong glance. The young monk paused. Reciting, the Buddha states, if I do not enter hell, who will? You have misremembered. The old monk did not even lift his head, asserting, the Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, whoever wishes to, shall enter. The young monk remained bewildered. Had he misremembered? Yet, master, the demon beasts are extremely perilous. While there are few formidable demons in the demon garden, it is likely that more powerful ones lurk within the tower. If we allow numerous low-level wandering cultivators to assault the tower, It would surely lead to unnecessary casualties. And then? The old monk bared his teeth. He regretted bringing this foolish disciple to the demon garden. Master, the Buddha teaches that all beings are equal, since casualties are unavoidable. I, the Buddha, shall stand forth, sacrificing myself for the greater good. The Buddha states, is it not better for you to be alive? The old monk hissed in exasperation, his voice lowered in a frantic whisper. If you wish to die, I can arrange for the Buddha to guide you to the afterlife. If you do not wish to die, then hide your head in your garments and keep your mouth shut. The young monk opened his mouth to protest, but the old monk swiftly thrust a tattered sandal into his mouth with a resounding slap. Silence. Zhuang Zhan's gaze fell upon the group of wandering cultivators, his eyes narrowing slightly. You lot, go forth and assault the tower. The individuals designated were all at the foundation stage. Upon hearing Zhuang Zhan's command, their faces paled, retreating a few steps. Why should we, among so many, be the ones to assault the tower? We have no desire for the treasures atop. If you wish for them, it is you who should ascend the tower. Zhuang Zhan's eyes narrowed further. Not going? You refuse to let yourselves be used as cannon fodder to scout the way for us? Very well. As he spoke, Zhuang Zhan extended his right hand, palm up, and gently clenched it. Suddenly, a massive earthen hand erupted from the ground beneath the standing cultivators, who had yet to react before being ensnared within its grasp and crushed with a singular, resounding crack. Blood and flesh splattered. Numerous gazes shifted in alarm. The other members of the 5 great sacred lands seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding, remaining silent. Neza, gnawing contentedly on a wolf leg, paused her actions as she witnessed the gruesome scene. You lot, go assault the tower. Zhuangzhen pointed at several more individuals, his expression devoid of emotion. This time, the designated individuals dared not resist, gritting their teeth as they plunged into the stone tower. Soon, a series of agonized cries echoed from within, followed by an eerie silence. 5 mid-foundation stage cultivators had not lasted even a minute before perishing, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Zhuangzhen paused momentarily, then indicated another 5 individuals. You 5, go assault the tower. These 5 were at the upper foundation stage, their strength somewhat superior to the previous group. The leader furrowed his brow. Mr. Zhuang, we shall withdraw now. We implore you to show mercy. With that, they turned to flee, darting in a particular direction. However, in an instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from the void, and 5 individuals plummeted to the ground, enveloped in a shroud of black smoke, their breaths extinguished. Many in the vicinity altered their expressions. The tyranny of Baiyang Academy sent shivers down the spines of numerous onlookers, compounded by the unpredictable nature of their spells, instilling a palpable fear within the hearts of many. Mr. Zhuang, isn't your Baiyang Academy being a tad too overbearing? Are you not concerned that your actions might provoke the wrath of the cultivators from the northern continent? A rogue at the Ginyuan realm suddenly interjected. Zhuang Zhan merely chuckled. Revenge? By your hand? As he spoke, his figure flickered, vanishing from sight, only to reappear with a hand wrapped around the rogue's throat. Do you understand what a sacred land is? Zhuang Zhan fixed his gaze upon the man. A sacred land represents the pinnacle of heritage in the northern continent, embodying an authority that you cannot defy, signifying a power that can extinguish your life at a whim. He continued, today, you rogues are to obediently proceed to attack the tower. Should you choose to disobey, there will be but one outcome. With that, he channeled his energy, swiftly breaking the man's neck. The representatives of the other sacred lands exchanged furtive glances, frowning in silence. While they could not match Zhuang Zhan's ruthlessness, the disciples of their own sects were undoubtedly far more valuable than these rogues. The next group, you, and you. The 5 of you shall assault the tower. The 5 individuals summoned were visibly taken aback. Yet, at that moment, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. I'll go. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Wasn't it wiser to keep a low profile at such a time? Behind the Tai Xuan Sect's camp, an elderly monk, pale-faced, tugged at the robes of a young monk, his eyes nearly bulging out. What are you doing, you foolish disciple? Are you trying to get me killed? In front of the Tai Xuan Sect, Neza cast a surprised glance at the young monk behind him, grinning widely. That needle thing. Stop fussing. I'll go attack the tower. Chapter 61. The Awakening of the Scoundrel Lady. What on earth do you intend to do? Zhao Zhuan nearly fainted at Neza's proclamation. The monster garden was intrinsically tied to the Tai Xuan Sect, and as Zhou Yuan's disciple, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about it. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that filled him with trepidation. Even at the pinnacle of the Ginyuan realm, he could not guarantee a safe passage, let alone Neza, who was merely in the mid-stages of foundation establishment. Neza patted his chest, declaring with righteous fervor, "We are all cultivators of the northern region, united by a common bond. I cannot stand idly by while these rogues lose their lives in vain." Zhao Zhua's voice rose an octave. "Are you really claiming it's not for the Qi Yun Ke?" Neza was taken aback. "How did you figure that out?" Zhao Zhua rubbed his forehead. "Junior uncle, this monster suppression tower is not like any other. It harbors more than just simple beasts, I assure you. Even I would face danger if I entered. The consensus among the 5 sacred lands is to let these rogues and minor sect members scout ahead. Your interference complicates matters considerably." Neza pondered gravely for a moment. "Are you implying that the Qi Yun Ke truly resides within the monster suppression tower?" Zhao Zhuo replied, "Indeed. Very well. I shall enter and capture a couple. You need not worry." Zhao Zhuo sighed deeply. "Uncle Chang'an, where did you find such a reckless glutton?" Meanwhile, the young monk cast an apologetic glance at the elderly monk, clasping his hands in prayer. "Master, as the Buddha says, if I do not enter hell, who will? All beings of the northern continent are sentient. They endure suffering, and I must lead them to salvation. This is also my reason for becoming your disciple and entering the vast Buddhist realm." The elderly monk shuddered in shock. "Xuanzang." The old monk rose, his eyes filled with complexity. "After a century of cultivation, I am outshone by you. A mere fledgling monk, I have failed the Buddha." He pressed a string of prayer beads from his wrist into the young monk's hands. "If that is the case, then I shall accompany you. You are the successor I have sought for decades. I cannot allow you to perish within." The 2 monks emerged, joining Neza as they approached the monster suppression tower. "Hold on, this prince shall go as well." In the Bei Tianmin camp, the young Ao Hai's gaze was fixed on Neza, and suddenly, he leapt forward, causing the disciples of Bei Tianmin behind him to stagger in surprise. Before they could react, Ao Hai dashed into the monster suppression tower. Zhao Zhua hesitated for a moment before quickly stepping into the tower. Neza was a prized possession of the Tai Xuan Sect. He could not allow him to walk into certain death unaccompanied. This sudden turn of events caused the representatives of the other sacred lands to frown slightly. While having formidable individuals lead the charge was advantageous, the involvement of the Tai Xuan Sect and Bei Tianmin added numerous variables to the tower assault. The disciples of the sacred lands were not comparable to those rogues. Should they exploit certain means to seize the treasures within the stone tower, it would be a significant loss. Zhuang Zhan of Baiyang Academy contemplated briefly, exchanging a glance with the representatives of Qining's sect, before they all leapt into the monster suppression tower. The remaining disciples of the sacred lands lingered outside, unwilling to allow the other sacred lands to gain an advantage. After a brief pause, several representatives from first-rate sects also jumped forth, quickly entering the tower, while most others abandoned the notion of contesting for trial rewards, gathering around the tower to await the outcome. Unbeknownst to all, as the strongest individuals from each faction entered the monster suppression tower, the once tranquil spiritual energy within the monster garden began to stir restlessly. The previously faint demonic aura gradually thickened, and more eyes opened in unseen corners, directing their gaze toward the monster suppression tower, specifically at the multitude of cultivators outside. Inside the monster suppression tower, Neza took the lead, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Zhao Zhua, where are the Qi Yun Ke you mentioned?" "I don't see any." Zhao Zhua, on high alert, scanned the surroundings, and upon hearing Neza's inquiry, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Soon after, Qining's sect's representatives and Zhuangzhen followed closely behind, prompting Zhao Zhua to breathe a sigh of relief. "Well, what have you discovered?" Qining inquired, familiar with the group. As their gazes swept across the surroundings. Their expressions shifted. From the outside, the monster suppression tower appeared to be about 10 yards wide and 30 to 50 yards tall, but standing inside, it revealed an incomprehensible vastness. The monster garden itself was a small world, and the interior of the monster suppression tower was, astonishingly, another small world within a world. Many could not help but bare their teeth in astonishment. "Zhao Zhua, this monster garden is a treasure of your Tai Xuan Sect. Why don't you enlighten us?" Zhuangzhen queried, narrowing his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhua replied, "This tower is known as the Monster Suppression Tower. It suppresses the spiritual eye of the monster garden. It consists of 9 floors, each a manifestation of a small world inhabited by beast guardians. Only by defeating the respective guardian beasts can one ascend to the next floor. The rules are quite straightforward." "So, what is the guardian beast of the first floor?" Qining asked. And no sooner had Qining's words left her lips than the ground trembled, and several massive claws erupted from the earth. Darting toward the group like lightning, Neza's eyes lit up, and he instinctively swallowed hard. "It's a 1,000-legged insect," Zhao Zhuo confirmed, casting a sidelong glance at Neza, who was rummaging through his storage artifacts. He produced a barbecue grill, plates, utensils, seasonings, and even 2 heads of garlic. Zhao Zhuo stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Not far away, Aohai from Bei Tianmin had just drawn a magical weapon when he saw Neza holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, an apron tied around his neck. Aohai let out a startled cry, leaping several dozen yards away. The others, witnessing Neza's meticulous preparations, were momentarily bewildered. What was this guy doing? Was it time to eat? Just then, the flame of the Fire Lin sword flickered in the hands of the representative from Chaoyang Ancient City, and a sharp sword chi descended, severing the advancing claws in an instant. Qi Ning, unfazed, wrapped her entire right hand around one of the 1,000-legged insect's claws, the flames igniting around her without a hint of fear, leaving behind a tantalizing scent of roasted meat. Neza's eyes sparkled even brighter. While it may not be particularly strong, it possesses strength at the Ginyuan realm. No wonder those rogues perished upon entry. Zhao Zhuo mused, though his expression turned grave. If even the first floor of the monster suppression tower harbored beasts of the Ginyuan realm, what lay in store on the 2nd and 3rd floors? One could only imagine that the 8th and 9th floors would undoubtedly host entities surpassing the Ginyuan realm, perhaps even in numbers. With the current group, could they truly conquer the monster suppression tower? Zhuangzhen shared similar concerns. He had already attempted to contact individuals outside for assistance, but to his dismay, all connections were abruptly severed. Something felt amiss. In a corner, the 2 monks clung to each other, fear etched across their faces. Master, did the Buddha ever mention what to do in situations like this? The elderly monk trembled, goosebumps crawling across his bald head. The Buddha said, "One must possess the resolve of a scoundrel." Chapter 62. The sudden surge of beasts, Zhao Zhuo, Aohai, Zhuangzhen, Qi Ning, and the representative from the Chaoyang Sect were the 5 representatives of the 5 sacred lands. All at the pinnacle of the Ginyuan realm. In contrast, the 2 monks, whose cultivation levels were indiscernible, could only offer encouragement from the sidelines, unable to contribute meaningfully. As for Neza, it is an entirely different artistic style. Wherever he goes, he wields a blade in his left hand and a fork in his right, salivating over whatever he sees before contemplating how to roast it deliciously in less than 10 minutes on the 1st floor of the demon ceiling tower. The centipede concealed underground was swiftly dismembered by the formidable zonting of Chaoyang Ancient City. Neza picked up 2 of the plumpest claws and embarked on her culinary broadcasting career. Meanwhile, Xuanzang and his disciples hid nearby, alternating between nervously cheering, "Go, go, go," and silently praying for compassion with hands clasped together. The trio of rascals managed to reach the 6th floor unscathed. On the 6th floor of the demon ceiling tower, they found themselves in an expansive gray forest. As soon as they landed, they beheld a massive python, towering like a mountain, gazing down at them. The aura emanating from it indicated that it had already surpassed the Guanyuan realm. A beast of the Xinzio realm? A wave of dread washed over the group. This was merely the 6th level, and already they encountered a creature of such formidable caliber. They could scarcely fathom the horrors that awaited them on the 9th level. Transitioning from a Guanyuan upper realm beast on the 1st floor to a Xinzio initial realm beast now spanned several tiers. By this rate of escalation, the next level would likely host at least 5 initial realm beasts. And the 8th and 9th floors, as they ascended, apart from Neza and her companions who remained unscathed, the others bore various injuries, and 2 wandering cultivators from the Guanyuan upper realm had already perished on the 5th floor. Zhao Zhuo cast a discerning glance over the crowd, confident that the representatives from the major sacred sites possessed hidden capabilities. A single Xinzio realm beast posed no significant threat to any of them. However, the imminent dangers were escalating, and the toll was becoming increasingly severe. In pursuit of greater rewards, some individuals' intentions had begun to shift. One wished to exert their full strength, preferring to play the role of a bystander, leading to a breakdown in their initial cooperation when facing danger. It seemed likely that casualties would soon follow. "Hey, let us go fight the monsters. Why are you all just standing there?" Neza exclaimed, tying on an apron while retrieving utensils from her storage pouch, peering upward. "Little snake? This K. I wonder if it's tasty. I think I'd prefer to eat a little dragon instead." Aohai's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly jumped aside. The 5 major sacred sites exchanged glances, silently communicating as they directed their gazes toward the others. "You all go first. Why should we?" A burly middle-aged man, a wandering cultivator from the northern continent, retorted. "We all came here for the trial rewards. Why should we be used as cannon fodder?" Zhuangzhen narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of malice flashing within. "Do you have an objection?" The man's expression shifted, retreating a couple of steps and suddenly turning to look at his companions. Everyone, the 5 major sacred sites are being tyrannical. They want us to be the scapegoats just to conserve their energy for the final reward contest. We cannot be their stepping stones. In addition to the 5 major sacred sites and the 2 monks, there were a total of 9 individuals, 6 at the peak of the Guanyuan realm and 3 in the Guanyuan upper realm. Upon hearing the man's words, the minor sect representatives hesitated for a moment before clustering together, evidently preparing to band together against the oppression from the 5 major sacred sites. Let us rely on our own abilities. At this, the original formation fractured, splitting into 2 factions, one composed of the 5 major sacred sites and the other comprising the wandering cultivators and minor sect individuals. Zhuang Zhan cast a cold glance around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the giant python beast. Let us get through this challenge first. These beasts should have lost their intelligence and thus cannot transform, severely diminishing their power, rendering them less formidable. As Zhuang Zhan spoke, the sky suddenly darkened ominously, and the massive python's tail descended from above, accompanied by a terrifying sound of wind rushing through the air. Zhao Zhua and others had no choice but to focus entirely on the impending threat. Neza widened her eyes as she gazed at the python suspended in the air, whispering in awe, "Wow, it's so huge. Perhaps we should run further away. If we get swept up in that, it won't just be injuries." The old monk grasped Neza with one hand while holding the young monk with the other, dragging them toward a corner. Initially, Neza was reluctant, thinking, "What's so frightening about a little snake?" With a resounding crash, the python's tail struck the ground near Neza's feet, creating a massive chasm, causing the young girl's expression to change. "Run? We need to get far away." The trio of rascals stealthily retreated to a distance, eyes wide with anticipation as they watched the battle unfold. Soon, feeling bored, Neza produced a bag of sunflower seeds from her storage pouch and, unusually generous, offered some to the 2 monks. "Here, try these." Monks can beg for alms, but they shouldn't pick up scraps to them. "Is that caramel flavored?" "Yes, have some." With a crunching sound, the 3 sat together, munching on seeds while observing the ongoing combat. The fellow from Chaoyang City is quite impressive. His sword intent is sharp and domineering, showcasing considerable talent. "Yes, attack it." "What's wrong with that guy from Baiyang Academy?" "Come on, don't hang back like a coward." "Yes, set fire to its tail. Be careful not to shatter the demon core." The demon core of a Zinzio realm great demon is a treasure. The old monk, spitting sunflower seed shells, assumed a posture of a battlefield strategist. "Master, why don't you join in?" the young monk inquired. The old monk's expression darkened. "I am but a humble practitioner." Unbeknownst to them, the individuals from the 5 major sacred sites gracefully maneuvered around the outskirts, diverting all the pressure onto the wandering cultivators, ultimately resulting in 2 of them being sent flying as a sacrifice for Zongting's strike. A swift decapitation. The giant python was cleaved in 2. The lush green world rapidly collapsed, revealing the interior of the demon ceiling tower. At that moment, a violent tremor surged through the area, akin to an earthquake, causing all faces to pale. "What is happening?" Zhao Zhua's expression shifted. "This is bad. The situation outside has changed." After breaking through the illusions of each layer, they would find themselves back within the demon ceiling tower. Although their spiritual awareness had been diminished, they could still catch glimpses of the outside world. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Zhua and his companions beheld a multitude of demon beasts swarming around the tower, a relentless tide that surrounded them. How could there be so many demon beasts? Qining exclaimed in shock. Apart from those who had entered the tower, all the representatives from the major sacred sites remained outside. While their numbers were considerable, their average strength was not high. Yet, as they glanced around, they saw countless Guanyuan realm great demons and an innumerable horde of foundational realm beasts. These creatures appeared to be spurred into a frenzy by some unseen force, launching themselves at the demon ceiling tower and attacking the human cultivators outside in a short time. The human cultivators had already suffered significant casualties. "This is dire." Zongting and Zhao Zhua's expressions changed drastically as they prepared to rush out, only to be stopped by Zhuang Zhen. "If we exit now, all will be in vain. What should we do? Are we to simply watch our disciples perish at the claws of these beasts?" Zhao Zhua was frantic. Zhuang Zhen shook his head. "If we wish to save them, there is but one course of action. We must ascend to the top of the stone tower and end the trial." Chapter 63. The news from Luxiang demon beasts, an overwhelming horde of demon beasts. Xiao Qian's face drained of color, his entire being rendered rigid. "What's going on? How can there be so many demon beasts?" Terrifying tremors radiated from all directions as countless massive creatures closed in, encircling everyone in mere moments. Leading the charge were 8 demon beasts, their auras unmistakably belonging to the peak of the Guanyuan realm, followed by dozens, if not hundreds, of Guanyuan realm beasts, and then foundational realm beasts. The sheer density of these creatures created an almost suffocating atmosphere. This is bad. Chaoyang Pekish Chao Sanyang cried out. Quickly contact senior brother Zhao Zhua. Hurry! At that moment, a colossal firebird swooped down, engulfed in intense flames, crashing into the throng of people. Several wandering cultivators barely had time to scream before being reduced to ashes. To the east, 2 hairy dragon elephants swung their long trunks, distorting the bodies of those they struck. To the west was a shadow leopard with blue eyes, while to the south loomed 2 massive rats. And to the north, 2 howling moon wolves. These peak Guanyuan realm beasts, hindered from transforming into human form due to the constraints of the demon garden, nonetheless exuded an overwhelming primal force and a terrifying murderous aura, leaving everyone disoriented. Death began the moment they made contact. Tai Xuan Sect, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to lead us all to our doom? The representatives from Baitian Gate screamed in terror. Chao Sanyang's eyes were filled with dread as he desperately organized the Tai Xuan disciples into a defensive formation, but their efforts yielded little. Overwhelmed by despair, Chao Sanyang, a novice in the Demon Garden trials, had no understanding of what was transpiring. However, the sheer magnitude of the beastly assault could not have been orchestrated by Tai Xuan. The only plausible explanation was that certain uncontrollable factors had exceeded their grasp. Everyone, hold on. I've sent word to the elders of our sect. Help will arrive shortly. Curse it. Hold the line. We're doomed. Run. The sounds of successive screams echoed, imbued with an apocalyptic dread that gradually enveloped them. Chao Sanyang gazed toward the demon ceiling tower, his expression one of hopelessness. What on earth is happening? Li Chang'an regarded the elderly figure before him with a hint of unease. Elder, you're not lost. Are you? The divine image peak is just ahead. Yes, turn left after descending the mountain. The old man squinted, quietly scrutinizing Li Chang'an. Well, Senior Liu, what brings you to me? The visitor is Liu Xiang from Chaosyang Ancient City, a formidable practitioner at the peak of the False Void Realm. Previously, he had subtly assisted me, which enabled me to drive away Gu Lai from the Baiyang Academy and gain control of the situation. It is said that the master brother of the Tai Xuan 9 Peaks is a rare talent, a century's worth of cultivation wasted. Initially, it was thought to be a case of Tai Xuan concealing its true capabilities, or perhaps a misunderstanding by the world, but now it seems such claims were indeed accurate. Li Chang'an grinned. Do you believe that if someone else had said this, I would have smashed their face to bits? Senior, you aren't suspecting that I possess source power, are you? Li Chang'an shrugged. Just take a look for yourself. I'm so poor I can't even afford a clean pair of undergarments. How could I possibly have something as precious as source power? Liu Xiang replied. Underwear? Li Chang'an. You old rascal, do you not understand the art of self-deprecation? Liu Xiang's eyes crinkled into a smile. I certainly don't believe your words, but rest assured, our Chaosyang Ancient City is not a band of thieves. We want to forcefully make things difficult for you, but I come to you today merely to propose a transaction. What? Li Chang'an inquired, curiosity piqued. Liu Xiang turned his gaze toward the distant expanse of the sky. Chaosyang Ancient City has existed for millennia, producing countless extraordinary talents, and of course, many ascenders. However, since the Holy War a millennium ago, our city has gradually fallen into decline. Not only does the North Gate overshadow us, but both the Four Directions Pavilion and Baiyang Academy are also gaining ground. Regardless of whether the cause of our current predicament lies in source power, I do not wish for Chaosyang to be trampled underfoot. Li Chang'an felt even more perplexed. This old man has been rambling for ages. What is he trying to convey? Does he not understand the concept of a central theme? Is Zongbei preparing to face the tribulation? Ah? Li Chang'an was taken aback. Isn't it impossible for the cultivators of the North Continent to summon heavenly tribulations? Has he found a way to obtain source power? Liu Xiang shook his head. There is no source power, but the city lord possesses a sword capable of cleaving open the heavenly gates. Li Chang'an silently gave a thumbs up. That's quite impressive. Sword cultivators seek unparalleled lethality and sharpness. I cannot obstruct the city lord. Yet, after this meeting, my concerns have only deepened. A flicker of conflict passed through Liu Xiang's eyes. Thus, I would like to invite you, young friend, to visit our Chaosyang Ancient City after our meeting. To witness the ceremony. Witness? To observe Zongbei facing his tribulation? Li Chang'an responded. I say, dear brother, you still do not grasp my meaning. I am merely a waste of space in the Qi refinement realm, lacking any source power. What use could I possibly serve in your city? You might as well set up a chicken head incense altar and pray for the ancestors' blessings. Li Chang'an internally scoffed. Oh, it's merely an invitation. As for its usefulness, is it not clear to you? Li Chang'an opened his mouth. You do believe me, right? I truly have no idea. Hee, senior, please return. The outside world is fraught with danger. I dare not wander about. Yes, staying at the ninth peak is far safer. Li Chang'an turned to leave. As long as you are willing to visit Chaosyang ancient city, you shall be considered a friend of ours. In the future, our city may forge an alliance with the Tai Xuan Sect, a mutual defense pact to seek the great path together. Li Chang'an ignored him entirely. Everyone can talk big. I would prefer some tangible benefits, like spirit crystals. Though the Tai Xuan Sect desperately needs a powerful ally, I'm afraid I truly cannot afford to venture out. With my mere bronze level 4 cultivation, in this age where gold and silver abound, wouldn't I just be asking for trouble? Li Chang'an imagined being chased down by a horde of thugs wielding knives and decisively shook his head. Lu Xiang smiled without speaking, merely nodding meaningfully before turning to leave. Li Chang'an sat beneath the old locust tree, still in a state of uncertainty. Zhong Bei is preparing to face his tribulation? The city lord of Chaosyang, the strongest in the North Continent, surely wouldn't he choose to court death? Would he? Li Chang'an couldn't fathom it. Could it be that he has found a way to evade the influence of source power? Or perhaps, is it simply to validate his sword path? Surely, he can't be that reckless. The fact that Zhong Bei has a means to summon heavenly tribulations does not imply success, for throughout the millennium, there have been those who sought to harness heavenly forces through unconventional means, only to meet a dismal end. Yet, if he wishes to succeed in facing the tribulation, Li Chang'an remained skeptical. After all, he had just played the role of an analyst only to be slapped in the face by this fellow. Whatever, if he wishes to face it, let him do so. I will not be dragged into this. Li Chang'an tossed the thin mat aside and lay down, only to hear a voice resonating in his ear. Li Chang'an, hasten to Tai Xuan Peak. Chapter 64. I request to be expelled from the sect. When Li Chang'an arrived, both Master Dan Yun and senior brother Zhou Yuan were already present. Their expressions unexpectedly grave. There has been an incident at the Demon Garden. Li Chang'an's face changed slightly. What happened? Neza is still inside. He can't be in danger, right? Master Dan Yang shook his head. We don't know. Recently, news from the Demon Garden indicated that the trial disciples have reached the base of the demon sealing tower. Except for a few who have entered the tower to attack, the rest are waiting outside. The problem lies within the demon sealing tower? No. Master Dan Yun shook his head. The issue is outside. For some unknown reason, the beasts of the entire Demon Garden have gathered together and simultaneously launched an attack on the trial disciples. Among them, there are at least 2 beasts at the peak of the returning Yuan realm, and over 100 at the initial stage of returning Yuan, not to mention countless foundation establishment and chi refinement beasts. The trial disciples are being besieged, and their chances of surviving amidst the thousands of attacking beasts are slim. Master, weren't the beasts in the Demon Garden stripped of their intelligence? Zhou Yuan inquired. Indeed, to ensure the safety of the trial disciples, the intelligence of the beasts was erased. However, what is peculiar is that these mindless beasts seem to have been organized by something, launching a concerted attack with intent. Master Dan Yun explained, visibly frustrated. I suspect it has something to do with the great demon within the demon sealing tower. Li Chang'an's eyelids flickered. Now it was his turn to feel the pressure. Master Dan Yun, you didn't summon me here to. Dan Yun nodded. I mean precisely what you think. Li Chang'an, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded. Very well, I shall return to the 9th peak then. He turned to leave. Come back here. Dan Yun glared at Li Chang'an. Don't play dumb with me. That great demon was imprisoned in the Demon Garden by someone from your 9th peak. Now that such a situation has arisen, if you do not handle it, who will? Li Chang'an wore a resigned expression. I say, old man, I'm just a waste of space in the chi refinement realm, and my presence would be of no use. That great demon is at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Even a sneeze from it could obliterate me. Why would I willingly seek death? The great demon of the Demon Garden is indeed connected to the 9th peak. Years ago, Hui rose to prominence in the last Sacred Land Conference, subsequently heading to Canglan, inheriting the mantle of the previous Canglan Guardian. Before the last Canglan Guardian retired, he not only entrusted the responsibility of guarding Canglan to Hui, but also handed him a captive, a great demon at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Later, Hui stripped it of its demon bloodline and forcibly reduced its realm, sealing it beneath the demon sealing tower. That was how the tower got its name. But what does that have to do with me? Li Chang'an felt a wave of grievance. Even if it was stripped of its bloodline and reduced in realm, it had once been a great demon of the divine realm. Over the years, who knows if it has broken through? If the turmoil in the Demon Garden truly stems from it, wouldn't I just be offering myself as a target? Master Dan Yun, I implore you to spare me. I wish you longevity, and may you live 100 years in good health. Are you wishing me longevity this year, when I am already 700 years old? Do you wish for my early demise? Dan Yang suppressed the urge to pummel this guy. You know that the world of the Demon Garden is on the brink of collapse and cannot withstand a powerful energy impact. At most, we can only send a disciple at the peak of returning you on. But I doubt that would be of any use. Since that is the case, the only suitable candidate I can think of is you. You are from the 9th peak. If that great demon sees you, it will at least attract some of its ire, giving the trial disciples a chance to escape. Li Chang'an was no longer composed. Master, I request to be expelled from the sect and roam the world. Master Dan Yun patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder. Very well. After you exit the Demon Garden, I shall grant your wish. Li Chang'an, this old fellow is determined to push him to his doom, isn't he? You're clever. You don't need to confront the great demon head-on. Just ensure the trial disciples can escape. Dan Yun said, if you agree, upon your return, you may ask for anything, and I will not refuse as long as it is within my power. If you do not agree, do not expect to receive any elixirs from me in the future. We will settle the score for what you took advantage of before. Li Chang'an raised his hands in surrender. Fine. I'll go. Dan Yun smiled with satisfaction. Bring along Qingyi. She is at the initial stage of the heart enlightenment realm and barely within the limits of the Demon Garden. Even if danger arises, she can offer you some assistance. After leaving Tai Xuan Peak, he saw Shan Qingyi fully equipped and waiting for him. Brother Chang'an, the senior sister has sent me to the Demon Garden. What has happened? Li Chang'an grinned. Indeed, something rather unpleasant has occurred. Feeling the softness on his arm, Li Chang'an's mood improved somewhat. Once I return to Shao Qiongfeng to finalize my will and arrange my affairs, we shall set off immediately. Very well. Li Chang'an hurried back to Shao Qiongfeng and then, along with Shan Qingyi, made their way directly to the entrance of the Demon Garden atop Xinjiang Peak. However, in the next moment, Li Jing suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Has something transpired within the Demon Garden? The restrictions within the Demon Garden sever all communications. Only the Tai Xuan Sect possesses the secret methods to receive messages from within. Li Chang'an cast a glance and remarked, indeed. All your Northern Heavenly Gate disciples have perished. I was just about to enter to retrieve their bodies. Li Jing's expression darkened. Kid, if any of my Northern Heavenly Gate disciples meet with misfortune in the Demon Garden, then you Tai Xuan should brace yourselves for the wrath of my sect. Unfazed, Li Chang'an stepped forward and vanished into the entrance of the Demon Garden. Li Jing's expression fluctuated as he resolved to investigate what had happened within the Demon Garden. Was there an emergence of celestial spirit energy? Furthermore, no matter what, Aohai must not come to harm. A shadow behind him softly acknowledged and swiftly disappeared. The devastation within the Demon Garden exceeded all imagination. Thousands of demon beasts surged forth from unknown origins, relentlessly assaulting the cultivators beneath the demon sealing tower. In less than half a day, the ranks of several hundred cultivators had been halved. Aside from the 5 great sacred grounds, which could still muster a meager defense, the smaller sects and rogue cultivators had suffered catastrophic losses. In front of Chao Sanyang lay an ancient incense burner, from which wisps of blue smoke spiraled upward, expanding to form a bowl-shaped fog barrier inverted above them. Beyond the smoky barrier lay a layer of demon beast corpses, yet more creatures with bloodshot eyes fixated on Chao Sanyang and his companions. Brother, why haven't the sect members arrived yet? A disciple beside him, whose arm had been torn asunder by a demon beast, asked, his face pale. If the sect doesn't arrive soon, we shall perish here. Chao Sanyang struggled to open his eyes and scan the scene. Of the 60 disciples from the Tai Xuan Sect, nearly half had already fallen in such a short span, and this was under the protection of a high-grade spiritual treasure of the mystic realm. Brother, why not retreat into the demon sealing tower? No, none of us know what the situation within the tower is like. Rushing in recklessly may prove even more perilous. Chao Sanyang gazed at the 2 howling moonwolf demons outside, their eyes glowing an ominous green, and at the increasingly faint smoke barrier under the relentless assault of the demon beasts, gritting his teeth. Just hold on a little longer. As he spoke, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, splattering onto the incense burner, causing the smoke to thicken significantly. He did not notice that a considerable portion of his blood was drawn down to the ground by some unseen force, swiftly permeating and vanishing. Chapter 65. I am just a simple foodie within the 8th floor of the demon sealing tower. The few remaining individuals bore injuries. Of the 11 representatives from the smaller sects that had entered the tower, 8 had perished, leaving only 2 men and 1 woman huddled together, their faces ashen. The members of the 5 great sacred grounds possessed means of self-preservation, Yet they too were gravely wounded. Even they, when faced with 10 initial stage great demons on the 7th floor, had to expend all their strength. Only Neza and his master Xuanzang appeared radiant, having suffered little to no harm. This is disastrous. Half of us have already fallen after just the 8th floor. We stand no chance on the 9th. The old monk fretted, pacing anxiously. What to do? What to do? Even if we escape the demon ceiling tower, we may not survive the demon garden. If I had known, I would not have joined this chaos and stark contrast. The young monk Xuanzang sat in meditation, hands clasped, reciting scriptures without much concern. Neza, patting his bulging belly contentedly, burped as he tidied up his utensils, appearing more as if he were on a picnic than assaulting a tower. Just then, Zhuangzhan, who had been meditating to recover, suddenly leaped up with lightning speed, darting towards Neza with the intent to seize him by the neck. The 3 rogues were startled, and before they could react, a flying sword swept through, knocking Zhuangzhan aside. Zhuangzhan, what are you doing? Having failed in his initial attempt, Zhuangzhan retreated with a sullen expression. Humph, have you not noticed that the demon beasts in this tower do not attack Neza at all? Qining and Zongting furrowed their brows, equally fixated on Neza and the protective Zhaozhua. Upon entering the demon ceiling tower, lower-tier demon beasts had been easily dispatched by them, leaving no need for Neza to intervene. However, as time passed, the demon beasts within the tower grew increasingly powerful in both rank and number, leading to inevitable encounters with beasts that could threaten Neza and the others. Yet, they soon realized that these demon beasts completely ignored Neza. Even if they accidentally collided with him, they would instinctively veer away. This was utterly nonsensical. From the 1st to the 8th floor, 8 had perished, and the remaining were heavily injured, while Neza strolled leisurely, untouched and indulging in food along the way. This left them utterly perplexed. Perhaps Neza's cultivation is too low to attract the notice of the demon beasts? Qining inquired. Zhuangzhan scoffed. The demon beasts of the demon garden have had their intelligence erased, retaining only their primal instincts for attack. How could they possibly choose their opponents with such discernment? I have attempted several times to lure the demon beasts towards Neza, yet each time they would retreat before they could approach. Does that not raise questions? Zhaozhua's face darkened, his eyes flickering uncertainly. I propose we capture Neza and have him guide us to the 9th floor of the demon ceiling tower. Agreed. Aohai was the first to leap forward, harboring both fear and resentment towards Neza. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he was determined to seize it. The other 2 rogue cultivators exchanged glances, moving behind Song Gongyang. Qining and Zongting remained still. I dare anyone to harm my Tai Xuan disciples. Zhaozhua's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the 3, declaring, to strike against my Tai Xuan disciples is to make an enemy of my sect. Think carefully before you act. Zhuangzhan chuckled darkly. Tai Xuan, do you truly consider yourselves one of the sacred grounds of the northern continent? Merely a nouveau riche, and after the Sacred Ground Conference, you will be hard-pressed to protect yourselves, let alone threaten me. Having finished speaking, Zhuangzhan turned to Qining and Zongting. If we do not capture Neza, we shall not pass the 9th floor. Have you forgotten your respective missions? Celestial treasures, celestial spirit energy. Qining contemplated for a moment before standing up and moving to Zhuangzhan's side. Though he held disdain for Zhuangzhan, there was some merit to his words. Zongting snorted coldly, approaching Neza with the Fire Lin sword in hand. The ancient city of Zhaoyang disdained such despicable tactics and would never resort to abducting a young girl. Zhuangzhan's expression darkened. So, the ancient city of Zhaoyang chooses to align with the Tai Xuan Sect and stand against us 3 sacred grounds. Humph. Zongting shot back a derisive smile, tension mounting in the air. Neza, to the 9th floor, quickly, Zhaozhua called out, sword drawn, blocking the way. Neza glanced at Zhaozhua before pulling the young monk Xuanzang towards the staircase. Block them. Zhuangzhan surged forward, a blaze igniting in his palm as he thrust towards Neza. Zhaozhua's sword gleamed, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword energy that intercepted Zhuangzhan from both sides alongside Zongting. In the brief clash, Neza had already vanished into the staircase, entering the 9th floor. Damn it, damn it. After the 3 rogues successfully entered the 9th floor, they randomly chose a direction and hurried inside. They understood that Zhaozhua and Zongting were certainly no match for the other 6. Although Zhuangzhan would not kill Zhaozhua, he would absolutely not allow Zhaozhua to impede him. If that man were to catch up, they would be fortunate to survive, let alone secure a place in the trial. Thus, their priority was to swiftly discover a way to pass the 9th floor and conclude this trial. The old monk looked at Neza with an innocent expression, murmuring, "Little benefactor, you have brought us trouble this time. When we pass the trial, you must allow us to go first." Neza, running while glancing back, regarded the old monk with confusion. Master Baldi, are you sure it wasn't your disciples who got me into trouble? The old monk's eyelids twitched slightly. What nonsense are you speaking, little benefactor? The people from Bayang Academy and the Northern Heavenly Gate are after you. Is it not your unparalleled 12 transformation color lotus Tao body that has caused the demon beasts in the demon tower to refrain from touching you? Neza laughed heartily. You do have a point, why senior brother has often said that my 12 transformation color lotus Tao body is indeed rare across the world. As he spoke, his expression turned serious. But the reason the demon beasts in the demon tower do not attack me is not because of you, my dear disciple Xuanzang. The old monk's expression grew grave. Benefactor, while one may indulge in barbecues, one must not speak carelessly. Such reckless rumors could bring calamity upon my disciples and me. Neza stared at the old monk. Old bald man, do you think I am merely a simple foodie? The old monk nodded. Perhaps? Neza, despite being somewhat foolishly endearing and a true glutton, is not without her wits. Long before Zhuangzi and his companions made their discovery, she had already noted that the beasts within the demon tower seemed to deliberately avoid her presence. Initially, she attributed this to her own overwhelming aura of dominance, but gradually she realized that it was not she whom these creatures feared, but rather the small monk, Xuanzang, who quietly chanted scriptures and occasionally exclaimed 666. It appeared as though he bore a halo of sanctity, capable of dispelling all malevolent energies, including those of the demon beasts within the tower. This revelation was also the reason she chose to accompany the elderly monk and the young one. Even when Zhao Zhu sought an opportunity to ascend to the 9th level, he insisted on bringing these two along. The old monk, seeing that Neza was not easily fooled, helplessly grasped her arm and implored, Little benefactor, please name your price. Neza pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, I heard you cannot even afford the entrance fee to the demon garden? The old monk looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Rest assured, it is merely a matter of an untainted Zen heart. I will not speak of it indiscriminately. The old monk was taken aback. You know this? Chapter 66. The ancient temple on Dragon Pillar Peak. Although Li Chang'an possessed a frail constitution and his cultivation progressed at a glacial pace, he was nonetheless the elder brother of the 9th peak. After Zhang Heng's ascension, he had delved into the reasons why northern continent cultivators could not attain the same, immersing himself in a multitude of studies, including the cultivation systems of this world and various methods, even collaborating with the 6th disciple to explore the 3,000 minor paths. Thus, he was aware of the concept of an untainted Zen heart in Buddhism. After Neza arrived at the 9th peak, Li Chang'an often dropped a few remarks to embellish his elder brother's illustrious image. Of course, Neza did not discern Xuanzang's possession of an untainted Zen heart. She merely spoke offhandedly, unwittingly startling the old monk. Little benefactor, you must not speak recklessly of the untainted Zen heart. If word gets out, my disciple and I could face dire consequences. The old monk clutched at Neza's garment, beseeching her humbly. Dire consequences? Why? Neza inquired, her expression one of confusion. Since this fellow knows of the untainted Zen heart, does he not understand its benefits? The old monk's eyes darted. What is there to misunderstand? The untainted Zen heart of Buddhism is akin to your 12 transformations of the colorful lotus. It is an extraordinary cultivation physique. My disciple and I are but solitary wanderers, lacking profound cultivation or a strong sect backing. Should someone become envious, it could spell our doom. Neza contemplated this, conceding that there was some truth to his words. Fear not. I shall not speak indiscriminately. The old monk secretly sighed in relief, except for my elder brother. The old monk stumbled. With Xuanzang's immunity to demon beast buffs, the three of them wandered the 9th level for quite some time without encountering even a single rat, allowing their anxious hearts to finally settle. However, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind them, startling the trio. Those fellows have caught up so soon. The old monk turned to flee, only to witness the ground erupt violently, a torrent of lava surging towards the entrance of the 9th level. From within the magma, massive crimson wings unfurled, blotting out the sun, as torrents of fire rained down from beneath the wings towards the entrance. The harrowing screams soon ceased. Oh no. Even Neza found herself somewhat unsettled. Those fellows couldn't have been dispatched by the guardian demon beasts of the 9 peaks, could they? The old monk felt his throat dry. The demon beasts capable of annihilating those creatures were likely far beyond mere initial realms. By the heavens, I'm fortunate to have brought along this external aid. Otherwise, my own head would have been forfeit long ago. Shall we go take a look? Neza asked, licking her lips. The old monk's expression changed. Little benefactor, do not seek death. Do not drag me along. If we anger the demon beasts here, They will not care for any untainted Zen heart and will surely devour us whole. But how can we conclude this trial without defeating the guardian demon beasts? Neza questioned, perplexed. The old monk's gaze turned serious. Fear not, little benefactor. You have aided my disciple and me greatly. I will ensure you leave the demon garden safely. Neza tilted her head, and then the old monk hesitated slightly. His expression peculiar. He had come to the Tai Xuan demon garden not merely to guide his disciple through trials. There were certain secrets he wished to keep from the girl before him. Yet, as a practitioner of Buddhism, he also did not want to break the precept against false speech. After a moment's thought, the old monk suddenly proposed, "Would you care for a snack first?" Neza's eyes lit up. Yes, indeed. She began to rummage for a barbecue grill, utensils, an apron, and a plump wild boar leg. Little benefactor, you start grilling. My disciple and I will take a moment to attend to some matters. With that, he grasped Xuanzang and turned to flee, suddenly veering in another direction once out of Neza's sight. Master, why are we leaving Neza alone? If she encounters a demon beast, she will be in danger. Xuanzang questioned, puzzled as he ran. Are you foolish? Have you forgotten why we risked our lives to come to the Tai Xuan demon garden? Xuanzang remained confused. The old monk's expression grew unusually grave. It is said that the Tai Xuan demon garden is, in fact, a treasure left behind by an immortal. While this assertion holds some truth, more accurately, it should be regarded as a celestial treasure forged by an enlightened bodhisattva to suppress the chaotic demon lands of the northern continent. However, for reasons unknown, the treasure became damaged and transformed into a trial ground within the Tai Xuan sacred land. Xuanzang nodded, somewhat understanding. Master, you do not intend to covet this celestial treasure for yourself? Do you? He raised an eyebrow. Master, have you become a bit too ambitious? Fool! The old monk flicked his hand, delivering a sharp reprimand. What use is this demon garden? What I seek is the lingering celestial essence within that celestial treasure, an invaluable commodity. Should you acquire the bodhisattva's celestial energy, combined with your untainted Zen heart, you would be capable of grasping the true principles of the Buddha and entering the Western paradise. Master, I am wholly devoted to you. Little Xuanzang, you must strive to excel. The old monk gazed longingly towards the west, his expression complex. However, Master, leaving Neza behind seems somewhat unfair. Do not worry. Once we acquire the bodhisattva's essence, we shall return for her. The old monk interrupted Xuanzang, producing a lotus petal from seemingly nowhere, flicking it with his finger, causing it to transform into a beam of light that shot forth. Come, follow me. The two of them stumbled and rolled, chasing after the lotus petal for over an hour, finally arriving at the foot of Dragon Pillar Peak. Dragon Pillar Peak spiraled upwards, towering 100 feet high, at the summit of which stood an ancient temple with a plaque emblazoned with the Buddhist symbol of swastika. We have arrived. The old monk trembled with excitement. As long as you obtain the celestial energy seal left by the bodhisattva, our purpose for this journey will be fulfilled. Xuanzang stood frozen in place. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Xuanzang's expression turned troubled. Master, have you forgotten something? Huh? I am, but at the Qi refinement realm. I cannot fly, Dada. You cannot fly? The old monk felt somewhat dumbfounded. Realizing how he had overlooked such a crucial detail, glancing up, he noted the peak loomed a full 100 feet high, surrounded by sheer cliffs, with no clear path upward. This was indeed awkward. The old monk's face turned a shade of blue, as if he had consumed something foul, after narrowly escaping the sects of the northern continent and dealing with the demon beasts of the ceiling tower. He found himself separated from this delectable prize by a towering dragon pillar peak. Blast it! The old monk cursed, breaking his precept against false speech. It cannot end like this. What is just a mountain? I shall scale it. Rolling up his pant legs, he angrily declared, I, a monk, once traversed the 3,000 ancient temples of the Buddhist realm barefoot. I will not stumble in this wretched place. Chapter 67. The crimson cloud sparrow Zhuangzhan, battered and bloodied, scrambled to his feet. Jianwu, damn it, how can there be a Jinwu here? Zhuangzhan's countenance was one of horror, trembling uncontrollably. Jinwu, akin to the Jiaolong, belongs to the lineage of sacred beasts among the demon clan. Their numbers few, but their bloodline potent. An adult Jinwu could reach the realms of divinity or even transcendence, its mighty wings capable of stirring up tempests across 1,000 miles. Yet, to his knowledge, aside from the Jiaolong lineage, which had formed a contract with the Northern Skygate, other sacred beasts were said to dwell only in the depths of the Canglan. Why, then, did a Jinwu appear in the demon garden of Tai Xuan? Moreover, it was a half-mature one. Could it be that the Jinwu clan sought refuge with the Tai Xuan Sect, just as the Jiaolong had? Zhuangzhan had no time for contemplation. The massive wings stirred up a conflagration, engulfing the surroundings in flames, as torrents of fire mingled with the underground lava surged toward him and his companions. This is not a Jinwu. Shifeng Gu dodged nimbly, furrowing her brow. This is a crimson cloud sparrow, but it seems to have inherited the bloodline of the Jinwu, evolving into a manifestation of its form. Shifeng Gu, possessing the legacy of 4 sacred beasts, had a deeper understanding of demon clans than the Baiyang Academy, allowing her to identify the anomaly before her at a glance. Something is amiss here. We must retreat immediately. Qining, have you truly forgotten this mission? If I am not mistaken, the wisps of celestial energy within the demon garden reside on the 9th floor of the demon ceiling tower. You may be willing to return empty-handed, but I am not. Qining halted her steps. Why Ares Academy possesses a formation capable of restraining Qi Yunk, but it requires time. You few, assist me in holding them off. Very well. Ao Hai was the first to step forward, transforming into his true form, a mighty dragon, and charged towards Qi Yunk. As Qining observed Ao Hai's advance, flames ignited around her, compelling her to follow closely behind. Having inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crow, Qi Yunk's strength surged unexpectedly, escalating from the mid-stage of the heart-illuminating realm to the pinnacle of the same. The elemental energy of heaven and earth around the 9th peak of the demon ceiling tower rapidly converged, only to be consumed in a blazing inferno, akin to a burning sun. Zhuangzhan, witnessing Ao Hai and Qining momentarily obstructing Qi Yunk, wore a grim expression. He brandished a golden talisman, biting his finger to commence a blood painting. The elemental energy of heaven and earth on the 9th floor of the demon ceiling tower grew increasingly peculiar, as a portion of the spiritual energy, previously stirred by Qi Yunk, abruptly diverted towards Zhuangzhan. Hurry, I cannot endure much longer. Time passed slowly, with Qining and Ao Hai being repelled again and again, crashing to the ground while calling out to Zhuangzhan to hasten his actions. After the span of a burning incense stick, slender golden threads began to emerge from the golden talisman in Zhuangzhan's hand, spreading forth as if alive, enveloping Qi Yunk. Sensing danger, Qi Yunk unleashed a massive fiery flap of its wings, sending Ao Hai and Qining flying before turning to flee. However, the golden threads moved faster, quickly entangling Qi Yunk's claws, followed by its wings and body. In less than a minute, the fire-cloaked Qi Yunk found itself ensnared by the golden threads, struggling in vain despite its peak heart-illuminating strength. Is this the sealing technique of the Ares Academy? Qining, bathed in bloodlight, struggled to rise from the ground, her gaze fixated on the golden threads emerging from the talisman, binding Qi Yunk and drawing it inward. Ao Hai's expression also shifted. Though he embodied a dragon, his mastery of secret techniques and spells was relatively limited compared to other cultivators. Ares Academy, known for its formidable spells, had birthed many powerful and insidious techniques across the northern continent. This is dire. Qi Yunk's power is too immense. I cannot control it. Suddenly, Zhuangzhan's countenance darkened. Several of the threads binding Qi Yunk abruptly snapped. Give me your spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Qining and Ao Hai poured their dwindling spiritual power into Zhuangzhan, but upon contact with his body, they felt an overwhelming suction. Zhuangzhan, what are you doing? You scoundrel! The terrifying force of tearing consumed the last remnants of their spiritual energy in an instant. The formerly severed golden threads re-emerged, ensnaring Qi Yunk and dragging it into the golden talisman. Zhuangzhan stowed the talisman and stood tall. Our objective remains the celestial energy of the demon garden, yet there exists but one portion. Should you two contest with me, I may not emerge victorious. Zhuangzhan chuckled. Therefore, my dear companions, I apologize in advance. Zhuangzhan's eyes narrowed as he traced a circle in the air with his finger. A prison upon the earth. You two shall remain here obediently while I procure the celestial energy. I shall release you thereafter. Zhuangzhan, have you considered the consequences of such actions? To offend both the Northern Sky Gate and the Four Directions Pavilion, even as a disciple of Ares Academy, you cannot bear this burden. Qining's expression was as cold as frost. Zhuangzhan, you despicable villain, mark my words, I shall ensure your demise. Zhuangzhan merely smiled indifferently. As long as he could obtain the celestial energy, his stature within the Ares Academy would increase, potentially elevating him to the status of a sage, at which point even the 4 great sanctuaries would hesitate to confront him. Ignoring the two, Zhuangzhan produced a compass, studied it for a moment, and then turned to pursue the direction in which Neza had departed. Upon their arrival at the demon garden, Li Chang'an and Shan Qingyi immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The demonic aura was overwhelming, thick enough to be palpable, and it exhibited a boiling trend. The closer they approached the demon sealing tower, the denser the demonic energy became. Hurry, we are running out of time. Shun Qingyi's complexion was flushed as she wielded her flying sword while urging Li Chang'an, who was strapped to her back. Li Chang'an, still in the qi cultivation realm, was unable to fly and could only be carried along on her sword. To Shun Qingyi's surprise, he experienced motion sickness, nearly causing her to vomit upon him. Reluctantly, she had to bear his weight. Loosen up a bit. I can hardly breathe. Shun Qingyi gritted her teeth. Slow down, or I might get blown away. Li Chang'an buried his head behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Oddly enough, she appeared to possess no excess flesh, yet holding her felt as if cradling a plush doll, quite comfortable. His warm hands resting on her waist made Shun Qingyi feel somewhat tense. Since entering the cultivation world, she had rarely interacted with outsiders and had lived on the water-cold peak. Apart from Li Chang'an, she had little contact with men, let alone being so close to one. Though she did not resist Li Chang'an, the discomfort was undeniable, and as time passed, an unusual warmth began to rise within her. Senior brother, could you refrain from moving your hands? The young girl stiffened, her voice trembling slightly. Shun Qingyi's reminder only exacerbated Li Chang'an's distraction. His hands involuntarily slid up a couple of inches. Senior brother, what are you doing? Please stop moving. Li Chang'an instinctively squeezed, his palm inadvertently brushing against a soft curve. Quite substantial. Shun Qingyi froze. Li Chang'an, bang. In midair, Li Chang'an was abruptly struck in the eye by an elbow, plunging him into darkness as he fell backward. Oh dear. Chapter 68. Are you trying to steal my food? When Li Chang'an and Shun Qingyi reached the base of the demon sealing tower, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Surrounding the tower lay countless remnants of demonic beasts, shattered and strewn about, numbering in the thousands. At the center, fewer than 100 individuals struggled against the onslaught of the beasts, all bearing injuries. Strangely, not a single drop of blood stained the battlefield. Something is amiss. Li Chang'an's expression shifted as he hastily shouted, Qingyi, rescue them. Shun Qingyi drew her sword in response, unleashing a dark red blade of light that cleaved through the surrounding hundreds of foundational realm demonic beasts with ease. Li Shishu, Sister Shin, you've finally arrived. In the center, the pale-faced Chao Sanyang of the Tai Xuan Sect brightened at the sight of the descending sword light. After a grueling day of battle, thousands of demonic beasts had perished at their hands, including 2 at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, yet the number of fallen disciples reached into the hundreds. Had Li Chang'an not arrived in time, they would have faced total annihilation. With Shun Qingyi's entry, the encirclement of demonic beasts swiftly crumbled. Her formidable heart illuminating realm prowess was sufficient to crush any returning origin realm beast. Do not concern yourselves with these trifles. Focus on eliminating the leader of the beasts. Li Chang'an called from a distance, prompting Shun Qingyi to spring into action, transforming into a streak of violet energy that crashed into the horde of demonic beasts. Seizing the moment of chaos, Li Chang'an slipped in and finally reunited with Chao Sanyang. What transpired? Chao Sanyang grimaced. Shishu, I have no idea. These creatures suddenly went berserk, attacking us recklessly, and the disciples of Tai Xuan have suffered heavy casualties. Li Chang'an surveyed the area. When he had originally entered the demon garden with Zhao Zhua, there had been nearly 60 to 70 individuals. Now, only about 20 Tai Xuan disciples remained, indicating the fate of the others at the hands of the demonic beasts. Where is Neza? What about Zhao Zhua? Li Chang'an urgently inquired. Chao Sanyang pointed towards the demon sealing tower. They entered long ago and have yet to emerge. Why did you not seek refuge in the demon sealing tower? Have you lost your minds, engaging so recklessly with these beasts? Li Chang'an chastised, exasperated. Chao Sanyang nearly broke into tears. Shishu, I wanted to go in too, but by the time we realized what was happening, the demon sealing tower had already sealed itself shut, and we couldn't get in at all. Li Chang'an was taken aback. The demon sealing tower is sealed. Indeed, a strange blood-red membrane now covered the entrance, barring all from entry, with an intense repelling force preventing anyone from approaching. Li Chang'an shifted his gaze from the tower to the ground, his expression darkening. If the events unfolding in the demon garden are related to that individual, it could prove troublesome. What is happening with the Tai Xuan Sect? Why are there so many demonic beasts attacking us? Suddenly, several voices arose nearby. Yes, today's events are far from over. The Tai Xuan Sect must provide us with an explanation. This is not a trial. It is a massacre. Li Chang'an cast a cold glance at the disciples, who, having caught their breath, turned their ire towards the Tai Xuan Sect. If you continue to complain, I won't hesitate to throw you out there to face those beasts again. The previously fervent crowd fell silent, their breaths caught in their throats. Humph! What is there to be smug about? You are merely at the chi refinement stage, yet you put on such airs. Indeed, the elders of the Tai Xuan Sect have lost their senses. Sending someone like you here is utterly futile. Li Chang'an maintained a stoic expression and suddenly retrieved a blue chess piece from his storage bag, flicking it forward. The chess piece adhered to the barrier at the entrance of the demon sealing tower. Igniting into flames in mere moments, the barrier, which had thwarted countless individuals, was forcefully torn open. Chao Sanyang, you take the Tai Xuan disciples and retreat to the first level of the demon sealing tower. Qingyi, let us depart. After Shan Qingyi felled the last of the peak Yuan beast with a swift strike of her sword, she soared over, grasped Li Chang'an by the collar, and dashed into the tower. The beasts within the demon sealing tower had already been eradicated, and as the two ascended, they swiftly arrived at the 8th level. There, they beheld 3 corpses sprawled on the ground, alongside Zhao Zhua and Zhong Ting, bound by 2 golden ropes. Upon seeing Li Chang'an and Shan Qingyi approach, Zhao Zhua finally sighed in relief. Zhou Yuan sent you to lead the Tai Xuan disciples here for trial, and this is how you spend your time, tied up? Zhao Zhua smirked. Apologies, Uncle Master, I was wrong. Where is Neza? He has gone to the 9th level. Uncle Master, you must go check. Zhuangzhan, Ao Hai, and Qi Ning have pursued him. With a whoosh, Shan Qingyi, still holding Li Chang'an, shot up to the 9th level. Zhao Zhua's expression stiffened. Uncle Master, can you at least untie me first? On the 9th level of the demon sealing tower, Neza, clutching skewers, descended on the ancient temple's entrance atop his wind-fire wheels, his eyes squinting like crescent moons. The old bald monk was clearly no good, daring to toy with me. Humph! Neza cast a glance at the old and young monks struggling to climb the cliff and turned away. How could there be a temple here? Is there something valuable inside? Neza's eyes brightened as he glanced around and dashed into the temple. Inside, aside from a statue of a bodhisattva half his height, it was entirely barren, leaving Neza somewhat disheartened. Wait a moment, if there's nothing here, then why did those 2 monks abandon me and sneak off to this place? Neza scratched his head, pondering for a moment before seizing the bodhisattva statue and tossing it into his storage bag. Then, exiting the temple, that moment, a dazzling fireball descended from the heavens, crashing down towards Neza at the temple's entrance. Neza's expression shifted slightly, and the wind-fire wheels beneath his feet ignited, propelling him into the air with a whoosh. Zhuangzhan, how are you still alive? Neza gazed curiously at the figure soaring towards him, his expression one of intrigue. What a pity, such a grand display, only to find it was a mere embroidered pillow. Recalling the fiery meteor that had shot up from the ground like a river of stars, Neza clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Zhuangzhan's expression darkened. Neza, I didn't expect you to find such a place. Very well. With a wave of his hand, a blue longsword materialized out of thin air, gripped tightly in his grasp. Hand it over, or I shall ensure you remain here forever. After parting from Qi Ning and Ao Hai, he had followed Neza's aura and arrived just in time to witness Neza stowing something in his storage bag. Without further ado, he charged forward. He had resolved that the essence of the immortal spirit was of utmost importance. Even if he had to slay this girl, he must obtain that legendary item. Neza tilted his head. Hand over what? Following Zhuangzhan's gaze, Neza's eyes finally fell upon the skewer in his hand, and a glimmer of cold light suddenly surged within his formerly tranquil gaze. You want to take my food? Boom! Enraged, Neza stomped his foot, and a 12-petaled colorful lotus suddenly bloomed in the void. Little red fellow, do you wish to court death? Zhuangzhan's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. The old monk, who had climbed to the middle of the cliff, looked up at the blooming lotus in the air and the billowing red ribbon, his entire body shuddering. Seeing things? Chapter 69. The instantaneous defeat of Zhuangzhan. Neza stood suspended in the air atop his wind-fire wheels, the magnificent 12-petal colorful lotus expanding beneath him, an awe-inspiring sight. With the yin-yang dual shoulder motifs adorning his shoulders and the crimson mixed heavenly ribbon entwined around him, he appeared far more imposing than Zhuangzhan. Despite only being at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Zhuangzhan, a seed disciple of the White Sheep Academy, was well-versed in the ways of the world and would not be easily intimidated by Neza. Although he had sustained considerable injuries throughout his journey, he was still far stronger than Neza. Neza, do not test my patience. The treasures within the temple are not for a mere child like you to possess. I advise you to hand them over quickly, Neza suddenly realized. So you don't want my skewer? Why didn't you say so earlier? With a tilt of his head, he declared, not a chance. Zhuangzhan's eyelids twitched violently, his murderous intent almost solidifying. You are courting death. Unfazed by Zhuangzhan's threat, Neza twirled the mixed heavenly ribbon with his fingers. Spare me your bravado. My senior brother is far more skilled at boasting than you. This is the territory of the Tai Xuan Sect. Do you truly dare to kill me here? Humph. Even if you have the gall to harm other Tai Xuan disciples, I am not just any disciple. I am from the 9th peak. My 7th senior brother dared to ascend the northern heaven gate for a nameless little demon. Do you think he would hesitate to storm the White Sheep Academy for me? My senior brothers and sisters are not limited to the useless Li Chang'an. You must have heard of the Tai Xuan war god, Xing Tian, right? Yes, he is my 2nd senior brother. The 9 heaven Xian Nu, Jiang Xian, is my 3rd senior sister, and then there are the Canglan commander, Hoi, and the Yaochi saintess, Chang'an. They are all my seniors. If you dare to lay a finger on me, not only will you face the wrath of a mere disciple of the White Sheep Academy, even that old man Gu Lai will be torn apart by my brothers and sisters. And no wonder my senior brother enjoys showing off. It truly feels exhilarating, far more delightful than eating skewers. Neza chuckled. Zhuangzhan's expression darkened, and for a moment, he hesitated. If the Tai Xuan Sect had earned the right to be included among the sacred lands due to Zhang Heng's ascension a century ago, then it was the 9th peak that instilled fear throughout the northern territory. For all practitioners in the northern continent, it was an exceedingly mysterious place, and those who emerged from it were all formidable figures, each with the audacity to challenge and triumph over their betters. This was indeed terrifying. Zhuangzhan's eyes gradually became sinister. Though the White Sheep Academy was reluctant to offend the Tai Xuan 9th peak, the essence of the immortal spirit held greater significance. Very well, I shall not kill you, but I possess 100 ways to make you obediently relinquish that item. With that, he moved, his form darting like lightning, as he swept his blue sword, transforming it into a gust of blue energy that surged toward Neza. Neza's expression grew serious. He unleashed the yin-yang dual swords, intercepting the blue energy. The moment they made contact, Neza felt an overwhelming force coursing through the dual swords into his body, causing him to be hurled back dozens of feet. Whoa, little red fellow, you truly dare to make a move against me. You must not know my strength. Although Neza understood that he was undoubtedly no match for Zhuangzhan in this battle, he was unaware of the gap between them, which left him unafraid. Instead, the clash ignited his competitive spirit. Am I not a disciple of the Tai Xuan 9th peak? How could I be bullied by a little brat like you? Muttering to himself, he stood firm atop his wind-fire wheels and charged forward, the 12-petal colorful lotus forming a splendid and intricate suit of armor around him. Prepare to be struck upon your brow, sliced upon your face, poked in your backside, and chopped at your little. With the speed granted by the wind-fire wheels, Neza became a blur, relentlessly pummeling Zhuangzhan. Zhuangzhan, unwilling to unleash lethal moves, found himself at a disadvantage, bewildered by Neza's barrage of punches. Just as he was momentarily stunned, the mixed heavenly ribbon snaked around him from behind, ensnaring him completely. Ha! My 8th senior brother's mixed heavenly ribbon is indeed impressive. You little rascal, let me show you what it's like to be thoroughly defeated. Below, the old monk Zhu Wang gasped in astonishment. What on earth? How is this girl overpowering Zhuangzhan, who is at the peak of Guiyuan? Moreover, her words were utterly outrageous. The young monk Xuanzang crawled over and bumped his head against the old monk's backside. Puzzled, Master, why aren't you climbing anymore? The old monk sighed in despair. Let us return. I am far too old to perish in this wretched place. I in midair. Zhuangzhan's body twisted oddly a few times, unexpectedly breaking free from Neza's binding technique and reappearing in another direction. However, his previously furious expression was now replaced by an ominous darkness. Neza, you have successfully ignited my killing intent. Even if you obediently surrender the essence of the immortal spirit today, I will still kill you. Raising his blue sword high, the storm clouds churned, and an endless flow of celestial energy began to converge furiously towards Zhuangzhan's sword, coalescing in midair into a massive broadsword spanning several dozen feet. Man and sword, one strike to sever. The atmosphere was thick with foreboding as the ominous sword energy descended, cleaving through the air with a thunderous crackle, striking down upon Neza with dreadful force. The terrifying sword light seemed to rend the very fabric of the void, unleashing a colossal pressure that crashed down upon Neza, shattering the layers of armor formed by the colorful lotus manifestation into swiftly dissipating hues of light. It was over. The elderly monk, along with the young novice, gaped in horror at the scene. Neza's formidable power exceeded their expectations, yet Zhuangzhan, a legitimate heir of one of the 5 holy lands, possessed a cultivation level far superior to Neza's, leaving the latter utterly powerless against such a full-force strike. There was no salvation, and it was a pity to lose such an exceptional young girl. Umitba, the poor monk bids farewell. With no lingering attachment, the old monk turned away, seizing the young novice to retreat along the path they came. Since Zhuang Zhan had found this place, there was no opportunity left for them. However, in the next moment, an eerie starlight ignited in the heavens above, causing the old monk's eyes to brighten with sudden clarity. This was the demon garden's demon ceiling tower. How could there be starlight? The light emanated from beyond the northern continent. The faint yet pure starlight penetrated the celestial dome, piercing through the demon ceiling tower and directly descending into Nez's hand, where it coalesced into an ancient, ethereal ring. It appeared to be a weapon, specifically a circular one. Nez's eyes, filled with starlight, suddenly sparkled with brilliance, and at the same moment, the ring of light flew forth from her grasp, colliding with the azure sword light unleashed by Zhuang Zhan. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the sword light disintegrated, and in tandem, Zhuang Zhan, wide-eyed and aghast, shattered alongside it. The disciple of the White Sheep Academy, dead. Just as Li Chang'an had ascended to the 9th level, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground as if all his strength had been instantaneously siphoned away. What was happening? Li Chang'an, shocked, scrambled to his feet, his gaze drawn to the starlight descending from the heavens. A jolt coursed through him. The astral sea star map, representing Nez's primary star, shimmered with intensified brilliance. A circular phantom was slowly solidifying within the stellar radiance, growing ever brighter. Chapter 70. Nez's innate spiritual treasure, the Qingquan ring. It is indeed the Qingquan ring. Li Chang'an felt as though he might burst with overwhelming joy, momentarily frozen in place. After Neza successfully established her foundation and connected with the primary star of the star map, he had caught a glimpse of the flickering phantom upon Nez's main star, initially filled with doubt, suspecting it might merely be an illusion. Yet now, the phantom upon her primary star had solidified significantly, and he could clearly discern the ancient ring. This was the Qingquan ring. Without a doubt, Li Chang'an's composure quickly unraveled. If Nez's primary star could automatically forge a spiritual treasure, did that mean the primary stars of the others held the same capability? As his consciousness shifted to the primary stars of the others, his eyes grew brighter, and his expression more animated. Damn it, this is incredible. Li Chang'an leaped up in exhilaration, but soon his expression turned peculiar. Yet what had caused that sudden feeling of weakness? It was as if he had been drained like an old man, his vitality nearly extinguished. Had the other primary stars not been consistently replenishing his energy, that moment alone could have led to a fatal stroke. Could it be that the forging of this artifact required his own strength? That was rather troublesome. Senior brother, what happened to you? Shinqingi flew back on her sword. Noticing Li Chang'an's pallid complexion, perplexed. You seem extremely weak. I heard that men often favor cultivating the 5 dragons embrace pillar technique. Have you overexerted yourself? Li Chang'an. He suspected she was teasing him, but alas, he had no proof. Enough chatter, just give me a hand. Li Chang'an glared at Shinqingi, directing her toward the spot where the starlight had fallen. Shinqingi grasped Li Chang'an's collar and flew toward the location. Arriving just in time to witness Zhuang Zhan being obliterated by a radiant ring, Li Chang'an's eyes widened as he felt invigorated. Zhuang Zhan of the White Sheep Academy had been slain by Neza? The peak of the returning origin realm, a disciple of the Holy Land, had been defeated by Neza, who was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and had been cultivating for only 3 months? At that moment, Li Chang'an's mind was a whirlpool of exclamation. Neza, junior sister, are you unharmed? Shinqingi darted over to examine Neza, her heart settling slightly. Neza gazed at her palm, where the palm-sized ring of light was gradually fading, and a deep curiosity flickered in her eyes. Senior brother, is this thing yours? Li Chang'an, still dazed, instinctively replied, that is the Qingquan ring, your innate spiritual treasure. Though he said this, he felt increasingly certain that this artifact was at least a heavenly-grade item, and perhaps even a celestial treasure. While surpassing realms in battle was not uncommon, achieving it as decisively as Neza did was rare indeed. Upon hearing this, Neza's excitement soared. She reached her hand toward the sky and shouted, Qingquan ring! A flash of starlight lit up the heavens. Li Chang'an's complexion paled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Senior brother, what's wrong? Neza rushed over to take a look, finding him unharmed, and then continued on her way. Qingquan ring, Qingquan ring. Why is there no response? Li Chang'an curled up on the ground, clutching his waist, overwhelmed by a profound fatigue that felt as though his very soul had been drained, akin to an old debaucher who had fought for 3 days and nights, on the brink of collapse. Stop shouting. Li Chang'an feebly pushed at Neza's pant leg. I might perish because of you. Neza appeared disappointed. After a moment of recovery, Li Chang'an finally gathered the courage to rise, and he finally understood one thing. Neza's cultivation was too low. She couldn't simply activate the Qingquan ring by herself, thus requiring me to provide some vitality and spiritual power. Yet I lacked sufficient vitality and spiritual power, so it could only draw from my essence. Good heavens, how grim this situation is. Shun Qingyi helped Li Chang'an to his feet, her expression somewhat stiff. Senior brother, Zhuang Zhan is dead. He was merely at the returning origin realm, yet to condense his yang spirit in this case. His soul has been utterly extinguished. Li Chang'an, equally grim-faced, cast a resentful glance at Neza. The meetings of the 5 Holy Lands generally prohibited mutual killings. To be precise, while some minor sects or lone cultivators might perish without anyone caring, the 5 Holy Lands were a different matter entirely. Individuals like Zhuangzhan, who were nurtured at great expense by their respective sects, were expected to achieve great things. If they were to fall in trials, their sects would not let it go lightly. Thus, when Zhuangzhan faced Zhaozhua and Qingling, he merely restrained them, and even against Neza, he had not intended to strike with lethal intent. Yet Neza had acted without reservation, unleashing a dazzling array of moves that Zhuangzhan had not even comprehended before being dispatched. Now, this presented quite a dilemma. This matter, we shall discuss later. Li Chang'an turned to see 2 monks stealthily climbing up from the edge of the cliff, his eyes brightening. Oh, is that not Master Xuanzang? You finally made it up the mountain? The old monk, Zhu Wang, appeared somewhat embarrassed. The young novice, Xuanzang, clasped his hands in prayer towards the direction of Zhuangzhan's demise, and then turned to gaze at the swastika seal upon the temple plaque, shaking his head after a long pause. Master, there is no celestial aura left behind by the bodhisattva here. The old monk instinctively moved to cover Xuanzang's mouth, glancing at Li Chang'an with a wry smile. Unsure of what to say. Was the master also here in search of the celestial aura of the demon garden? I had suspected as much. 2 foundation stage monks, impoverished and unable to afford food, were claiming to train, when in fact they were here for this purpose. Li Chang'an's expression was one of disappointment. Yet the master was mistaken. My Tai Su Xian has possessed the demon garden for nearly a millennium, and I've certainly studied it extensively. If there were truly celestial aura, would it be left for you? The old monk's mouth fell agape. This temple may very well be the foundation of the demon sealing tower array, but it does not harbor any celestial aura. To be precise, there is not even a whiff of it. Upon hearing this, Neza retrieved the sole earthen bodhisattva statue from her storage bag and casually tossed it away. I thought it was something precious. Turns out it's just rubbish. With a resounding crash, the bodhisattva statue smashed against the temple wall, shattering into several fragments. Oh dear, little benefactor, do not. The bodhisattva is above. Great compassion and mercy. Forgive. The old monk knelt before the bodhisattva statue, fervently bowing, when suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from the void, causing all present to change their expressions. What is happening? The entire demon tower trembled violently, the earth splitting and the sky collapsing. As if heralding the apocalypse, this is impossible. The demon garden can withstand cultivators at the initial heart revelation realm. How could this happen? Shin Qingyi believed the cause lay with her, her expression one of disbelief. It's not your fault. The demon garden's cave is about to shatter. Li Chang'an glanced at the broken statue, decisively grabbing Shun Qingyi and Neza. Quickly, let us take senior brother away from here. Boom. Just as Li Chang'an's words fell, a burst of flame ignited from the void, crashing into the earth, where a paper talisman shattered, and a pair of wings enveloped in fire unfurled, darkening the sky. Holy crap, a Jinwu? Chapter 71. The Great Demon after Zhuangzhan's demise. The Qi Yunk finally broke free from the seal of the paper talisman, bursting forth. It is not the golden crow, but rather the crimson cloud sparrow, a creature imbued with the bloodline of the golden crow. Upon hearing this, Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rummaged through his storage pouch, producing a barbecue grill, cutlery, condiments, and finally tying on an apron. Li Chang'an? Shin Qingyi? 2 monks. Is this girl a demon? A terrifying wave of heat surged from the crimson cloud sparrow, causing the flames from beneath the earth to spiral upwards, which were then devoured by the sparrow in one gulp. This creature seems to have grown even stronger. The old monk, gripped by fear, clutched Xuanzang's sleeve, prepared to flee at a moment's notice, yet the overwhelming pressure pressing down upon him rendered him immobile. A peak of understanding? No, it is the realm of divinity. Li Chang'an's expression changed dramatically as the once ruined demon garden's cave heavens began to collapse in large sections, chaotic whirlpools emerging in many places, indicating the dissolution of the cave world's rules. The crumbling cave world has provided this anomalous crimson cloud sparrow an opportunity to ascend to divinity, simultaneously hastening the collapse of the cave world. Li Chang'an's expression shifted. "We must leave." Neza, with a look of regret, waved to stow away the camping gear and yanked Li Chang'an by the collar, darting towards the exit of the demon sealing tower. Xin Qingyi followed closely behind, sweeping up the old and young monks in her wake. Upon nearing the exit on the 9th floor, they discovered the weakened Qi Ning and Ao Hai lying on the ground. Neza's previously dimmed gaze brightened once more. "Hee, little dragon," musing, the merging heaven silk flew out, wrapping around Ao Hai as they made their escape. Startled by the sudden appearance of the merging heaven silk, Ao Hai began to shout in fright, and Qi Ning, "Bring her along," Li Chang'an called out. The merging heaven silk released a strand, ensnaring Qi Ning, and they burst forth from the 9th floor. Almost the instant the group departed, the 9th floor of the demon sealing tower collapsed into oblivion. Following that, it was the 8th floor, then the 7th. As Neza and Xin Qingyi emerged from the demon sealing tower, dragging the disheveled disciples of the sacred land with them, the entire structure erupted in a thunderous crash. The crimson cloud sparrow with wings of flame let out a celestial cry, soaring out from the ruins, suspended in midair like a resplendent sun. What has transpired? Where has the demon sealing tower gone? Chao Sanyang approached and inquired, only to witness Zhao Zhuo turning pale with terror and fleeing. Immediately thereafter, the divinely empowered crimson cloud sparrow unleashed a pillar of fire into the sky. Crashing down, damn. Chao Sanyang turned and fled. No one could comprehend how the once pristine Tai Xuan demon garden, a former treasure of the celestial cave, could have inexplicably transformed into this state. Moreover, was it not said that this realm could not accommodate cultivators of the heart connection realm? How could there be a beast of divine realm, the crimson cloud sparrow, or perhaps it would be more fitting to call it the golden crow? The original sacred beast bloodline awakened at a terrifying speed, entwined in crimson flames that gradually shifted to white, while the already weakened barriers of the world began to twist violently, wings flapping. A moment of blazing fire engulfed the sky. Zhao Zhuo, take the disciples of the sacred land and leave quickly. The demon garden is about to be destroyed, Xin Qingyi urged. Master, what about you? Xin Qingyi glanced at Li Chang'an, who stood aside, shaking her head. I have matters to attend to. You must leave at once. Zhao Zhuo hesitated for a moment, waved to the others, and led the remaining disciples of their sect in a frantic escape toward the entrance of the demon garden. Zongting and Qi Ning clasped their fists towards Li Chang'an before decisively turning to leave. Yet, the rapidly collapsing space emerged chaotically, devouring the fleeing cultivators. The old monk pulled at Xuanzang's arm, only to find the young monk standing still, gazing up at the location of the demon sealing tower. What are you staring at? Why aren't you fleeing? Xuanzang's expression was peculiar. His originally dark eyes now shimmered with strands of golden light. Master, there is a monster, an exceedingly powerful monster. You know it's powerful, yet you aren't running. The old monk's gaze swept over the crimson cloud sparrow in the air, his pupils narrowing in alarm on the ground. The bodies of the previously deceased cultivators were rapidly desiccating, their vital essence evaporating in an instant. A strange force of devouring emerged beneath the demon sealing tower, forming an eerie blood-red vortex that enveloped the vicinity, consuming any beast that had not yet managed to escape without a moment's struggle. What the hell? You said it wasn't the golden crow. Xuanzang remained silent, fixated on the blood-red vortex beneath the demon sealing tower. Li Chang'an also stared at the vortex, his eyes heavy with contemplation. Xin Qingyi looked at Li Chang'an, noticing that her usually timid and cautious senior brother was not fleeing this time, standing resolutely before her, his slender shoulders shielding her from the impending danger. The young girl's eyes sparkled. Had Li Chang'an known her thoughts, he would likely have erupted in expletives. It's not that I don't want to run. It's that my legs are trembling. Damn Neza, with that damned universe ring, almost scared the piss out of me in a few moments. Left in the demon garden were 5 individuals. Neza, appearing indifferent and unfazed by fear. Li Chang'an, his legs weak and unable to move. Xin Qingyi, her eyes sparkling as she clung to Li Chang'an's sleeve, along with the unusually wide-eyed Xuanzang and the nearly unconscious old monk Zhu Wang. At this moment, the old monk truly felt a sense of despair. Benefactor, is there something beneath the demon sealing tower? The old monk struggled to pull at Li Chang'an's pant leg, attempting to rise. Li Chang'an swallowed hard, his voice trembling. A great demon, an unparalleled great demon. Xin Qingyi, knowing some rumors, added, 50 years ago, Brother Hui of the 9 Peaks took over the duty of guarding Canglan from the previous Canglan Guard. Along with a significant prisoner, a demon it is said that this demon was an important figure in Canglan Demon City, with profound cultivation that was difficult to kill, so Brother Hui dispersed its bloodline, dropping its realm and imprisoning it beneath the demon's sealing tower. Now, appears that this creature is about to escape. It is the vital essence. Li Chang'an suddenly interjected. I noticed a peculiar phenomenon when I arrived. Countless demon beasts and hundreds of cultivators had perished beneath the demon's sealing tower. Yet oddly, there was not a trace of bloodshed. If I am not mistaken, the vital essences of the demon beasts and cultivators have been absorbed by that great demon beneath the tower to stimulate its own bloodline. Moreover, this crimson cloud sparrow likely also awakened a portion of its golden crow bloodline due to the influence of this demon, resulting in a significant power increase. The group fell silent, and Shun Qingyi turned to the young monk Xuanzang, who gazed calmly at the location of the demon's sealing tower, his aura serene and sacred. The once surging bloodthirsty demon energy began to automatically evade as it approached. Junior sister, let us leave quickly. Li Chang'an, dragging his weary legs, nearly collapsed into Shun Qingyi's arms. If we don't leave now, we will be utterly annihilated, Li Chang'an nearly cried out. The creature imprisoned beneath the demon's sealing tower is no ordinary beast, but a true great demon. I must be out of my mind to have accepted this suicidal task. That old scoundrel Dan Yuan has led me to ruin. Chapter 72. The old silver coin. Li Chang'an wished to flee, but it was evidently too late. The crimson cloud sparrow in the air, its wings ablaze, unleashed torrents of fire that cascaded downwards in a frenzied deluge. The sparrow had set its sights on him. This is the end. A beast of the divine realm could annihilate us with a mere spit, sending us straight back to the spring. Neza clenched his right hand into a fist towards the void. I will take it on alone. Universe ring, come. Li Chang'an, feeling a jolt in his lower back, could not help but slap Neza down from his wind fire wheel. You dare shout again and see what happens. I am in no condition to be toyed with. Another drain of my essence could very well be my end. The old monk watched in horror. This child was merely at the chi refinement stage. Yet he dared to shout at Neza. Does he not realize that this girl had just effortlessly dispatched Zhuang Zizhen, who was at the peak of heart return? Neza rubbed his forehead, swallowing hard. In her eyes, the crimson cloud sparrow, with its wings spanning 10 feet, was not a fearsome demon beast but rather a delicious platter of skewered delights. Senior brother, you all go ahead. I can try to hold it off. Shun Qingyi mounted her sword, preparing to charge at the crimson cloud sparrow, but Li Chang'an pulled her back down. You must be joking. A beast of the divine realm is not something to toy with. Do not let yourself get burned. Saying this, he produced a dry branch from his sleeve and tossed it into the air. With a thud, it took root, rapidly growing into a towering tree that swayed in the wind. What the hell? Is that the spirit Sephora branch? The old monk exclaimed. The tree formed a massive wooden cage, enveloping them all within its branches. Li Chang'an contemplated ways to resist the torrents of flame. He urged the spirit Sephora to grow, striving to withstand the blazing inferno. Such a waste. This is a true treasure, and you use it against a crimson cloud sparrow? The old monk lamented, and furthermore, fire counters wood. What use is this? You are squandering a precious item. Li Chang'an's lips twitched. Why didn't you say so earlier? Indeed, the old monk's words were sharper than Neza's. Just as he finished speaking, the torrents of fire ignited the spirit Sephora wood, causing the flames to surge violently. Although the fire had yet to reach them, the intense heat already had them feeling half-cooked. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, tearing a pendant from around his neck and throwing it out, transforming it into a crystalline defensive array that shielded them from the heat of the crimson cloud sparrow point. One must devise a strategy, for my supplies will inevitably be exhausted. Should we fail to vanquish this crimson cloud sparrow, come this day next year, we may find others here to pay their respects to us. Shun Qingyi's complexion darkened, and with a flick of her wrist, a dark red flying sword shot forth, aiming to cleave the crimson cloud sparrow. The terrifying radiance of the sword descended like a silver thread, yet despair washed over her as the light vanished beneath the searing flames. Akin to snow encountering the sun, the disparity was insurmountable. Undeterred, Shun Qingyi attempted to strike again, only to be abruptly restrained by Li Chang'an, who shook his head. Outside, the crimson cloud sparrow frantically exhaled flames, its wings stirring up a tempest that battered the array formed by the pendant, which was visibly weakening. Yet, to Li Chang'an's surprise, he found himself remarkably composed. Brother, surely Master Dan Yuan will not abandon us. That old codger. Li Chang'an's lips twitched. Master Dan Yuan had dragged him into this predicament, and once they returned, he would ensure the old man paid dearly for it. the Demon Garden's cave sky was already teetering on the brink of collapse. It could barely withstand the heart's illumination realm. If a higher realm cultivator were to enter, it would be sufficient to shatter this cave world in an instant. But brother, this crimson cloud sparrow has already entered the divine realm. It is far beyond the heart's illumination. Qingyi expressed her confusion. Thus, I cannot fathom why this beast is not repelled by this world, Li Chang'an pondered. Unless it is intrinsically linked to this realm? A sudden realization sparked in Li Chang'an's eyes, at the same time. He recalled that the person who shared this possibility was the old monk, who gazed at the soaring crimson cloud sparrow with labored breaths. Hey, stop overthinking. A mere sneeze from it could spill your blood. It's best to remain here. Li Chang'an nudged the old monk and turned to the young monk Xuanzang. The crimson cloud sparrow must have been attracted by you. Master Xuanzang? The old monk gasped, stepping protectively in front of Li Chang'an, his expression wary. Oh, not speak carelessly, lest the Buddha bestow mercy upon you. Haha, I am merely speculating. Though Qingyi possesses the greatest strength, she poses no threat to the crimson cloud sparrow. Neza has his own issues, which can be dismissed. The most probable culprit is either myself or Master Xuanzang. Allow me to be selfish and exclude myself. Thus, the sole remaining suspect is him. Li Chang'an inspected Xuanzang's golden light and the aura of purity surrounding him, clicking his tongue in admiration. The pure Zen heart, I only just realized. Neza shot a sidelong glance at Li Chang'an, silently scoffing. The old monk's expression shifted. The pure Zen heart was said to be possessed only by truly virtuous Buddhas. It was astonishing to find it in a young monk. In a wonder, the master traveled thousands of miles from the west to bring him into the Buddhist fold. Ordinary demon beasts might fear the innate Buddhist power of the pure Zen heart, but the crimson cloud sparrow, with its golden crow bloodline, understood its value. It could enable mortals and beasts to attain Buddhahood instantly. Consuming it would likely allow the crimson cloud sparrow to undergo a transformation. This creature is indeed aware of the benefits of the pure Zen heart. The old monk's face paled, yet he remained steadfast, a rare hostility gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, master. I am merely making an observation. Look, you and your disciple not only led us into a dire situation, but almost implicated yourselves as well. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? The old monk's demeanor was guarded, yet he clasped his hands together in reverence. Li Shizhu, Xuanzang's pure Zen heart concerns a secret of our Buddhist order. Please forgive this monk for the prior concealment. If we survive today's tribulation, I shall pray to the Buddha to bless you and keep you from the sea of suffering. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. This old monk was even more adept at deception than he was. Li Shizhu, do you have a means of escape? The old monk's eyes flickered as he suddenly inquired. Qingyi also turned her gaze, while Neza remained expressionless, as if he knew what was to come. Li Chang'an sighed. I had been waiting for that old codger Danyun to act. Even if it meant shattering this cave world, at the very least, I would be rescued. Damn it, that old silver coin is utterly unreliable. Li Chang'an lamented. Could it be that the old fool has long been aware that the Demon Garden's cave world might be connected to a spatial barrier of Canglan? How absurd. As Li Chang'an observed the protective array on the verge of collapse, he hurriedly contacted a disciple from the 9 peaks within the Star Sea, shouting, if you don't act soon, be prepared to serve as a snack for this beast. Just as his words fell, the space above him rippled slightly, and a bluish-white arrow pierced through, shooting in from an unknown origin, crashing down towards the crimson cloud sparrow in mid-air. An arrow. The arrow of Ho-E, Chapter 73. The fate of the celestial spirit Qi. Upon witnessing the arrow emerging from the shattered void, Li Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, while he was in a state of panic, his consciousness had received a message from Ho-E, informing him that he had discovered a spatial wrinkle outside of Canglan. Upon further investigation, he found that this wrinkle connected to the Demon Garden's cave sky. Hearing this, Li Chang'an nearly knelt in gratitude. Ho-E was the 4th disciple among the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, the current guardian of Canglan, leading the Canglan guards at the northern gate to fend off the foremost demon clan. He was also one of the strongest pillars of Tai Xuan. The arrow pierced through the void in a flash. The crimson cloud sparrow, now at the divine realm, could only emit a shrill cry before its head, along with its demon core, exploded, scattering fiery feathers in all directions. Instant annihilation. Admiration shone in Qingyi's eyes. Every disciple of Tai Xuan bore a legendary aura, especially the 4th and 7th. The 4th, Ho-E, had guarded Canglan for 50 years, preventing any demon incursions, marking the most stable 50 years for the human cultivators of the northern continent. Meanwhile, the 7th, Sun Shaokong, had single-handedly stormed the northern heaven gate. delivering a resounding kick to the lofty sacred grounds overshadowing Tai Xuan. Now, witnessing the fourth disciple of Tai Xuan in person, Shun Qingyi could hardly contain her excitement. Neza, however, remained far more composed. To him, He might not even seem as captivating as the fallen firebird. The fourth is about to reveal himself. Li Chang'an focused intently on the blood-red vortex beneath the demon-suppressing tower. While Yi's appearance assured a degree of safety, he was still far from Canglan, separated by a spatial barrier. Though capable of shooting down the Crimson Cloud Sparrow, his strength was significantly curtailed. Yes, that fellow is a prodigy of the Canglan Demon City, possessing an almost immortal body. Even though he was once suppressed by the teacher and had his bloodline weakened, I always knew he would eventually recover. Yi's voice lacked the expected heaviness. Moreover, it occurred much sooner than I anticipated. Li Chang'an's mind drifted to another matter. If he was not mistaken, the celestial spirit Qi harbored within the demon garden had been taken by this individual, which explained her rapid recovery. Li Chang'an gazed at the decapitated Crimson Cloud Sparrow and remarked, "The Crimson Cloud Sparrow has evidently been stimulated by demon blood, awakening a portion of its Golden Crow bloodline, thus breaking into the divine realm. The only being capable of such a feat within the demon garden is one individual. The reason the Crimson Cloud Sparrow is not subject to the laws of the cave sky can only be that it received a fragment of celestial spirit Qi, thereby gaining the recognition of this world. This celestial spirit Qi could only have been bestowed upon the Crimson Cloud Sparrow by that great demon." The old monk, standing to the side, brightened with realization. Thinking that this fellow indeed shared his thoughts, the Crimson Cloud Sparrow had obtained the celestial spirit Qi, igniting its Golden Crow bloodline, resulting in a terrifying leap in strength. Should he attempt to stealthily collect the corpse of the Crimson Cloud Sparrow? As the old monk contemplated this, he inadvertently turned to see a petite figure darting ahead, swiftly arriving beside the Crimson Cloud Sparrow's corpse, struggling to hoist the hefty body with its own oversized claws. "Hey!" The old monk cast a glance at the chilling blood-red vortex, swallowing hard. This creature is truly headstrong. Neza dragged the Crimson Cloud Sparrow's corpse aside, then nonchalantly produced a complete set of barbecue equipment from his storage bag, gleefully tying on an apron. "Li Chang'an, is this really the time for a barbecue? There is a formidable demon right here, and you are not concerned about becoming its meal." My junior sister remains unflustered in the face of danger. Embodying the spirit of a true talent, Master Brother, we have gained another prodigy for the Nine Peaks. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Yi's voice echoed. Li Chang'an covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Our Cheong Peak has produced 100 years of waste, immovable as thunder. The second, Xing Tian, appears gentle yet is a violent maniac, often charging in to wreak havoc. The third, Jiang Xian, is as icy as a mountain, known for his emotional indifference, and the fourth is a compulsive neat freak. Then we have the ninth, Neza, who is an outright glutton. Is the character of Tai Xuan's Nine Peaks truly beyond redemption? Enough chatter. Let us focus on how to resolve our current predicament," Li Chang'an shouted. Yi's voice brimmed with resignation. "I have no alternative. This creature is, after all, an immortal bird with true phoenix blood, adept in the art of rebirth. Ordinary methods cannot slay it. Furthermore, I am far from Canglan. While I can strike at it through the barrier of the Demon Garden's cave sky, my strength is ultimately limited, and I cannot enter the cave, as that would surely cause the entire Demon Garden to collapse. Thus, Master Brother, let her go." Li Chang'an furrowed his brows. "Does the sect leader know of your decision?" The master of the sect is undoubtedly aware that, despite the Tai Xuan Sect being a sacred ground in the northern prefecture, its strength pales in comparison to the Canglan Demon City. It is likely that the master would be eager to see this individual depart, wishing to avoid any trouble for the Tai Xuan. Indeed, wisdom seems to grow with the Ji. Li Chang'an couldn't help but mutter in disdain. If there were such intentions from the outset, why did they summon me here at all? What nonsense! Shun Qingyi turned her head, indicating that she had not heard such disrespectful words. Yi paused for a moment in silence. However, it seemed that the master had not anticipated that 50 years of suppression would not only fail to limit this being's cultivation, but would instead grant her the essence of celestial spirits. Li Chang'an snorted coldly, expressing his suspicion that this celestial essence was merely Chen Beilu's attempt to curry favor with the Canglan Demon City. Damn it, if he could not obtain it himself, why bestow it upon Canglan to dispel the grievances of 50 years of confinement? Yi chose to remain silent. After a brief hesitation, Li Chang'an voluntarily retracted the defensive array. After all, with the demise of the Red Cloud Sparrow, the raging flames had subsided, while the crimson vortex beneath the demon suppression tower continued to churn slowly, leaving one to wonder what that creature was up to. Grill me a piece, damn it. I've run all this way without a sip of water, like a foolish deer. Neza pondered for a moment, then selected the smallest piece from the grill and handed it to Li Chang'an, saying, "Here, help yourself." "May you be well-fed," Li Chang'an shot him a glare. Shan Qingyi cautiously approached, keeping an eye on their surroundings, while Neza glanced at her, recalling the little rabbit he had once devoured. He fell silent for a moment before picking a skewer of meat that was neither too large nor too small and offering it to her. "Here, let's call it even for the rabbit." As Neza stuffed his mouth with meat, he pointed at Li Chang'an and explained, "He ate your rabbit more than I did." Li Chang'an instinctively shrank back. The atmosphere in the demon garden suddenly turned eerie. The cave world continued to collapse, occasionally revealing crumpled black vortexes, while the demon suppression tower had vanished, replaced by a rolling blood-red vortex amidst the corpses of demon beasts and human cultivators scattered across the ground. Not far away, 3 individuals squatted together, feasting on skewers. The old monk, lost in thought about the essence of celestial spirits, was momentarily distracted. When he regained his focus, he discovered that a young woman, clad in tattered dark red robes with flowing azure hair, stood silently before him, gazing intently at his disciple. "Oh, you are my goodness." The old monk jolted up, leaping several feet back. "Are you the great demon beneath the demon suppression tower?" Chapter 74. Qianli aside from the 5 of them, it seemed the other cultivators had fled the demon garden. The unfamiliar, enchanting countenance before him could only mean one thing. A great demon. The realization dawned on Li Chang'an and Shan Qingyi, who had been sitting nearby grilling skewers, and they sprang back several feet, as if facing a formidable foe. Surprisingly, Neza glanced at the demoness and, with a few swift motions, stuffed the remaining half of the red cloud sparrow into his storage pouch. Little Zhuozi was right. This red cloud sparrow is indeed delicious. It must not go to waste, master. What do you intend to do? Please, do not make any rash moves. I am a monk of the Thunder Sound Temple from the west. Quite formidable, with the great dragon of might and the great Luo incantation. With a loud bang, the old monk was sent flying without witnessing any action from the demoness. Pure Zen heart? The demoness disregarded the old monk, instead fixing her gaze on Xuanzang, her expression oddly contemplative. Xuanzang, his eyes still aglow with sacred golden light, slightly tilted his head, his demeanor calm and solemn. Impressive indeed, though remain unperturbed in the presence of a great demon that could devour him at any moment. Li Chang'an felt a surge of admiration. "Master, please, do not come so close. I am a bit frightened." 1 second of composure shattered. The demoness stepped back slightly, retracting her scrutinizing gaze. "I have received the blessings of the bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, and thus I shall not harm you." Her voice, though cold, carried an oddly searing warmth. Indeed, the essence of celestial spirits left by the bodhisattvas had been taken by this great demon. The old monk lamented inwardly. "The Buddhist sect emphasizes karmic connections, yet I have no desire for any ties with you monks, therefore." She gently tapped her slender finger on Xuanzang's forehead, and a subtle aura flickered and vanished. Upon receiving that trace of essence, Xuanzang slowly closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of enlightenment. The demoness turned her attention to Li Chang'an, and after a long moment, approached Neza and extended her hand. "I want to eat too." Neza's eyes widened. "No. How rude. You have such a straightforward nature." Li Chang'an nearly lost his composure. Despite her current amiable demeanor, she remained a great demon, stronger than all present combined. Even 50 years of confinement did not change that fact. "Do you not fear provoking her to the point of being struck down?" The demoness appeared taken aback by Neza's rejection, momentarily frozen in place. Neza, feeling his actions may have been inappropriate, selected the smallest skewer from his hand and offered it. "Here, just one." The red-haired demoness accepted the skewer and squatted down to eat. It seemed that her prolonged confinement had left her famished. As she quickly devoured it and looked back at Neza, "I want more." Neza's eyes widened again. This time, he truly refused. Li Chang'an felt utterly perplexed. Why did the situation deviate so dramatically from expectations? Wasn't this supposed to be a great demon from Canglan? Weren't they meant to be a clan of immortal bloodlines, intent on slaughtering us upon breaking free from their confinement? Why were they now indulging in food? Li Chang'an scrutinized the demoness before him. Her features were strikingly beautiful, exuding a hint of allure. Though shrouded in tattered robes, her delicate figure was still discernible, and what caught the eye most was her hair, cascading like an azure waterfall behind her. 99 points. The remaining point was withheld due to their adversarial relationship. One must retain some dignity. Li Chang'an remained vigilant, not daring to relax his guard, for he could not discern her cultivation level. As Neza denied her the skewer, the demoness fell silent, merely watching him, while Neza continued to eat, unabashedly savoring his meal. As the saying goes, as long as one is not embarrassed, it is the others who feel awkward. Both the oblivious Neza and the neurotic demoness seemed entirely unaware of any discomfort, leaving Li Chang'an, observing from the side, feeling exceedingly awkward. Neza, good things should be shared. Offer some to this lady. Li Chang'an was terrified. He worried that this individual might become enraged and strike out, leaving behind a tale for Tai Xuan Sect disciples to ponder. How did Li Chang'an of 9 Peaks meet his demise? Due to a barbecue? How odd. Neza shot Li Chang'an a disgruntled glare, retrieving the corpse of the red cloud sparrow from his storage pouch and tearing off a piece to hand over. If you want to eat, grill it yourself. Thus, amidst the ruins of the demon garden, teetering on the brink of collapse, the two women, one large, one small, embarked on an eating broadcast. Without uttering a word, they grilled and devoured skewers at an astonishing pace. The great demon's speed was such that her movements appeared nearly imperceptible. In mere moments, she had consumed an entire skewer. Realizing this was unsustainable, Neza grabbed several skewers in both hands and began to stuff his mouth. Intent on outpacing the demoness, Li Chang'an felt as though he might burst. After half an hour had passed, the demoness finally paused and stood up. Here. The demoness inexplicably produced a fiery red demon core from somewhere and handed it over. Neza's eyes lit up as he snatched it with a claw. Li Chang'an's expression shifted. He sensed that this core bore the same essence as the one from the red cloud sparrow. A golden crow's demon core? This was astonishing. The golden crows were a renowned clan of Canglan, their numbers alarmingly few, making each one a figure of great repute. This woman possessed a core from a sacred beast of the golden crow. This was a windfall indeed. Neza, clearly feeling he had struck gold, grinned as he extended his grilled skewers in return. Here, these are for you. The demoness considered for a moment, shook her head, and turned toward the blood-red vortex where the demon suppression tower once stood. Reaching out, the blood-red vortex suddenly shrank, ultimately transforming into a small droplet of blood, which the demoness swallowed whole. Then, she gazed into the distant folds of the void. Ho-yi, 50 years of imprisonment, Qianli remembers. The demoness seemed to perceive Ho-yi, articulating her words softly. Her azure waterfall-like hair gradually morphed into a deep crimson, and her previously cool demeanor turned cold and murderous. Li Chang'an's eyelids twitched. Had you not invaded the Canglan Iron Wall, my master would not have captured you, and I would not have confined you in the demon garden for 50 years. Ho-yi's voice echoed from the folds of the void. You should understand that today was not the day you broke free from the demon garden's seal, but rather, it was Tai Xuan who intentionally allowed you to depart, bestowing upon you the essence of celestial spirits, hoping you might remember this favor. The dark red hue in Qianli's hair slowly receded. I understand. Qianli abruptly turned, taking a step into the void, finally causing the crumbling demon garden to collapse in large sections. Ho-yi, I shall return to find you one day. With that, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the demon garden's realm. Li Chang'an and the others finally exhaled, the oppressive sensation that had weighed upon them dissipating with Qianli's departure. Damn it, why do I feel like I've narrowly escaped a disaster? Li Chang'an wiped a virtual bead of sweat from his brow. As the ethereal realm of the demon garden crumbled and dissolved into the void, a sense of foreboding gripped Li Chang'an, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Old Four, are you not going to lead us out of here? Do you intend to bury us alive? With his words barely echoing, a whirlwind suddenly swept through, lifting everyone off their feet and propelling them through the fractured spatial rifts until they vanished from sight. Chapter 75. The threat from the Canglan Demon Kingdom gazing at the swiftly collapsing and vanishing world of the Demon Garden. Li Chang'an felt a pang of regret. The sole celestial treasure of the Tai Xuan Sect had been irrevocably damaged in this calamity, its ethereal spirit energy seized by the formidable demon and whisked away to Canglan. It could be said that the Tai Xuan Sect bore the brunt of the losses from this incident. However, victories and defeats are not always measured by gains and losses. Qianli had been captured by the former Canglan Guardian and confined within the Tai Xuan Demon Garden. Although this matter was shrouded in secrecy, many discerning individuals in the North Continent, especially from the 5 great sacred grounds, would likely have heard of it. Thus, even if the sect leader wished to release Qianli, he could not do so overtly. This gathering of the sacred grounds presented the most opportune moment. Ho-yi remarked, Li Chang'an and the others did not emerge from the entrance of the Demon Garden. Rather, I utilized a grand technique to extract them from the shattered void of the Demon Garden. Hence, They found themselves not at Tai Xuan Sect, but beyond the Canglan Iron Wall, a great distance away. Standing atop the Canglan Iron Wall after returning from the Ghost Forest, Li Chang'an and his companions surveyed the Canglan Demon Kingdom. Their expressions varied. Hui remained clad in his pristine white scholar's robe, impeccably neat and devoid of wrinkles. Yet, curiously, his complexion appeared ashen, marked by evident pain. "Senior brother, could we perhaps converse after a bath and change of clothes?" Neza inquired. "By the way, why is one of your braids longer than the other?" "It looks quite asymmetrical, master. Who was it that shaved your head? Tell me, and I shall seek vengeance upon him." The old monk stroked his bald head, bemused by the peculiarity of this individual. Was it merely the absence of a single mark that warranted such fuss? Li Chang'an shot a glare at Hui, then continued. With a pallid complexion and furrowed brows, Hui stated, "In these years, I have dispatched individuals to Canglan Demon City to gather intelligence, and at long last, I have gleaned some valuable information. Qianli, imprisoned in the Demon Garden, is the adopted daughter of the clan leader of the remnants of Canglan, originally a phoenix, yet she has awakened the ancient true phoenix bloodline, earning significant favor. However, 50 years ago, she engaged in a battle with the young clan leader of the Bai clan, another prominent family in Canglan, and emerged victorious, claiming his demon core, thereby inciting the wrath of the Bai clan. It is likely that Qianli left Canglan Demon City to evade their pursuit, attempting to traverse the Canglan Iron Wall. Standing with military precision, Hui continued, "Unfortunately, she was spotted and captured by the then Canglan Guardian." The events that followed are well known to Li Chang'an. The remnants and the Bai clan have been at odds for thousands of years, their conflict evenly matched. In recent years, however, internal strife has abated, and there has even been a trend towards unity. Yet, the upheaval from 50 years ago severed their ties. If Qianli were to perish, it might be for the best. However, if she were to return safely to Canglan Demon City, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of the Bai clan, potentially leading to a tragic conflict between the two factions. Li Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at Hui, noting the cunning and guile learned from the old fox. Chun Bai Lu Hui's expression hardened. "Senior brother, do not be jealous. It is merely for the safety of humanity." "Jealous? I'm going to smash your head," Li Chang'an retorted with irritation, suddenly recalling something. "The Bai clan's young leader you mentioned earlier, is he a golden crow?" Hui nodded. "Indeed. Due to the nature of their bloodlines, the stronger the lineage, the more difficult it is for them to produce offspring. The clan leader of the Bai clan was originally a golden-winged great Pong. Yet for millennia, he has been unable to sire descendants. Thus, he adopted a golden crow as his foster son, positioning him as the Bai clan's young leader. Tragically, 50 years ago, he was slain by Qianli, and his demon core was extracted. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Now, this golden crow's demon core was no longer in Qianli's possession, but rather in the hands of Neza from the Tai Xuan Nine Peaks. Could it be that Qianli sought to divert blame? That seemed unlikely. Even if she knew the golden crow's demon core resided within the Tai Xuan Sect, that enormous Pong would not dare to traverse thousands of miles, risking being roasted in the process, to seek revenge at the Tai Xuan Sect. Li Chang'an shook his head. "Let us return now." "Return now?" Hui felt reluctant, having finally encountered his senior brother after a long time, only to part ways hastily. "Must we go back? The gathering of the sacred grounds has yet to conclude. The demon garden was destroyed, and over 1,000 outer sect disciples perished within. Not to mention, Neza has even killed the young instructor of Baiyang Academy, Zhuangzhan. That old curmudgeon Gulai has always harbored hostility towards Tai Xuan. This time, he has certainly secured a significant handle against us." Li Chang'an expressed his grievances. Hui raised an eyebrow, glancing at Neza. His little junior sister was indeed formidable, decisive in her actions, showing no fear even towards a sacred ground like Baiyang Academy. Yet, her attire was far too careless. Just look at her uneven braids, disheveled bangs, and mismatched sleeves, with half of her buttons undone. Hui clutched his chest, taking an unsteady step back. Goodness, a single glance nearly made me vomit blood. I must truly be a talent myself. After departing the Iron Wall, the group swiftly arrived at Baiyang City, nestled beneath the Canglan Iron Wall. Baiyang City was a fully fortified military stronghold, and as the commander of the Canglan garrison, Hui held absolute authority as the city's lord. Upon entering the city, Li Chang'an had barely a moment to eat before Hui ushered them into the bathhouse, insisting they cleanse and change their attire in deference to his neurotic fourth junior brother. Li Chang'an complied with his arrangements. By the time they finished, it was nearly evening. Just as they concluded their meal, the old monk, accompanied by Xuanzang, sought to bid farewell to Li Chang'an. "Leaving already?" Li Chang'an inquired. Though the ultimate victor of this gathering in the Demon Garden was not a representative of the 5 great sacred grounds, but rather an overlooked wandering monk from the outset, the old monk replied. Li Chang'an harbored suspicions that the strand of energy Qian Li had bestowed upon Xuanzang was indeed the ethereal spirit energy of the Demon Garden. Yet he felt it inappropriate to ask directly. The old monk expressed profound gratitude, stating, "I have been a considerable burden upon you. Benefactor my disciple and I shall not impose any further, rest assured. Your kindness shall be etched in our hearts. Upon returning, I shall immediately pray to the Buddha for your protection from the sea of suffering. Spare me. You are merely worried I might take an interest in that little monk Xuanzang and usurp his fortune." Li Chang'an grumbled discontentedly. Who on earth allowed this old fellow to enter the Buddhist fold? Is the threshold for Buddhism truly so low? The old monk chuckled awkwardly. I came to the North Continent in search of a disciple of the Buddha. Now that I have found one, it is only natural to return to my Little Thunder Sound Temple soon. Were you not the abbot of the White Horse Temple? How have you become affiliated with Little Thunder Sound Temple? The old monk opened his mouth, his expression sheepish. Well, I seem to have forgotten myself. It appears this fellow still remembers. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. If you wish to depart, then leave. It is not as if I can keep you here for a meal. The old monk paused momentarily. Perhaps I could stay for a vegetarian meal before departing. Li Chang'an. Old 4, think of a way to obscure the pure Zen heart of the little master Xuanzang, and then quickly send this old fellow on his way. I detest these bald-headed individuals. Chapter 76. Ho Yi's intelligence in the Beiyang City General's manor. Li Chang'an lounged casually in the general's chair, perusing intelligence reports on the movements of the Canglan demon race over the years. Ho Yi, furrowing his brow in evident distress, was busy tidying up the disordered documents Li Chang'an had scattered. Senior brother, I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to betray my master. I can hardly contain it. Li Chang'an shot Ho Yi a glare. What is this? After a few years as the Canglan Guardian, you've grown ambitious? Consider the days when you were merely a cast-off son of your family. If I hadn't raised you from the ground up, could you have achieved your current success? You've left the 9th peak and forgotten your senior brother. Now you dare to betray your master? Fine. Go ahead. Li Chang'an thumped his chest in frustration. Master, you left too soon, entrusting me to carry on the legacy of the 9th peak. Look at this. I can hardly manage it. Ho Yi's face reddened like he had swallowed a green fly. Senior brother, I was wrong. Punish me as you wished. Li Chang'an waved his sleeve, kicking aside the neatly arranged tables and benches, causing Ho Yi's delicate features to crinkle in dismay. Outside, the guards, impeccably clad in military attire, exchanged astonished glances. What on earth is this young man at the Qi refining stage? How could he discipline the general so thoroughly? They murmured among themselves, if we dared to behave like this, the grass on our graves would be 2 meters high. Li Chang'an surveyed the flustered Ho Yi, who bit his teeth in discomfort yet dared not move, and felt a great sense of satisfaction. Ha! Let your compulsions trouble you. I shall not be thwarted. Old 4, what is your current cultivation level? Ho Yi slightly bowed. I cannot match 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior sister, but I have reached the realm of slashing the void. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Though he had some inkling, he was still astonished. The realm of slashing the void was already nearing the pinnacle of existence in this world, capable of slaying great cultivators at that stage. Wasn't that comparable to the realm of harmonization? Well done. Keep up the good work. Li Chang'an gestured. It is fortunate that you possess the cultivation of the anti-illusion realm. Otherwise, the Canglan Iron Wall would not stand as steadfast as it does today. Ho Yi humbly lowered his head, striving to avoid gazing upon the chaotic disarray of the general's residence. Canglan has always been a formidable adversary of the human race, and over the years, I have not dared to exhibit the slightest negligence. I specifically trained a group of death warriors to infiltrate Canglan and gather intelligence, and these years have yielded considerable results. To my knowledge, the greatest powers within Canglan's demon city consist of 4 factions: the E clan, the Bai clan, the Dragon Sovereign, and the Lucian of the demon city. The E clan is the family to which Qian Li belongs. The true nature of the E clan's leader remains unknown, but he has 7 adopted sons and daughters, with Qian Li being the 7th. Each of them possesses ancient bloodlines that have long been lost, and Qian Li's true form is that of an immortal bird, perhaps the only one of its kind in Canglan. The 3rd is a Imochilan, another ancient bloodline that has been extinct for thousands of years, making it exceedingly precious. The other 5 individuals lack definitive information. Li Chang'an clicked his tongue in astonishment. An immortal bird. Imochilan. Goodness, I have never encountered such an array of fantastical sacred beasts in my novels. Historically at odds with the E clan is the Bai clan. whose leader is a golden-winged roc of noble bloodline. Logically, they should be close allies with the Yi clan, yet they have been embroiled in fierce conflict for many years. Only recently beginning to ease. It is said that the leader of the Yi clan had an eighth son who perished at the hands of the Bai clan, though I cannot ascertain the truth of this rumor. Next is the Dragon Sovereign, one of the major figures of Canglan's demon city, who allegedly transcended the heavenly tribulation a millennium ago, but has yet to ascend, granting him near absolute power over all of Canglan, though he seldom intervenes. Lastly, there is the Lucian, the lord of Canglan's demon city, said to have lived for tens of thousands of years, dwelling in the abyss beyond the demon city, shrouded in mystery. It is certain that this demon is extraordinarily powerful. Hui emphasized the word extraordinarily 3 times. Li Chang'an suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The Lucian, divine. Among these 4 factions, the Lucian can be momentarily dismissed, as few have ever laid eyes on this demon. For my estimation, this being largely ignores the mortal realm, resembling a celestial being devoted to cultivation. The greatest hostility towards the Canglan Iron Wall emanates from the Bai clan and the Dragon clan. In the past 50 years, the few demon surges we have faced have been predominantly led by the Bai clan, exhibiting a fierce intent for slaughter. While the Dragon Sovereign has not engaged directly, he has threatened to emerge from Canglan's northern skygate to purge the betraying Jiao Dragon clan. The Yi clan is few in number, and their leader favors rare demon bloodlines, having never shown hostility towards the Canglan Iron Wall. This is one of the reasons I consented to return Qianli. It not only serves to curry favor with the Yi clan, but also restrains the greatest threat posed by the Bai clan. Li Chang'an exhaled deeply. This was his first comprehensive understanding of the demon factions. While he marveled at their might, he also felt a measure of relief. Fortunately, the demon races are not united. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for Hui alone to defend the Canglan Iron Wall. The demon races remain a persistent nuisance, and they will inevitably threaten the Canglan Iron Wall and the human cultivators of the northern continent. Therefore, you must not let your guard down, Li Chang'an stated. Before the demons launch an assault on the northern continent, we must first resolve our internal conflicts. Otherwise, disunity will lead to inevitable calamity. Hui nodded. Old Fourth, you have done well. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Prior to the decisive confrontation with the demon races, intelligence is paramount, is an Old Fifth in Canglan. You could have him assist you in gathering information about the demons. Furthermore, when the time is right, I have a significant opportunity to present to you. Hui's eyes suddenly brightened. Upon exiting the general's residence, Li Chang'an saw Neza idly sitting on the steps while Shan Qingyi chattered away beside him. Upon noticing Li Chang'an's emergence, the two exchanged glances. Senior brother, when shall we return to the sect? Li Chang'an wore a helpless expression. The plight of Canglan had long been an ongoing issue, and the path to resolving this trouble was merely at its inception. Moreover, there were other pressing matters to address. After all, the sacred land meeting had yet to conclude. We must depart at once. Otherwise, I fear someone may lose their sanity. The entrance of the demon garden on Shenyang Peak. Dozens of figures fled in a panic, collapsing at the edge of the well, shaking the entire Tai Xuan Sect. The first to arrive was Zhou Yuan, followed closely by the real person, Dan Yang. And soon several high-ranking disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect appeared, their expressions grave. What transpired? Why have only these individuals returned? Zhou Yuan seized Zhao Zhua, urgently inquiring. Zhao Zhua's complexion was ashen, his internal spirit essence nearly depleted. Master, the demon ceiling tower has been destroyed. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as Dan Yun seemed to have anticipated this, maintaining his composure. After I, along with Zong Ting and others, attacked the tower, the demon beasts outside launched a frenzied assault on the disciples, resulting in heavy casualties. The strength of the demon beasts within the tower exceeded our expectations, and many of those who entered perished. What of Neza? Is she unharmed? Zhao Zhua's expression grew peculiar. Not only is she unharmed, while others fought desperately against the demon beasts, sustaining injuries, she not only emerged unscathed, but also barbecued her way from the demon ceiling tower to the 9th level. When I glanced back, she had already entered the latter stages of Foundation establishment. Goodness, it's disheartening to think about. Chapter 77. The death of Zhuangzhen. Neza is fine. Zongting and I were trapped on the 8th level of the demon ceiling tower by Zhuangzhen and Ao Hai Qining. Zhuangzhen originally pursued Neza, but at the last moment, Uncle Li Chang'an and Aunt Shan Qingyi arrived, taking Neza away from the tower, so she should be safe. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a measure of relief. Master, a total of 71 disciples from Tai Xuan entered the demon garden, with only 28 returning alive. The casualties are severe. Please impose punishment upon me. Zhao Zhua knelt with a thud, his face filled with sorrow. Many others continued to emerge from the entrance to the demon garden, with nearly all the loose cultivators and disciples from minor sects perishing within. Those who returned were primarily from the 5 great sacred lands, but even combined, they numbered scarcely over 100. Following Zhao Zhua were representatives from Chaoyang Ancient City, Zongting, Qining from the Four Directions Pavilion, Ao Hai from the Northern Sky Gate, and several disciples from the Baiyang Academy. Li Jing and others hurriedly arrived, visibly relieved to see Ao Hai emerge alive from the demon garden. Dan Yun, the 50-year meeting of the sacred land sects in the northern continent, was meant to train disciples and select those willing to resist the invasion of the demon races in Canglan. Yet never before have we witnessed such overwhelming casualties. Li Jing cast a glance at the disciples from the northern sky gate, speaking sternly. Tai Xuan Sect, you must provide an explanation. Indeed, I have promised each of our disciples 1,000 spirit crystals, yet now they have suffered grievous losses. You must give us an account. Representatives from various sects began to arrive at Xinyang Peak, their emotions running high. But at that moment, the atmosphere around Xinyang Peak turned suddenly cold. Where is Zhuangzhan from Baiyang Academy? Why has he not returned? Only then did the crowd realize that Zhuangzhan, the leader from Baiyang Academy, who had reached the pinnacle of return to origin, was notably absent. While ordinary individuals may have been unaware of Zhuangzhan's identity, a select few powerful figures from the sacred lands were well aware that Zhuangzhan was the beloved grandson of the Baiyang Academy's vice president, Zhuang Wenqing. Should Zhuangzhan have perished, Zhuang Wenqing would undoubtedly be enraged, further escalating tensions between the Baiyang Academy and the Tai Xuan Sect. Taoist Gulai, do not be angered. Some unforeseen events have occurred in the demon garden, which were indeed beyond our expectations. However, your sect Zhuangzhan possesses considerable cultivation and has received true teachings from Baiyang Academy. He should be safe. Dan Yun stepped forward to explain. The trial disciples are still evacuating. Perhaps Zhuangzhan remained until the end. Just as you see, Arneza and Li Chang'an, who went to welcome the trial disciples, have also yet to return, so do not worry. My friend, Jiu Lai's expression darkened ominously. He had known that Li Chang'an had gone to welcome the trial disciples, and was aware that he had yet to appear, which provided him with a slight sense of relief. However, it wasn't long before a disciple who had participated in the trial approached and whispered something, causing Gu Lai's countenance to darken once more. I hope Zhuangzhan has not encountered misfortune. Otherwise, the Tai Xuan Sect may not withstand the ensuing consequences. Dan Yun chuckled lightly. Fear not. While the demon garden has encountered some issues, it remains a trial cave, and the changes are still within our control. Boom! Before Dan Yun could finish his words, Xinyang Peak suddenly trembled violently, as if a great dragon had stirred beneath, startling everyone present. Subsequently, a chaotic stream of light and fragments erupted from the entrance of the demon garden, dissipating into the sky, intertwined with dense spatial rules and the scent of annihilation. Dan Yun. Zhou Yuan's expression changed drastically, his eyelids twitching. Master, the demon garden has been destroyed. At this moment, everyone lost their composure, particularly the disciples who had participated in the trials. A wave of fear surged through them. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they might have been buried alongside the shattered void of the demon garden. Jiu Lai's expression was terrifyingly grim as he reached out to draw back a trace of the annihilation's aura. Silently sensing it for a moment, he could detect chaotic fluctuations of rules and a strong scent of blood, causing his heart to plummet. Dan Yun, what do you have to say for yourself? Dan Yun's eyelids twitched. He sensed a formidable killing intent emanating from Gu Lai, realizing that Zhuangzhan's disappearance had thoroughly enraged this elder. Taoist Gu Lai, do not be agitated. The shattering of the demon garden was indeed anticipated, though it occurred slightly sooner than expected. Dan Yun retracted his divine sense from the summit of Qiong, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. The life lamps of the 3 members of our sect who have yet to return remain intact, indicating that they must have encountered some unexpected twists along the way. With Li Chang'an of our sect leading them, it is certain that Zhuangzhan from your esteemed faction will not come to harm. Before he could finish his words, Gu Lai conjured a white jade pendant from the void, which shattered almost perfectly in half from its center. Dan Yun. This old bastard, is he deliberately slapping my face? He recognized that this jade pendant was of the same ilk as the life lamps of the Tai Xuan Sect, housing the life force of the practitioner within. If the practitioner dies, the pendant shatters. Zhuangzhan is dead. Although Dan Yun felt a twinge of anger, he also confirmed that Zhuangzhan from Baiyang Academy must indeed be finished. This? Dan Yun Zhenren found himself at a loss for words. As trials often come with unforeseen circumstances, presumably, Zhuangzhan encountered a formidable demon of high caliber and was caught off guard, leading to his demise. A hymn. This, life and death are decreed by fate. If Shuangzhen fell at the hands of a beast, I, an old Taoist, have nothing to say. The leaders of the major sacred lands emerged unscathed, yet your esteemed brother has perished. What does this signify? It only indicates that your youth lacked skill. Can I be blamed for this? I did not slay him. Jiu Lai gritted his teeth, a tempest of murderous intent surging through him. If it were an ordinary disciple, it could be overlooked, but Zhuang Jian is the grandson of Zhuang Wenqing, the vice president of Baiyang Academy. Zhuang Wenqing is one of the few in the Dao integration realm and is known for his overbearing nature. With the death of Zhuang Jian, he would have no way to explain himself to Zhuang Wenqing. You lie, my friend. This trial was poorly considered by our Tai Xuan Sect, and disciples from all factions have suffered losses. We are willing to offer compensation, and I hope everyone will take it to heart. Dan Yun attempted to deflect the matter. However, what he did not anticipate was that at that moment, Ao Hai from the northern heavenly gate stepped forward. Dan Yun Zhenren, wait. I know how Zhuang Jin died. Gu Lai's expression tightened. Speak. Dan Yun suddenly felt an ominous premonition, but it was too late to stop the unfolding events. I am the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower in the Demon Garden. After Zhuang Zhan pursued someone alone, he ultimately could not retreat in time. I suspect that Zhuang Zhan may have perished at the hands of that person, in addition to possibly dying from the beasts of the 9th level. Ao Hai's words instantly incited speculation among the crowd. Could it be that Zhuang Zhan truly met his end at the hands of someone? The ordinary representatives of the sect had yet to grasp the implication, but the 5 great sacred lands members suddenly exchanged glances. The spiritual energy of the immortals? Could it be that during Zhuang Zhan's struggle for the immortal spiritual energy in the Demon Garden, he was silenced by that person? Who is that person? Li Jing inquired. Ao Hai's gaze grew complex, laden with unmasked resentment. The 9 Peaks, Neza, Chapter 78. The border town. The situation became increasingly enigmatic. Zhuang Jin of Baiyang Academy had perished in the Demon Garden. If it were merely at the hands of a beast, it could be deemed acceptable. Yet, Ao Hai's utterance had implicated the 9 Peaks Neza in his demise. This implied that the immortal spiritual energy within the Demon Garden might very well have been obtained by Neza. This was decidedly unsettling. However, many began to ponder another matter. Neza's cultivation. Kid, do not speak recklessly. Neza of the 9 Peaks is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly be a match for Zhuang Zhan at the peak of returning origin? If there had indeed been a conflict between them, it is without a doubt that Neza would be the one to fall. The smile that had adorned Dan Yun's face gradually faded. Little Jiao, do not think that because you possess a trace of true dragon blood and have the northern heavenly gate as your backing, you can slander my Tai Xuan disciples at will. Dan Yun's anger began to swell, and of course, Gu Lai was even angrier, as it was his own child who had perished. What I said is the truth. Qi Ning from the 4 Directions Pavilion can likewise attest to it. Ao Hai's statement directed everyone's attention to Qi Ning of the 4 Directions Pavilion. Qi Ning furrowed her brows, casting an irritated glance at Ao Hai. What he said is not incorrect. At that time, Zhuang Zhan had trapped me and Ao Hai, pursuing Neza, who had already entered the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower ahead of him, and afterward, he vanished without a trace. However, aside from the 4 of us, there were also 2 wandering monks present in the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Wandering monks. Some individuals expressed doubt regarding these 2, sneering slightly. Point 1 is at the Qi refinement stage, and the other at foundation establishment, mere trash. How could Zhuang Zhan's death possibly relate to them? Gu Lai remained silent, but his somber expression was indicative of his stance. In truth, clarifying this matter was not difficult. As long as your faction surrendered Neza for questioning, the truth behind Zhuang Zhan's death would naturally come to light. Li Jing interjected. Could it be that Dan Yun Zhenren is aware of the connection between Neza and Zhuang Zhan's death, and is thus attempting to conceal Neza? On the Divine Image Peak, the atmosphere suddenly turned oppressive and stern. Dan Yun, hand over Neza. Gu Lai stepped forward, the winds gathering ominously. Dan Yun thought to himself, this situation is spiraling out of control. Everyone, while Li Chang'an and Neza's life lamps remain intact, they have yet to emerge from the entrance. This is evident to all after the Demon Garden shattered. The spatial laws fractured. They may have fallen into some spatial rift. As for their current whereabouts, our Tai Xuan Sect is unaware. The words of Zhou Yuan were reasonable. At the same time, it served as a delaying tactic, at least alleviating the current stalemate as for when Neza would return. They both thought it best to hastily send someone to notify that little rascal to lay low for a while. Gu Lai scoffed coldly. If that is the case, I shall find that little bastard. As he spoke, he formed a gesture with his hands in the air, intricate wisps of energy swirling, inscribing an arcane rune. Our Baiyang Academy excels in spells. As long as Neza has come into contact with our Baiyang disciples, he will undoubtedly carry their essence, thus I will be able to locate him. As he spoke, the runes swirling in the air ignited with a bang, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. The smoke spiraled in the air before suddenly darting in a specific direction, vanishing in an instant. That was the direction of Canglan. After departing from Baiyang City, Li Chang'an and the others made their way toward Tai Xuan Sect. Although Tai Xuan Sect is the closest sect to the Canglan Iron Wall, it is still nearly 10,000 miles away. Moreover, Li Chang'an could not fly using qi, which resulted in their slow progress. Li Chang'an had hoped to have the two seniors guide him, but to his dismay, Neza disdainfully sidestepped him, while Shun Qingyi's face flushed red, and she spat at him with gritted teeth. Damn it. I must get myself a means of transport to avoid the disdain of these two little brats. Li Chang'an cursed in frustration, contemplating whether the sword boats of Chaoyang Ancient City or the dragon carriage of the Northern Heavenly Gate would be better, or perhaps the teleportation formation of Baiyang Academy, which could traverse 1,000 miles in an instant, would not be so laborious. After running for a while, Li Chang'an felt exhausted and spotted a small town not far ahead, deciding to dive right in. Although Shun Qingyi and Neza felt somewhat helpless, they could only follow him in. After all, if the two of them returned to their sect while leaving Li Chang'an behind, they would undoubtedly face 6 months of confinement. The town was sparsely populated. Aside from the hurried passers-by, there were few local residents wandering about. Li Chang'an searched the length of half a street and found not a single place to eat. Damn, this wretched place is rather shabby, Li Chang'an lamented. Given its proximity to the Canglan Iron Wall, situated in the farthest reaches of the northern continent, it had always been impoverished. Although it lay within the territory of the Great Qin Empire, it was evident that the worldly emperor did not care much for the welfare of this place. What are you looking for? Shun Qingyi followed closely behind. Looking for something to eat. We've traveled all day and I'm starving. Neza, who had been listless all along, suddenly perked up. Don't worry, every place has its local delicacies. Though Huaitown is somewhat remote, the more obscure the location, the more unexpected the finds. Neza nodded eagerly. Shun Qingyi looked at the two with exasperation. They were clearly practitioners capable of fasting, yet they could not resist their appetites. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the disciples of the Nine Peaks all relished worldly food, which perhaps contributed to their more human-like demeanor. Let us go find something. The trio strolled along the empty street for several hundred meters before discovering a tavern at the end. The tavern's entrance bore no ordinary large characters. Instead, it was covered with ornate runes. Spirit-repelling charm. Shun Qingyi raised an eyebrow. Could it be that there were malevolent spirits lurking here? No wonder there were so few people in this small town. The spirit-repelling charm was a common exorcism spell, effective against certain specters and spirits, but the charm displayed at the tavern appeared to be crudely inscribed by some unknown figure. Let us go inside and take a look. The three entered in single file. Inside the tavern, there were hardly any patrons. The proprietor scrutinized the trio for a moment before relaxing slightly. Boss, is it rather unsettled here? Li Chang'an produced a silver ingot and tossed it onto the table, noting the dearth of customers and the spirit-repelling charm hanging at the entrance. The proprietor's eyes brightened at the sight of the silver ingot, but upon hearing Li Chang'an's question, he furrowed his brow. Guest, I wouldn't dare speak carelessly about such matters. What would you like to order? Bring us your specialty dishes. Whatever you have, bring as much as you can. Li Chang'an elegantly waved his hand, and a larger silver ingot crashed onto the table with a resounding thud. Furthermore, I require the proprietor to elaborate on the words you dare not speak. The proprietor furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment. Chapter 79. Haunting the proprietor's face reflected his distress as he paused for quite some time before reaching out to collect the silver ingot from the table. This gentleman is not a local, is he? Li Chang'an nodded, casually pointing towards the sky. Oh, I see now. The proprietor suddenly understood. He must be a significant figure from the capital. No wonder he is meddling in our trivial matters. With this realization, the proprietor became somewhat animated. You see, sir, there have been hauntings in our town. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Hauntings? Neza, who sat nearby, showed no reaction, but the 60-year-old Shun Qingyi was startled. Ghosts? How could there be ghosts? I'm so frightened. Li Chang'an couldn't help but roll his eyes. After all, he was a practitioner of the heart-illuminating realm, soon to achieve the Yang spirit, a terrestrial deity. How could he be afraid of a mere ghost from the mortal realm? There are indeed many kinds of ghosts. The most common type is the lingering souls of the deceased, which absorb the yin energy and become stagnant, representing the most typical form of ghost in the mortal realm. Such ghosts are generally non-aggressive, occasionally revealing themselves through the yin energy, merely to frighten mortals. The other type of ghost pertains to certain realms of cultivation. or those unintentionally formed through the practice involving specific objects. Alternatively, there are powerful practitioners whose bodies have perished, and their yang spirit has been eroded, transforming them into ghostly entities. These ghosts are far more formidable. Not even Li Chang'an, let alone the highly skilled Shen Qingyi, could easily contend with them. Although our town is close to the northern border, shielded by the Canglan Iron Wall guarded by the god of archery and the southern sanctum of cultivation, Qingyun Mountain, it has been relatively peaceful over the years. However, half a year ago, our town suddenly began experiencing hauntings. The proprietor's expression was one of horror. Almost every few days, someone in town would inexplicably die, starting with the elderly and children, and gradually, even adults began to perish. Many have rumored that at midnight, a woman with long flowing hair roams the streets, and the next day, someone would die, a soul-collecting ghost, a female ghost collecting souls. The proprietor gulped. No, it's not just a rumor. I've seen that ghost. 3 months ago, while getting up in the night, I truly saw a red figure floating at head height. With long hair, a neck twisted against its back, and a pale face crawling with maggots. Ugh. Shen Qingyi retched. Li Chang'an moved aside in exasperation. What a pitiful creature. Neza, sitting beside them, seemed intrigued, as if he had stumbled upon a delightful story. Don't get any wild ideas. That thing is not edible. Oh. Neza turned his head, dismissing the notion. Li Chang'an waved his hand, and the proprietor hurriedly retreated, soon returning with several plates of food, which excited Neza once more. While our Huai town is renowned for its Huai River snowflake fish, in the past half-year, many townsfolk have left, and there are hardly any fishermen left, which is a great pity. Neza's eyes lit up. Forget it. Just eat this and make a quick escape. Li Chang'an, as he picked at his meal, shot a glare at Neza, questioning whether he truly wanted to stay and encounter a ghost. Neza seemed somewhat tempted, but Shen Qingyi quickly shook her head. Weren't you all here specifically to exterminate ghosts? The proprietor was taken aback. Obviously, we came here only to dine. Li Chang'an, without lifting his gaze, replied, Oh right, proprietor, since most of the townsfolk have fled, why do you remain here? Aren't you afraid that the female ghost will come to claim you at night? The proprietor sighed. I'm just an isolated soul, unable to abandon the ancestral property left behind. Li Chang'an nodded. People often harbor special feelings for their hometown. Having traversed here for a century, he occasionally reminisced about the land beneath the red flag, let alone the ordinary folks who have lived here since childhood. After finishing their meal, the sky gradually darkened. Li Chang'an lifted Neza from the table and turned to leave. You truly want to intervene? Shen Qingyi, who had previously appeared frightened, surprisingly halted. Of course not. Tai Xuan Sect still has a mess to clean up. Can I afford to waste time here? Li Chang'an shot her a glance, adding, besides, who knows if that female ghost is merely the transformation of a powerful practitioner's young spirit? You, a mere fledgling in the heart-illuminating realm. What could you possibly use to protect me? That's a valid point. Shen Qingyi pondered for a moment, then abruptly declared, Why should I protect you? You are the senior brother of Tai Xuan's 9 peaks. Can't you show a bit of promise? Li Chang'an ignored her, pulling Neza along as they made their way outside. Senior brother, as cultivators, isn't it our duty to vanquish demons and uphold justice? Shen Qingyi stood still, her expression somewhat disappointed. Who is discussing such brainwashing nonsense? Tell me, and I'll smash him. Li Chang'an did not look back. Senior brother in her mind. Li Chang'an was the esteemed senior brother of 9 peaks, a hero capable of nurturing talents like Xing Tian and Ho Yi. Despite his slow progress in cultivation, he was, after all, a figure worthy of admiration. Now, however, she realized how fearful Li Chang'an truly was. Li Chang'an dragged Neza straight out of the tavern, walking a considerable distance before sighing and returning with Neza in tow. Let me tell you, don't fixate on exterminating demons and upholding justice, nor aspire to be a hero sung about by the masses. Li Chang'an looked earnestly at Shen Qingyi. Your sole purpose as a cultivator is to ensure your own survival, to live longer, and to live better. Li Chang'an felt somewhat disheartened. That bastard Lao Si has led an entire generation of Tai Xuan astray. Damn it, proprietor, prepare me a room. 2 rooms. Li Chang'an was infuriated, not only at Shen Qingyi and Neza for not restraining him and allowing him to stumble into such a haunted place. Well, a haunted place, but also at the tavern proprietor for succumbing to the temptation of 2 ingots of silver, rambling on endlessly. Neza was resolute, yet Shen Qingyi, being a fledgling, was the most prone to empathy, dragging him down with her. Seeing Li Chang'an stay behind, Shen Qingyi's mood improved significantly as she clung to his arm, her warmth causing him a wave of irritation. In the tavern, they secured 2 rooms, one for Neza and Shen Qingyi, and one for Li Chang'an. The three remained in their rooms until midnight before stealthily slipping out. Why don't you two go check it out? I want to go. Li Chang'an felt a twinge of guilt. Shen Qingyi huffed lightly, pulling Li Chang'an's arm as they flew to the rooftop. The tavern was positioned towards the inner part of Huai Town, with a two-story building offering a broad view. The three stood atop the roof, able to see nearly the entire town of Huai. All they needed to do was wait. He determined that if the female ghost did not appear tonight, he would leave without negotiation the following day. Li Chang'an crouched in the shadows, holding his breath, his entire being blending with the darkness. Soon, a series of crunching sounds reached his ears. Li Chang'an's expression stiffened. A few steps away, Neza and Shen Qingyi sat together, seemingly having produced a bag of seeds from nowhere, happily munching away, occasionally spitting shells and grumbling about the taste. Caramel-flavored. Want to try? Not tasty. I prefer cumin. Cumin? Disgusting. Li Chang'an. Chapter 80. The ghost of Huai Town. Li Chang'an felt that these two were showing an utter lack of respect for the ghost. After all, it was a spirit that had wreaked havoc in Huai Town for half a year. Who wouldn't he shudder at the mention? Yet these two seemed to treat it as a mere spectacle, sitting on the beam, casually snacking on seeds. I say, Li Chang'an's face darkened, passing me a handful as well. Fine. If I'm the only one afraid of that female ghost, it would be rather embarrassing. At tea that moment, each of them had a handful of seeds, squatting on the beam, tossing banter back and forth, punctuated by the occasional spitting sound. As midnight approached and the moonlight thickened, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, instantly lowering the previously warm temperature. Li Chang'an instinctively shivered. Ghost? Shen Qingyi's lips trembled lightly, torn between fear and excitement, as she pointed to a red figure that seemed to have materialized out of thin air, several dozen feet away on the street. Just as the tavern proprietor had described, the figure floated in midair, draped in red garments, its head bizarrely twisted backward, long black hair gently swaying, its face crawling with maggots. Ugh. Now it was Li Chang'an's turn to retch. Damn it, in the dead of night. This thing is too unsettling. Before Li Chang'an could speak, Neza, who had been squatting beside them, spat out a seed shell and leaped from the beam, charging directly at the female ghost, his right hand trembling as the yin-yang dual swords materialized, slashing toward the ghost's neck. The female ghost seemed to have just noticed Neza, freezing in place, and the next moment, a pair of grayish-white eyes, devoid of pupils, locked onto Li Chang'an, followed by a piercing shriek that echoed through the night. Li Chang'an shuddered all over, nearly tumbling off the beam. You better have seen clearly. It's not me you're after. Don't scare me like that. Li Chang'an keenly observed that following the ghastly wail of the female specter, Shen Qingyi and Neza appeared somewhat dazed, their movements slowing down noticeably. Strangely, he felt no such effects himself, a soul force attack. Damn it, this creature is no ordinary ghost. It must be a celestial spirit that has transformed into a malevolent shade. Or perhaps it has acquired some arcane technique. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an slapped Shen Qingyi awake, urging her to assist Neza, as she was no match for this entity. Shen Qingyi complied, unleashing her flying sword which sliced towards the distant red-robed specter, the terrifying sword energy cleaving the ghost in two with a thunderous crash. Yet, in the next moment, mere yards away at the alley's entrance, the red figure flickered back into existence. Your flying sword is ineffective against a shade. It will not harm her. Cursed be it, I am forced to squander my resources again. As Li Chang'an spoke, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his storage pouch, igniting it in the wind, which transformed into a swirling flame that enveloped the newly formed specter in an instant. The blazing fire morphed into a net of light, and upon the ghost's slight touch, it emitted a piercing shriek, gradually becoming more ethereal and listless within the confines of the luminous net. Once Neza regained his senses, he approached the trapped specter with curiosity. Is this what a ghost looks like? It's not frightening at all, he said, extending a hand through the light net to poke the ghost's face. Li Chang'an. Although he was allied with this fellow, he felt that Neza was crossing a line. Fear not, this talisman is a spirit-binding charm from the White Sheep Academy, highly effective against ordinary ghostly entities. Li Chang'an explained to the somewhat apprehensive Shen Qingyi. However, it was peculiar. This specter seemed to possess knowledge of techniques against souls, indicating she was not an ordinary shade. Yet, she appeared significantly weaker than he had anticipated. If she were truly a celestial spirit in transformation, she would not be so easily subdued. The mere fact that a single binding charm could restrain this specter so thoroughly was indeed unexpected for Li Chang'an. Perhaps this is merely an ordinary shade. Look, it seems this ghost lacks any semblance of intelligence, Shen Qingyi remarked, twirling about with a curious expression. Perhaps so, Let us not dwell on it any longer. I shall collect it first. With that, she waved her right hand, causing the light net that confined the specter to slowly constrict, ultimately capturing a glowing orb the size of a walnut, which she stowed away in her storage pouch. Job done. Damn it. Staying up late like a lunatic is quite exhausting. Li Chang'an rubbed his numb shoulders, urging the two to quiet down so he could catch a brief respite. The following day, as Li Chang'an opened his eyes, he found Shen Qingyi standing by his bedside, her wide eyes fixated on him. Goodness, when did you come in? Li Chang'an pulled the blanket up to cover himself, feeling a bit bashful as he noticed her unabashed gaze. You didn't see anything, did you? Shen Qingyi's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Senior brother, there has been another death in Huai Town last night. What? Li Chang'an was taken aback. Last night, in the southern part of Huai Town, a family of 4 perished within their home, without a single injury on their bodies, presumably extinguished by a malevolent spirit. Li Chang'an sat up abruptly, immediately checking his storage pouch, relieved to find the specter he had captured still confined within the spirit-binding charm. Could it be that there is more than one malevolent spirit wreaking havoc in Huai Town? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the situation was becoming more complicated. Typically, malevolent spirits, much like beasts, possess territorial instincts, particularly those with a certain level of cultivation, even if they have not developed intelligence, would instinctively oppose other spirits. Thus, it would be most reasonable to presume that only one malevolent spirit roams Huai Town. Yet now, a second has emerged. It seems this matter is not as simple as we had initially envisioned. Li Chang'an pondered aloud. If Huai Town possesses a unique allure for malevolent spirits, then there must be a hidden hand at play behind them. Are you suggesting that someone is manipulating these spirits from the shadows? Li Chang'an nodded. It could be a more formidable spirit or a powerful cultivator. That is the most logical explanation. Shen Qingyi's expression gradually shifted. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an declared, let us stay another day and observe tonight. Perhaps we can unearth the puppet master behind this. Agreed. Li Chang'an did not remain in the tavern waiting for nightfall. Instead, he utilized the daylight's abundant yang energy to survey the surroundings of Huai Town. The local feng shui was rather ordinary, not the malevolent ground he had anticipated for gathering spirits and calamities, thus ruling out the first possibility. The remaining theory was that a cultivator was secretly controlling the malevolent spirits, siphoning the yang fire from the living to practice some sinister art. The thought of such matters left Li Chang'an feeling somewhat vexed. Involving himself in this affair could lead to peril. Yet he could not bear the thought of Shen Qingyi's resentful gaze should he decide to leave. Damn it, I am just too soft-hearted. As he wrestled with his thoughts, a chilling gaze flickered past Li Chang'an. There is something amiss. A chill ran down his spine. Chapter 81. The actors while sipping tea in the tavern, Li Chang'an discreetly scrutinized his surroundings. He refrained from releasing his spiritual sense, although it was comparable in strength to an ordinary return to origin realm cultivator. Malevolent entities are inherently more sensitive to spiritual awareness than cultivators themselves. Before long, Neza approached, clutching a plate of pastries and sitting beside him. Senior brother, you look rather suspicious, sneaking around. Neza remarked, puzzled. Is it that obvious? Li Chang'an lowered his voice, stating, keep quiet. I sense someone is watching me, likely related to last night's specter. Neza casually lifted an arm, pointing, is that the person you mean? Li Chang'an turned to see a scholar dressed in a scholar's robe. Peering at him from a distance, his face stiffening as he caught Li Chang'an's gaze. Just an ordinary person. This is awkward. No, he is not an ordinary person. Li Chang'an's eyes narrowed. He could detect a chilling aura emanating from the young man, an essence that could not possibly belong to a mere commoner. Dipping his fingers in tea, he applied it between his eyebrows, feeling a sharp sensation emanating from deep within his eyes. Upon looking again, he indeed saw that the stiff-faced man was accompanied by the spirit of a little girl in green attire. A malevolent spirit. As if sensing Li Chang'an's scrutiny, the little girl's spirit turned and floated away, disappearing over the wall. Chase. Li Chang'an hurried a few steps before turning back. Shen Qingyi, call for me. Come with me to investigate. Shortly, Shen Qingyi and Neza followed Li Chang'an, trailing the little girl's spirit, and the trio exited Huai Town, arriving at the banks of the Huai River, where the spirit suddenly vanished. Into the river. Li Chang'an felt vexed. Indeed, there was something amiss with the malevolent spirits in Huai Town. If there wasn't someone pulling the strings, I would be utterly befuddled. Li Chang'an fervently gestured. Shen Qingyi, you go down and take a look. Shen Qingyi shot him a sidelong glance. Why don't you go down and see for yourself? I'm afraid. What lies beneath is evidently no simple matter. I suspect there are other malevolent spirits lurking nearby, and I must remain here to keep watch, lest you encounter danger. Li Chang'an stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shen Qingyi looked at him with disdain. Coward! The atmosphere grew tense. How about Neza? You try it? Neza remained silent, summoning the magical red silk that flew into his hands, resembling a dragon as it plunged into the Huai River, creating a massive whirlpool as it stirred the waters. Neza is quite clever, Li Chang'an felt a pang of embarrassment as he watched shimmering snowflake fish leap from the river, landing at Neza's feet in droves. Neza promptly stored the magical silk and gleefully began to collect fish. Let me handle this. These unreliable elements. Li Chang'an's expression gradually darkened as he locked his spiritual sense onto a shadowy, obscure spot on the riverbed, then flicked his wrist to release a blade of sword energy. The unparalleled sword energy, gifted by Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City, had been brewing in his dantian ever since he acquired it, now showing signs of melting. Although the sword energy he unleashed did not exhibit the unparalleled nature he had hoped for, it still bore the strength of the initial return to Origin Realm. Bang! The Huai River erupted, the fierce sword intent piercing deep into the waters, crashing down upon the riverbed. A muffled groan emanated from below, and a figure cloaked in black robes leaped out, striking towards Li Chang'an with a resounding palm. The dark hands conjured a chilling wind, akin to the wails of countless malevolent spirits, causing Shen Qingyi and Neza to stiffen, their faces paling. Li Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically. The terrifying cold wind surged forth in an instant, penetrating his body. Damn it, what is this thing? Li Chang'an had no time to ponder. He seized Shen Qingyi and Neza. Turning to flee, he could tell that the black-robed figure was not of high cultivation. Yet its bizarre methods had rendered Shen Qingyi and Neza powerless to fight back, and he, as a mere novice, was certainly no match. Since we're here, we might as well not leave. A somber voice emanated from behind, the sharp wind of intent nearly piercing through his back. Even more alarming was the fact that the sinister soul force was actually burrowing directly into his spiritual sea's soul pool, causing a searing pain in his head as if it were being torn apart. Damn it. How did I end up attracting such a colossal trouble for myself? Li Chang'an inwardly lamented, striving to maintain his composure. Clearly, this individual was adept in soul power, evident from the attack methods employed upon their first encounter. The earlier dispatch of ghostly entities to collect souls was likely an invocation of wicked techniques that leveraged human souls for cultivation. Shen Qingyi had yet to solidify her yang god, and Neza was merely at the foundational stage. Neither possessed the means to fend off soul attacks. Faced with such a direct assault on the spiritual sea and soul, they were utterly defenseless. At this juncture, there was but one option: to flee. Flames ignited beneath Li Chang'an's feet, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, he could not afford to dwell on that now. However, a muffled grunt suddenly echoed from behind, causing Li Chang'an to halt. Huh. The soul force that had invaded his spiritual sea appeared to have vanished. Within the spiritual sea, a vast star map flickered with a faint glow, the cool starlight illuminating the entire expanse. The dark soul force that had just penetrated the spiritual sea melted away as swiftly as a red-hot knife plunging into butter. And my goodness, what a divine intervention! Li Chang'an summoned the starlight of his spiritual sea, clenching his fist and, without warning, pivoted to deliver a strike. The figure in black robes, pursuing him, was caught off guard, colliding with Li Chang'an's fist with a resounding thud. Then, a chilling scream pierced the air. So it turns out to be nothing more than a decorative pillow. What a fright you gave me! Li Chang'an gasped, cursing under his breath, a few paces away. A horrific gaping hole appeared where Li Chang'an's fist had struck the black-robed figure, and a layer of pure white flames began to burn at the edges, rapidly expanding. What kind of power is this? The voice from beneath the black robe trembled slightly, and only then did Li Chang'an realize that beneath the black robe was not a human at all, but rather a gleaming black skeleton. Who are you, truly? The skeleton's voice was deep and eerie, as the soul power receded. Shen Qingyi and Neza regained their composure, gazing warily at the skeleton several feet away. Li Chang'an straightened his posture, letting out a sinister laugh. I am the one sent to liberate you. Humph. To cultivate at the expense of the innocent people of Beizhou. Such malevolent sorcery deserves extermination. Behold my might, great might heavenly dragon. De Luo spell, Inai Hong. Shen Qingyi felt a twitch in her eyelids, sensing a strange familiarity about that incantation. However, she had no time for contemplation. The methods of this skeletal fiend were devious, having ensnared even her in an unguarded moment, and it was clear that Li Chang'an, a mere chi formation cultivator, was no match for it. Yet, the next moment, Shun Qingyi witnessed Li Chang'an leap back a few paces and deliver a resounding slap. Even more astonishing was that the once menacing skeleton was sent hurtling backward with a wretched scream, its bones nearly shattered by the impact. What the hell? Shun Qingyi was left utterly bewildered. Is this fellow some kind of performer? At that moment, Li Chang'an stood with his fists ablaze with starlight, his posture as straight as a valiant general. Yet, Shun Qingyi felt an odd discomfort. How has he suddenly become so formidable? Li Chang'an approached, placing a foot upon the chest of the black-robed skeleton, the thin starlight flames scorching the malevolent energy emanating from it, swiftly weakening its power. Little brother, did you ever anticipate this? Li Chang'an chuckled ominously. Today, in the name of justice for the wronged souls of Huai Town, I shall vanquish you, evil fiend. With that, he struck down with a resounding fist, igniting sparks upon the skeleton's visage. Mighty hero, wait. If the skeleton could exhibit expressions, it would undoubtedly be overflowing with tears. Originally just a shadow puppet, it had inadvertently acquired a technique and had hidden beneath the Huai River for years, only gaining sentience due to this black stone, which also granted it knowledge of a cultivation method. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow in surprise, accepting the black stone from the shadow puppet's grasp. It felt icy to the touch, imbued with a clarity that penetrated the very soul. In that brief moment of contact, the soul within the spiritual sea inexplicably surged with vitality, and why goodness, it truly is a treasure. Li Chang'an felt a flicker of desire as he probed the black stone with his consciousness, discovering a series of mysterious ancient characters. Heaven, Yin, Tao? Li Chang'an stood there, momentarily stunned, before erupting into a torrent of curses. What the hell? Which old scoundrel concocted this? Shun Qingyi and Neza, puzzled, leaned in to see, but Li Chang'an quickly stepped back. If these two were to discover the contents within, he would have to prepare for a return to Tai Xuan Sect. The skeleton weakly interjected, Big brother, this is a specialized cultivation text for the soul, known as the Heavenly Scripture. Oh? Is that so? Li Chang'an scrutinized it closely, feeling a bit awkward. Very well, I shall keep this. With that, he placed the stone back into his storage pouch, his expression suddenly shifting to one of fury. Damned wicked sorcerers, to slay the innocent citizens of Huai Town for their own gain. Today, I shall act in the name of justice. Great might heavenly dragon, Deluo spell, Inaima Gu Tai. With a resounding crash, before the skeleton could react, its bones were shattered, and a newly formed soul flame was completely dispersed. Clapping his hands together, Li Chang'an exhaled in relief. Now, let us chant together, Lu Binwei is formidable. Shun Qingyi Ida. Nezal Yu Binwei is formidable, Li Chang'an. This girl truly has a few screws loosed. Is Qingyun Mountain not far from here? Li Chang'an suddenly inquired. Shun Qingyi nodded, indicating that 2,000 miles to the west lay Qingyun Mountain, which had gradually ascended to a first-rate position in recent years, having relied on Tai Xuan Sect, yet maintaining a low profile, deferring to Tai Xuan Sect in both major and minor matters. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Li Chang'an shook his head. The shadow puppet had previously revealed it was created by the head of Qingyun Mountain, yet it had been discarded beneath the Huai River. Shadow puppets are typically crafted from living beings. Qingyun Mountain has always prided itself on righteousness in Beizhou. How could they resort to such nefarious methods? Is Shao Qian, disciple of Zhou Yuan, from Qingyun Mountain? Shun Qingyi nodded. Shao Qian is the youngest son of Shao Dingtian, the head of Qingyun Mountain, held in high regard due to his potential in the three-transformation Dao body. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment before shaking his head, intending to inquire with Shao Qian about the situation regarding the shadow puppets of Qingyun Mountain. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, and he turned in astonishment to see Neza, clad in an apron, wielding dual swords with snowfish skewered upon them, roasting them over a fire. This is delectable. What the hell? Li Chang'an felt his composure slipping. Just as he was about to scold the inconsiderate little rascal, he suddenly noticed the air before him twisting, and a young man in a blue robe materialized a few feet away. Master Luo Lu, what brings you here? The youth who appeared was named Luo Lu, the peak master of Tai Xuan's Tianji Peak, deeply engrossed in cultivation, and among the most indifferent to worldly affairs within Tai Xuan Sect. Even Li Chang'an had not seen him for quite some time. Luo Lu furrowed his brow, scanning over Neza and Shun Qingyi. You are in danger? Huh? Li Chang'an's brow furrowed. Neza has been implicated in the death of Zhuangzhan from Baiyang Academy, and Gu Lai is furious, en route here. Senior brother Dan Yun has asked me to inquire if Zhuangzhan's death is indeed connected to Nezha. Li Chang'an's expression shifted drastically. When Neza killed Zhuangzhan, only 2 monks, one old and one young, had witnessed the event. With Xuanzang and Zhuwang now departed, he had initially believed there would be no repercussions. After all, the trials in the Demon Garden inherently bore risks, and this time, many lives were lost due to its collapse. However, the unfolding situation seemed to exceed expectations. Zhuangzhen is significant, Li Chang'an countered. Indeed, Zhuangzhen is the grandson of Zhuang Wenqing, the vice president of Baiyang Academy, endowed with exceptional talent and held in high esteem. Zhuang Wenqing has likely already broken through to the realm of Dao integration. This is a predicament indeed. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. Indeed, Zhuangzi met his demise at the hands of Neza. This matter is quite difficult to elucidate. Luo Lu nodded in agreement. Thus, you cannot return to the sect. You must find a place to hide. Li Chang'an seized Shen Qingyi and Neza, declaring, very well. With a single sweep of his hand, Luo Lu caused the void before them to ripple, forming a gateway of light. Let us take refuge at the Canglan Iron Wall. Master Dan Yun has already gone to meet the sect leader. This matter requires the direct intervention and communication of the sect's elder brother. Agreed. Li Chang'an replied decisively, pulling Neza and Shen Qingyi towards the teleportation array. However, in the next moment, a sound of breaking space resonated from the horizon, and the newly formed teleportation array twisted and shattered with a resounding crash. Damn it, there's no time. Chapter 83. The threat from Baiyang Academy in midair. A dark cloud suddenly materialized, and within its depths, Gulai stared intently at Li Chang'an. More accurately, his gaze was fixed upon Neza, who stood behind him. A flicker of murderous intent lurked within his murky eyes. Li Chang'an, Neza, you shall not escape. Li Chang'an's expression stiffened. This was not the Tai Xuan Sect, and without the suppression of the Tai Xuan Grand Array on outer sect cultivators, he was confronted by the terrifying pressure of a formidable practitioner at the anti-void realm, akin to a terrestrial deity. Even though they were separated by several hundred zhang and Luo Lu stood before him, absorbing much of the oppressive force, he could still feel the overwhelming pressure akin to celestial wrath. Heh, ancient elder, have you come such a long way to escort me back? How courteous of you. Li Chang'an chuckled foolishly. Jiu Lai's expression darkened. A disciple of Baiyang Academy, Zhuangzi, perished on the 9th level of the Demon Sealing Tower. According to Ao Hai of the Northern Sky Gate, his death is attributed to the hands of Tai Xuan disciple Nezhad Li Chang'an. Surrender, Neza, and I shall allow you to leave. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Zhuangzi was killed by Neza. How was I unaware of this? He turned to Neza, asking, Did you kill Zhuangzi? Neza blinked her large eyes, shrugging her shoulders. Senior brother, what nonsense are you talking? I'm only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Oh, now I'm merely at the upper stage. How could I possibly have killed Zhuangzi? After all, he is a genius of Baiyang Academy, a master at the peak of returning Yuan. Li Chang'an suddenly understood. Indeed, with such a disparity in their realms, how could she possibly be his match? If a fight were to ensue, she would be the one to be vanquished. That is certainly true. Shen Qingyi's expression was grave. Yet one could still discern the slight twitch of her lips. Neza, usually perceived as somewhat dim-witted, displayed remarkable acting skills in this critical moment. Her performance was truly exceptional. Jiu Lai narrowed his eyes, a fierce killing intent radiating from them. There is no need for your admission. I possess methods to discern the truth. As he spoke, his right hand reached out into the void, causing the entire space to tremble violently, ensnaring Li Chang'an in an invisible net, forcing him to watch helplessly as he and Neza were drawn towards Gulai. Standing aside, Luo Lu's expression hardened. With a single downward motion of his hand, he cleaved through the stagnated void. Gulai, until the matter is clarified, my Tai Xuan disciples shall not permit you to act. Gulai's expression turned cold, with Ao Hai of the Northern Sky Gate as a witness. Does your Tai Xuan intend to shield a murderer? Until the truth is revealed, how can one speak of shielding? Li Chang'an and Neza are my Tai Xuan's second-generation disciples, not mere passers-by. Should you wish to employ the soul-searching method, you must first inquire whether I consent. Despite his youthful appearance, Luo Lu was already a formidable practitioner at the anti-void realm. Thus he showed no fear in the face of Gulai. However, Gulai's confidence was bolstered not only by his own strength, but also by the formidable backing of Baiyang Academy, which far surpassed the Tai Xuan Sect. What if I insist on searching your soul today? Then we shall engage in battle first. The air thickened, rendering it difficult to breathe. Li Chang'an turned to see Neza hiding behind him, sneakily munching on a roasted snowflake fish, nearly causing him to choke. What on earth was this girl thinking? Was she not concerned about being captured and flayed by the ancient elder? The void rippled slightly, and Li Jing, clad in golden battle armor, suddenly appeared in midair. Looking down at Luo Lu with a smile, I believe that there is no better method to ascertain the truth than through soul-searching. Luo Lu, are you concerned that Gulai will uncover the connection between Zhuangzi's death and Neza? Or perhaps you fear that others may be involved. Others? Are you referring to me? Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. Luo Lu took a step forward, his demeanor unwavering. Though he was generally laid back and uninterested in trivial matters, Li Chang'an was one of the 9 veins of Tai Xuan, the foremost disciple of Zhang Hong, and represented significant importance to the sect. Neza was a rare talent, acknowledged by the sect, which had resolved to nurture her without reservation. At present, internal strife had erupted within Tai Xuan. Tang Guang had restrained the sect leader, and Dan Yun needed to remain at Tai Xuan to oversee the situation, while Tai Chi had gone missing. And Bai Pao guarded the Sword Law Peak, rarely venturing beyond the confines of the sect. As for the remaining disciples, Song Gongyang was closely aligned with Tang Guang, and Qin Huang was engrossed in artifact crafting, rendering their involvement unlikely. The only one capable of standing up to Gu Lai was himself. So, are you truly willing to intervene and oppose my Tai Xuan? His voice was low, and a dagger the size of a palm flew from Luo Lu's consciousness, hovering silently in the air, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly turning sharp, causing the void within 100 zhang to tremble violently. Li Jing let out a cold laugh. What's wrong with that? With a resounding crash, the clouds expanded, transforming into a dragon of mist that soared towards Luo Lu with a roar of defiance. The atmosphere was thick with impending violence, in another part of the sky. A slight ripple appeared as Zhu Ying of the Four Directions Pavilion and Lu Xiang of Chaoyang Ancient City stepped forward, shattering the tense atmosphere. I believe the Northern Sky Gate need not interfere in the disputes of others. Whether Zhuangzi's demise is related to the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, I trust the Tai Xuan Sect can provide an answer to Gu Lai. Lu Xiang suddenly interjected. Li Jing's eyes narrowed. My Northern Sky Gate suffered the loss of nearly 100 disciples in the Demon Garden. Is this not connected to the Tai Xuan Sect? Who can guarantee that this is not a malicious strike against our sacred sect? Moreover, as the Northern Sky Gate and Baiyang Academy share a common interest, what is wrong with seeking justice for him? This old man was now tying himself to Baiyang Academy? Li Chang'an felt a pang of frustration. Li Tianwang speaks wisely, but that I have always admired your cultivation, Li Tianwang. Perhaps, while we have the opportunity today, I may inquire about your methods of cultivation. As he spoke, the long sword strapped to his back slid out by 2 inches, releasing a formidable and domineering sword intent that swept through the AI. Li Chang'an regarded Lu Xiang with a measure of suspicion. He had previously clashed with this elder, yet here he was, unexpectedly speaking in defense of the Tai Xuan Sect during such a delicate moment. Was it related to the earlier mention of the Bai Yi Ascension ceremony? Li Chang'an observed the powerful figures locked in confrontation in midair, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed that, with this development, his safety had improved considerably. However, these anti-void realm figures were merely exchanging words, leaving him feeling somewhat insignificant. Li Chang'an glanced at Zhu Ying of the Four Directions Pavilion, his brow furrowing slightly. This was an opportune moment to target the Tai Xuan Sect and weaken its power. Surely this woman could not restrain herself any longer, as if in response to his thoughts. Zhu Ying turned her gaze towards him. I only wish to know, who has claimed the celestial spiritual energy within the Demon Garden? Neza, or perhaps Li Chang'an? Li Chang'an's brow twitched. Indeed, this matter held immense allure for those from the 4 sacred grounds. Zhu Ying, there is no need for you to meddle in the grievances between Baiyang Academy and Tai Xuan Sect. Since Lu Xiang wishes to discuss cultivation methods, why not accompany him for a trial? Gu Lai suggested, regardless of who possesses the celestial spiritual energy, once I capture Li Chang'an and Neza, the portion belonging to Baiyang Academy shall be yours. What say you? Zhu Ying pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. Having spoken, she turned to Lu Xiang. Lu, my friend, please. A faint red flame began to spread around her, distorting the very fabric of the void. Lu Xiang frowned slightly, glancing at Li Chang'an, and let out a quiet sigh. Very well. With that, as Luo Lu's spatial folding enveloped them, the two vanished from sight. Li Jing stood in the way of Luo Lu, while Gu Lai's gaze remained fixed on Li Chang'an. In that instant, Li Chang'an felt a surge of anxiety. Chapter 84. Senior brother, Qingyi likes you. Are you certain that the Northern Sky Gate and Baiyang Academy wish to turn against my Tai Xuan? To take up arms against us? Luo Lu's expression was grim, the flying sword above him vibrating violently, a subtle yet fierce sword aura flickering unpredictably. Li Jing took a step forward, the cloud dragon beneath him roaring as it lunged towards Luo Lu. With a thunderous crash, a massive force sent Li Chang'an and the others flying. The shockwave rippling out for dozens of li, the cloud dragon dissipated, the flying sword recoiling. I have long stated that your Tai Xuan Sect is but a minor path, unworthy of my Northern Sky Gate. Yielding. As one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Northern Sky Gate, His cultivation far exceeded that of ordinary anti-void practitioners, rendering him unconcerned by Luo Lu's threats. On the contrary, it was Luo Lu who, under the weight of Li Jing's pressure, found it impossible to guard Li Chang'an. Gu Lai narrowed his eyes and reached down to grasp something. Wait, wait! Li Chang'an's entire body bristled with tension as he retreated without a moment's hesitation. Yet it felt as though the very void had frozen around him. Just as he lifted his leg, he found himself suspended in midair. What the. Let's talk this out. Gu Lai remained unmoved, the murderous intent in his eyes surging forth like a tempest. And a streak of light descended from the sky, abruptly sweeping towards Li Chang'an. Damn it, this is bad. For the first time, Li Chang'an felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of a practitioner at the transcendent void realm. Under the protection of the Nine Peaks Grand Formation of the Tai Xuan Sect, he had never experienced such a sensation before. It was akin to having one's throat constricted, unable to breathe. Neza, Qingyi, run. The same paralyzing state enveloped Neza. Sensing the impending threat, Neza's 12-turn colorful lotus avatar automatically manifested, enveloping him in a resplendent set of battle armor to resist the oppressive weight in the air. Yet, it was all in vain. Within a mere breath, the avatar's armor shattered violently, and he was left reeling, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You old bastard, I'll smash you to pieces. Neza's face contorted with rage as he shouted into the air. Canglan Circle, above the heavens, a star shone brightly, and just as Li Chang'an was gathering his energy to resist Gu Lai, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back, instinctively curling up his body. Almost immediately, he felt a crushing weight on his shoulder, and his entire form was slammed down onto the ground. Neza, are you a mole for the White Sheep Academy? Before Li Chang'an could rise, he saw a streak of light darting straight for his brow, causing his pupils to constrict. This old fool, does he want to kill me? Why? Li Chang'an had no time to ponder and found himself unable to evade. All the flashy techniques he had mastered were rendered useless. The protective treasures he had stored away were beyond his reach. This is it, a wave of despair washed over Li Chang'an, but in the next moment, a figure charged towards him from behind, brandishing a dark red longsword that cleaved vertically through the air, fiercely striking at the light. Qingyi, what are you doing? Li Chang'an's face paled. The terrifying light plummeted from the clouds, crashing against Shen Qingyi's sword aura with a deafening explosion, rendering her attack utterly ineffective. Next, her spiritual sword shattered, and then, her very body. Li Chang'an desperately fished a mirror out of his storage bag and threw it. But he was still a moment too late. Qingyi, you fool, you foolish girl. As Li Chang'an watched Shen Qingyi's broken body fall from the sky, a gaping wound the thickness of an arm pierced her chest. Her internal organs evaporated. What the hell were you thinking? Who told you to charge in? Are you insane? The color drained from Li Chang'an's face as he cradled Shen Qingyi's lifeless body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. I told you to run. You should have run. Why didn't you run? Why the hell didn't you run? The injury to her chest nearly extinguished Shen Qingyi's last vestige of life. Clutching the shattered spiritual sword, she managed to part her lips. Senior brother, I thought I could hold it back. A bitter smile spread across Shen Qingyi's face. Cough. I didn't expect to be so useless. How could you, a practitioner at the heart-illuminating realm, hope to withstand an opponent of the transcendent void realm? Li Chang'an frantically pressed against Shen Qingyi's wound, tears cascading down his cheeks. In a century of mere survival, he had rarely ventured beyond the Tai Xuan Sect. Seldom witnessing death, let alone that of someone so dear to him, he was timid and fearful of death, dreading not only his own demise but also that of those around him. Yet now, this girl, who had clung to his side for decades, was on the brink of death in his arms. You can't leave me, hold on just a little longer. I will save you. Muttering incoherently, he fumbled through his storage bag for a vial of elixir, pouring it frantically into Shen Qingyi's mouth. Hold on, just hold on a little longer. Life was swiftly waning, and a casual strike from a practitioner at the transcendent void realm was enough to obliterate the soul of an ordinary practitioner at the divine insight realm, let alone Shen Qingyi, who was merely at the heart-illuminating realm. Had it not been that Gu Lai's original target was not her, she would have been as immobilized as Li Chang'an and Neza. Senior brother, I don't want to die. Qingyi likes you, so much. Senior brother in her weak whispers, Shen Qingyi's grip on Li Chang'an's sleeve slackened. Li Chang'an stood frozen, clutching the vial of elixir and the recently retrieved ginseng fruit. Neza, pale-faced, exhibited a rare fury in his eyes as he gathered starlight in his palm, forming the Canglan circle, and with the wind-fire wheel beneath his feet, charged fiercely at Gu Lai in midair. The overwhelming force of the laws of the universe abruptly dissipated, and the Canglan circle appeared before Gu Lai with an uncanny swiftness. Gu Lai furrowed his brow. His right hand clenched into a fist and struck out. Just as it grazed the Canglan circle, it halted momentarily before shattering, dissolving into a cascade of starlight. Interesting, Gu Lai mused, observing the fissure in his fist with a hint of suspicion. It seems you disciples of the Nine Peaks possess quite a few secrets. With a cold huff, he conjured a terrifying shadow of a palm that descended from above, enclosing Neza within his grasp. You little insect, how could a mere foundation establishment practitioner injure me? Indeed, it seems Zhuangzi should have perished at your hands. And you, Li Chang'an. Gu Lai cast a glance at Shen Qingyi, now devoid of life in Li Chang'an's arms, regarding her as if she were nothing more than an insect crushed beneath his heel. Showing not the slightest change in expression. Neza has killed my disciple from the White Sheep Academy. You cannot escape responsibility, Li Chang'an. Come with me. As he spoke, he extended his hand, summoning a vast cloud of mist that coalesced into a colossal hand, reaching for Li Chang'an. Get lost? Li Chang'an suddenly looked up, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Do you lie? If I don't take your head today, I swear I'll share your mother's surname. A torrent of wild energy surged forth from Li Chang'an, and within his spiritual sea, all but Zhang Hengji's main star remained dim, while the other 8 main stars radiated brilliant light simultaneously. The energy soared, escalating rapidly as a terrifying sword aura rapidly revived within him. You shall pay for this. As his voice fell, Li Chang'an transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky, a shimmering longsword appearing in his hand, shattering the void with each sweep. Chapter 85. Your head, I shall claim because of the unfamiliarity. Fear took root. A century ago, Li Chang'an arrived in this world, filled with trepidation, struggling to find a sense of belonging for a long time. The absence of belonging meant a lack of security. He felt like a lost child, merely a bystander in this world. Life and death were commonplace, yet he detested them as he gradually integrated into the 9th peak. That loathing deepened. He did not wish to die, nor did he want his loved ones to perish. But today, Shen Qingyi had died. You lie, at the transcendent void realm, had merely swatted his palm, gathering a storm of light that pierced through Shen Qingyi's body, robbing her of all vitality. He was heartbroken. Never had he felt such profound sorrow as he did today. Thus, he vowed to kill Gu Lai. Like a meteor streaking towards the heavens, Li Chang'an charged at Gu Lai with blinding speed. The long sword in his hand imbued with a sense of impending annihilation, slicing through the void and fragmenting it into countless shards. Disturbing the stability of the void was a feat attainable only by practitioners of the divine insight realm. This indicated that Li Chang'an, wielding this sword of unknown origin, had attained destructive power on par with that of a divine insight realm practitioner. Yu Lai's pupils constricted, and even Li Jing and Luo Lu, entangled in their own confrontation, and the distant Zhu Yinglu, who had taken refuge in the clouds, wore expressions of astonishment. This boy has concealed his strength? Li Jing furrowed his brow slightly, while Luo Lu's expression shifted when he witnessed Shen Qingyi's demise. Yet he dared not divert his focus in front of Bei Tianmen's Li Jing. He wondered if senior brother Dan Yun could summon the sect leader. Otherwise, the situation here might not end well. Humph, even if you have hidden your power, you are still an inconsequential insect. It would take no effort for me to kill you. Gu Lai's face darkened, his wrist flicking as a massive imprint of blazing light coalesced in his palm, descending upon Li Chang'an with crushing force. However, in the next instant, Li Chang'an raised the long sword, and the fiery imprint shattered upon contact. Interesting, Gu Lai raised an eyebrow as he casually gestured with his right hand, summoning 5 water serpents that surged forth from the Huai River, hissing as they coiled towards Li Chang'an. Once more, the same sword, capable of cleaving through all things in this world, fell. The entire Huai River erupted in two. Confirming that the Tai Xuan 9 Peaks was indeed a perilous place, Gu Lai's expression darkened. The recent rise of Xingtian and Hou had alerted these ancient sacred lands in the past. When Li Chang'an remained sheltered beneath the Tai Xuan Grand Array, no one could kill him, but now that he had stepped outside, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate this dangerous individual. As Gu Lai's form flickered, he evaded Li Chang'an's sword light while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch. A cacophony of explosive sounds echoed as layers of shockwaves erupted, the void caving in as if the surface of water had been pressed down to its lowest point, crashing violently against Li Chang'an's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Li Chang'an plummeted like a cannonball into the Huai River. However, in the next moment, the tumultuous waves surged upward, spiraling wildly towards the sky. Within the waves, sharp sword glimmers could be discerned, Yu Lai's expression remained impassive as his fist descended, akin to a deity looking down with derision upon the insect daring to challenge him. With a single punch, the waves evaporated, and the sword light extinguished. Yet, Gu Lai furrowed his brow inexplicably, and from the void behind him, a figure materialized, with a right fist enveloped in a dense force of stellar brilliance. It struck fiercely against Gu Lai's back, bang! The sound resonated like a thunderous drum, jarring to the ears, yet Gu Lai merely leaned forward slightly, halting his advance. On his back, a large hole appeared in the distinctive robes of the White Ram Academy, revealing a body marred by bloodstains, scorched by the burning flames of star power. What was this? How detestable! Gu Lai, belatedly aware, felt his spirit shaken. He had not sustained an injury in several centuries, yet carelessness had led him to fall at the hands of a mere ant in the chi refining stage. What unsettled him further was the white flame that seemed intent on searing away his very life and soul. What was this? This is something that wishes to kill you, you old bastard. Perish! Amidst the roar, a streak of light suddenly shot forth from beneath the Huai River, appearing before Gu Lai like lightning. Even Li Jing, hundreds of zhang away, furrowed his brow at the fearsome sword light. That flowing sword, Gu Lai's expression shifted slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a white jade short sword soared forth, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air as it met the flowing sword. Meanwhile, he himself turned with a grim countenance, charging towards Li Chang'an, radiating murderous intent. He intended to tear this ant that had wounded him into shreds, to demonstrate to the entire northern continent cultivators that no one could slap the face of the White Ram Academy. Yet in the next moment, he was met with a face adorned with a cruel and cold smile. Now, Li Chang'an, enveloped in a flowing brilliance of stellar power, recklessly collided with Gu Lai. Suddenly alert, Gu Lai felt an extreme sense of danger materialize behind him. What was that? Li Jing's expression changed dramatically, while Luo Lu, entangled with him, brightened with realization. It was a cyan-white energy arrow, shot from the distant north, piercing through hundreds of miles, unnoticed by anyone. Phew! Gu Lai barely had time to turn around before he saw the energy arrow strike his chest. The hurriedly formed defensive barrier of spiritual energy shattered effortlessly. And then, the arrow struck his heart. That was Ho Yi's arrow, the Canglan Guardian, a disciple of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, Ho Yi, a terrifyingly powerful cultivator capable of slaying any ordinary cultivator of the same realm. And he also held a well-known identity. Li Chang'an's junior brother. The tip of the energy arrow was a bizarre black vortex, devouring all the spiritual energy, magical power, and even the fragments of Gu Lai's disintegrating body in an instant. Even the young spirit, Gu Lai's face turned pale in an instant, his hands clasping tightly around the feathered arrow at his chest, as he endured the terrifying force ravaging his meridians, only to be consumed frantically by that devouring power. He dared not loosen his grip. He had a feeling that if he failed to withstand this energy arrow, his fate would surely not be much better than that of the young girl below. Perhaps he would not die, but his suffering would be severe. I have said, "Today I shall take your old bastard's head." A cold snort came from behind, as the flowing sword that had been knocked away returned to Li Chang'an's hand. He raised the sword high and brought it down fiercely. Ahead, utterly astonished, rolled away, crashing down towards the Huai River, erupting in a spray of blood. He killed him. He actually killed him. Everyone stood frozen in place, including Li Jing and Luo Lu, as well as Lu Xiang and Zhu Ying, who were observing from the clouds without engaging in battle. The Gu Lai of the Anti-Void Realm, a professor at the White Ram Academy, was actually slain by Li Chang'an. After losing his head, Gu Lai's young spirit screamed and fled from the remnants of his body, escaping in a flash without leaving a single threat behind. A white figure swept in from the north, ready to pursue, but was intercepted by Li Chang'an. "Old Fourth, do not chase, save Shun Qingyi." As he spoke, the flowing sword in his palm shattered and dissolved, his eyes rolling back as he fell from mid-air. Chapter 86. One's circumstances in the Jianghu, not to be controlled by one's own will. Neza, riding the wind-fire wheels, rushed over to catch the unconscious Li Chang'an, landing him aside. The young girl wore a gloomy expression, tinged with remorse and self-blame. Hui swiftly approached, examining him closely before letting out a slight breath of relief. "Little junior sister, do not worry. Senior brother has merely overexerted his spiritual energy. He will be fine after some time." Hui consoled, his right hand discreetly rubbing his waist. Not only had Li Chang'an overexerted himself, but damn it, even he felt somewhat drained. When Li Chang'an contacted him through the star map earlier, he had rushed over from the Canglan Iron Wall, feeling incredibly anxious. Yet midway, A sudden pain in his waist struck him. A wave of intense weakness almost causing him to plummet from the sky. Hui grimaced, feeling quite uncomfortable. Where did senior brother acquire such formidable means? He nearly had his waist sucked dry. Damn it, indeed, one's circumstances in the Jianghu cannot be controlled. General Yi, you are the Canglan Guardian appointed by the 5 great sacred places of the northern continent. Abandoning your post is a grave offense. Li Jing's expression darkened. Initially, he had planned to ally with Gu Lai of the White Ram Academy to weaken the power of Tai Xuan Sect. Controlling Li Chang'an would mean controlling the most mysterious 9th peak of Tai Xuan. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Xiang from Chaoyang Ancient City was the first to defect, restraining Zhu Ying from the Four Directions Pavilion. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, originally only in the qi refining stage, suddenly surged forth like he had taken a drug. And with Hou Yi's unexpected arrival, Gu Lai was directly slain. The development of this situation was simply too surreal. Hou Yi adjusted his disheveled hair, brushed off the dust, and raised his hand to summon a dark golden longbow. With a swift motion, an energy arrow began to coalesce slowly. What are you doing? Li Jing was startled. I merely intended to engage in some verbal sparring. You are opening fire without provocation. Do you not have any respect? As Li Jing spoke, the cloud dragon beneath him ascended 100 zhong. He had witnessed the previous arrow, which nearly obliterated Gu Lai of the anti-void realm. He certainly did not wish to be struck without reason. Li Tianwang, I must remind you once again, I am first and foremost a disciple of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, and only secondarily the guardian of Canglan. Hou Yi's fingers flicked the bowstring, releasing an energy arrow that pierced through the vast sea of clouds, exploding in the heavens, scattering brilliant light like sparks across a 100-mile radius. I may disregard my role as Canglan's guardian, but as a disciple of the 9 peaks, no one can lay a finger on me. Li Jing's face turned grim as his gaze swept over the unconscious Li Chang'an cradled in Nez's arms. A hint of regret clouding his expression. If only we could use the White Ram Academy's hand to slay Li Chang'an today, it would eliminate a significant threat. Otherwise, if Tai Xuan Sect were to inexplicably produce another ascendant, their influence in the northern continent would undoubtedly rise, potentially surpassing the northern heavenly gate. Yet, regrettably, Gu Lai of the White Ram Academy had met such a disastrous end. Even so, General Yi's methods were rather ruthless. Professor Gu Lai of the White Ram Academy, a great cultivator of our northern continent, was shattered, leaving only his young spirit to escape. Li Jing squinted, speaking in a tone laced with sarcasm. It was his own doing. Hou Yi snorted coldly. Li Tianwang, do you have any further matters? If not, we shall take our leave. Just as Li Jing was about to respond, Zhu Ying, who had been confronting Lu Xiang, flew over and stood in front of him. I have something to discuss with the Four Directions Pavilion. Hou Yi paused, glancing at Zhu Ying's elegant attire, nodding slightly, quite refined. What is it? Since the demon garden has been destroyed, where is the celestial spiritual energy that resided within it now? Zhu Ying furrowed her brows and inquired, and also, has the great demon imprisoned within the demon tower of the demon garden already escaped? Indeed, these old ones are clearly intent on the celestial spiritual energy of the demon garden. Hou Yi frowned. The great demon Niaoli within the demon garden was originally an immortal bird, possessing the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Common methods would not kill it, hence it was chosen to be suppressed within the demon tower. During the earlier trial, Niaoli commanded the demon beasts of the garden to attack the trial disciples, using blood sacrifice to awaken its bloodline, breaking free from the demon tower seals and fleeing through the shattered fissures of the demon garden. I estimate he has returned to Canglan Demon City. Zhu Ying gritted her teeth, a hint of regret flashing across her face. The Zhuke Pavilion of the Four Directions Pavilion inherits the bloodline of the vermilion bird, while the great demon Niao Li below the demon tower bears the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. If he were to cultivate, he could significantly enhance the Zhuke Pavilion. This was her initial intention for attending the sacred land meeting. Yet she did not expect this outcome. As for the celestial spiritual energy, I am the guardian of Canglan, not the gatekeeper of the demon garden. How would I know where it went? However, my senior brother is the host of the sacred land meeting and was personally present at the demon garden. He might know some of the details. If you wish to find out, wait until my senior brother awakens. Zhu Ying furrowed her brows, choosing not to speak further. Hou Yi nodded at Luo, raised his hand to lift Neza, Li Chang'an, and the already lifeless Shan Qingyi, and soon vanished from the scene. For the time being, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. Gu Lai of the White Ram Academy, in a fit of rage, sought retribution against Li Chang'an, resulting in the accidental death of Tai Xuan disciple Shan Qingyi. The rampaging Li Chang'an, in conjunction with Hou Yi, had slain Gu Lai's physical form, forcing his yang spirit to depart and flee. Though it is difficult to kill a powerful cultivator of the anti-void realm, after this battle, Gu Lai would undoubtedly suffer greatly, posing no immediate threat. Yet, all understood that Tai Xuan Sect and White Ram Academy had truly turned against each other. However, those who witnessed Li Chang'an valiantly battling against Gu Lai without retreating began to reassess the capabilities of this so-called useless senior brother of the Nine Peaks of Tai Xuan, as well as the disciple Ho Yi. The terrifying combat prowess, capable of slaying an ordinary practitioner in the Void Realm, sent a chill down even Li Jing's spine. Strangely, however, the Tai Xuan Sect itself did not comment on this matter, nor did it pay any heed to the sect disciples who began to withdraw from the Divine Image Peak. What filled everyone's hearts with speculation was the departure of individuals from the White Sheep Academy and the Northern Heaven Gate from outside the Tai Xuan Sect, while the remaining factions, including Chaoyang City and the Four Directions Pavilion, chose not to leave. Zhu Ying from the Four Directions Pavilion and Lu Xiang from the ancient city of Chaoyang surprisingly remained within the Tai Xuan Sect. Many gradually realized that the meeting of the sacred lands seemed far from over. Just after leaving the Tai Xuan Sect, Li Jing stood atop the clouds, his gaze flickering, deep in thought. Li Tianwang. My father is concealed beneath the Luo River in the south of Tai Xuan, and I have not sensed any trace of Sun Shaokong. Could it be that he has no intention of returning? Ao Hai, who stood behind him, remarked. Li Jing furrowed his brow. What about the three-eyed king? He has already reached the Five Elements Mountain, awaiting your orders. Li Tianwang. Good. Earlier, I had already spread the news that the three-eyed king would participate in the sacred land meeting and make an appearance at the Tai Xuan Sect. Since that monkey has not fallen for it, then send the order down to let the three-eyed king continue to disseminate the news, stating that Li Chang'an of the Nine Peaks has engaged in a battle with the White Sheep Academy and is gravely injured. On the brink of death, I wish to see the worth of the brotherly bond between this disciple from the Nine Peaks and Li Chang'an. Yes, if Sun Shaokong appears, we must eliminate him and retrieve that item. Chapter 87. Troubles and the Lucky One. When Li Chang'an awoke, it was already half a month later. The moment he regained consciousness, he felt an intense pain coursing through his body, akin to that of a frail old man suffering from kidney deficiency. Having been subjected to relentless exertion, it was not merely a depletion of vital energy and blood. It felt as though even his very essence had been drained. Where am I? Li Chang'an struggled a couple of times, but ultimately gave in. Beside the bed, Neza was peeling an orange, pondering for a moment before breaking off a segment and placing it into Li Chang'an's mouth. We are in Huai Town, at the inn where we previously stayed. Li Chang'an tilted his head slightly, his memories gradually returning. Qingyi? After a brief silence, Neza replied, she has passed away. By the time fourth senior brother arrived, Sister Qingyi was already dead. Her dantian was shattered, her meridians and bones crushed, devoid of life. Li Chang'an's expression darkened. However, Sister Qingyi's young soul has not dissipated. It was preserved by senior brother Ho Yi. Li Chang'an's eyes suddenly brightened. Senior brother Ho Yi mentioned that Sister Qingyi had fortunately advanced to the heart illumination realm. Although she had not yet condensed a young deity, her young soul is far stronger than that of an ordinary person. It is precisely because of this that he had the chance to preserve Sister Qingyi's young soul. Neza spoke as he handed over a white jade pendant. Senior brother Ho Yi said that as long as you carefully nurture Sister Qingyi's young soul, perhaps she may have a chance to return to life. However, nurturing a young soul is no simple matter. Though he is in the void realm, he is still at a loss. Senior brother Ho Yi believes that you may have a solution, senior brother. Neza unusually expressed so much in one breath. Li Chang'an's heart stirred, failing to notice the slight change in Neza's demeanor and tone. The young soul of Qingyi is hidden here? Li Chang'an laboriously accepted the jade pendant, attempting to examine it with his divine sense, only to find his spiritual sea completely empty. This is a soul-nurturing jade given by Uncle Luo Lu. It is a rare item. Li Chang'an turned around to see a young man in a green robe standing by the window. The peak master of Tai Xuan's Tianji Peak, Luo Lu. Thank you, uncle. Even though Li Chang'an had collected countless treasures, he had only heard of the soul-nurturing jade's name, enough to comprehend its immense value. The fact that Luo Lu could present such a treasure to him warranted his heartfelt gratitude. Recently, Canglan has been tumultuous. Junior brother Ho Yi has returned, and I am concerned about your injuries, so I have temporarily stayed in Huai Town, preparing to return to Tai Xuan after you awaken. Luo Lu continued to gaze out the window without turning around. Li Chang'an's heart stirred, contemplating that the movements in Canglan might be related to the return of Changli. A brief silence fell in the room. Li Chang'an, have you been concealing your cultivation for these years? Although Li Chang'an lay in bed unable to move, he still understood Luo Lu's implication. Within the sect, there are already quite a number of individuals dissatisfied with the ninth peak. Your display of strength in slaying Gulai is likely to incite some apprehension, Luo Lu remarked. Moreover, although Gulai did not perish, he suffered injuries that are difficult to recover from. The White Sheep Academy, being one of the sacred lands of the northern continent, has always looked down on everything. This time, suffering a setback will undoubtedly provoke their furious retaliation. Whether or not the master will intervene remains uncertain, but in any case, the ninth peak cannot escape troubles. Li Chang'an wished to nod in agreement, but as if he had pulled a muscle. A jolt of pain surged through him. It was indeed the case. Zhuangzi had truly died at Neza's hands, and Gulai had been severely injured by himself and Hou. Such occurrences had never happened in the past several hundred years. The White Sheep Academy, known for its arrogance, would undoubtedly find it hard to swallow this grievance. Luo Lu's gaze held a hint of helplessness. He was someone who had devoted himself solely to cultivation, with little interest in other matters, yet this inexplicable involvement seemed to have drawn him into troublesome affairs. The Tai Xuan Sect was already unstable, and now with the White Sheep Academy and the ever-watchful Northern Heaven Gate. Sigh. How had he not realized earlier that Li Chang'an was indeed a trouble magnet? Have all the major sacred lands departed? Li Chang'an suddenly inquired. Aside from the White Sheep Academy and the Northern Heaven Gate, the individuals from the other two major sacred lands have yet to leave, Luo Lu replied. The people from Chaoyang Ancient City have explicitly stated that they will wait for your return to the sect before personally greeting you, while those from the Four Directions Pavilion have remained hidden in their guest chambers, showing no signs of departure. Perhaps it is related to the Demon Garden, Li Chang'an speculated. However, when Li Jing from the Northern Heaven Gate left, he did leave behind a peach, seemingly to fulfill the reward from the Sacred Land meeting. It will stay in the sect for now, and I will give it to you later, be precise. It should be for Neza. Li Chang'an glanced at Neza, noticing the girl was unusually quiet today. After a brief exchange, Luo Lu departed the room. Neza rose, her gaze fixed on the window, standing by the bed for a long while before lowering her head to look at Li Chang'an. A barely perceptible sadness and a trace of guilt flickered in the little girl's eyes. Senior brother, regarding the earlier matter, there will not be a next time. Li Chang'an looked at Neza and, after a long moment, flashed a grin. Scram, I need to rest. Neza left, and Li Chang'an pressed the jade pendant against his chest before closing his eyes and drifting back to sleep. In the following days, Li Chang'an did not leave Huaitown. Aside from his daily recovery, he began his basic cultivation. Following the battle, his cultivation had directly surpassed the qi refining stage, reaching the peak of qi refining. The sensation of power surging within him brought a sense of security. After eliminating the ghostly spirit in Huaitown, the little town gradually became more peaceful. Perhaps the innkeeper deduced that it was Li Chang'an who had dealt with the ghost, thus treating him to lavish meals daily. However, the still weak Li Chang'an could not eat much, leaving Neza to feast instead. As his body gradually regained some strength, Li Chang'an began to seek ways to nurture Shan Qingyi's young soul. The yang soul was extremely fragile before the formation of a yang deity, and without any malevolent energy to aid in solidifying the yang soul, even if he had it, Li Chang'an would not allow Shan Qingyi's yang soul to be tainted by malevolent energy. He did not wish for his little junior sister to become a malevolent spirit. Perhaps I could try that thing. On the guest room bed, Li Chang'an's eyes suddenly sparkled. The heavenly inscripture appeared obscure and mysterious, and he wondered whether it would have any effect on Qingyi's yang soul. Never mind. I will research it first. While there were numerous methods for cultivating soul bodies in the northern continent, their ranks were generally low and exclusively focused on young deity cultivation, which Shan Qingyi did not yet meet the requirements for. Li Chang'an rummaged through his storage bag and pulled out the black stone he had obtained from the Yin puppet, calming his divine sense within it as he began to study the text of the heavenly inscripture. Soon, a gleam of excitement lit up in Li Chang'an's eyes. What a treasure I've stumbled upon. No wonder a discarded Yin puppet could cultivate intelligence. What a waste. Such a monstrous thing was used by a corpse puppet to refine souls. It is entirely a misguided path. It seems I am indeed blessed with luck. How could I have found such a thing? Truly, I am the child of destiny? Li Chang'an exclaimed excitedly, rambling on. In another room, Luo Lu, who was meditating cross-legged, could not help but twitch his eyelids. Child of destiny? You might be somewhat mistaken about that phrase. Chapter 88. The gold-eating beast Neza. The heavenly inscripture is, in fact, a technique for cultivating spiritual bodies. However, unlike others, it is not limited to the training of yang deities, but can also directly cultivate spirits. The term spirit primarily refers to the soul. Even an ordinary person, as well as wild beasts and plants, possesses their own spiritual body. This implies that even the weakest and most ordinary souls can cultivate the heavenly inscripture. Moreover, there is one more point to consider. The purer the spiritual body of those who cultivate this technique, the greater the benefits they will reap. Is this not prepared specifically for oneself? Li Chang'an leaped up in excitement, yet the lingering ache in his legs had not yet faded, causing him to plop down against the edge of the bed with a thud. Neza peeked in from the doorway, glanced at him without acknowledgement, and turned to leave. Indeed, he possessed the luck of a fortunate individual, always receiving what he lacked. Li Chang'an was exhilarated. Although his magical cultivation had made little progress due to his inferior constitution, it did not mean his soul was equally weak. Moreover, this technique was perfectly suited for Shanqing's young soul cultivation. Yes, once that girl's young soul recovers somewhat, I shall let her have a go at it. Li Chang'an tenderly stroked the soul-nurturing jade pendant hanging around his neck. 3 days later. What on earth is wrong with you? Must you always startle me like that? You're going to scare me into a problem, Li Chang'an exclaimed, awakening from his meditation and glaring at the innocent-looking Neza, cursing under his breath. I've grilled some snowflake fish. Would you care for a taste? Oh, you're actually willing to let me eat? Neza responded, somewhat surprised. Have you turned over a new leaf? Li Chang'an stood up, brushing off his clothes. Speak. What is it? Neza produced a snowflake fish, not much larger than his fist, and offered it to Li Chang'an. Looking somewhat shy. Senior brother, could you spare a bit of silver? Li Chang'an shot him a glare. Sister, you've swindled several hundred taels from me these past few days, and you've already spent it all? You're like a gold-consuming beast? Neza rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just bought some food. I didn't waste it recklessly. Li Chang'an glared fiercely and waved his hand to produce a few silver ingots. This is it. Once you spend this, get lost, I'm done serving you. Neza gleefully accepted the silver and departed. Although Li Chang'an felt helpless, he was not particularly distressed about the silver, a mundane object. I need to see what this fellow is up to. I hope he is not being deceived, Li Chang'an muttered as he followed after him in a pavilion where they were to meet in Huai Town. Neza sat confidently at the main seat, and the stone table before him was laden with an array of delicacies, from fragrant cakes and sweets to an abundance of fish and meat. Before the pavilion stood several portly older men, all wearing eager expressions. My lady, this is our renowned Lu Hua chicken, crafted using a secret method, its aroma wafting for miles. Would you care to try it? Without hesitation, Neza took a bite, nodding vigorously. Delicious. A reward. He tossed a hefty tin-tail ingot into the arms of the older man. Li Chang'an gasped in shock. This little girl is indulging herself excessively. Is she not aware of her extravagance? Though I am a cultivator, I understand that tin-tails could purchase an entire chicken coop, and here she is buying just one Lu Hua chicken. As he pondered this, another stout man approached. Miss, this is our famous steamed fragrant bamboo shoots, absolutely delectable. Would you like to try? Neza sampled a couple of bites and nodded again, a reward. Another ingot followed suit. Miss, we are a century-old establishment. This is our unique stir-fried beef tripe. This is our reward. Neza, like a shameless nouveau riche, accepted every dish offered, tossing out ingots of silver for each bite. Soon, she realized that all the silver ingots she had just received were gone. Wait a moment. I'll go back to get more silver. With that, she dashed off but collided with Li Chang'an at the doorway. Oh, senior brother, what a coincidence. Li Chang'an's expression darkened, nearly kicking her for her folly. Is this what you call just buying a bit of food? Neza blinked innocently. What? Li Chang'an tugged at Neza's ear and led her back. Is your brain malfunctioning? Can't you see those unscrupulous merchants are swindling your money? You're still smiling about it. Aren't you fool? Neza giggled. I know, but senior brother, you have plenty of silver, so what does it matter? Just because I have silver doesn't mean it's a justification for your reckless spending. Besides, after living frugally in my past life, I came here and started collecting precious gold and silver, only to realize they are utterly useless. Li Chang'an shot a sideways glance at Neza, wondering how she had grown so unscathed by her parents. Senior brother, have you noticed that many outsiders have come to Huai Town in the past couple of days? Neza suddenly remarked, trailing behind Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded. Yes, and they are all cultivators, at least at the foundation establishment level, with quite a few at the returning Yuan stage. Their demeanor suggests they hail from the same place. Oh, so you noticed too. What else would you expect? Li Chang'an scoffed. They likely came here drawn by the commotion from a few days ago. We should keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Neza asked, puzzled. Why should we keep a low profile? Li Chang'an paused, realizing the absurdity of his caution. Indeed, why should they? After all, he was a member of the Tai Xuan Sacred Ground, accompanied by a formidable cultivator at the returning void stage. Even if he stood up and declared that everyone present was worthless, what could they do to him? Well, I suppose I've gotten used to being cautious. It'll take time to change. Regardless of the reason, it has nothing to do with my injuries are nearly healed. I will tidy up and return to the Tai Xuan Sect. Neza obediently nodded. She understood that since Gulaya of Baiyang Academy had perished at Li Chang'an's hands, retaliation from Baiyang Academy was inevitable. Had it not been for the concern that someone in the sect might harm Jiufeng, Master Luo Lu would have likely taken them back long ago. When the two returned to their inn room and were about to tidy up, they suddenly felt the room darken. Li Chang'an became alert. As he extended his consciousness, it was repelled by a thin barrier, a restriction. Who goes there? Li Chang'an scanned the room, his gaze landing on the window. Oh, you actually noticed me? A flash of dark light appeared, and a man cloaked in black emerged at the window. Who are you, and what do you want here? Li Chang'an thought to himself that he had just been muttering about keeping a low profile. Yet here he was, already being sought out. Truly, he was destined for trouble. I asked the questions. You best not inquire further. Li Chang'an promptly fell silent. He was not intimidated by this man, who was at most at the returning Yuan stage. Not to mention that a formidable ally stood beside him. Even Neza, with a shout of Chinkuan circle, could reduce this man to mere dust. Never mind. My kidneys hurt. The black-robed cultivator stepped forward, a unique pressure belonging to the returning Yuan stage enveloping the room. Did you resolve the haunting incident in Huaitown a few days ago? Li Chang'an's pupils flickered slightly. Was it really about that? Chapter 89. Qingyun Mountain. Li Chang'an's mind raced. Indeed, I must confess, my junior sister and I were quite startled upon arriving in Huaitown, as this little rundown place was plagued by vengeful spirits. However, we are not inexperienced. That very night, we drew talismans and waited on the old street for more than 3 hours before finally dispatching that female ghost. Li Chang'an said mischievously. But you might not know that Huaitown boasts not just one female ghost. Out by the bend of the Huai River lurks Yin Puppet, which was responsible for the ghostly hauntings. The black-robed man leaned slightly forward. Have you encountered that Yin Puppet? Li Chang'an nodded. Indeed, not only did I see it, but I also battled it for 300 rounds before ultimately defeating it with my great might heavenly dragon seal. Is that true? No, the aura surrounding the black-robed man suddenly turned frigid. Are you mocking me? Li Chang'an, feeling a surge of fear, quickly retorted, not at all. I truly did see that Yin Puppet, but as for the battle lasting 300 rounds, let us just say that creature appeared formidable but was merely a weakling, easily subdued by me. The black-robed man? Another lie? Li Chang'an shook his head. This time it's true, more authentic than gold. The man's aura shifted slightly. Very well, since you've engaged with the Yin Puppet, you will accompany me. Without waiting for Li Chang'an's response, he flicked his wrist, and a powerful energy coalesced into an inverted cage. Crashing toward Li Chang'an shrank back, grabbing Neza and slipping away like a loach, hiding by the door. Hey, I answered your 2 questions. Shouldn't you answer me too as well? The black-robed man glanced at his hand, seemingly puzzled as to why he had missed. Upon hearing Li Chang'an's words, the eyes hidden beneath the black robe grew icy. Kid, it seems you have yet to comprehend your situation. If you wish to avoid death, come with me. If you dare resist, I won't hesitate to send you to meet the King of Hell. Li Chang'an felt a surge of anger. This is getting ridiculous. We were having a perfectly good conversation, and now you're flipping the table? That's a bit excessive. The black-robed man snorted coldly, waving his hand. A delicate flying sword shot out from his sleeve, and the air in the room suddenly grew tense and somber. If that is the case, then you shall die. I will seize your young soul, and I will still obtain what I desire. With that, the hovering flying sword descended, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being split. However, the expression of the man in the black robe quickly changed. The flying sword halted just over a foot away from Li Chang'an, as if it had become ensnared in a quagmire. Unresponsive to any of his commands, little brother, unloading the mill to kill the donkey. Cough. Burning bridges is not a commendable habit. Thus, allow me to pose 2 questions to you. If you answer honestly, I shall spare your life. If you do not, then I will send you to meet Yin Wang. How does that sound? The man in the black robe's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing his spiritual sword being subtly redirected by an invisible force, now pointed directly at his own brow. To his dismay, he found himself utterly immobilized. Who exactly are you? Heh, I shall ask, and you shall answer, though not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Li Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Whose command did you come here under to seek me? What is the situation with the Yin Puppet in Huaitown? The man in the black robe remained rigid, though fear did not overwhelm him. Kid, I admit I underestimated you, but you must understand that some beings are beyond your reach. Mere ants like you will only invite calamity upon yourselves through misguided provocation. I can give you a slight warning. The entity behind me is not something you can afford to offend. Li Chang'an's expression remained impassive as he tilted his head slightly. With a sudden pop, an unseen force yanked one of the man's arms, tearing it from his shoulder. You have one more chance. A muffled groan escaped the man's lips, his voice lowered to a threatening whisper. Kid, you are courting death. Before he could finish his threat, a distortion in the space beside Li Chang'an revealed a youth clad in a blue robe. A terrifying pressure, akin to the heavens collapsing, descended abruptly, leaving the man in black no room for resistance as he was slammed to the ground with a resounding thud. How is this possible? This room had been fortified with barriers in advance. Not even a practitioner of the Guiyuan realm could enter unnoticed. How did this youth gain entry? Damn it, who are these people, and how can they exude such a terrifying aura? You have lost your opportunity. Li Chang'an's eyes turned icy. Wait. The man in black gulped audibly, having sensed an aura from the blue-robed youth that was akin to a primordial beast. The sense of danger was even greater than that of his own master. I will speak. I will speak. The chilling atmosphere eased slightly. I am a disciple of Qingyun Mountain, sent by the sect leader of Qingyun Mountain to seek the puppet of Huaitown. Li Chang'an's heart stirred. Qingyun Mountain, Xiao Dingtian? Half a year ago, the sect leader suddenly instructed us to descend the mountain and search for a puppet, which was supposedly a treasure crafted by the sect leader himself. However, for reasons unknown, it had gone missing half a year ago. We, the disciples of Qingyun Mountain, have been tasked with the search for a full 6 months. Recently, upon hearing of the disturbances in Huaitown, I decided to take a chance here, also learned from the tavern owner that it was you who resolved the haunting in Huaitown, and since the puppet can control spirits. Li Chang'an nodded slightly. If the man in black was truthful, then two things could be confirmed. First, the puppet was secretly crafted by Xiao Dingtian of Qingyun Mountain. Second, the puppet had lied to him. It had not been abandoned due to damage, but had escaped quietly after gaining sentience. Furthermore, Xiao Dingtian's decision to dispatch disciples to search for half a year likely had deeper implications, possibly linked to that black stone. If Li Chang'an's deductions were accurate, he then had another question. Why would Xiao Dingtian create a puppet? As a prominent sect in the North Continent, how could he be involved with such wicked methods? Why did Xiao Dingtian create the puppet? Li Chang'an inquired. The man in black, suppressed by Luo Lu's terrifying aura, found it difficult to move or even lie. I am merely an ordinary third-generation disciple of Qingyun Mountain. How could I possibly know the sect leader's intentions? The man in black was nearly in tears. Li Chang'an did not doubt this statement. He paced the room with a furrowed brow before suddenly asking, have any disciples of Qingyun Mountain gone missing without cause in recent years? Huh? The man in black looked up at Li Chang'an, instinctively pondering for a moment, his eyes brightening. To my knowledge, there have indeed been several disciples missing without explanation over the years, and the numbers are quite significant. The specific timeline likely began around 20 years ago. 20 years ago? Li Chang'an frowned. Chapter 90. Return to the sect. Do you think Xiao Dingtian used disciples of Qingyun Mountain to create the puppet? Luo Lu suddenly asked. Li Chang'an slowly paced the room. Contemplating, he suspected that the optimal materials for creating a puppet were living beings, and ordinary humans were too frail. Even if one were created, it would not possess significant combat strength. The puppet he had encountered previously would likely not stand a chance against even his junior sister Qingyi. Had it not been for his own countermeasures, a properly crafted puppet would require at least a practitioner of the Guiyuan realm. Li Chang'an's expression grew serious. Yet, where would Xiao Dingtian find so many practitioners? The most convenient and expedient source would indeed be Qingyun Mountain itself. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an did not shy away from imagining the depths of human depravity. With 2 lifetimes of experience, his insight was certainly not inferior to that of any major figure in the realm. Moreover, his suspicions had already been validated. Qingyun Mountain was one of the few prominent sects in the North Continent, a bastion of righteousness. Whether through ordinary training or in the struggle against the demon race, casualties among disciples were inevitable, so the disappearance of a few would not raise suspicion. However, he remained puzzled. What could Xiao Dingtian possibly intend by creating a puppet? Luo Lu maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with these matters, or perhaps he simply had not yet given them the weight they deserve. Li Chang'an glanced at him, realizing he was speaking to deaf ears, and felt no anger. After all, the puppet was ultimately a minor issue. Could it be that Xiao Dingtian intended to use the puppet to assist him in breaking through to unity with the Tao? The asymmetry of information left Li Chang'an unable to gauge Xiao Dingtian's true intentions. Luo Lu, please send someone to Qingyun Mountain to investigate what exactly is happening. I have a feeling something is amiss. Luo Lu raised his eyes slightly. All right, with that, He conjured a spiritual talisman out of thin air and snapped his fingers, causing it to vanish. What should be done with this person? The barriers in the room remained intact, and the man in black floated in midair. Having lost consciousness, Li Chang'an waved his hand. Let him be for now. He might still be of use later. Understood. Luo Lu complied without further argument, as he had been assigned to protect Li Chang'an by Dan Yun Zhenren and would follow his orders. Li Chang'an mused that perhaps he should further study that black stone. Aside from its implications for cultivating the Yang God and binding spirits, there might be secrets yet undiscovered. Neza, tidy up. We shall return to the sect. The three quickly organized themselves and exited the tavern, immediately sensing several gazes directed at them, filled with confusion and a hint of wariness. Li Chang'an feigned ignorance as he left Huai Town, and with Luo Lu's assistance, soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Soon, several practitioners gathered outside Huai Town, their expressions grave. Quickly, return and report to the master. Inform him that the target has left Huai Town and their whereabouts are unknown. Number 7 is missing and is likely killed by the target. Understood. In no time, Huai Town returned to its tranquil state. At Tai Xuan Sect, atop Tai Xuan Peak, Chun Bailu opened his eyes at the sitting forgetting cliff and found Dan Yun staring at him with a sullen expression. Senior brother, what troubles you? You look as if you've been cuckolded by the neighbor. Sect leaders junior, although Li Chang'an has insufficient innate talent and progresses slowly in his cultivation, he at least represents the lineage of Shaoqiong Peak. He may be a bit unruly, but he has nurtured numerous talents for us at Tai Xuan. Are you not at all concerned for his safety? Chun Bailu seemed somewhat puzzled. Concerned about what? Dan Yun glared, his eyes wide with indignation. While I have Luo Lu assisting, our enemies are not limited to Baiyang Academy. There's also Bei Tianmen. If anything were to happen to that kid outside, how would we explain it to Hengji? Chun Bailu grinned nonchalantly. Rest assured, that kid has an extraordinarily hard fate. Even if you and I were to perish, he would remain unscathed. Dan Yun glared at Chun Bailu for a long while before finally letting out a sigh. Fine, you are right. That kid does indeed have a strong fate, which is Why Li nearly died of. What? Chun Bailu was finally startled. Jiu Li from Baiyang Academy? Dan Yun noted the rare change in Chun Bailu's expression, as if he had vented some pent-up frustration, and snorted, so you do have a sense of surprise. Chun Bailu paused, his expression understanding. The fourth of the 9 peaks has made a move? Indeed. Hui shot an arrow, but it was not Hui who ultimately severed Gu Li's head. It was that Li Chang'an kid. Who would have thought that this little rascal has hidden quite a few tricks over the years, almost managing to slay a major practitioner of the anti-void realm. Though understand, a cultivator not only refines their spiritual essence and magical power, but also cultivates their physical form. If one is merely an ordinary practitioner of qi, even if Gu Li does not resist and allows them to strike for 100 years, they would hardly be able to harm a single hair on their body. This indicates that Li Chang'an is far from being an ordinary practitioner of qi. That little rascal, who seems to have escaped from heaven, likely possesses hidden methods that surpass everyone's understanding. However, it is regrettable that a disciple of Shui Han Peak perished at Gu Li's hands. Dan Yun sighed in lamentation. Chun Bailu exhibited no change in his demeanor. After this incident, it seems that the enmity between Tai Xuan and Baiyang Academy can hardly be resolved. Why should it be resolved? Chun Bailu narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining unmoved. Baiyang Academy harmed our Tai Xuan disciples first. Even if they truly slay Gu Li, they have no grounds for complaint. Dan Yun understood. The primary reason Tai Xuan is unafraid of Baiyang Academy is that the latter's foundation lies outside of Daqin, thousands of miles away from Tai Xuan Sect. Without the fortune of Baiyang, a mere Zhuang Wenqing would not dare to challenge Tai Xuan Sect. There is also another matter. Dan Yun furrowed his brow. Zhong Baiyi is about to transcend his tribulation. Chun Bailu's aura suddenly condensed, a vast oppressive force flickering momentarily. That fellow has finally taken this step. The number of those who have reached the harmonization realm in the entire northern continent is limited, and among them, the most renowned is Zhong Baiyi from Chaoyang Ancient City. His cultivation time is shorter than Chun Bailu's, yet his realm has advanced more rapidly. He once dared to enter the Canglan and slay several great demons at the refined void realm, displaying unparalleled brilliance. Now, with less than a century in the harmonization realm, he has already touched upon a threshold that even Chun Bailu dares not attempt. The foremost swordsman of the northern continent. Have you found a method? Dan Yun remained silent, for he knew that Chun Bailu was not inquiring about himself. The Chaoyang sword path emphasizes sharpness and dominance, always advancing without hesitation. For 1,000 years, the heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation has not descended upon the northern continent. It was also Chaoyang ancient city that first discovered a method to break through the heavenly gates with sword intent, invoking the lightning tribulation to descend. Although no one has succeeded in this endeavor over the past millennium, it has ultimately elevated the Chaoyang sword intent to new heights. Zhong Baiyi is a man who refuses to admit defeat. Even knowing the taboos of the northern continent, he remains undaunted, truly admirable. Chun Bailu gazed up at the sky, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Oh, and there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Lu Xiang has invited Li Chang'an from Jiufeng to attend the tribulation ceremony in Chaoyang ancient city. What do you think? Certainly. Chapter 91. Tang Guang confronts. Just as Li Chang'an returned to Tai Xuan Sect, he spotted a familiar figure blocking the way not far off. How unfortunate, Li Chang'an muttered under his breath, turning to circumvent him. Chang'an Jr. brother, you seem reluctant to see me. Han Mingjun chuckled, stepping forward to directly obstruct Li Chang'an's path. Oh, it's the useless senior brother? Neza suddenly exclaimed. Li Chang'an and Han Mingjun both froze momentarily. What business does senior brother have with me? I just returned and am utterly fatigued. Can we discuss this later? Li Chang'an grinned awkwardly. Senior brother, farewell. Han Mingjun stepped forward again, blocking Li Chang'an. Junior brother, don't be hasty. My master heard you were back and specifically asked me to invite you to Tsangming Peak for a cup of tea. You wouldn't tea refuse, would you? Indeed, that old fellow Luo Lu is a harbinger of misfortune. Li Chang'an grumbled internally. Could you at least let me return to Shaoqiong Peak first? Impossible. Seeing Han Mingjuan's narrowed eyes, Li Chang'an shrank his neck. Fine, Neza. You head back to the 9th peak first? I'll be back shortly. Han Mingjun smiled. Master said that Neza can come along. With no alternative, Li Chang'an had to brace himself and follow Han Mingjun towards Tsangming Peak. Tang Guang now stands as a formidable figure second only to Qin Bailu in the harmonization realm, and his words carry much weight following this breakthrough. Although he usually appears carefree, he would not dare to jest with such a significant figure, even if he doubts Tang Guang would strike against him. Tsangming Peak ranks 7th in Taishan, and aside from the Red Flame Peak focused on artifact forging, it is relatively low-key. Yet, since Tang Guang reached the harmonization realm, Tsangming Peak has gradually stepped into the limelight. Recently, Tang Guang's confrontation with Chen Bailu is worth noting, and Han Mingjun, who seldom appeared before Taishan disciples, has now repeatedly blocked Li Chang'an's path. Upon reaching Tsangming Peak, they proceeded to the mountain gorge at the back. Beside the gorge stood a thatched hut, and next to it lay a piece of green stone, within which was embedded a blue sword. This is Tang Guang's life spirit sword, named Tangjian. Over the years, it was Li Chang'an's first time seeing the sword's appearance. Ah, you've arrived. Tang Guang smiled. Nodding from within the thatched hut, Li Chang'an respectfully performed the disciple's greeting, standing aside with his head bowed. Come in, and Sit. Li Chang'an's lips twitched. He wanted to refuse, but the man before him inspired a certain level of intimidation. Some individuals, with grim expressions and an aura of murderous intent, are not particularly frightening, while others, with kind demeanors, may look at you as if you were their own child, yet could just as easily stab you in the back. The former can be set aside. Tang Guang undoubtedly belongs to the latter. Reluctantly, the two entered the thatched hut and sat down. Neza's gaze fell upon the fruit platter on the stone table, and her eyes brightened. Hee, our Tsangming Peak may not compare to Taishan Peak, but we have ginseng fruits here. However, this 100-spirit fruit is a unique delicacy of Tai Xuan Sect. Little girl, would you like to try? Before Li Chang'an could politely decline, he saw Neza calmly walk over and directly take the platter. Li Chang'an could only smile awkwardly. There was no helping it. Who asked this girl to be so unrefined? Tang Guang, unfazed, remarked, with the 12 transformation color lotus dharma aspect, our unique physique is unparalleled across the northern continent. In recent years, Taishan has produced many talents. Thanks to the efforts of the 9 peaks, Li Chang'an hurriedly faked a smile. I believe that in about 10 years, Neza's name will resonate throughout the northern continent, much like Hoi or Sun Wukong. Tang Guang spoke of Neza while his gaze continuously scrutinized Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's mind was composed as he attempted to conceal the star map within his spiritual sea. He firmly believed that in the span of less than a tea's worth of time, Tang Guang had undoubtedly scrutinized him numerous times. The secret of the star map in the spiritual sea does not require concealment from the disciples of the 9 peaks, who share a familial bond. Yet Tang Guang is different. If this fellow were to notice his extraordinary nature, Li Chang'an had no doubt that the old man might very well capture him for dissection. Chang'an Jr. nephew. Have you reached the peak of chi refinement? By chance, Li Chang'an nodded, continuing to feign a smile. Indeed, the 9 peaks is the root of Tai Xuan's spiritual roots. Now that you are the master of the 9 peaks, you cannot lag behind others. Haha, Do cultivate diligently. Li Chang'an was somewhat bewildered by the old man's nonchalant questioning. What was his intent? Was he overflowing with maternal affection, specifically caring for him? Tang Guang stood up, his broad figure erect, hair streaked with gray, resembling an elder who has weathered many storms. In fact, this is not far from the truth, as Tang Guang is second in age only to Dan Yun from Danyang Peak, and it is said that he nearly secured the position of sect leader of Tai Xuan in the past. However, it seems there were some issues involved. Are you curious why I summoned you? Tang Guang suddenly inquired. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Tai Xuan Sect's Millennium Foundation, laid amidst the vast history of cultivation on the northern continent, is not particularly remarkable. The reason we could step into the ranks of the sacred lands is merely due to your master's influence. Tang Guang spoke to himself. Yet even having entered the ranks of sacred lands, we remain the weakest and most voiceless among them. North Heavenly Gate, Baiyang Academy, Feng Pavilion, all loom over Tai Xuan. These old sacred lands have always looked down upon us, Tai Xuan, and have continuously attempted to revert us to our original state. Haha, this is quite unfavorable. Li Chang'an nodded. This was indeed a fact. The identity of Tai Xuan as a nouveau riche is well understood, not only by the 5 great sacred lands, but even by ordinary first-rate sections. Had it not been for a Zhang Hong who ascended in broad daylight, how could Tai Xuan compare to the North Heavenly Gate or Chaoyang City, which boasts a history of 10,000 years? Chen Bailu is solely focused on the sword and the path, devoted to the number of ascensions, indifferent to Tai Xuan's development and survival. It cannot be denied that he is an excellent cultivator, but not a qualified sect leader. I would be better suited for that position. Li Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine. I asked this at a confrontation? Damn it, why are you telling me all this? Are you trying to recruit me? Or merely vent your feelings and then eliminate me to silence me? My goodness, Li Chang'an's composure faltered. If this fellow truly wanted to eliminate him, even if he were to exhaust himself once more, he wouldn't even have the chance to call for help. Compared to Tang Guang, who has reached the harmonization realm, Gu Lai in the refined void realm is merely a trivial existence. Wait, what did you just say? Li Chang'an blinked innocently. Junior nephew has been having trouble sleeping lately. Sometimes I feel dizzy, and I've also been experiencing tinnitus. Sigh, I really need to take it easy. At such a young age, I'm already quite frail. Li Chang'an stood up to excuse himself. Uncle Master, you carry on. Neza, you can keep eating. I'll take my leave. Tang Guang turned and smiled at Li Chang'an. In that moment, Li Chang'an felt frozen in place. Immediately, with a look of dejection, he sat down. Master, you esteemed figures enjoy your games, but please do not drag me into your affairs. With my slender limbs, I cannot withstand your tumult. Let us agree on this. I shall pretend not to have heard your previous words. I shall focus on my cultivation, while you pursue your rebellion. Each to their own tasks, and we shall remain unrelated. How does that sound? Chapter 92. The devoured Songming blue sparrow Tang Guang gazed at Li Chang'an and gently waved his hand. Li Chang'an's astonishment, the tension, anger, and aversion that had recently surged within him dissipated entirely. What on earth? This feels akin to the methods of the bald monks from the Western Paradise. Li Chang'an couldn't help but muttered. In truth, you have consistently underestimated the significance of the 9th peak within Tai Xuan. Tang Guang shook his head, his demeanor calm, seemingly oblivious to how frightening his earlier words had been. Setting aside the matter of his junior brother Hong, the prodigies that the 9 peaks had produced over the past century were enough to elevate Li Chang'an's voice above that of the other peaks. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. While he relished the sensation of being lauded, he preferred to keep a low profile. Xingtian, the only genius in a millennium of Tai Xuan, who dared to attain enlightenment through his physical form and venture into the depths of the extreme abyss, had earned the title of Tai Xuan's war god during his years of external training. Jiang Xian, with his 9 transformations of the heavenly mysterious body, had summoned the heavenly sound at the time of his foundation establishment, instilling awe across the 9 peaks. Ho Yi, the supreme guardian of the Canglan Iron Wall, commanded over 10,000 Canglan guards, slaying countless demons, rivaling any first-rate sect. Sun Wukong, born with the visage of a divine demon, had the audacity to wield his sword at the Heavenly Gate and smash the northern Heavenly Gate's pillar. And then there was Neza. Tang Guang turned his head, noticing a small girl squatting not far away, her expression stiffening. The girl was holding a blue sparrow, skillfully eviscerating it in the blink of an eye. Its beautiful feathers had been plucked clean, and she was now cleaning and stringing it up for the barbecue. Songming blue sparrow? Tang Guang's eyelids finally twitched. Li Chang'an covered his face, unable to bear the sight. And Neza, with his 12 transformations of the colorful lotus, an unparalleled sight, would undoubtedly emerge as another astonishing genius of Tai Xuan in the near future. Besides the supreme leader of Tai Xuan, you could certainly be called the foremost individual. Li Chang'an remained silent, feeling uncomfortable with the excessive praise. Thus, your attitude is of utmost importance, Tang Guang continued. Though you wish to witness Tai Xuan being cast down once more by the four great sacred lands, reduced to a remnant of northern continent, or would you prefer to join me in elevating Tai Xuan to the pinnacle of the northern continent? Li Chang'an waved his hands repeatedly. Master, that's quite a lot to digest. Allow me a moment. He covered his head with his hands, avoiding Tang Guang's gaze. It was undeniable that Tang Guang aimed to control Tai Xuan. The information he had gathered over the past century had made that clear. Yet, was his intention truly to lead Tai Xuan to glory? That seemed rather far-fetched. After all, they were both ancient schemers. Who could deceive whom? If not for this reason, did he harbor another motive? Li Chang'an was uncertain and preferred not to delve into it. However, with the ninth peak's rising status, he had become an obstacle that Tang Guang could not circumvent in his plans. Should he support Chen Bailu, it would imply that the entire ninth peak backed Chen Bailu, resulting in an imbalance of power. Conversely, should he bend to Tang Guang's will, Chen Bailu would undoubtedly be deeply unsettled. Neza has slain Zhuangzhan, and you have vanquished Gulai. This alone would incite the White Sheep Academy's fierce retribution. Trust me, even in dire straits, Chen Bailu would not intervene lightly to assist you, but I will. Not only will I assist you, but I shall also help you neutralize the threat posed by the White Sheep Academy. Tang Guang had finally cast his bait at Li Chang'an and realized that his conflict with the White Sheep Academy had given this man an opportunity. Moreover, I will aid you in dealing with the threat from the Northern Heavenly Gate. Though Li Chang'an had no enmity with the Northern Heavenly Gate, an irreconcilable issue existed between Sun Wukong of the Ninth Peak and them. Li Chang'an felt a flicker of doubt. Where did this man derive his confidence to face the accountability of two major sacred lands? Or was he merely toying with him, seeing him as a young man to provoke? The rich aroma of meat wafted from afar, and Li Chang'an rubbed his stomach awkwardly. I appreciate your consideration, Master, but I must take my leave. I haven't eaten all day and I am starving. He waved to Neza and prepared to depart. This moment, Tang Guang did not hinder him. I would not fear sharing this with Chen Bailu. Tang Guang chuckled. I have always been loyal to friends, yet I possess no shortage of thunderous methods for enemies. Chang'an, think carefully. Without uttering another word, Li Chang'an seized Neza's braid and dashed outside. Even as he descended Solemn Peak, his heart raced uncontrollably. Damn it, am I truly cursed to attract trouble? Or is it that my aura of dominance simply cannot be subdued? Brother, please wait a moment. Neza called out, turning back toward Solemn Peak. What are you going to do? That bluebird is quite delicious. There are many more on the mountain. I'm going to catch some. Li Chang'an. On Solemn Peak, Tang Guang squinted at the mountain's exterior, his aura merging with the very essence of Solemn Peak, becoming grand and transcendent. Master, did you perceive anything from Li Chang'an? Han Mingjun inquired respectfully. Tang Guang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot discern anything. His energy sea is vast and overflowing, surpassing that of ordinary chi refinement cultivators, while his spiritual sea is enigmatic and mysterious, seemingly shrouded in a layer of starlight, yet I cannot see through it clearly. Han Mingjuan's expression shifted slightly. Tang Guang possessed the Dao integration realm, transcendent yang spirit, capable of glimpsing the heavenly Dao, yet he could not discern the spiritual sea of a mere chi refinement novice. This was indeed unusual. So, this lad does possess extraordinary qualities? Han Mingjun pondered. Could it be remnants of Zhang Heng's legacy left before his ascension? The source power shackled by the heavenly tribulation? Tang Guang's expression became slightly dazed. The notion of source power was merely Li Chang'an's speculation. No one truly knew if it was genuine, but Li Chang'an indeed appeared to possess something left behind by Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was the only immortal in the northern continent in a millennium who had comprehended the great Tao and ascended in broad daylight. What he left behind could hardly be mundane. A trace of envy stirred within Han Mingjun. How can a mere 100-year chi refinement waste possess an immortal's possessions? Master, we must retrieve the relics left by Zhang Heng. To leave them with that waste would be a disgrace to such celestial treasures. Tang Guang shot a faint glance at Han Mingjun, unhurried. The most pressing concern is not Li Chang'an of the Ninth Peak, but rather, Chen Bailu. A flicker of intense hatred flashed in Tang Guang's eyes. Once I obtain the position of Tai Xuan's supreme leader, it will not be too late to pursue other matters. Han Mingjun hesitated. While that may be the case, I believe we should prepare in advance. Xiaoqi has just emerged from seclusion. Perhaps we could send her to Li Chang'an's side, awaiting your command? I have heard that Li Chang'an has a close relationship with Shan Qingyi of the Water-Cold Peak. Just days ago, Shan Qingyi perished at Gu Lai's hands. It would be prudent for Xiaoqi to gauge Li Chang'an's depths. Tang Guang paused, then nodded. Very well. Let Shaoqi stay by Li Chang'an's side for the time being. Zhao Wuji of the Heavenly Extreme Peak has gone to Qingyun Mountain. He must have discovered something. Tang Guang's gaze grew peculiar. You shall discreetly visit Qingyun Mountain and meet with Xiao Dingtian, urging him to remain compliant. Understood. Chapter 93. Zhu Ying pays homage to the mountain upon returning to the Little Qiong Peak. Li Chang'an finally exhaled in relief. The meeting of the 5 great sacred lands was nearing its conclusion, yet the internal strife within Tai Xuan was escalating rapidly. What foundation did Tang Guang possess to confront the White Sheep Academy and Northern Heavenly Gate, leading Tai Xuan to become the foremost sacred land of the northern continent? Li Chang'an felt his brain cells were insufficient. Neza sulked, his lips pursed. Are you out of your mind? That was a Tsangming blue sparrow, the guardian treasure of Tsangming Peak. How dare you roast it? One is far from enough. Li Chang'an erupted in a torrent of curses. Neza may not have understood, but he was aware of the Tsangming blue sparrow's origin. It was said that when Tang Guang attained divinity, he communicated with the heavenly Tao, and the northern continent's heavenly Tao bestowed auspicious signs, resulting in the proliferation of Tsangming blue sparrows across the mountains. Over the centuries, only a few had survived, each cherished by Tang Guang as a treasured witness of his past brilliance. Who could have imagined that today, through a moment's negligence, one would be plucked and turned into skewers? Li Chang'an needed no imagination to know that beneath Tang Guang's old visage lay a profound sorrow. Neza pouted defiantly. From this day forth, you shall diligently cultivate in seclusion. If you do not return to the Yuan within half a year, I shall smash your barbecue pit. Neza shrank his neck and turned to burrow into the Jianxilan. Just as Li Chang'an felt a sense of relief, a sudden awareness struck him, and he grimaced. He glanced back at the long-neglected rattan chair, feeling utterly helpless. With a wave of his hand, the 9 peaks formation dissipated, and a figure appeared atop Little Qiong Peak. It was Zhu Ying, an elder of the 4 Directions Pavilion. From the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. The Northern Continent meeting has concluded, yet Elder Zhu Ying lingers in my Tai Xuan Sect. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to our young talent and wishes to join Tai Xuan as a dual cultivation partner? Upon seeing Zhu Ying, Li Chang'an could not resist delivering a pointed remark. Tio, speak candidly. Although Zhu Ying has lived for several centuries, she does not exhibit the signs of aging. Rather, she possesses a certain refined grace characteristic of a middle-aged woman. In Li Chang'an's acquaintance, she is referred to by another title, the exquisite madam. Zhu Ying's brows slightly furrowed, expressing her discontent not only with Li Chang'an's barbed remarks, but also with his unabashedly aggressive gaze. Are you still resentful over my prior assistance to the Baiyang Academy? Li Chang'an squinted. You do possess some self-awareness. Knowing this, how can you still show up at my Qiongfeng uninvited? Zhu Ying's expression darkened. Li Chang'an, undeterred, fixed his sideways gaze upon her. I may have few faults, but I do hold grudges. You obstructed Lu Xiang from Chaoyang City by the Huai River, intending to bring me to ruin. Thus, a rift has formed between us. Regardless of whether your visit today pertains to the legendary ethereal energy of the Demon Garden or the formidable demon imprisoned there for 50 years, there is no room for negotiation. Kindly descend the mountain as you came. I shall not escort you. With that, Li Chang'an patted his backside and reclined back into the rattan chair, turning his back to Zhu Ying and falling into a deep slumber. Zhu Ying stood awkwardly, her words unspoken, her intended matters left unaddressed, utterly bewildered by his barrage of insults. Whether to feel anger or not was momentarily irrelevant. The words stuck in her throat were suffocating. Were they not? Indeed, for anyone, having just stabbed someone in the back only to turn around and beg for their favor is somewhat unreasonable. Yet, she was reluctant to miss this opportunity. I have come to seek you out precisely because of the matters concerning the Demon Garden. The ethereal energy and the mighty demon within hold immense significance for my Zhuke Pavilion. You may propose a condition, provided it is not overly excessive. I am willing to comply. Li Chang'an's eyes flickered. Really? Zhu Ying frowned. You see, my Qiongfeng is sparsely populated and riddled with troubles, so what I lack most is a skilled protector to oversee me. Perhaps you might consider? Li Chang'an's gaze roved over Zhu Ying, exuding a lecherous demeanor. Zhu Ying's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and had it not been for the circumstances within the Tai Xuan Sect and her need for assistance, she would have certainly gouged out this scoundrel's eyes. As the protector elder of the Zhuke lineage of the Sifang Pavilion, I cannot stoop to serve under you. Zhu Ying huffed coldly. However, my disciple Qi Ning remains at Qiongfeng. If you are interested, you may stay in the Tai Xuan Sect for 10 years as an exchange. What the Li Chang'an thought to himself, incredulous at her blatant disregard for boundaries. You do not wish to stay, yet you unceremoniously sever the freedom of your sect's disciples. Is that not a tad unjust? His mind was brimming with complaints, No wonder cultivation revolves around interests. Beneath such incentives, no one is beyond sacrifice. As for Qi Li Chang'an recalled the image of a spirited and valiant young woman, and his heart stirred. To be fair, Qi Ning and Shun Qingyi embody entirely different styles. The former is a bold and wild woman, capable of wielding weapons, while the latter is a soft and somewhat haughty young lady, best suited for warming beds. I can consider it. She might suffice as a servant for my 9 peaks. Then it is settled. Qi Ning shall remain at my time in 9 peaks, as a token of your earlier folly. Zhu Ying bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly. She felt that her lifetime of patience had been exhausted today. And what of what I seek? Li Chang'an regarded her with a smirk. Have you perhaps mistaken the situation? Do you believe that an ordinary disciple of the Xifeng Pavilion is worth the legendary ethereal energy, or even a demon imprisoned in the demon garden for 50 years? You may be a touch naive. Li Chang'an picked up a spirit fruit from the stone table and took a bite. To be frank, I have not obtained the ethereal energy from the demon garden. It has been taken by the Grand Demon and brought to the Canglan Demon Kingdom. Are you toying with me? Zhu Ying's expression darkened, a wave of immense fury surging forth, causing the surrounding bamboo to sway violently, countering her violent aura. Li Chang'an instinctively shrank back. However, while I lack the ethereal energy, I possess something that should equally pique your interest. Zhu Ying fell silent, awaiting Li Chang'an's next words. He produced a crimson demon core, shaking it enticingly. The demon core of the holy beast Jianwu. What do you think? Zhu Ying's expression shifted, her eyes flashing with barely contained fervor. I surmise you have inquired about the whereabouts of the Grand Demon in the Demon Garden, knowing that it is the true body of the immortal bird. Your Zhuke Pavilion, inheriting from the Zhuke, has a fundamental connection to the immortal bird. Thus, whether you acquire the ethereal energy or the bloodline of the immortal bird, it could resolve a predicament for your Zhuke Pavilion. In truth, you have a better option, which is the Jinwu. Li Chang'an grinned slyly. The source fire of the Jinwu bears a striking resemblance to that of the Zhuke. If you can derive benefits from this Jinwu demon core, the rewards will undoubtedly rival those of the ethereal energy. So, what do you say? Qi Ning stays at my Chongfeng for 10 years, and in return, you assist me with a task, and I shall gladly present you with this Jinwu demon core. Zhu Ying's expression fluctuated, her thoughts a whirlwind. Chapter 94. The Secrets of the 9 Peaks Disciples. It seems the Xifeng Pavilion is not without its troubles, Li Chang'an mused as he lounged in the rattan chair, munching on the spirit fruit. The Xifeng Pavilion, divided into 4 directions, is often considered a singular sect, yet it is more accurately 4 distinct entities. While the 4 pavilions share a bond, they also compete against one another. Akin to the machinations among the 5 great sanctuaries, internal rivalries abound. Zhu Ying suppressed her indignation at being ridiculed and remained silent, for it seemed the Zhuke Pavilion faced considerable challenges, but that was of no concern to him. Li Chang'an thought. He had merely lost a somewhat useless Jinwu demon core, while gaining a little maidservant and Zhu Ying's promise to assist him with a task. Of course, the most critical aspect was that the Canglan overlord, the White Emperor, might seek retribution, which could then be redirected toward the Xifeng Pavilion. TSK. This turn of events is not a loss at all. With satisfaction, Li Chang'an entered the star map space, illuminating the 8 main stars within the starry sea one by one. The first to speak was the long-absent Lao Ba Kong Xian. Master brother, what happened a few days ago? I suddenly felt a wave of weakness, as if my vitality had been completely drained. It startled me. Li Chang'an grinned. During his confrontation with Gu Lai, he had inadvertently discovered his ability to siphon a portion of others' vitality through the main stars of the star map, which was precisely why he had joined forces with Hou to eliminate Gu Lai's physical form from the anti-void realm. However, this information had not been shared in advance, which might have caused undue alarm. Well, I was just about to mention this, Li Chang'an pondered before responding. You should have already noticed that our Chongfeng lineage cultivates in a manner distinct from the other lineages. Not only can we communicate freely at all times, but our cultivation and fortune also share many points of fusion and commonality. Not long ago, Neza slayed Zhuangzhan of the Baiyang Academy, borrowing my spiritual essence and vitality, while I, in turn, borrowed some of your spiritual essence to defeat Gu Lai of the Baiyang Academy. Li Chang'an had contemplated this for quite some time. When Neza successfully established his foundation, there was a stellar phenomenon, which finally unveiled the secrets of the star map. Since then, disciples of the 9 Peaks must have made some discoveries and speculations, yet they did not choose to inquire further, perhaps out of respect for the secret. Rather than allow this secret to become a source of discord among brothers, it was better to lay it bare. The other main stars remained silent. Li Chang'an was unsure if they were listening, so he continued. Above your spiritual sea and soul pool, there should exist your respective life stars. These life stars are crucial to your cultivation and serve as the foundation for the Nine Peaks disciples. They not only nurture your respective innate spiritual treasures, but also possess the ability to evolve into paths of enlightenment. You may not know this, but when Master ascended, it was indeed the life stars that provided him assistance. After a brief silence, Houyi's voice suddenly resonated. Are you referring to source power? The concept of source power had been shared by Li Chang'an long ago during the Canglan era, so Houyi understood precisely what he meant. Precisely. The North Continent is scarce in source power, which is why ascenders are a rarity. However, the power of the life stars can remedy this insurmountable flaw, and in other words, the curse of ascension in the North Continent does not apply to us Nine Peaks disciples. As long as you break through to the harmonious path, you can summon the heavenly tribulation and ascend. The star map communication received no responses, but Li Chang'an could clearly hear the brief sound of breath. However, it is best for you to control your cultivation level and refrain from provoking the heavenly tribulation for the time being. Li Chang'an gazed up at the vaulted sky, the grayish-white expanse resembling an inverted porcelain bowl. Inexplicably inducing a sense of oppression within him, he harbored a suspicion. Since arriving in this world, he had felt a certain intuition, albeit devoid of logic. It was merely a premonition. The post-ascension world might differ greatly from all that cultivators had imagined. Thus, he had been attempting to contact his master, Zhang Hongji, but had yet to receive any response. Since the starry power is indeed source power, it can be regarded as a unique blessing for us Nine Peaks disciples. The voice of Xing Tian was gentle, resonating softly to ask for the innate spiritual treasure you mention. I have already been able to control it for brief periods. I in the depths of an unknown abyss. The blood-soaked figure of Xing Tian wielded a gleaming black giant axe. Wherever the axe struck, the very fabric of space trembled violently, as if it were on the brink of shattering. A thick and oppressive aura of bloodlust surged up the axe handle into Xing Tian's arm, causing the veins and meridians in his right arm to pulsate with an almost lifelike rhythm. I can grasp it briefly, but my strength is still insufficient, came Jiang Xian's voice. Xing Tian wielded an axe, while Jiang Xian possessed a bagua mirrored, a fateful spiritual treasure. It certainly seems formidable. Upon the Ling Tai of the Canglan iron wall, Houyi held a hand aloft, as an ethereal arcane bow gradually took shape, only to shatter into nothingness with a resounding crack. Even in that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming power that could rival the very essence of Tao, leaving him in a state of slight daze. Mine is Luya interjected. The star map communication fell into an abrupt silence. What on earth, fifth senior brother? When will you mend your ways? You're making me feel quite uncomfortable. Kong Xian bellowed, gored. Very well, let us continue. Li Chang'an cleared his throat, reiterating that what he had just divulged was a unique secret within the entire realm of cultivation. Thus it must not be disclosed to anyone, lest it brings about fatal repercussions. Not only for the disciples of Nine Peaks, but even Tai Xuan would find itself the target of widespread animosity. Eldest senior brother, this method of cultivating the fate star originates from you, does it not? Chang'an suddenly inquired. Li Chang'an nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it stems from me. The 12 transformations of Nez's color lotus dharma form, aside from being refined by the essence of Tai Xuan, is also likely spurred by the power of my star map. Thus, I will facilitate your cultivation to a certain extent, and of course, you will in turn provide me with power. The latter part is crucial. Reciprocation. Li Chang'an couldn't help but murmur. Only when you grow strong can I grow stronger alongside you. I truly do not wish to remain a useless burden, akin to a mere talisman. Eldest senior brother, while the rest is manageable, could you please give me a heads up the next time you require my strength? I had just begun to charm a little bird, and within mere minutes, it all fell apart. Kong Xian lamented. Jiang Xian scoffed, shutting off the star map communication alongside Chang'an. I nearly had my kidneys sucked out. It has been over half a month, and I haven't been able to maintain. Huh? Brother Kong Xian, what do you mean you haven't been able to maintain? Are you usually quite robust? Nez's voice suddenly chimed in. I take my leave. Kong Xian disconnected. Li Chang'an erupted into laughter. One by one, the communications were severed until only Xing Tian, Houyi, and Luya remained. After a moment of contemplation, Houyi asked, Eldest senior brother, your recent sword strike against the professors of the Ares Academy may provoke retaliation. If the Ares Academy truly intends to sever ties with Tai Xuan, it could lead to significant trouble. Li Chang'an's expression grew solemn. Indeed, it is a considerable predicament, a rather grave one at that. How about you return to protect me? Li Chang'an cautiously suggested. I take my leave. Houyi disconnected. Chapter 95. Seventh brother is in danger. Li Chang'an sighed heavily. Unreliable, none of them are dependable. Eldest senior brother, Remain at Tai Xuan Sect and refrain from wandering. I will return shortly, and at that time, I will accompany you to the Ares Academy to resolve this issue once and for all. Xing Tian's gentle voice resonated. How will we resolve it? I haven't thought it through. Yet, Li Chang'an could almost envision Xing Tian scratching his head in a naive manner. If all else fails, we shall simply eliminate them all. Li Chang'an was left speechless. You should log off as well. Suddenly, Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. Why hasn't his seventh brother spoken? Where is he? Li Chang'an then realized that seventh brother Sun Wukong had not participated in the conversation since the outset. That mischievous monkey was usually quite active, which was rather unusual. Seventh junior brother is, could he be encountering mother, Li Chang'an? He is a monkey that sprang forth from a stone, with a domineering mother. Trouble? Li Chang'an nearly choked, pondering how exhausting it was to converse with this fellow. Just a moment, I'll. Hurry up, Li Chang'an shouted. All right. After a brief silence, Lu Ya's voice returned. Eldest senior brother, seventh junior brother is in danger. What? Li Chang'an frowned. What is happening? As if sensing Li Chang'an's urgency, Lu Ya suddenly spoke fluently. According to the divination, seventh junior brother is currently trapped in a great formation, and his life is in imminent peril. Man-made? Indeed. Li Chang'an sprang to his feet, striding towards the exit. Where is he? From the divination, the location where seventh junior brother was ambushed is rather peculiar. The elemental forces are in disarray, and the aura is dispersed. It is a place of great misfortune. The elemental forces. Wuxing Mountain, 5,000 miles south of Tai Xuan Sect. A place where life ceases to thrive. Wuxing Mountain. Damn it. It must be the Northern Heavenly Gate. It must be. Li Chang'an was engulfed in anxiety. Years ago, the three-eyed Heavenly King of the Northern Heavenly Gate had besieged Sun Wukong within a secret realm, seeking to seize a certain treasure, which resulted in grievous injuries to him. Had it not been for a woman's intervention, the old seventh of Shaoqiong Peak would have perished. Yet, even so, the ultimate price was that the woman who saved seventh brother lost her life, her soul dissipating within the secret realm. Enraged, Sun Wukong, once he healed, wielded his iron rod against the Northern Heavenly Gate, slaughtering numerous cultivators at the divine realm, nearly costing the life of the three-eyed true monarch. Following that incident, Sun Wukong was placed on the Northern Heavenly Gate's kill list. Initially, Li Chang'an believed that the Northern Heavenly Gate would, taking advantage of this sacred gathering, launch an offensive against Tai Xuan Sect. However, curiously, Li Jing had not displayed any overt hostility throughout. This even led Li Chang'an to lower his guard. It turned out their target was never Tai Xuan Sect, but rather seventh brother. That wretched monkey. I had long advised him to keep his distance, yet he stubbornly refused to listen. Li Chang'an was filled with indignation. But upon descending Shaoqiong Peak, he realized he had no means to reach Wuxing Mountain. Even if he could, he lacked the power to rescue seventh brother. What to do? Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and turned towards Tai Xuan Peak. Before he could reach Tai Xuan Peak, he encountered the Taoist Dan Yun along the way. Flustered and disheveled, what a disgrace! Dan Yun flicked his sleeves. You are the eldest senior brother of 9 peaks. Do you not wish to maintain your dignity? Only then did Li Chang'an notice that behind Dan Yun stood Lu Xiang from Chaoyang City. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. Master uncle, I need to find the sect leader. No, you will do. Li Chang'an pulled Dan Yun aside. Seventh brother is in danger. If I am not mistaken, it should be Li Jing from the Northern Heavenly Gate who has made his move. I must go rescue him. Dan Yun's brow furrowed. The Northern Heavenly Gate has indeed had a grudge against that monkey, but how do you know he is in danger? Do not concern yourself with that. What matters is that if I do not rescue seventh brother now, he will be in mortal peril. You need not seek the sect leader. He will not intervene, Dan Yun stated. Li Chang'an's heart sank. If the assailants targeting that monkey are indeed Li Jing from the Northern Heavenly Gate, then Tai Xuan Sect has no justification to intervene. After all, Sun Wukong had already been expelled from Tai Xuan Sect, and acting rashly would only draw calamity upon Tai Xuan Sect. However, Dan Yun raised a hand to halt Li Chang'an's words. Moreover, the sect leader is currently preoccupied with resolving the matter of Tai Chi's demonic corruption. At present, there exists a more suitable candidate. Dan Yun turned to look at Lu Xiang. Not far off, Li Chang'an's eyes widened. Lu Xiang wishes to invite you to Chaoyang Ancient City to witness the Sect S by Ye's tribulation. The sect leader has already agreed. Since Chaoyang Ancient City seeks assistance, it would be reasonable to request his aid. Furthermore, bringing Chaoyang City onto our Tai Xuan Sect ship, you shall not be without merit. Li Chang'an. This old fellow is rather shameless, using me so blatantly, leveraging the connection to Sun Wukong from 9 peaks. Truly a wily old fox. I misjudged you. Spit. Inwardly, Li Chang'an spat contemptuously, turning to stride towards Lu Xiang. Senior Lu Xiang, Were you not inviting me to Chaoyang City to witness the tribulation? Ha ha, the lord of the sect, Bei Zhou, is a paragon among our kind. To witness the senior's sword opening the heavenly gate and transcending the tribulation is indeed an honor. Lu Xiang was momentarily taken aback. This shift in attitude is rather stark. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Yet, upon observing Li Chang'an take a bold step forward, unceremoniously wrapping his arm around Lu Xiang's. Lu Senior, when shall we depart? My great blade is eager for action. Young friend, your unpretentious and carefree spirit is truly humbling. Lu Xiang's beard trembled. In that case, we may depart tomorrow. Too late, let us leave now. I cannot remain in this wretched place of Tai Xuan for another moment. Ah, what about your sword boat from Chaoyang City? Let us see it in action. Lu Xiang appeared somewhat bewildered. What is wrong with this fellow? Is he so unrestrained? Very well, if that is the case, then we shall depart at once. Saying this, he turned to Dan Yun, Taoist Dan Yun. We shall take our leave. After this, our two sects may not engage in hostilities, but at the very least, we can assist one another. Dan Yun wore a smile upon his aged visage, nodding repeatedly. Although Lu Xiang felt a tinge of perplexity within, he nonetheless waved his hand and summoned the flying vessel artifact. In an instant, a colossal phantom manifested beyond the Tai Xuan Grand Formation, exuding a formidable pressure. The sword vessel from the ancient city of Zhaoyang, a spirit treasure of the earthly realm, boasted a sailing speed that could be hailed as the finest in the northern continent. Without further ado, Li Chang'an clasped Lu Xiang's arm and ascended aboard the sword vessel in less than a fragrant moment. A thunderous sound erupted in the skies, marking the departure of the people from Zhaoyang, who had lingered at the Tai Xuan Sect for over a month. Dan Yun, my friend, now that the meeting of the holy grounds has concluded, we disciples of the Four Directions Pavilion must take our leave, Zhu Ying stated as he appeared beside Dan Yun. Our sect disciple, Qi Ning, shall honor the agreement and remain at the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan for a decade of cultivation, hoping for the day he attains success in his path. Dan Yun was momentarily taken aback. An agreement? What agreement? With whom was it made? Goodness, why do I find it somewhat incomprehensible? Chapter 96. The 9 Peaks and Sun Wukong, clad in dark golden battle armor, stood defiantly, his long peacock plume reaching for the heavens, reflecting his own cold and rebellious nature. Yet, at that moment, the plume was severed in two, and the dark golden armor was marred by cracks, blood cascading down. Nevertheless, his form remained erect, his head held high, and his elongated eyes glimmered with disdain. Why, senior brother is a paragon of this age. How could those wretched figures from Baiyang Academy possibly rival him? Sun Wukong stood imperiously, regarding the airborne Li Jing as if he were mere refuse. Li Jing, you released the news of my senior brother's grievous injuries merely to lure me to Tai Xuan, did you not? Ha! Congratulations, you have succeeded. With a wild howl, Sun Wukong declared, do you truly believe that your kind can thwart me? As he spoke, he flipped his right hand, revealing a dark iron rod that crashed down with a resounding thud, shaking the heavens and the earth. Above the clouds, Li Jing squinted, his expression grave. I have granted you 10 years, yet you still have not transcended the realm of illusion. Sun Wukong, I find myself rather disappointed. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant aura erupted from a low mountain, revealing the towering figure of a man. Sun Wukong's eyes flared with murderous intent upon seeing him, three-eyed. This figure was none other than the Three-Eyed King, one of the 8 kings of the Northern Heaven Gate, who had gravely injured Sun Wukong over a decade ago in a secret realm and had slain his companions. This event had incited Sun Wukong's wrath against the Northern Heaven Gate, leading to the slaughter of the gate's heavenly soldiers. However, while the Three-Eyed King had been at the divine realm back then, he had since ascended to the formidable realm of illusionary void. Sun Wukong, did you ever contemplate the consequences of your actions when you stormed my Northern Heaven Gate? Humph! Within this 5 elements grand formation, even if you transcend to illusionary void, it will only lead you to your demise. Standing atop the mountain, the Three-Eyed King glared down at Sun Wukong with a terrifying countenance. Today, I shall personally send you to the depths of hell. With a powerful stomp, Sun Wukong shattered the rocky ground beneath him, launching himself like a bolt of lightning, swinging his rod down upon his foe. Die! With a thunderous crash, the mountain beneath the Three-Eyed King's feet exploded, sending stones raining down like fiery meteors. At that moment, the earth trembled, and a massive dragon's tail surged forth from the depths, slamming into Sun Wukong with a resounding impact. Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with a violent thud, causing the earth to crack beneath him. Li Jing, you are merely dealing with an illusionary realm monkey. Are you not making a mountain out of a molehill? from 1,000 zhang away, a fearsome dragon's head emerged from the Luo River. Articulating human speech, I am the Northern Sea's Azure Flood Dragon King. One of the illusionary void powerhouses of the Northern Heaven Gate. 3 illusionary void beings had set a grand formation in the Five Elements Mountain, obscuring the heavenly secrets to confront Sun Wukong, who stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Such a gathering would surely astound the entire northern continent's cultivators. This child is the spirit-sensitive stone monkey, cultivating at the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan, and cannot be measured by common standards, Li Jing remarked impassively. Amidst the rising dust, Sun Wukong rose once more, his defiant and fierce demeanor not waning, but rather intensifying as he tilted his head and howled. Sun Wukong, surrender the celestial vault key and submit to my northern heaven gate for a century of atonement, and I shall spare your life. The celestial vault key was the true reason behind this grand turmoil. Years ago, in the secret realm, the three-eyed king had failed to seize the key from Sun Wukong, inciting the wrath of the northern heaven gate's higher-ups. However, despite searching for over a decade, they had been unable to locate Sun Wukong, who had managed to attack the northern heaven gate's dragon pillar and slay thousands of its celestial soldiers. In the eyes of someone as proud as Li Jing, this was a sin unforgivable. Death was the only fitting end for Sun Wukong. The celestial vault key? Sun Wukong opened his palm, revealing a golden orb of light. Is this what you seek? With that, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Audacious. Li Jing was furious. Sun Wukong's fingers danced as he tightened his grip on the black gold iron rod, an immense aura surging from him, reaching for the heavens. Spare me? Ha! No need. Ever since Zixia fell in my arms, the hatred between us can only be resolved by one party's complete demise. In that instant, he vanished from his spot, causing the ground beneath him to collapse with a deafening explosion. The three-eyed king's expression shifted as he sensed the iron rod growing larger in his sight. Raising his arm to defend, with a crisp crack, he was sent flying by a single blow, crashing into the distant low mountain. Li Jing's brow furrowed. Azure Flood Dragon King, assist the three-eyed king and capture Sun Wukong as swiftly as possible. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Although they had set up a formation to conceal the heavenly secrets to prevent the Tai Xuan Sect from discovering their presence, no one could guarantee that the Tai Xuan Sect lacked the means to pry into these secrets. Should they be discovered and obstructed, a series of troubles would surely follow. Li Jing was not particularly worried about Qin Bailu, but rather about the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan. Figures like Xing Tian and Hou were notorious for their deadly prowess. The earth trembled as a torrent of mist erupted, slamming into Sun Wukong, followed by a dragon claw of mountain-sized proportions emerging from the ground, ensnaring Sun Wukong within its grasp. Regardless of how unique his bloodline inheritance was, once one entered the divine realm, they remained within that realm. Without the means to transcend to illusionary void, killing him would not prove difficult. The Azure Flood Dragon surged forth from the depths, its massive form coiling for miles, its dragon eyes disdainful. However, the Azure Dragon soon lowered its gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. An overwhelming power emanated from its grasp as the ensnared Sun Wukong began to grow exponentially, breaking free from the dragon claw in mere moments, transforming into a fearsome giant ape towering 1,000 zhang high. The spirit-sensitive force. Transforming into a giant ape, Sun Wukong disregarded the Azure Dragon and turned to unleash a punch toward the distant three-eyed king. He understood that it would be challenging to contend against 3 illusionary void beings alone, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, even if he were to perish, he could not let the one who had slain Zixia escape. Three-eyed, you shall die today. The three-eyed king, just regaining his balance, sensed danger as a radiant beam shot from his brow, tearing through the heavens towards Sun Wukong's forehead. At the same time, the Azure Dragon unleashed a breath of icy air, rapidly cooling the atmosphere, freezing Sun Wukong's colossal form in an instant. A lethal strike. A terrifying technique from the illusionary void. With a resounding crash, the black gold iron rod struck against the three-eyed king's radiant beam, stalling its advance for a mere breath before melting into 2 halves, then piercing directly through Sun Wukong's forehead. Boom! The icy sculpture shattered, revealing the indomitable figure of Sun Wukong standing amidst the rubble, defiant even in the face of death. Though pierced through the head by the three-eyed king's radiant light, he remained undaunted, his dark golden eyes now shrouded in a layer of crimson light. Raging with fury, "Devil, arise!" In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Chapter 97. The dying spirit-sensitive stone ape. The entirety of the northern continent was aware that the 7th of the 9 peaks of Tai Xuan was the spirit-sensitive stone monkey cultivating wisdom. Yet few knew that Sun Wukong possessed this innate demon god aspect. The demon god aspect was not a cultivation constitution, but rather a wondrous state, divided into divine and demonic realms. Upon meeting certain conditions, he could enter either ethereal state. In most battles, Sun Wukong chose to confront his foes in the divine state, but at this moment, he yearned to enter the demonic state to annihilate his enemies from the northern heaven gate. His originally dark golden pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, a ferocious aura emanating from him, almost spilling over from his eye sockets. The fractured black gold iron rod was casually discarded, his claws elongating as his fur grew wildly. Die! With a roar, Sun Wukong shot toward the heavens like a cannonball, shattering the clouds gathered beneath the three-eyed king's feet, the violent energy even causing the illusionary void-level three-eyed king to sway. This damned monkey is tenacious. A long spear materialized in the three-eyed king's hand, thrusting downward with a thunderous impact upon Sun Wukong. Yet this time, Sun Wukong did not get sent flying. Instead, it was the three-eyed king who was propelled toward the sky. Damn it, this fellow is on the verge of breaking through to illusionary void. Li Jing's expression shifted. Azure Flood Dragon King, strike together. As he spoke, Li Jing flipped his palm, summoning a colossal tower shadow that descended from the heavens to suppress Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, a massive dragon claw reached out, aiming to seize Sun Wukong with unrelenting force. Magic Shadow, unleash! A dark crimson light of blood split into three, as one of the Sun Wukongs surged forth to pursue the three-eyed king, while the other two intercepted Li Jing and Qing Jiao respectively. 1 against 3. The unfolding events took everyone by surprise. Initially, Li Jing had feared that Sun Wukong had broken through to the realm of anti-void, prompting him to deploy 3 mighty kings of the anti-void realm to ambush Sun Wukong. Yet, he never anticipated that the merely peak of the divine realm Sun Wukong could confront all 3 of them without faltering. The aftershocks of the battle reverberated through the air. A continuous clamor of explosions filled the atmosphere, and cracks spread across the ground, as the entire Wuxing Mountain area became suffused with a violent aura. Li Jing and Qing Jiao, both formidable in strength, swiftly subdued the magical shadows cast by Sun Wukong. But the three-eyed king found himself in a desperate situation, feeling as if he might be overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's frenzied onslaught. Damn it, who would believe this guy only possesses the cultivation of a peak divine realm? The three-eyed king's face was smeared with blood, one arm hanging limply at his side, utterly disheveled, while Sun Wukong, facing him, appeared even worse, on the verge of being expelled from his magical state. The anti-void realm had already brushed against the laws of the northern continent. Relying solely on the magical state could not suppress the three-eyed king. It could not be prolonged any longer. Li Jing gazed at the somewhat unstable formation and the beleaguered three-eyed king, a grave expression flashing in his eyes. Qing Jiao Wang, hold the line with that. He withdrew, and the massive form of Qing Jiao Wang crashed down, sending one of Sun Wukong's magical forms flying. Li Jing extended a hand into the void, which began to tremble violently, as a purplish-red sword was slowly drawn from the void. The divine sword of the Purple Emperor, quickly, slay him. The three-eyed king's eyes sparkled with delight. The violent power of heaven and earth suddenly fell silent after Li Jing drew the Purple Emperor's divine sword. The sword's edge devoured the energy of heaven and earth as well as the subtle laws of power. With both hands gripping the sword, Li Jing raised it high. Subdue! The earth sank instantaneously by dozens of zhang, revealing a deep pit within 1,000 zhang radius. Sun Wukong, entangled with Qing Jiao Wang and the three-eyed king, plummeted straight down, crashing into the pit. In the name of the northern sky Purple Emperor, I decree the sealing punishment. Begone! 2 magical forms dissipated, and Sun Wukong, drenched in blood light, was pinned down by an overwhelming force, unable to rise. Even the realm he had been on the verge of breaking through retreated in an instant. Even the young god within his spiritual sea began to disintegrate rapidly under the suppression of the Purple Emperor's divine sword. Magic, arise! Sun Wukong roared while struggling. The black-red demonic light surged violently, his arms muscles tearing apart, blood gushing forth, droplets of blood being forced out of his body. Yet that solitary pride remained undiminished, even intensifying. Why, king? We cannot delay any longer. The celestial key is a heavenly treasure. Even if he consumes it within himself, it poses no threat to us. Slay him, and we shall obtain it regardless. The three-eyed king bellowed, his recently closed eye at the center of his forehead snapping open once more, a crystalline beam shooting forth towards the barely standing Sun Wukong. The aura of annihilation descended. The piercing light capable of penetrating the great ape's form was something Sun Wukong could not withstand. His cultivation regressed, his form shattered, the Yang god extinguished, yet that rebellious and transcendent essence, as if it would pierce through the heavens, remained unchanged. But what could be done? Faced with 3 formidable practitioners of the anti-void realm, even entering the magical state would be insufficient for victory. Defeat signifies death. Sun Wukong's crimson gaze fixated on the heavens, filled with untamed defiance, yet slowly transformed into an irresistible longing. Senior brother, the 7th brother misses you. Senior brother. Lu Xiang's expression was a mix of solemnity and helplessness. Young friendly Chang'an, did you hastily leave the Tai Xuan Sect with the purpose of rescuing your 7th junior brother? That monkey who once attacked the northern sky gate? Nonsense. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes, his face suddenly filled with sincere trepidation. Senior, you jest? It is indeed a great honor to be invited to witness the ascension in Chaoyang City, a privilege earned through several lifetimes of cultivation. Your invitation has truly caught me off guard, yes, quite taken aback. However, my 9th peak's 7th brother just happens to be in some trouble, so assisting along the way is merely a trifling matter. By the way, could we hasten our pace? Above the heavens, the sword vessel traversed 1,000 miles in an instant, heading southward, while Lu Xiang's lips twitched. Chaoyang City lies directly to the east of the northern continent. Yet you claim it is on the way? The trouble you speak of, is it not Li Jing of the northern sky gate? Lu Xiang shot a glance at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's eyes darted. Well, it should be, more or less, right? Lu Xiang's lips twitched. Young friend, while I have intentions to ally with the Tai Xuan Sect, I do not wish to make enemies of the northern sky gate. Chaoyang City possesses considerable depth, but behind the northern sky gate lies the divine continent's heavenly capital. Provoking them would be unwise. I know. I do not require you to intervene, merely borrowing your sword vessel for a moment. Li Chang'an chuckled. This old fellow is cunning. I do not believe that if I were in danger, you would remain indifferent, old man. Li Chang'an fell silent, fixing his gaze forward. After a brief interval, his eyes suddenly brightened. We have arrived. Lu Xiang glanced around, his brow furrowing. The convergence of the 5 elements, the Wuxing Mountain? Lu Xiang halted the sword vessel, hovering in the void while gazing down. There is a formation here. The person you wish to save is likely trapped within it. You must break the formation before entering. With that, he turned to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an revealed a grin. What do you mean? Am I to do it? Chapter 98. Counterattack against the 3-eyed divine general on the sword vessel. Li Chang'an sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed. The formation encasing Wuxing Mountain was constructed using the power of the 5 elements. Not to mention he, a mere Qi refinement realm novice, even those of the anti-void realm would struggle to breach it in a short time. This indicated that Lu Xiang was not unwilling, but rather unable to break the formation in the immediate future. However, with the 7th brother trapped within, uncertain of the dangers he faced, every moment of delay posed an increased risk. I shall give it a try. Lu Xiang stood to the side, narrowing his eyes slightly, a glimmer of curiosity flashing within them. Li Chang'an withdrew his mind into his spiritual sea, gazing at the vast star map above the soul pool, gritting his teeth. Since breaching the formation from the outside is impossible, we shall have to resolve it from within. If I can infuse this mysterious star power into the 7th brother, or perhaps unlock the seal of his innate spiritual treasure, it may just work. Determined, Li Chang'an began to channel the celestial star power, attempting to inject it into Sun Wukong's life star, which had previously been dim, now brightening as if something within was awakening. The drain of star power left him with a profound sense of fatigue, akin to having his vitality siphoned away, causing his body to tremble. Why apologies? Everyone, Li Chang'an silently muttered, flicking his wrist towards the life stars of Kong Xian. Chang'e, Luya, Ho Yi, Jiang Xian, and Xing Tian. A tremendous surge of star power was drawn in, converging into Sun Wukong's main star. Shine forth, little one. Li Chang'an's eyes suddenly widened. As Sun Wukong, bathed in bloodlight, stood upright, his body suddenly moved. The blood-red demonic light rapidly retreated into the depths of his pupils, revealing a dazzling brilliance of star power. A peculiar aura emerged from within him. As Sun Wukong turned to the north, even with the formation's obstruction, he sensed an extremely familiar presence. Senior brother, have you come to save me? A gentle smile graced Sun Wukong's lips, his expression rare in its softness, as the star power overflowed from his eyes, healing his injuries at an astonishing pace. Even the realm suppressed by the Purple Emperor's divine sword rapidly ascended. Divine realm middle stage, divine realm upper stage, divine realm peak, until he broke through to the anti-void. Sun Wukong's right hand curled into a fist, and a dark golden staff-like shadow swiftly coalesced into reality. his innate spiritual treasure, the Rui Jingu Bang. I, old son, shall not perish then, you shall meet your demise. As the golden staff struck, a dark golden shadow collided violently with the three-eyed king's gaze, shattering the light beam. The three-eyed king's expression changed drastically as he flew backward to evade, while the staff's shadow surged skyward, crashing down upon the whooshing grand formation. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the formation painstakingly arranged by Li Jing ultimately could not withstand Sun Wukong's strike, fracturing spectacularly. The formation's collapse revealed the hovering sword vessel and the two figures standing atop it, Li Chang'an and Lu Xiang. Sun Wukong's gaze settled upon the sword vessel, a warm smile slowly emerging. Senior brother, you have come. It was a simple inquiry, yet Li Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, all attention had been drawn to the demonized Sun Wukong, causing him to overlook the approaching sword vessel. Now, Sun Wukong had inexplicably broken through the anti-void realm, freed from the suppression of the Purple Emperor's divine sword, and even the whooshing grand formation lay in ruins. To kill him is now no simple task. You damned monkey, what are you doing wandering about? Do you not realize the danger outside? Move it, why are you still dawdling? Li Chang'an admonished in exasperation. Li Jing, wielding the Purple Emperor's divine sword, aimed to intercept Sun Wukong, only to see the small figure of the seventh brother from the Tai Xuan Nine Peaks gently shake his head. Senior brother, please wait a moment. I will slay that three-eyed rogue and return. As Sun Wukong spoke, he stepped forth, reappearing behind the three-eyed heavenly king. With a deft grip, he brandished the dark golden iron rod, swinging it down with resolute determination. The expression on the three-eyed heavenly king's face shifted dramatically. He had no time to mount a defense and could only watch in horror as the dark golden staff descended upon him, sending his soul into a frenzied panic. Eli Heavenly King, save me! The newly empowered Sun Wukong remained within the realm of his defenses, yet the dark golden rod bore down upon him like the wrath of the northern heavens, instilling a chilling sense of dread. I cannot withstand this. Save you? Ha! Even if the Purple Micro-Emperor were to arrive today, your fate would be sealed. The golden hoop struck with a thunderous crash, and the three-eyed heavenly king let out a blood-curdling scream as his formidable physique was utterly obliterated, scattering into a cloud of flesh. From within the remnants of his spirit emerged a young god, who had just begun to flee when a colossal silhouette of a great ape materialized, swiftly devouring him whole. Instant annihilation? Stop! Li Jing's pupils constricted in alarm. The sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. Most troubling was the realization that Sun Wukong, who had just breached the threshold of the void reversal realm, had effortlessly dispatched a foe of equal standing. Damn it! How dare you slay my northern heavenly gates king? Sun Wukong, your demise is imminent. The great ape's phantom belched with satisfaction, a mocking grin on its visage, as it brandished another dark golden rod, preparing to strike Li Jing. Old man Li, you shall remain as well. The massive tail of the blue flood dragon lashed out, attempting to intercept the ape's assault, but upon contact, let out a wretched cry as it was nearly severed in two. The lengthy dragon form convulsed before retreating into the Luo River, vanishing from sight. Old Seven, cease at once. Li Chang'an nearly leaped from his sword vessel. Did you act too swiftly? I hadn't even finished my sentence, and a formidable practitioner of the void reversal realm has already been eliminated. This is infuriating. You may have struck decisively, but what now? That was the northern heavenly gate. If you possess such prowess, why not take down the Purple Micro-Emperor as well? Li Jing wielded the Purple Micro-Divine Sword, slicing through the malevolent aura surrounding the great ape's phantom, yet his countenance darkened considerably. Sun Wukong, how dare you slay my northern heavenly gates people? Are you not afraid of our forces marching northward to reduce you to ashes? Li Jing's heart burned with hatred. Not only had he failed to eradicate Sun Wukong, but he had also lost the three-eyed heavenly king to this fiend, and all while wielding the Purple Micro-Divine Sword. How would he ever explain this debacle to the Purple Micro-Emperor? Sun Wukong stood aloft, grasping the golden hoop, the dark golden battle armor materializing once more, exuding an imposing presence. Behind him, a towering phantom of a great ape, thousands of feet high, glared menacingly at Li Jing, poised to pounce at any moment. Li Jing felt a pang of unease, compounded by the presence of Li Chang'an, whose intentions remained shrouded in mystery, and the sidelong gaze of Lu Xiang from Chaoyang City, who seemed to be observing with interest. Could it be that Tai Xuan Sect and Chaoyang City had joined forces? A foreboding feeling washed over Li Jing. Li Chang'an, your Tai Xuan Sect disciple has slain my northern heavenly gates king. This grievance shall not be forgotten. Soon enough, your sect will learn the consequences of opposing us. Li Jing declared with a cold snort. The annihilation of your sect is not far off. With that, he retreated a step, vanishing into the void. By the heavens. What does this have to do with my Tai Xuan Sect? Sun Wukong was expelled from the sect long ago.